The life of every Hokage from Naruto. The Hokage is the Kage of Konohagakure, a title bestowed on the village's leader. The Hokage is generally regarded as the strongest shinobi in the village. There have been 7 Hokage in the village's history. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of every Hokage. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. The Amagi's reach stretches beyond just this channel, so if you're a fan of us, please consider subscribing to our other channels and following us on all of our social media. Help us reach our goal of passing 100,000 followers on all of our accounts by the end of the year. And with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Overview. The Hokage position was created shortly after the creation of Konoha by Hashirama Senju, one of the village's founders. He intended the title to be given to his co-founder, Madara Uchiha, but the village's population instead selected Hashirama as the first Hokage. Madara feared that Hashirama's selection was the first step in making the Hokage office an extension of the Senju clan's authority, a fear Hashirama denied. Despite this, all of the village's Hokage have traced back to Hashirama in some way. The second was his brother, the third was a student of both his brother and himself, the fourth was a student of one of the third student, the fifth is his granddaughter and another student of the third, the sixth was a student of the fourth, the seventh is a student of the sixth, and the son of the fourth. The Hokage typically selects their successor. If they die or are otherwise incapacitated, the next Hokage is instead chosen by the daimyo of the Land of Fire with the advice of his committee, the Konoha Council, the Jonin Commander, and a representative of the Anbu. This choice must be then approved by Konoha's Jonin. If one of the Hokage's predecessors is still alive, they may return to office rather than select a new Hokage, as when the third came out of retirement following the fourth's death. The Hokage's inauguration is a major event in Konoha, with most of the village attending. The new Hokage is granted a ceremonial haori on the occasion. The same woman has embroidered the haori for all 7 Hokage. Once they assume the duties of Hokage, their face is carved into the Hokage rock and they usually move into the Hokage residence. The Hokage's office is located in the administrative section of the academy. Hokage are responsible for most of the village's day-to-day affairs, such as assigning the village's ninja to missions or securing funding for the village's projects and personnel. The Hokage spends most of their time in the village, only traveling abroad for events of vital importance to Konoha. Each Hokage typically lives according to the will of fire, a philosophy that holds that Konoha is a family and that the Hokage is chiefly responsible for protecting that family. The workload of the Hokage can be quite formidable. As such, retired Hokage may continue to oversee certain sections of the village, or, if not that, will advise the current Hokage on request. Over a decade after the Fourth Shinobi World War, the workload of the Hokage has expanded tremendously due to the expansive growth that Konohagakure enjoyed after the war, as well as the Hokage's duties becoming nearly that of a pseudo-head of state in the Land of Fire. As such, until his schedule lessened, the 7th Hokage would be swamped with paperwork and other appearances all over the village turned city to the point where even his massive chakra reserves would be depleted. And he would also be unable to spend time with his family, temporarily forming a rift between him and his eldest son. First Hokage.
Hashirama Senju was a member of the famed Senju clan. He himself was hailed as the god of shinobi for his unmatched ninja prowess. Hashirama sought peace for the shinobi world, and to that end founded Konohagakure with his clan, his childhood friend and rival, Madara Uchiha and the Uchiha clan. He would later become the first Hokage of Konohagakure. Although he wasn't able to achieve peace during his lifetime, his legacy and vision of the world would continue to shape the village and the entire shinobi world even after his death. Background: Hashirama was born during the Warring States period, the eldest of Butsuma Senju's 4 sons. Hashirama and his brothers grew up on the battlefield, waging constant war with the Senju's rivals, the Uchiha. During his infrequent downtime, Hashirama met a boy his own age named Madara. The two quickly developed a friendly rivalry, be it skipping stones or urinating in rivers, with Hashirama typically winning their contests. Hashirama didn't approve of this practice of sending children to fight and die, believing it would only increase the bitterness between the Senju and Uchiha, thus causing more deaths. After the deaths of their brother Kawarama and later Itama, Hashirama and his remaining brother Tobirama decided a new shinobi system would need to be implemented to end the cycle of child deaths, a system that would require an alliance between the Senju and Uchiha. Like Hashirama, Madara was also a shinobi who had lost brothers on the battlefield. Together, they imagined a world where children like themselves wouldn't need to fight and where their brothers would be safe from harm. As a precaution, Hashirama and Madara didn't divulge their family names, but nevertheless discovered each other's identities. Hashirama was a Senju, Madara was an Uchiha. It was their duty to kill each other. Hashirama set his duty aside, unwilling to take his friend's life. Madara, however, decided their dreams of a peaceful world were impossible, and therefore ended their friendship so that they could kill each other without reservation. Over the following years, Hashirama and Madara continued to meet in combat. Hashirama could never bring himself to kill someone he still considered a friend, and Madara could never defeat Hashirama's superior abilities. In time, both Madara and Hashirama became leaders of their respective clans. Under Hashirama's leadership and extraordinary ninja prowess, the Senju began to best the Uchiha clan until at one point, Hashirama had both Madara and Izuna at his mercy. However, unable to find the resolve to kill his childhood friend, Hashirama tried to convince Madara to unite their two clans to make their childhood dreams a reality. A mortally wounded Izuna convinced Madara otherwise, and they retreated, prompting Hashirama to send a ceasefire request. Although some Uchiha found the offer increasingly tempting, Madara was unwilling to accept after Tobirama killed his last remaining brother, Izuna. This did not stop some Uchiha from defecting to the Senju out of self-preservation. Racked with grief, Madara made one final stand against Hashirama and the Senju, and was summarily defeated. Tobirama attempted to kill Madara to finally end the fighting, but Hashirama stopped him, knowing that would only renew hostilities between the Senju and Uchiha. At Madara's suggestion, Hashirama offered to kill himself in order to achieve a peaceful resolution. As he was about to end his own life, Madara stopped him, moved by the gesture, and assented to peace. The Senju, the Uchiha, and all their affiliated clans came together to found a village of peace, where children would never need to die in battle. Hashirama and Madara, rekindling their childhood friendship, called the village Konohagakure. The other countries would soon follow Konohagakure's example and build their own hidden villages. Although Hashirama created much of the village's infrastructure with his wood release abilities, it was his wish that Madara become Hokage, the village's leader and protector. At Tobirama's insistence, the Hokage position was opened up to a vote by Konoha's villagers, and it was Hashirama that they elected into office. Hashirama wanted Madara to become his advisor so that he could improve his standing among the villagers and someday succeed him as second Hokage. Madara felt that that position would inevitably go to Tobirama, which would in turn end badly for the Uchiha. With his position in Konoha rapidly diminishing, Madara decided the village was a failed experiment and abandoned it, intent on someday returning to face Hashirama in battle yet again. True to his promise, Madara eventually attacked Konohagakure on multiple occasions. After countless fights and with the Nine Tails under his control, Madara challenged Hashirama to one final contest. The Nine Tails' power, as well as Hashirama's efforts to capture and contain it, devastated the landscape, carving out what would later be called the Valley of the End. Hashirama spent the duration of their battle trying to reason with Madara, but Madara continued fighting until he was too tired to keep even his Sharingan active. This enabled Hashirama to distract him with a wood clone while the real Hashirama stabbed him in the back. Madara collapsed, and before dying, noted how much Hashirama had changed from when they were children. In the aftermath of the battle, Tobirama hid away Madara's body, and Hashirama's wife Mito sealed the Nine Tails within herself in order to contain its great power to Konoha's benefit. For a time, things were peaceful. Hashirama helped train one of Tobirama's students, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He got to spoil his first grandchild, Tsunade. He locked away the scrolls of seals, the kinjutsu it contained no longer necessary in the world he'd made. But the peace Hashirama worked so hard for started to unravel. At some point, Takigakure sent Kakuzu to assassinate him. Although he defeated Kakuzu, other wars began to break out, and it was during the First Shinobi World War that Hashirama, eager to form a lasting peace with the other villages, convened a Kage summit so that he could share the tailed beasts Konoha had acquired with them, thus balancing power amongst them. But cooperation would not be so simple as Hashirama intended it to be. First by Tobirama's demand that other villages pay for the tailed beasts they received, then by the first Kazekage's counter-request of money and territory in lieu of a tailed beast. As unrest began to grow, Hashirama shared his fear that any agreement they made would only be temporary, but also that future generations could forge a lasting unity. Ultimately, Hashirama's wish for peace would not come to fruition during his lifetime, and he died while Konohagakure began to flourish. Before his death, he passed the title of Hokage to Tobirama, and instructed him not to mistreat the Uchiha. Konoha Crush. Orochimaru invades Konoha so that he can kill his master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is now the third Hokage. Because Orochimaru wants Hiruzen to experience the same thrills of fighting a teacher as he is, he reincarnates Hashirama and Tobirama. Recognizing Hiruzen and seeing how old he's gotten, Hashirama realizes how long he's been dead. Tobirama, meanwhile, realizes they've been brought back with the impure world reincarnation, and therefore will have no choice but to fight Hiruzen. Orochimaru suppresses their personalities and forces them to attack. Hiruzen struggles to land an attack against Hashirama and Tobirama, their coordination and responsiveness offering him few openings. The few attacks he does land are merely regenerated by their reincarnated bodies. Because killing Orochimaru will not end the impure world reincarnation, Hiruzen uses the only option he has left. After creating 2 shadow clones, he has a clone capture each of the deceased Hokage and use the dead demon consuming seal on them. With their personalities restored, Hashirama and Tobirama apologize for being such troubles to him, just as Hiruzen apologizes for the fate he has sentenced them to. He pulls the souls from their reincarnated bodies, feeding them to the Shinigami. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. At the request of Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru releases the souls of the first 4 Hokage from the stomach of the Shinigami so that he can reincarnate them. After taking in their surroundings, Hashirama and Tobirama are excited to meet Minato, the 4th, and take him as a sign of Konoha's continued prosperity. Hashirama asks who the 5th is, and is informed that it's his granddaughter Tsunade. Hashirama accordingly worries about the village's current fate. Sasuke asks the former Hokage about the history of the village, specifically with regards to the Uchiha clan. From Tobirama's comments, Hashirama realizes that Tobirama didn't follow his instructions to be understanding of the Uchiha, which greatly angered him. When Tobirama prepares to attack Sasuke in order to protect the village from one of the last Uchiha, Hashirama uses force to stay his hand. The Hokage are told about recent events, namely the outbreak of the 4th Shinobi World War and the reincarnation of Madara Uchiha. Tobirama wishes to go and help Konoha's forces in the war effort and asks for Hashirama's help. Although Orochimaru has perfected his control of the impure world reincarnation, Hashirama is still strong enough to break free if he chooses. Instead of doing that, however, he decides to tell Sasuke about his work to create Konoha and the dealings of the Uchiha, as that is why he has been reincarnated in the first place. Hearing Hashirama's history and reflecting on his own experiences, Sasuke decides he doesn't want Konoha to be destroyed, as is Madara's current intention. Orochimaru releases the Hokage from his control so that they can help in this goal, and they set out for the site of the allied shinobi forces' battle with the Ten Tails. Although worried by Madara's current plans, Hashirama is at the same time curious how Madara managed to survive their last encounter and looks forward to seeing him. When they arrive on the battlefield, Madara, sensing Hashirama, excitedly asks for a chance to fight him, but Hashirama replies that he'll need to wait. Entering Sage mode, Hashirama uses Sage Art, Gate of the Great God, to bind the Ten Tails, then assists the other Hokage in erecting a barrier to confine it. Because he must stay with the barrier, Hashirama creates 5 wood clones to act on his behalf. 4 lead an attack against the Ten Tails minions, while the 5th engages Madara. Madara is uninterested and offers to continue waiting until the real Hashirama is available. When Obito Uchiha arrives on the battlefield, Hashirama realizes that Madara is forcing him to use the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive him. He creates 6 additional wood clones to go after Madara and stop him. Obito is able to resist Madara's control and instead seals the Ten Tails into himself, becoming its Jinchuriki. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. With his new power, Obito rips down the barrier, easily shrugs off another Gate of the Great God, and tears through one of the wood clones before it has a chance to respond. The clone is able to retain its form for long enough to create branches that restrain Obito, allowing one of Tobirama's shadow clones to use mutually multiplying explosive tags. When this fails to have any effect, Hashirama decides to get personally involved. Madara, however, is done waiting, and forces Hashirama to fight him. Hashirama tries to convince him to postpone, but Madara won't hear any of it. While he engages Madara, his remaining wood clones provide what support to the allies they can, and keep Hashirama apprised of how the battle against Obito is going. After Obito creates the Ten-Tails giant tree form, Madara explains to Hashirama the tree's function in the eventual implementation of the infinite Tsukiyomi. Needing to communicate this to the rest of the alliance, Hashirama has Ino Yamanaka telepathically link one of his wood clones to the rest of the alliance, which now includes Tsunade and the other current Kage. After saying hello to his granddaughter, the clone relays his message and implores them not to give. When feelings of futility begin to grow amongst the alliance's ranks, Hashirama shares his memories of the first Kage summit with them, helping to rally them all and ultimately defeat Obito. The original Hashirama, meanwhile, manages to pin Madara with multiple Gate of the Great Gods and surrounds him with wood dragons to prevent him from escaping. Naruto Uzumaki arrives to help seal Madara, thus ending the war. But Madara implements a final trump card before they can do so, successfully forcing Obito to restore him to life with the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. The full return of his original power allows Madara to break free of his restraints and, in the confusion, quickly immobilize Hashirama with chakra receivers. Madara is able to fight off several other immediate attackers, but his revival has left him without his eyes, diminishing his senses. He approaches Hashirama and absorbs his Senjutsu chakra so that he can find targets based on their chakra signatures. Before he leaves, Madara notes that the plan for peace he mentioned to Hashirama so long ago is about to be achieved. As Sasuke is about to go after Madara, Hashirama, still unable to move, offers to give him a jutsu that can be used to cancel out the Senjutsu chakra Madara has taken. Sasuke asks why Hashirama would trust him, an Uchiha, to which Hashirama replies that he resembles Madara's brother Izuna, and that maybe that likeness will remind Madara of the kind person he used to be before Izuna died. In the end, Sasuke fails, and the infinite Tsukiyomi is cast, with the whole world, the reincarnated Hokage excluded, getting wrapped into God, nativity of a world of trees. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Sometime later, the chakra receivers disappear, restoring Hashirama's mobility. He reunites with the other Hokage, and they try to figure out what they can do to break the infinite Tsukiyomi. They are met by the spirit of the Sage of the Six Paths, who recruits their help. Combining efforts with the spirit of the other dead Kage, they summon Team 7, Madara, and the tailed beasts back from Kaguya's dimension. Hashirama approaches Madara, who is too weak to get up and is in fact dying from his ordeal. Madara uses his remaining moments of life to admit that Hashirama's method of peace was right all along. Hashirama forgives him and says that they are still friends despite everything, which Madara uses his last breath to say isn't so bad. Hashirama and the other Kage are returned to the Pure Land by the Sage of Six Paths. As his soul ascends, Hashirama wishes Sasuke and Naruto luck, hoping that they have a better experience together than he and Madara did. Legacy. The fact that only Hashirama possessed the ability to use wood release and related abilities of controlling tailed beasts and self-regeneration made his DNA highly coveted after his death. In the anime, Konoha sanctioned several attempts to research and reproduce Hashirama's power, but all met with disastrous failure and further study was forbidden. Orochimaru exhumed Hashirama's body for his own experiments, where he infused 60 child test subjects with cells harvested from the remains in the hopes that one would prove able to use wood release. Only Yamato survives the process. Danzo Shimura had a work relationship with Orochimaru and had his right arm infused with Hashirama's cells. In addition to granting him increased chakra levels and limited wood release abilities, it extended the amount of time he could keep Izanagi active with his different Sharingan and increased how often he could use Koto Amatsukami. Kabuto Yakushi continued Orochimaru's studies, eventually learning how to create an implant that would grant whoever received it access to Hashirama's power. The only recipient of this implant was Madara, enhancing him beyond his prime. Madara Uchiha took his own sample of Hashirama's DNA during their fight at the Valley of the End, which he applied to his injuries afterwards to accelerate his recovery. Decades later, towards the end of his natural lifespan, the mixing of Hashirama's DNA with his own would evolve his Sharingan into Rinnegan. Using this DNA sample, Madara created a mindless clone of Hashirama, with which he was able to produce a substance that could heal injuries and replace lost limbs. Tsunade later does the same. This same substance would be used in the manufacture of the White Zetsu army. In the anime, Root saw this as a means to create an ultimate weapon, researching for years to create Gozu Tenno. In the anime, Hashirama's DNA became so highly coveted that samples were acquired and sold on the black market in the Land of Silence. A large part of Hashirama's legacy was his philosophy of the will of fire, which became increasingly common amongst Konoha's ninja in the years after his death. Future Hokage in particular were expected to fully adopt the philosophy. In time, even members of the Uchiha clan began demonstrating signs of the will of fire, with Hashirama claiming Itachi Uchiha's dedication to the village was even greater than his own. Personality. Hashirama was an excitable man with a boisterous personality. He loved meeting new people, having friendly competitions, and gambling. Headstrong and often impulsive, it fell to others, such as his brother Tobirama, to be more responsible or realistic about things that Hashirama had gotten carried away with. When taken down in this way, or even when simply presented with information that troubled him, Hashirama could do a near immediate about-face, going from laughing to sulking. These moping periods were typically brief though, and he'd quickly go back to his usual high-spirited nature. Later generations, upon meeting him, tended to remark that neither extremes of his personality were very fitting for a man called the God of Shinobi. Despite the first impression he may give, Hashirama was capable of being serious when it came to matters that were important to him. He spent years opposing the practice of sending children to war and dreamed of a shinobi system where a child could be around others his or her age, never needing to grow up prematurely on the battlefield. To that end, he became very devoted to Konoha upon its foundation, as it was the realization of his dream for peaceful childhoods. He wanted the rest of the village to cherish what Konoha represented just as much as he did, encouraging them to regard every villager as part of one large family that should always look out for each other. As Hokage, his job was to protect that family at all costs, even if that cost was his life. This philosophy, known as the Will of Fire, would become a cornerstone of Konoha teachings for decades after his death. The Will of Fire is demonstrative of Hashirama's general optimism when it came to other people. He believed a village-first loyalty would naturally break down the mentality that shinobi had to look out for their clans. Hashirama lived by this philosophy long before Konoha's founding, having no qualms about killing himself if it meant peace between the Uchiha and the Senju clans. In fact, his entire goal of gaining more power was to have enough just to stop violence. One example of this was he believed if the two most powerful clans during the Warring States period were to join forces, there would be no other shinobi clan to stand against them and would stop selling their services, effectively ending the Warring States period. He always saw the best in others, either trusting that they acted in good faith or that they could, through non-violent means, be reasoned with. He was humble, not above lowering his head to his fellow village heads or claiming inferiority to those he'd never met, but whose actions he approved of. If nothing else, Hashirama was kind, placing the needs of others before his own. He was even willing to take his own life if it would help create a world where his friends and family wouldn't need to die unnecessarily. It was on these points that Tobirama disagreed with Hashirama most ardently, as Tobirama felt that Hashirama should have a greater value of himself and a greater suspicion of others. It was similarly on these points that Hashirama was at his most forceful, asserting his views over Tobirama's. Though Tobirama did not often agree, he knew better than to oppose his brother. Hashirama is also well balanced on this regard, as he didn't exert his force over Tobirama over past actions that cannot be changed, such as when finding out Tobirama seemingly mistreated the Uchiha. He expressed anger, but didn't exert his force as it didn't do any good. Hashirama had a lifelong friendship and rivalry with Madara Uchiha, eventually considering him a brother. As children, they would spend much of their free time together, talking, playing, and planning for a future that they weren't sure would ever come. Both were willing to oppose their own fathers by refusing to kill each other, but only Hashirama kept up this refusal into adulthood. Even as enemies, Hashirama would go out of his way for Madara, restraining himself and Tobirama so as not to hurt himself and indulging Madara's desires at his own consequence. When they were able to rekindle their friendship by making Konoha, Hashirama placed a great deal of trust in Madara by desiring him to be Hokage, believing it to be the best way for Madara to recover from the loss of his brothers. When this ultimately failed, Hashirama respected Madara's opinions and dissatisfaction with the village, but would not permit him to move against Konoha, killing him in the end with sadness and reluctance in order to protect what they'd made together. Despite everything, Hashirama considered Madara his friend to the very end.
Second Hokage. Tobirama Senju was a member of the renowned Senju clan, who, together with his elder brother and the Uchiha clan, founded the first shinobi village, Konohagakure. Throughout his lifetime, Tobirama would work tirelessly to achieve political stability and implement the institutions that made the village system work, thus ensuring Konoha's continuity and prosperity. After his brother's death, he would earn the title of Second Hokage. Background: Tobirama was born during the Warring States period, and was the second of Butsuma Senju's 4 sons. He and his brothers grew up on the battlefield, waging constant war with their rivaling clans, especially the Uchiha. After the deaths of their brothers, Kawarama and later Itama Tobirama and his older brother Hashirama decided a new shinobi system would need to be implemented to end the cycle of child deaths, a system that would require an alliance between the warring clans. At some point in time, it became apparent that Hashirama got into the habit of disappearing into the forest for extended periods, and as such, Tobirama accepted his father's assignment to follow Hashirama and find out what he was doing. From tracking Hashirama, Tobirama discovered that he was meeting with a boy named Madara, a young Uchiha. After Tobirama reported this to his father, Butsuma pressured Hashirama to lead Madara into an ambush to be carried out by himself and Tobirama. Upon springing the trap, however, they were met by Madara's family, who had similar plans, and while their fathers clashed, Tobirama fought Izuna Uchiha, Madara's younger brother. Hashirama and Madara were able to negotiate a temporary ceasefire, allowing all of them to walk away without bloodshed. In the years following, their families would continue to clash, Hashirama against Madara and Tobirama against Izuna. On one occasion, Tobirama even mortally wounded Izuna. Hashirama, by then the leader of the Senju, tried to use Izuna's fate to broker peace between their clans, but Madara, at Izuna's behest, refused. His refusal increasingly became the minority view, with individual Uchihas siding with the Senju in growing numbers. After Izuna succumbed to his injuries, Madara, racked with grief, made one final stand against the Senju and was summarily defeated. Tobirama attempted to kill Madara to finally end the fighting, but Hashirama stopped him, knowing that would only renew hostilities between the Senju and Uchiha. Madara offered to surrender if Hashirama would kill himself or Tobirama. Hashirama agreed to take his own life, and as he made preparations, he instructed Tobirama, despite his protests, not to seek retribution. Madara ultimately withdrew his request and agreed to peace. The Senju, the Uchiha, and all of their affiliated clans came together to found Konoha, a village of peace where children would never need to die in battle. Although Hashirama was optimistic about the village's future, Tobirama remained realistic about how that future would be achieved, knowing that it was not enough to simply bring all these clans together. He believed that the Uchiha, Madara in particular, threatened that future. When Hashirama wanted to give Madara the position of Hokage, Tobirama forced him to open the selection to a democratic process rather than appointing a leader, leading to Hashirama's election instead. Tobirama would continue to act as the voice of reason throughout Hashirama's tenure. During the first Kage summit, Hashirama wanted to give Konoha's tailed beasts to the other newly formed villages for free, but Tobirama insisted that the villages pay for the tailed beasts they received. Under Hashirama's leadership, the new system of ninja villages achieved peace for a time. Eventually, Tobirama started training his own 3-man team, consisting of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Homura Mitokado, and Koharu Utatane. Techniques he had created, such as the Shadow Clone technique and summoning impure world reincarnation, he outlawed, their use no longer being needed. But peace would ultimately be temporary, as Madara challenged Hashirama's authority and the two fought at what would become the Valley of the End. When Madara was killed in the battle, Tobirama took his body in order to study the Sharingan, and then buried it in an unmarked grave. Conflicts would start emerging elsewhere in the world, and it was during one of these that Hashirama would die. Before his death, he passed the title of Hokage to Tobirama and left him instructions to not mistreat the Uchiha. Tobirama's role as Hokage included helping Konoha's shinobi transition from valuing their clan above all else to valuing the village and everyone in it. To this end, he created such institutions as the Academy, the Anbu, and the Chunin exams. While largely successful, enough that other villages adopted the same organizations, the Uchiha resisted their loss of autonomy. Already wary of the Uchiha because of its history with Madara, Tobirama created the Konoha military police force for the Uchiha to run, publicly as a sign of trust, but primarily so that the Uchiha would focus their energies on something beneficial. Others, however, would come to see this as a way to marginalize the clan. Like Hashirama before him, Tobirama tried to foster good relations with the other villages. He planned an alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure, but during a formal ceremony, he and the second Raikage were attacked by the Gold and Silver brothers and left near death. During the First Shinobi World War, Team Tobirama, as well as Danzo Shimura, Torifo Akamichi, and Kagami Uchiha found themselves surrounded by Kumo's Kinkaku force. With no way for all of them to escape, Tobirama volunteered to act as a decoy in place of Hiruzen. As he departed, he passed the title of Hokage to Hiruzen before being killed by Kinkaku. Konoha Crush. Orochimaru invades Konoha so he can kill his master, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Because Orochimaru wants Hiruzen to experience the same thrill of fighting a teacher as he is, he reincarnates Hashirama and Tobirama. Recognizing Hiruzen and seeing how old he has gotten, Hashirama realizes how long he's been dead. Tobirama, meanwhile, realizes they've been brought back with the impure world reincarnation, and therefore will have no choice but to fight Hiruzen. Orochimaru suppresses their personalities and forces them to attack. Hiruzen struggles to land an attack against Hashirama and Tobirama, their coordination and responsiveness offering him few openings. The few attacks he does land are merely regenerated by their reincarnated bodies. Because killing Orochimaru will not end the impure world reincarnation, Hiruzen uses the only option he has left. After creating 2 shadow clones, he has a clone capture each of the deceased Hokage and then uses the dead demon consuming seal on them. With their personalities restored, Hashirama and Tobirama apologize for being such troubles to him, just as Hiruzen apologizes for the fate he has sentenced them to. He pulls their souls from their reincarnated bodies, feeding them to the Shinigami. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. At the request of Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru releases the souls of the first 4 Hokage from the stomach of the Shinigami and then reincarnates them. After taking in their surroundings, Hashirama and Tobirama are excited to meet Minato, the 4th, and take him as a sign of Konoha's continued prosperity. When Tobirama scolds Orochimaru for his repeated use of the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru instead blames Tobirama for creating it in the first place. He also blames Tobirama for a number of his other actions as Hokage, such as the Konoha military police force that helped foster Uchiha descent. Hashirama reprimands Tobirama for not honoring his instructions to treat the Uchiha fairly. When Sasuke threatens to destroy Konoha, Tobirama feels validated in his treatment of the Uchiha and prepares to attack Sasuke, but Hashirama forces him to stop. When they're told of Madara Uchiha's reincarnation and participation in the ongoing 4th Shinobi World War, Tobirama cannot be reasoned with, and only Orochimaru's refined control of the impure world reincarnation stops him. Tobirama is forced to stand by and listen as Hashirama explains his personal experiences with Madara and the Uchiha, and adds some of his own experiences after Hashirama's story ends. From listening to the 4 Hokage, Sasuke decides he doesn't want Konoha to be destroyed, as is Madara's current intention. Orochimaru releases the Hokage from his control so they can help in this goal, and they set out for the site of the allied shinobi forces' battle with the Ten Tails. Tobirama arrives in the battlefield shortly after Minato and compliments his speed. Once all the Hokage gather, they combine efforts to erect a barrier around the Ten Tails to confine it. Tobirama must stay with the barrier in order to keep it active, so he watches as Sasuke and the allies attack the Ten Tails. When Obito Uchiha appears in the battlefield and prepares to revive Madara, Tobirama creates 2 shadow clones to go after Madara. Minato once again beats him to the punch, cutting down Obito before Madara can be revived. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Not only was Madara's revival not his intention, but Minato's attack was too late. Obito seals the Ten Tails into himself, becoming his Jinchuriki. With his new power, Obito rips down the barrier, allowing the Hokage to finally join the fray. While trying to decide how to proceed, Obito cuts through Tobirama and one of Hashirama's wood clones. While the clone restrains Obito, Tobirama tells everyone to evacuate the area while he uses mutually multiplying explosive tags. The attack has no effect, and Hiruzen and Minato engage Obito while Tobirama regenerates. Once restored, he sends shadow clones to redirect a truth-seeking ball that's been attached to Minato back to Obito, having earlier branded him with a flying Thunder God seal. Tobirama, Minato, Sasuke, and Naruto Uzumaki coordinate efforts to attack Obito with Flying Thunder God mutually instantaneous revolving technique, but Obito emerges without damage. What's more, from observing that Minato has not fully regenerated an arm lost to Obito, Tobirama theorizes that Obito's truth-seeking balls can nullify the advantages of the impure world reincarnation and all other ninjutsu. In a blind gamble, Gamakichi attacks Obito with the starch syrup gun, which actually seems to have some success. Tobirama and Naruto separately realize that Obito is vulnerable to Senjutsu. After Naruto enters Sage Mode, Tobirama teleports him above Obito so he can attack. With a weakness discovered, Obito traps the alliance within a barrier so that he can wipe them out with multiple-tailed beast balls. Tobirama and Minato decide that they can't teleport all the balls away in time, but Naruto comes up with a way for him and Minato to teleport the entire alliance to safety. Impressed by their combined efforts, Tobirama assists them after they enter tailed beast modes by teleporting them to Obito for another attack. Obito blocks it this time and counters by creating the Ten Tails tree form. The tree's roots start tearing through the allies, and after fending off some roots, Tobirama teleports Naruto, Sasuke, Minato, and Hiruzen together to figure out a new plan. Naruto and Sasuke, with Hashirama's encouragement, lead the alliance in their attack, while Tobirama busies himself with teleporting Shinobi to safety when they need it. Although Obito is defeated and the Ten Tails is removed from his body, Madara is successfully restored to life. While Madara prepares to become the Ten Tails' next Jinchuriki, Tobirama launches a desperate attack to stop him. Madara pins him with multiple black receivers, and they share their mutual contempt for each other. Using what little mobility he has, Tobirama attacks him with Heavenly Weeping to distract Madara while Sasuke attacks him from behind. Madara blocks the attack, and over Tobirama's pleas to stop, mortally wounds Sasuke. Madara leaves, and Tobirama can only watch as Sasuke's life fades. Shortly afterwards, Kabuto Yakushi arrives in time to save Sasuke. Once he's well, Sasuke removes the black receivers from Tobirama's body and has him teleport him to Naruto's location to face Madara. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Despite their efforts, Naruto and Sasuke cannot stop Madara from initiating the infinite Tsukiyomi. Tobirama and the other Hokage, being the only ones unaffected, converge at the location of a powerful chakra signature, but only find Madara's lower half. Tobirama contemplates using the impure world reincarnation on Madara to ask him what happened, but they are stopped by the Sage of Six Paths. Combining efforts with the spirits of the other dead Kage, they summon Team 7, Madara, and the tailed beasts back from Kaguya's dimension. Madara, dying, has some parting words with Hashirama, after which the sage returns all the Kage to the Pure Land. As his soul ascends, Tobirama encourages Hashirama to entrust the future to Sasuke and Naruto. Legacy. Although Tobirama created the Konoha military police force with the intention of pacifying the Uchiha clan, it only exacerbated their feelings of marginalization and, in effect, cut them off from positions of influence in Konoha. Dissatisfaction with Konoha grew among the Uchiha for decades following, eventually culminating in the Uchiha clan downfall. Tobirama would also be responsible for creating several vital institutions for Konoha, such as the Academy, the Anbu, and the Chunin exams, which would help Konoha bond many of the clans together to fight for Konoha, and would also help the village foster relationships with others. These institutions were so successful that other villagers began implementing their own versions of them in their own nations. His invention of the Kinjutsu, summoning impure world reincarnation, would play a major role in the Fourth Shinobi World War, and ironically would allow Tobirama, as well as the other deceased Hokage, the ability to assist the allied shinobi forces in the war after they were reincarnated by Orochimaru at the behest of Sasuke Uchiha. The reincarnated Madara Uchiha himself begrudgingly admitted he was thankful to Tobirama for inventing the technique while fighting the reincarnated Hashirama Senju. Personality. Tobirama was a stern man who spoke bluntly about most topics, never sugarcoating facts or the matter at hand. He had a pragmatic approach to life, believing that many of the world's problems could be solved through well-defined rules and laws. Though his words would often come off as rude or insensitive, Tobirama himself was relatively calm and composed, rarely getting riled up or reacting emotionally. It was this that allowed him to act as sort of a counterweight to his older brother, Hashirama, and his ideals. When Hashirama would get carried away with headstrong optimism, it fell to Tobirama to mediate and force a more realistic alternative in order to achieve these idealistic goals. Hashirama was typically disappointed by Tobirama's intervention, but he usually agreed without much protest. But Hashirama would, at times, push back against Tobirama, often because Tobirama's methods were becoming too forceful. Hashirama's rare displays of anger on such occasions were enough to make Tobirama back down. Despite how often he needed to undermine his brother and his personal opinion that Hashirama was something of an idiot, Tobirama greatly loved and respected him, and if anything wanted Hashirama to respect himself the same way he and others did. Tobirama was a firm believer in the will of fire, a philosophy that held that all villagers of Konoha were part of a family. As Hokage, it was Tobirama's responsibility to protect that family, and any who threatened Konoha were subject to his rarely seen but unbridled rage. He modeled his own leadership after both Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, trying to strike a balance between Hashirama's indulgent nature and Madara's ruthlessness in order to protect the village. Tobirama wished for the villagers, with their disparate backgrounds, to move away from the tendency to only think about their clan, and instead think about the village as a whole. It was for this reason that he came into conflict with the Uchiha so frequently, and he felt they too often valued their own desires over others. He believed Madara was the worst example of this tendency. Although Tobirama truly hoped that the Konoha military police force would help the Uchiha focus on the village, he was not surprised when they instead took it as an intentional slight. This, in turn, led them to plan a coup against Konoha, and then this planned coup brought about their near extinction. Despite this seeming prejudice against the Uchiha, Tobirama was perfectly happy to cooperate with any Uchiha that could overcome their curse of hatred. He cited Kagami Uchiha as a prime example of this transcended Uchiha. Though they only knew each other for a short time, Tobirama and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, got along superbly. Their mutual respect for each other seemed founded on their similarities, both of them famously moving and thinking quickly on the battlefield. While their actual personalities were quite different, Tobirama was nevertheless amused by Minato's quirks, such as his complicated names for techniques. Notably, the Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3, With Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki, Tobirama was more frustrated than anything else. Naruto did not address him with the proper honorifics and failed to recognize him as the creator of certain jutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, which Naruto instead believed to be Minato's creation. Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the third Hokage of Konohagakure. A disciple of the village's two previous Hokage, Hiruzen was a powerful ninja hailed as a god of shinobi. Though he was only ever directly the teacher of the Sannin, generations of Konoha shinobi benefited from his wisdom during his lifetime. Background. Hiruzen was born the son of Sasuke Sarutobi. The Sarutobi clan was one of the first clans to settle in the newly created Konohagakure, where Hiruzen struck up a friendship with the Shimura clan's Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen was part of the first generation of ninja produced by Konoha, and he, Homura Mitokado, and Koharu Utatane were placed under the tutelage of Tobirama Senju. Hiruzen early on displayed prodigious talent in the ninja arts, earning him additional training from Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. At the same time, Danzo became jealous of Hiruzen's skills and started a one-sided rivalry in an effort to surpass him. During the First Shinobi World War, Tobirama, by that time the second Hokage, led a team consisting of Hiruzen, Homura, Koharu, Danzo, Kagami Uchiha, and Torifo Akamichi. During a mission, they started to be pursued by Kurogakure's Kinkaku force, an enemy that somebody would need to distract and inevitably die at the hands of in order for the rest of the team to escape. Hiruzen volunteered to be the decoy, boasting that, as the strongest of their group, he stood the best chance of surviving the encounter. Nevertheless, he asked Danzo to look after the others. Tobirama volunteered himself instead, and before going to his death, he appointed Hiruzen as the third Hokage. In the anime, Hiruzen permitted Danzo to create Root, a more ruthless subdivision of the Anbu under Danzo's exclusive control, shortly after he became Hokage in order to balance the shortcomings of his empathetic rule. For years, he had ignored Root's questionable foreign ops, its abduction of children, and the actions it took against Konoha personnel, Hiruzen included. At some point, Hiruzen married Biwako, and they had a son, Asuma, and at least one other child who became an Anbu. Hiruzen also started leading his own team of new academy graduates consisting of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Though he was close with all of his students, Hiruzen had the highest hopes for Orochimaru, a genius like himself who, after the deaths of his parents, was only further motivated to have a deep impact on the world. Hiruzen led Konoha's forces through the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. In the anime, his choosing to end the Third Shinobi World War by signing a peace treaty with Iwagakure despite the losses Konoha suffered incensed Danzo, prompting Hiruzen to step down as Hokage against the village's protests. Hiruzen had long hoped that Orochimaru would succeed him as Hokage, but despite his best efforts, he could never convince him of the will of fire, that Konoha was a family that the Hokage had to risk everything to keep safe. Unable to choose Orochimaru, Hiruzen considered Jiraiya as his successor, but Jiraiya did not believe he was responsible enough. Hiruzen ultimately settled on Jiraiya's former student, Minato Namikaze, who had proven himself time and time again during the Third Shinobi World War. Hiruzen assisted Minato with the transition of power by advising him on how to handle individuals and other village matters. He even retained some of his own Anbu, several of which he assigned as security while Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, gave birth. Despite their precautions, the Nine-Tails escaped and attacked the village. Hiruzen led the village's defense until Minato arrived to remove the Nine-Tails to a safe distance. Hiruzen followed and, cut off by the adamantine sealing chains, could only watch as Minato and Kushina gave their lives to seal the Nine-Tails into their newborn son, Naruto. Minato did not have time to tell Hiruzen how the Nine-Tails had escaped, instead using his final moments of his life to ask Konoha via Hiruzen to think of Naruto as a hero who saved the village, and not the container of the monster that killed so many. Hiruzen did so, but the villagers proved unable to follow Minato's wishes, prompting Hiruzen, now the village's Hokage once more, to outlaw any mention of the Nine-Tails, an effort to protect Naruto from their misguided hate. He also gave Naruto his mother's surname in order to hide his relation to Minato from Minato's enemies. Hiruzen eventually started investigating a number of disappearances throughout Konoha. In the anime, he followed a lead provided by Kakashi Hatake, which ultimately led him to discover that Orochimaru was behind it all. Hiruzen was dismayed not only by Orochimaru's role or that he was experimenting on those he kidnapped, but also his reasons to create an eternal youth and immortality technique. He attempted to apprehend Orochimaru but could not bring himself to strike down his favorite student and allowed him to escape. From examining what Orochimaru left behind, a young boy imbued with Hashirama Senju's wood release was discovered, and over the years this boy became one of Hiruzen's top Anbu operatives. In the anime, the boy was previously discovered by Danzo, and Hiruzen negotiated the boy's release into Hiruzen's care. Because Minato never had the opportunity to explain the cause of the Nine Tails attack, Konoha's leadership came to suspect a member of the Uchiha clan was responsible due to the Sharingan's ability to control the Nine Tails. The Uchiha resented this suspicion and began planning a coup d'etat, something reported to Hiruzen and the Konoha Council by Itachi Uchiha. Hiruzen attempted to peacefully resolve the conflict, but negotiations consistently stalled. Danzo eventually stepped in without Hiruzen's knowledge and ordered Itachi to slaughter the Uchiha. Hiruzen only learned of the mission afterwards when Itachi reported its successful completion. Before needing to publicly leave the village as a criminal in order to hide Konoha's involvement in the Uchiha's destruction, Itachi asked Hiruzen to look after his younger brother, Sasuke, the only Uchiha who he could not bring himself to kill. Hiruzen agreed. In the anime, Hiruzen also promised not to change the village barrier's formula, enabling Itachi to sneak in from time to time to watch Sasuke from afar. Danzo's role in the Uchiha's assassination was not something Hiruzen could abide by, and as such he ordered Root be disbanded. About 5 years after the Nine-Tailed Fox's attack on the village, Hiruzen had a disagreement with his son Asuma, leading the latter to leave to pursue his personal interests. Prologue, Land of Waves. When Naruto fails the Academy's graduation exam yet again, Hiruzen takes Naruto's instructor Iruka Umino aside and advises him to be compassionate towards Naruto because of his lack of parents, something Iruka had similar experiences with. When Naruto shortly afterwards breaks into the Hokage residence and steals the Scroll of Seals, and also defeats Hiruzen with the sexy technique, Hiruzen has no choice but to mobilize a search party to apprehend Naruto. From observing events, Hiruzen learns of Naruto's manipulation by Mizuki, and watches as Iruka finally shows kindness towards Naruto by protecting him from Mizuki. He calls off the search party when it becomes clear that Naruto will return, but Hiruzen worries that Naruto's learning of the multiple shadow clone technique from the scroll will risk the Nine-Tails' escape from his body. From his concern over the Nine-Tails, as well as his disappointment that one of Naruto's first accomplishments as a genin is to invent the harem technique, Hiruzen assigns Kakashi Hatake as Naruto's team leader, so that Kakashi can guide him appropriately, as well as look over one of Naruto's teammates, Sasuke Uchiha. Despite Kakashi's efforts, Naruto remains obstinate, complaining to Hiruzen about how easy their first D-rank mission was. When Naruto is unwilling to listen to the explanations of how missions are assigned according to rank and skill level, both of which Naruto has little of at the moment, Hiruzen agrees to give the team a C-rank mission, escorting Tazuna to the Land of Waves. Chunin Exams. Hiruzen calls together the village's Jonin team leaders and informs them that Konoha will be hosting the next Chunin exams, an opportunity for their genin charges to be promoted to Chunin. He asks that these Jonin assemble who believe their students are ready for the challenge of the exam submit their students' names. He begins with the team leaders of the Academy's most recent. Hiruzen is called to the Forest of Death during the exam's second stage by its proctor, Anko Mitarashi. She reports Orochimaru's infiltration of the exams and his warnings to not call off the exams due to his appearance. Suspecting that Orochimaru is after Sasuke Uchiha, Hiruzen has no choice but to allow things to go as planned. He watches the preliminary matches, noting the growth of not only Naruto and Sasuke, but all of Konoha's genin. Once the preliminaries conclude, he presides over the assignment of first-round matchups in the finals before they adjourn. In the month prior to the finals, Hiruzen grows increasingly worried. Not only is he unsure of what Orochimaru and his underlings are planning, but it's also apparent that one of the hidden rival villages is conspiring against Konoha as well, possibly in tandem with Orochimaru. What's more, Hiruzen does not believe that he, nor anyone else in Konoha for that matter, has the skills necessary to meet Orochimaru in battle. To clear his head, he visits his grandson's, Konohamaru's, class, and is reminded of how important protecting the village and its citizens is to him. When the finals begin, Hiruzen sits and watches with the 4th Kazekage, the only other Kage whose village has representatives competing. Hiruzen, as host, remains pleasant towards the Kazekage and tries to assure him that there are no issues when the schedule for the finals increasingly does not go as planned. Konoha Crush. The last match of the first round of the finals is interrupted by an invasion of Konoha. Hiruzen is taken hostage and separated from his bodyguards by the Kazekage. Hiruzen tries to negotiate with the Kazekage until he realizes it's actually Orochimaru in disguise. Orochimaru wants to fight and kill Hiruzen, his former teacher, and has his followers erect a barrier so that the Anbu cannot come to Hiruzen's defense. Hiruzen is glad that nobody will interrupt them and removes his robes, revealing his combat attire underneath. Orochimaru decides he wants Hiruzen to share in the experience of fighting one's predecessors, and as such reincarnates the first and second Hokage. The Hokage greet Hiruzen in the brief moments before Orochimaru suppresses their personalities. Hiruzen attacks, but he has difficulty overcoming their defenses, and he must summon Enma to help block the first's wood release. He and Enma try to strike Orochimaru directly, but the Hokage block him. Despite failing to reach Orochimaru, Hiruzen is able to plant exploding tags on the Hokage's leg, but their reincarnated bodies cause them to quickly regenerate. Realizing he has few options left, Hiruzen prepares to use the dead demon-consuming seal. Orochimaru takes him by surprise before he can do anything by removing his own face, revealing a new body, the completion of his research, and the same fate he has planned for Sasuke. Hiruzen is disgusted by the levels Orochimaru has sunk to and his own responsibility in allowing Orochimaru to escape years earlier. In order to rectify the mistakes he's made at long last, Hiruzen makes 2 shadow clones that first catch the 2 Hokage and then use the dead demon-consuming seal to remove their souls. The Hokage's personalities return to them briefly and they apologize for the hassle they've caused, just as Hiruzen apologizes to them for the prison he's sentenced them to. Their souls are consumed by the Shinigami. Orochimaru is amused by their defeat, unaware of what's happening, and bids Hiruzen to try the same on him. Hiruzen and Enma disarm him of his Kusanagi, and Hiruzen starts performing the seal on him. When Orochimaru senses his soul's removal, he summons the Kusanagi back to him, causing it to lodge in Hiruzen despite Enma's attempts to intercept it. Although stabbing Hiruzen has stopped the removal of his soul, Orochimaru cannot move in order to finish Hiruzen off. Orochimaru encourages him to die, but Hiruzen, doomed to die anyway for invoking the Shinigami, ignores him, instead trying to muster up the strength to finish sealing Orochimaru. After an hour passes with no progress, Hiruzen accepts the fact that he won't be able to complete the seal. He decides to do what little he can to put an end to Orochimaru's plans and protect the village. He has the Shinigami seal Orochimaru's arms, preventing their use. As Orochimaru curses him, Hiruzen dies smiling, hoping he will see Orochimaru again in the next life. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. Orochimaru releases the souls of the first 4 Hokage from the stomach of the Shinigami, an act that also restores his arms. At Sasuke Uchiha's request, he then reincarnates the Hokage. Hiruzen worries that Orochimaru now plans to use him to destroy Konoha, but is instead questioned by Sasuke about the Uchiha clan downfall. Hiruzen confirms the truth of what Itachi Uchiha did and explains that he only did so on the condition that Hiruzen would keep Sasuke safe in the aftermath. From hearing what has transpired since his death, Sasuke killing Danzo Shimura, and Madara Uchiha emerging to start the 4th Shinobi World War, Hiruzen feels guilty that things maybe could have been avoided had he taken different actions while he was alive. Hearing from the Hokage and reflecting on his own experiences, Sasuke decides he doesn't want Konoha to be destroyed, as is Madara's current intention. Orochimaru releases the Hokage from his control so they can help in this goal, and they set out for the site of the allied shinobi forces' battle with the Ten Tails. When they arrive, the Hokage erect a barrier around the Ten Tails to confine it. Hiruzen must remain within the barrier to maintain it, so he can only watch as Obito Uchiha seals the Ten Tails into his body, becoming its Jinchuriki. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. With his new power, Obito rips down the barrier, finally allowing Hiruzen to participate in the fight. From Obito's display, it's obvious to Hiruzen that he is stronger than even the first Hokage. He therefore personally engages Obito so that nobody else needs to put their lives at risk, taking advantage of the fact that he's already dead to analyze Obito's tactics. By observing Obito's truth-seeking balls, he theorizes that they're similar to the 3rd Tsuchikage's Kekkei Tota, in that they are a combination of multiple nature transformations. He also postulates that the truth-seeking balls have limits in the duration of their malleability, but his upper body is destroyed immediately after that. It takes Hiruzen a great deal of time for his body to regenerate. When he finally does, he summons Enma, has him transform, and then quickly saves Naruto Uzumaki from the Ten Tails Tree Form's chakra-absorbing roots. When Orochimaru later arrives in the battlefield, they join together to help the allies in the counter-offensive against Obito, first by blocking and cutting back more and more of the tree's roots and branches, and then by assisting in pulling the tailed beasts from Obito's body. Their combined efforts succeed, and Obito is defeated. The allied shinobi forces are shortly afterwards attacked by Tobi. With everyone too tired from their prolonged fighting to defend themselves, Hiruzen and 4 of his shadow clones arrive to help, counterbalancing Tobi's elemental attacks with their own. Tobi withdraws once the infinite Tsukiyomi is about to be cast, having completed its job of distracting the allies. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. As the world is wrapped up by God, nativity of a world of trees, Hiruzen, unaffected because he is dead, tries to free Tsunade but fails. He and the other Hokage converge at the location of a powerful chakra signature, but only find Madara Uchiha's lower half, from which emerges the Sage of the Six Paths. Combining efforts with the spirits of the other dead Kage, they summon Team 7, Madara, and the tailed beasts back from Kaguya's dimension. With the world saved, the Sage returns all the Kage to the Pure Land. As his soul ascends, Hiruzen entrusts the future to Team 7. Legacy. Hiruzen is only one of many Konoha ninja to die in the village's defense during the Konoha Crush. However, a special ceremony to mourn Hiruzen is held, which many of Konoha's ninja attend. Jiraiya does not, opting to reminisce about Hiruzen privately. Asuma, while not always agreeing with his father's ideals, has managed to see him in a better light as a Hokage and a great father 2 years after the funeral, shortly before Asuma's own death. Hiruzen is quickly replaced as Hokage by Tsunade, who, during her early days in office, notes how many fine shinobi the village produced under Hiruzen's guidance, and makes a point to continue his practices during her own term. As Jiraiya was nearing his end at the hands of pain, one of his regrets was his failure to save his teacher. When Naruto becomes Hokage years later, he lives by the will of fire, just as Hiruzen did. Personality. Hiruzen is a firm believer in the will of fire, which holds that all people of Konoha are a family and that the Hokage is chiefly responsible for that family's well-being. Throughout his tenure, Hiruzen lives up to the will of fire by being available for Konoha's villagers and shinobi during their time of need, making decisions to the betterment of as many people as possible and providing his wisdom and guidance whenever he can. His delicate, thoughtful approach to not only issues within the village, but also his interactions with foreign powers has given Hiruzen the reputation of being soft, something the Konoha Council spends much of its time trying to rectify. Nevertheless, Hiruzen's kind and pacifist ways are valued widely by Konoha's residents, and even his rival Kage, and for those reasons his eventual death is regretted by many. However, Hiruzen was not entirely known for his softness, as he allowed Danzo to form an Anbu faction of his own to handle the dark side of Konoha's actions. Although he loved all of Konoha, Hiruzen held his students especially dear, believing they were the village's future and as such must be cultivated and protected. He favored Orochimaru, seeing him as a prodigy similar to himself, whose contributions to the village could someday be greater than his own. Even when Orochimaru increasingly went astray and then finally defected from Konoha, Hiruzen could never abandon his attachments to Orochimaru, instead blaming himself for not being a better teacher. When he is reincarnated, he reflects on his life and finds it similarly flawed. He feels responsible for Danzo's taking on of the village's darkness, believing Danzo would not have turned out so badly had he had been more willing to make the difficult decisions himself. He believes that some of the village's, and even the world's problems could have been avoided had he led with a firmer hand. Hiruzen's own son, Asuma, was defiant towards Hiruzen's philosophies during his youth, but he eventually sees the merits in valuing future generations after Hiruzen's death. Despite his reputation and responsibilities, Hiruzen is somewhat lecherous. He and Jiraiya bonded over their shared desire to spy on naked women. He falls victim to Naruto's sexy technique on more than one occasion, and suspects he would be defeated by the harem technique as well. Taking to young girls was his favorite hobby. Fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze was the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. He was renowned all over the world as Konoha's Yellow Flash. He died during the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, sacrificing his life to seal a part of the Nine Tails into his newborn son, Naruto Uzumaki. Early life. Minato entered Konoha's academy with the dreaming of earning the villagers' respect and recognition by becoming Hokage. When Kushina Uzumaki moved to Konoha, she was placed in the same class as Minato. Minato was immediately drawn to her bright red hair, finding it beautiful. Minato was a natural prodigy as a ninja, the likes of which only appears once in a generation. When he was added to a genin team under the leadership of Jiraiya, Jiraiya took a special interest in Minato and took him on as his apprentice, teaching him many of his own signature abilities. In time, Minato's exceptional skills led Jiraiya to believe he might be the child of the prophecy, someone who would someday save the world. Years later, after they graduated and became ninja, Kushina was kidnapped by Kumogakure forces. Konoha mobilized its ninja to retrieve her, but only Minato noticed the strands of red hair Kushina left behind to mark their path. Minato, acting alone, rescued her from her captors. On their way back to Konoha, Minato confessed his admiration for her hair and her strength, causing Kushina, who had previously believed Minato unreliable and even girly, to fall in love with him. Konoha's Yellow Flash. Minato and Kushina were a couple from the time that he rescued her, and with his love, Kushina was able to keep the Nine Tails sealed within her at bay. They eventually married. From observing a tailed beast ball, Minato began a 3-year process of creating the Rasengan, the height of shape transformation. He would spend the rest of his life trying to combine it with his own nature. After proving himself an accomplished and responsible ninja, Minato was placed in charge of his own team, consisting of Rin Nohara, Obito Uchiha, and Kakashi Hatake. In the anime, the third Hokage gave Minato the special task of helping Kakashi overcome the bitterness caused by his father's death and remind him of the human element of being a ninja. Minato gave his team a bell test upon its formation in order to teach them the value of teamwork. Minato often held back less against the prodigious Kakashi than with Rin and Obito, so they couldn't obtain bells without teamwork. Unfortunately, Kakashi realized this, but only used Obito and Rin as a means to an end to obtain the bells. Nonetheless, he passed them because they accomplished the goal of the test by working as a team. Although he did encourage them to improve their teamwork afterwards, a message that Obito and Rin took to heart, but fell on deaf ears with Kakashi. When Konoha became involved in the Third Shinobi World War, Minato's obligations became split between training his students and helping the war effort. During a mission to Kusakakure to destroy the Kanabi Bridge, Minato transferred leadership of the mission to Kakashi, who had recently become a Jonin, while he headed to the front lines. He met up with the surviving and outnumbered Konoha ninja and single-handedly wiped out the opposing Iwagakure forces. In the anime, his victory in this battle against 1,000 ninja convinced the 3rd Tsuchikage to accept a peace treaty. When he rendezvoused with his team afterwards, he found Kakashi and Rin surrounded by Iwa-nin, Obito already having been lost. He rescued them, helped them complete their original mission once they recovered, and returned to Konoha with them to mourn Obito. Minato's competing obligations would later repeat the tragedy of Obito's death. While he was away on another mission, Rin was kidnapped by Kiragakure and died during Kakashi's attempt to retrieve her. Minato encountered A of Kumogakure a number of times during the war. During their first meeting, Minato and A fought with their speed, with Minato proving the faster. He received orders to retreat before their competition could resolve, but he lingered to compliment A and his brother B, a Jinchuriki like Kushina. He encouraged A to take care of B and remember he was a person. A pursued Minato, so Minato moved against B, threatening to kill him if A didn't let him and his team go. Minato was confident he and A would someday meet as Kage. 4th Hokage. For his performance during the war, Minato was chosen over Orochimaru to become the 4th Hokage. He taught the Flying Thunder God technique to the Hokage Guard platoon to better aid them in their duties of serving the Hokage at any given time. In the anime, he also tried to help Kakashi, now an Anbu, emerge from the darkness he'd fallen into after Obito and Rin's deaths. During the gradual transfer of responsibilities from the 3rd Hokage to him, the 3rd advised Minato to restore Kakashi's value of life by tasking him with protecting Kushina during her pregnancy. As a Jinchuriki, the strain of childbirth would weaken the seal keeping the Nine Tails sealed into Kushina. For that reason, special precautions had to be taken. The child would secretly be delivered in a remote location outside the village, with barriers around the area and several Anbu guards as extra protection. Minato was not greatly worried about the birth, and in fact gave Kakashi the day off in gratitude for his good work. He and Kushina had already decided on a name for their son, Naruto, after the main character of Jiraiya's first book, hoping that their Naruto would be just as determined as the character, and thus its author. Jiraiya tried to convince them to make a different choice, since that would make him Naruto's godfather, but they insisted that this was a good thing. Naruto was born on the night of October 10th. Only moments after the birth, Minato began making preparation to restore the Nine Tails' weakened seal, but he was interrupted by the arrival of a masked man, otherwise known as Tobi. Tobi killed the Anbu guards and midwives and took the newborn Naruto hostage, threatening to kill him if Minato didn't back away from Kushina. Minato immediately took Naruto back from him, yet discovered explosive tags had been placed on Naruto. Minato was forced to teleport away to keep Naruto from harm, allowing Tobi to escape with Kushina. He found a safe place for Naruto and teleported to Kushina in time to save her from being killed by the Nine Tails, extracted from her body by Tobi. He reunited mother and son before heading out to protect the village. Minato returned to the village in the early stages of the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, arriving just in time to teleport away a tailed beast ball before it destroyed the Hokage rock. He attempted to reach the 3rd Hokage so he could inform him of what happened, but was interrupted by Tobi, who tried to warp him away. Minato reacted in time to escape, but Tobi pursued him. Because Tobi was controlling the Nine Tails' actions, defeating him was of prime importance in order to save Konoha. Minato initially struggled to successfully strike him, but after several failed attacks, he finally hit him with a Rasengan and branded him with the Flying Thunder God seal, allowing him to teleport to Tobi whenever he wanted. Then he used a contract seal on Tobi to release the Nine Tails from his control, forcing him to flee. No longer being controlled, the Nine Tails began retreating from the village, though it continued to attack the Konoha ninja that pursued it. As it prepared another tailed beast ball, Minato once again arrived in time to stop it, this time by dropping Gamabunta on top of it. He had Gamabunta keep it restrained while he gathered the chakra needed to transport the Nine Tails to Naruto and Kushina's location, the farthest from the village he could get. Kushina restrained it and erected a barrier so that it couldn't escape when they decided what to do. Already dying from the Nine-Tails removal, Kushina offered to have it sealed back into her so it would die with her. Minato rejected this, believing the Nine-Tails power would be needed in the future if and when Tobi struck again. Remembering Jiraiya's words about the child of the prophecy, Minato decided to believe that Naruto was that child and that he would someday save the world. To prepare Naruto for this, Minato would make Naruto the Nine-Tails' new Jinchuriki so he could make use of its strength. Because the Nine-Tails chakra was too immense to seal into an infant, Minato used the Dead Demon Consuming Seal to cut its chakra in half, sealing the yin half in himself. Realizing what they were planning, the Nine-Tails tried to kill Naruto, but Minato and Kushina used themselves as shields. With his last ounce of strength, Minato summoned Garatora, gave him the key to the seal he would use on Naruto, and sent him to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Kushina told Naruto how much his parents loved him, which Minato seconded. He sealed the Nine-Tails Yang half into Naruto, weaving Kushina's chakra into the seal that she could someday assist Naruto with learning to control the Nine-Tails and its chakra. He mingled in some of his own chakra too, programming it to activate if the seal was ever about to break so that he could restore it. Seeing the third Hokage nearby, Minato communicated to him a final request for the villagers of Konoha: to think of Naruto as a hero and not the container of the monster that caused so much death and destruction. With that, his soul was consumed by the Shinigami, ending Minato's life. Pain's assault. During his fight with Pain, Naruto is nearly tempted by the Nine-Tails to remove its seal. This activates the safeguard Minato placed on the seal, causing his imprint to appear within Naruto's subconscious and stop him. Minato says that he isn't happy to see the Nine-Tails again, but at the same time admits that its actions have allowed him to see his son. Naruto picks up on this, and never having known his parents' identities, is overjoyed to meet his father. The Nine-Tails keeps threatening to kill Minato while they talk, so he and Naruto relocate. Naruto is angry that his own father would seal the Nine-Tails within him and punches Minato out of frustration, which he understands and apologizes to Naruto for. He quickly gets over it, noting that as the son of the fourth Hokage, he can handle it. Minato's time with Naruto is limited, so he does a quick rundown of the things he has already observed through Naruto. That Pain has destroyed Konoha and killed Jiraiya. Despite what he's done, Minato suggests that Pain is only a symptom of the Shinobi system, and that he's being taken advantage of by Tobi. Naruto is overwhelmed, unsure if he can forgive Pain or do anything to stop the cycle of hatred that produced him, but Minato responds that he has faith in Naruto. He restores the Nine-Tails seal before disappearing. Power. In the anime, when Naruto nearly loses control after his clone absorbs the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato appears before him again to restore the seal. Once again, Minato voices his confidence in his son and his ability to overcome any adversity. The Fourth Shinobi World War. Climax. At the request of Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru releases the souls for the first 4 Hokage from the stomach of the Shinigami so he can reincarnate them. After taking in their surroundings, the first and second Hokage are excited to meet Minato, the fourth, and take him as a sign of the village's prosperity. Minato says he does not know since he died before the third Hokage did. When Sasuke talks to the first Hokage, Minato detects Naruto's chakra and is glad to sense that he has gained full control of the Nine-Tails. From listening to the 4 Hokage, Sasuke decides to side against Tobi and Madara Uchiha in the ongoing 4th Shinobi World War. The Hokage are allowed to help as well, and they set out for the site of the allied shinobi forces' battle with the Ten-Tails. Minato, eager to see Naruto, arrives first, just in time to warp away the Ten-Tails Beast Ball, saving Naruto and the allies. He introduces himself to Sakura Haruno and asks if she's Naruto's girlfriend. Sakura becomes angry and hits Naruto due to his answer, reminding Minato of Kushina. When the other Hokage arrive, they jointly erect a barrier to confine the Ten-Tails. Sometime later, Tobi appears above the Ten-Tails and begins reviving Madara, which the Alliance focuses its efforts on preventing. Minato cannot leave his position or the barrier will fall, so he sends a Shadow Clone to help. Because Tobi is still branded with the Flying Thunder God seal from their last encounter, the Shadow Clone is able to teleport to him and strike him down. It's only after he attacks that he realizes Tobi is his old student, Obito Uchiha. The attack ends up coming too late and Obito seals the Ten-Tails into himself, becoming his Jinchuriki. After Obito destroys the barrier, the first and second engage him to determine his new abilities, leaving Minato to get everyone else to a safe distance. Birth of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato joins the offensive against Obito. He can no longer teleport directly to Obito because the Flying Thunder God seal has disappeared from his body, so he must engage him directly. Just before they clash, Obito, having just now struggled to control the Ten Tails' power, finally masters it and strikes at Minato. He severs Minato's right arm and plants a truth-seeking ball on him, which Tobirama teleports away before it detonates. Minato, the second, Naruto, and Sasuke coordinate their efforts to attack Obito with Flying Thunder God mutually instantaneous revolving technique, but Obito emerges without damage. What's more, Minato's arm is not regenerated, indicating that Obito's truth-seeking balls can nullify the advantages of the impure world reincarnation. Obito traps the Alliance in his own barrier and prepares to destroy them all with a barrage of tailed beast balls. With little time to act, Naruto forms a plan. He and Minato link their respective Kurama's chakra, which teleports in all of the allied forces that Naruto had shared its chakra with, and lets Minato teleport them all out of the barrier. Minato is very impressed by Naruto's quick thinking and says he wishes he had more of a chance to talk to him. Naruto explains there's no need as he's already met Kushina and heard everything. Minato is moved to tears with pride. Having learned that Obito is susceptible to Senjutsu, Minato prepares for an assault while Naruto enters Sage Mode. They both then enter Tailed Beast Mode and attack with a combined Rasengan, breaking Obito's defense and forcing him to manifest the Ten Tails tree form. They evade the tree's roots, but Minato's chakra levels are severely depleted. He is forced to keep his distance and watch as Naruto leads the allied shinobi in another assault against Obito. When the Alliance starts to strip the tailed beast from Obito's body, Minato helps Naruto pull the fragments of Kurama's chakra Obito's taken, and ultimately, they succeed. Obito is unable to move after his defeat, and Kakashi moves in to kill him. Minato stops him, having sensed Obito's change of heart while he was removing Kurama's chakra. While Naruto and the allies leave to confront Madara, Minato and Kakashi stay with Obito. Obito reflects on his actions and decides he has done terrible things, which he wants to make amends for by using the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive those he's killed. While he is forming the hand seals, Black Zetsu emerges from the ground and takes control of his body. Minato and Kakashi are confused, so Obito explains he has been forced to revive Madara instead. Black Zetsu also tries to take Obito's Rinnegan to deliver to Madara. Minato and Kakashi move to stop it, but can't do anything without harming Obito. Before Black Zetsu assumes full control of his body, Obito pleads with Minato and Kakashi to destroy the Rinnegan at any cost. Right before Minato can attack, Yin Kurama alerts him to Naruto's loss of Yang Kurama. He is soon brought to Minato's side, with Sakura performing emergency life support and Gaara explaining that the only chance of saving Naruto's life is if he's given Yin Kurama. Just as Minato starts the transfer, Black Zetsu intercepts him and takes Yin Kurama for itself. Madara arrives immediately afterwards, now the Ten Tails' new Jinchuriki, and intent on taking Obito's Rinnegan. Minato enters Sage Mode and attacks him alongside Kakashi, but they are easily repelled and Minato loses his other arm. Before Madara can take what he wants, Obito reasserts control of his body and with some help from Kakashi escapes with Naruto and Sakura using Kamui. Might Guy arrives, ready to give his life to defeat Madara. With his energy and arms gone, Minato can do very little to help directly, but at least he can give Guy an opening. He instructs Rock Lee to throw one of his Flying Thunder God kunai at Madara's truth-seeking balls, which Minato teleports in order to catch several and escape with them, allowing Guy to initiate his assault. Minato, meanwhile, teleports to the Hokage Rock where he remains with the inert truth-seeking balls. He later witnesses the other's failure when the infinite Tsukiyomi is cast and Konoha's villagers are entwined by the god, nativity of a world of trees. He attempts to cut some people from the tree but has no success as another branch simply forms and imprisons them again. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Minato returns to the battlefield and reunites with the other Hokage, the only ones unaffected by the infinite Tsukiyomi. As they try to figure out what they can do to help, the four Hokage are met by the spirit of the Sage of the Six Paths, who recruits their help. Combining efforts with the spirits of the other deceased Kage, they summon Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, Madara, and the tailed beasts back from Kaguya's dimension. Minato congratulates Naruto on finally ending the war and wishes him a happy 17th birthday. Happy with his son's prospects for the future, Minato and the other Kage are returned to the afterlife by the Sage of Six Paths, with Minato silently promising to tell Kushina everything that had occurred. Legacy. After Minato died, the third Hokage reported to the villagers Minato's last request that Naruto be regarded as a hero. Very few were able to separate their hatred of the Ninetales from Naruto, prompting the third to forbid anyone from speaking of the Ninetales, hoping that the younger generation would not blindly hate Naruto as the rest of the villagers did. He had also concealed Naruto's relation to Minato in order to keep him safe from his father's enemies, and otherwise did his best to give Naruto a comfortable life. For years, Naruto did not know of his parents' identities, neither did most of Konoha. Even when he was not aware of his relation to Minato, Naruto still greatly admired the 4th Hokage, considering him a hero who gave his life for the village, and becoming overjoyed whenever their similarities were remarked upon. Before Naruto left Konoha to begin his training with Jiraiya, he looked at the 4th Hokage's face on the Hokage rock and asked him to look after him. After learning that Minato was his father, Naruto took pride in it and felt it was his responsibility to make his parents' sacrifices worth it. With Minato's death, the third was forced to resume his position as Hokage, a role he filled until his death, never being able to find a replacement of Minato's caliber. Minato himself became regarded as the village's hero and indeed one of the greatest ninja Konoha had ever produced, so much so that villagers would regret his death whenever tragedy struck the village. Because Minato was never able to tell anyone what happened during the Nine-Tails attack, villagers came to their own conclusion and the Uchiha were suspected of the act, creating ill will that would culminate in the Uchiha clan downfall. Jiraiya recognized that Minato would not have sealed the Nine-Tails into his own son unless he had a good reason, and that Minato intended Naruto to gain control of the Nine-Tails, but he could never conclude why. After the end of the 4th Shinobi World War, his student, Kakashi Hatake, became the 6th Hokage, and his son, Naruto, became the 7th Hokage. Several years after the war, Minato had 2 grandchildren, both who inherited his prodigious talent. 5th Hokage. Tsunade is a descendant of the Senju and Uzumaki clans and is one of Konohagakure's Sannin. She is famed as the world's strongest kunoichi and its greatest medical nin. The repeated loss of her loved ones caused Tsunade to later abandon the life of a shinobi for many years. She's eventually persuaded to return to Konoha and take on the mantle of the 5th Hokage, where her skills prove invaluable to the village. Background: Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. Because Hashirama was the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Tsunade is called Princess. Hashirama doted on Tsunade when she was very young because she was his first grandchild and found her deviance and her adoption of his own gambling habits highly amusing. Tsunade inherited his necklace when he died. After she graduated from Konoha's academy, Tsunade was teamed with Orochimaru and Jiraiya under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi. When Jiraiya failed to acquire a bell during the team's first bell test, Tsunade teased him, prompting her to criticize her flat chest. Despite this remark, Jiraiya had a certain interest in Tsunade from their first meeting, which only increased after her breasts developed. When she nearly killed him for spying on her while she bathed, he was forced to be more discreet about his interests. Tsunade's younger brother Naoki dreamed of someday becoming the Hokage so he could protect Konoha, their grandfather's legacy. On Naoki's 12th birthday, Tsunade kissed his forehead and gave him Hashirama's necklace in the hopes that it would help him achieve his dream. He died the next day, a casualty of the ongoing Second Shinobi World War, thus returning the necklace to her. Tsunade began advocating for the inclusion of medical nin on all 4-man squads in order to avoid further deaths like Naoki's. Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, agreed with her arguments, but could not dedicate resources to the necessary implementation due to the ongoing war. Dan Kato, on the other hand, shared her views, and as their relationship developed, he confided with her his dreams of becoming Hokage so he could bring change to Konoha and protect his loved ones from death. Tsunade kissed his forehead and gave him Hashirama's necklace in the hopes that it would help him achieve his dream. Although their team under Hiruzen's leadership had been disbanded, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya continued fighting during the Second Shinobi World War. During one such fight in Amagi, they were the only 3 to survive an encounter with Hanzo, for which accomplishment Hanzo dubbed them Konoha's legendary Sannin. In the aftermath of the battle, Jiraiya opted not to return to Konoha so he could train with the Ame orphans. Tsunade would go on to make her own independent contributions to the war, frequently counteracting Chiyo of Tsunagakure's poisons. Though Tsunade's actions are said to have won the war for Konoha, Tsunade was unable to prevent Dan's death, and her failure to stop his severe blood loss caused her to develop hemophobia. With Dan's death, Hashirama's necklace returned to Tsunade once again, convincing some that the necklace was cursed to kill anyone who wore it other than Tsunade. Tsunade herself became convinced that achieving one's dreams was impossible and that to be Hokage was a fool's job. She therefore left Konoha, taking Dan's niece Shizune with her to train as an apprentice. Due to her hemophobia, Tsunade retired from any direct involvement in medicine or combat, instead relying on Shizune whenever a need for either came up. Search for Tsunade. Tsunade hits a jackpot while playing the slot machines in Tenzaku quarters. She takes this as a sign that something bad is about to happen and makes immediate plans to leave the city, but Shizune convinces her to visit a local castle before they go. While they're there, the castle is destroyed by a snake, Orochimaru's way of saying hello. Tsunade immediately notices the damage to his arms and, guessing he wants her to heal them, preemptively refuses. Orochimaru's assistant, Kabuto Yakushi, explains that they've tried all other options and that only Tsunade can help. She asks how his arms were damaged, to which Orochimaru responds that the damage was received while he killed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade becomes enraged and threatens to kill Orochimaru, but he piques her interest when he offers to revive Naoki and Dan Kato. Tsunade asks what he would do if his arms were restored. Orochimaru replies that he would destroy Konohagakure, which is what he was trying to do when his arms were damaged in the first place. Shizune tries to convince Tsunade to help her kill Orochimaru and Kabuto, but they decide to leave instead, giving Tsunade a week to decide. While having dinner later, they are found by Jiraiya. Jiraiya asks her to become the 5th Hokage, which she refuses, upsetting Jiraiya's companion Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade recognizes Naruto as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and starts remarking on what a waste it was for the 4th Hokage to give his life saving Konoha from the Nine Tails. She reflects further that all the past Hokage have wasted their lives for the village and concludes that only a fool would ever want the title. Naruto, who has his own dreams of being Hokage, is enraged and tries to attack Tsunade. Jiraiya holds him back, but Tsunade agrees to fight him outside the restaurant. Tsunade easily outmatches Naruto using only one finger for offense and defense, but she's unsettled by how similar his resolve is to Naoki and Dan's. When she's distracted by this, Naruto attacks her with an incomplete Rasengan, which she once again avoids only using a finger. She berates Jiraiya for teaching Naruto the Rasengan at all, declaring it cruel to let someone as untalented as him believe he can master something as complicated as the Rasengan. Naruto vows to complete it in 3 days, prompting Tsunade to make a wager. If Naruto can master the Rasengan in a week, she'll give him the first Hokage's necklace. If she can't, she gets his wallet. Naruto agrees. Tsunade and Jiraiya have drinks later. Jiraiya guesses that Orochimaru made some offer to Tsunade. He doesn't ask for details about the offer, but he promises to personally kill her if she does anything to endanger Konoha. She claims not to care about the village, so Jiraiya reminds her of how important the village was to Naoki and Dan. He further notes how similar they, particularly Naoki, are to Naruto. Tsunade keeps tabs on Naruto as he trains, but by the end of the week he has failed to master the Rasengan and the intense training leaves him bedridden. Shizune pleads with Tsunade not to accept Orochimaru's deal, and when this fails, she tries to use force, prompting Tsunade to knock her out. She meets with Jiraiya again and drugs his drink, knocking him out, and when he wakes up the next morning, making it difficult for him to use chakra. Tsunade meets with Orochimaru and agrees to heal his arms on the condition that he would leave Konoha alone. Orochimaru agrees. She approaches him, apparently to heal him, but Kabuto notices that at the last moment she has killing intent and stops her. Orochimaru questions why she would deceive him, to which she replies that she knew he was lying about sparing Konoha. Although she desperately wants to see Naoki and Dan again, she knows they wouldn't want to be brought back at the cost of Konoha's safety, something Naruto has reminded her of. Orochimaru and Kabuto state that they'll force her to heal his arms, causing her to attack them. They draw her away from the city, and Kabuto, a medic nin, tries neutralizing her, but she heals all the debilitating damage he does. Unable to stop her through conventional means, Kabuto slits his own wrists and coats her with his blood, paralyzing her due to her phobia. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto eventually arrive to help. Shizune looks after Tsunade as she shudders from the blood, while Jiraiya fights Orochimaru and Naruto fights Kabuto. Naruto is quickly defeated by Kabuto, as is Shizune when she tries to face him afterwards. Kabuto approaches Tsunade and tries to restrain her, which she is unable to fend off in her condition. Naruto stops him and attacks with an incomplete Rasengan, but misses, causing Kabuto to start commenting on his lack of talent, just as Tsunade did the week before. Naruto persists, and after making a shadow clone to help him, he is able to strike Kabuto with a perfected Rasengan. Kabuto is defeated, but as his last act, he severs Naruto's heart muscles. Tsunade tries healing him, fearing that he'll die just like Naoki and Dan did. She succeeds, and in a brief moment of regained consciousness, Naruto claims the necklace he's won. Orochimaru decides to kill Naruto and attacks with his sword of Kusanagi. Tsunade uses her body to block the attack, her way of protecting Naruto, Konoha's future Hokage. Orochimaru keeps trying to attack him, which Tsunade keeps using her body to block. Her resolve to protect Naruto eventually overcomes her fear of blood, allowing her to go on the offensive. She kicks Orochimaru, activates Creation Rebirth to heal all the damage she's received, and declares her acceptance of the position of 5th Hokage. She, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru each summon Katsuyu, Gamabunta, and Manda, respectively. When Manda proves too elusive for Katsuyu and Gamabunta, Tsunade uses Gamabunta's sword to pin Manda to the ground with his mouth shut. She then delivers a series of punches to Orochimaru's face, forcing him to escape with Kabuto. Before he leaves, he warns that he has other ways of fixing his arms. Having used so much chakra during the fight, Tsunade's younger transformation fades after the battle, but it is restored before Naruto wakes up. Naruto expresses his concern that she isn't qualified to be 5th Hokage, being vastly inferior to Hiruzen. Tsunade challenges him to a fight and once again outmatches him using a single finger. Rather than defeat him, however, she kisses his forehead to symbolize her faith in his achieving his dreams, just as she once did for Naoki and Dan. Sasuke Recovery Mission. When they get back to Konoha, the villagers start making preparations to officially place Tsunade into office. Before that can happen, Naruto has Tsunade heal the damage to the minds of Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. She also looks at the damage to Rock Lee's spine. Although she's the only one who can fix it, she confesses that there's a 50% chance he wouldn't survive the procedure and recommends he give up on life as a ninja. After thinking it over, Lee tells her plainly that being a ninja is his dream, which she cannot argue with. In the anime, Tsunade tries to improve his chances of survival by studying one of Kabuto's jutsu, and in doing so, she improves Lee's odds to 58%. Lee ultimately survives the procedure. Being Hokage comes with a heavy workload, especially in the aftermath of Orochimaru's Konoha crush, which left the village understaffed. For this reason, when Tsunade is informed that Sasuke has defected to Orochimaru, Shikamaru Nara, only recently promoted to Chunin, is the highest ranking ninja she can assign to lead the Sasuke recovery team. She allows him any genin he can recruit for the mission, although she recommends Naruto's inclusion. After the recovery team leaves, Tsunade is notified of the Konoha Special Mission Platoon's defeat by the Sound 4, Sasuke's escorts. Having already suspected that a team of genin won't be enough, she requests Tsunagakure's support so that Orochimaru, a mutual enemy of both villages, can't gain Sasuke's Sharingan. She's also informed that Lee, despite still recovering from his surgery, has also gone off to lend support. Despite the best efforts of the recovery team, Lee and Suna's 3 Sand siblings are unable to stop Sasuke from joining forces with Orochimaru. Tsunade sends the Medic Corps to retrieve the recovery team's members and tend to their injuries. Tsunade, by studying the Nara clan medical encyclopedia, is able to cure Choji Akimichi of the 3-colored pill's side effects. Tsunade is later approached by Sakura Haruno, who wants to be taught medical ninjutsu. Seeing that Sakura has something she wants to protect, Naruto and Sasuke, Tsunade agrees. Mizuki Tracking Mission. Jiraiya makes plans to take Naruto away from the village to train him. In the anime, Naruto must remain in Konoha while Jiraiya is off investigating, and it's up to Tsunade to keep him preoccupied with other missions so he won't go after Sasuke by himself. When, during one of these missions, the legendary Stupid Brothers escape from prison, Tsunade convinces them to surrender with a quick display of genjutsu and her strength. The appearance of strange visitors. In the anime, Tsunade learns that Rock Lee and Might Guy are being impersonated by Mondai and Pacha. Deciding to have fun with the two, Tsunade pretends to believe their disguises and has them do many arduous tasks for her. The workload horrifies the two and eventually drives them away from the village. In Naruto's footsteps, the Friends' Paths. Sakura progresses rapidly under Tsunade's tutelage. In the anime, Ino Yamanaka also asks to train with Tsunade. From seeing the rivalry that exists between Sakura and Ino and how competition drives them each to do better, Tsunade agrees. However, she teaches Ino only the medical ninjutsu and not the additional skills she teaches Sakura, believing that it would be better for Ino to focus on her clan's hidden jutsu. About 2 years after Naruto leaves Konoha to train with Jiraiya, Tsunade proposes to Suna's 5th Kazekage that their 2 villages hold a Chunin exam. Publicly, the exam will demonstrate the alliance that now exists between their 2 villages. Secretly, the exam will hopefully draw out Akatsuki, who are after Jinchuriki like the Kazekage. The Kazekage agrees, and the 2 villages split responsibilities for the exams. She sends Kakashi Hatake to invite Amegakure to the exams, with instructions to investigate rumors that Ame's leader, Hanzo, has been overthrown. Ame accepts the invitation, and Kakashi is unable to uncover anything, but both are convinced that something unusual is happening in Ame. The first stage of the exams is completed in Konoha without incident. Before the examinees and proctors relocate to Suna for the second stage, Tsunade warns the Konoha personnel to be alert for attacks on the Kazekage. The Kazekage is indeed attacked during the second stage, forcing the exams to be cancelled prematurely. Performance reports on the remaining participants are sent to the respective villages to decide who would be promoted to Chunin. Tsunade promotes the members of Team 8, Team 10, and Team Guy. She also promotes Neji Hyuga to Jonin because of his role in protecting the Kazekage. Kazekage Rescue Mission. Tsunade is informed of Naruto's return to Konoha after 2.5 years of training. She shares this news with Sakura, and together they welcome him back. Tsunade has Naruto and Sakura reform Team 7 under Kakashi's leadership. While trying to find a mission to send Team 7 on that Naruto won't complain about, Tsunade receives a report that Suna's 5th Kazekage has been kidnapped by Akatsuki. Tsunade decides to send Team 7 to lend assistance in the Kazekage's rescue in full awareness that Akatsuki wants to capture Naruto too. She isn't initially concerned, but when she suddenly wins the lottery, she takes this as a bad sign and sends Team Guy to provide additional support. A few days later, they receive news that the Kazekage was successfully rescued and that Team 7 and Guy will be returning to Konoha. Shizune questions the wisdom of sending Naruto into battle with the Akatsuki, to which Tsunade replies that because both Naruto and the Kazekage are Jinchuriki, Naruto was the single best person for the mission. Naruto Shippuden, the movie. The demon Morio raises an army of stone warriors in an attempt to take over the world. Tsunade sends most of Konoha's forces to fight these warriors. She also sends a team consisting of Naruto, Sakura, Neji Hyuga, and Rock Lee to guard Shion, a priestess who can stop Morio. Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance Mission. When she gets back to Konoha, Sakura shares intel she's received of an opportunity to meet with a spy in Orochimaru's ranks, what may serve as an opportunity to find Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi is left bedridden after the mission in Suna, requiring that new members be assigned to Team 7 to go meet the spy. Shizune once again questions Naruto's inclusion on the team, believing it would be safer to keep him in Konoha. Tsunade insists that Naruto is one of the few people she can trust with the mission with absolute certainty, and that besides, it's a personal matter for him and he wouldn't allow himself to be excluded. Tsunade is shortly afterwards summoned before the Konoha Council, with whom Shizune has shared her concerns, and who also believe that Tsunade is deploying Naruto irresponsibly. Tsunade repeats her earlier reasoning, adding that Akatsuki will inevitably come for Naruto, and if he keeps getting sent out on missions, it'll make it more difficult for Akatsuki to locate him. The Konoha Council relents after Tsunade promises to be held solely responsible in the event that her decisions and/or Naruto's capture endanger Konoha. They do, however, insist on including one of Danzo Shimura's underlings, Sai, on this new Team 7, which Tsunade agrees to. Tsunade also assigns an Anbu, codenamed Yamato, to lead Team 7, partly so he can keep an eye on Sai, but also because his wood release will help Naruto keep the Nine Tails under control. Although the new Team 7 does intend to meet Sasuke, they fail in bringing him back to Konoha. Naruto and the others are not deterred, however, and vow to try again, which Tsunade approves. 12 Guardian Ninja. In the anime, Tsunade sends Team 7 to investigate some grave robberies near the Fire Temple. When they return, they report that the robbers, whoever they are, have a seeming interest in the graves of members of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Because Sai was injured during the investigation, the Fire Temple allows Sora to fill in for him. Tsunade receives a confidential message that Sora's past and unusual powers pose a risk to the Fire Temple. Meanwhile, Tsunade has Danzo taken into custody on the suspicion that he's betraying Konoha to Amegakure. When she interrogates Danzo's apparent Ame contact, the Konoha Council informs her that the man is a double agent who has reported that the grave robbers may be after Sora. The counselors recommend that Sora be either confined or eliminated. While Tsunade tries to decide what to do, Sora attacks her, but he's driven off by the arrival of Shizune and Naruto. The grave robbers soon afterwards arrive in Konoha, erecting a giant barrier around the village while earthen zombies attack. While most of Konoha's forces go on the defensive, Tsunade sends Asuma Sarutobi to retrieve Sora. Sora eventually starts rampaging through the village with the Nine Tails chakra he has, and Tsunade prepares to confront him, but Naruto ends up dealing with it. Once the grave robbers are all defeated, Tsunade pardons Sora for his actions and allows him to leave Konoha. Akatsuki Suppression Mission. Tsunade receives increasing reports of Akatsuki activity in other countries. She can't do anything until they enter the Land of Fire, but nevertheless starts making preparations. Once she receives news of Akatsuki's attack on the Fire Temple, Tsunade mobilizes 20 platoons to find the Akatsuki members, capture them if possible, and if capture is impossible, to eliminate them. Although one of the 20 platoons is able to find the Akatsuki members, Hidan and Kakuzu, both elude capture and Asuma Sarutobi is killed. A funeral is held in Konoha while the remaining 20 platoons continue the search. Asuma's students on Team 10 leave Konoha to join the search and avenge him, which Tsunade tries to stop, citing among other reasons that they need a fourth member. Kakashi volunteers to accompany them, and Tsunade is forced to relent. Tsunade is aware that they'll need backup and starts looking for candidates. She has Sakura tell Naruto that if he would like to go, he'll first need to complete the new jutsu he's been working on. He does indeed complete it, and the Akatsuki members are ultimately defeated. Tsunade afterwards performs an autopsy on Kakuzu's body, examining the damage that Naruto's new Rasen Shuriken did to it. From the cellular damage Kakuzu received, Tsunade concludes that the Rasen Shuriken is as dangerous to Naruto as it is to his opponents, and therefore should not be used again. Three Tails appearance. In the anime, Tsunade receives a dying Anbu's report about one of Orochimaru's bases. She puts Kakashi in charge of Team 8 and sends them to investigate. Because the mission has the chance of meeting Sasuke, Tsunade tries to keep Naruto from finding out about it. He finds out anyway, so Tsunade allows him and the rest of Team 7 to provide backup. Their teams later report encountering the Three Tails, which Tsunade decides must be dealt with in order to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. She then sends them instructions for a seal to place on the Three Tails, some Konoha personnel to help perform the seal, as well as part of Katsuyu to provide additional assistance. Orochimaru's forces repeatedly interfere with the sealing, so Tsunade has some Anbu take over the sealing while the others return to Konoha. She later loses contact with the Anbu and the Three Tails disappears, leading Tsunade to suspect Akatsuki's involvement. Itachi Pursuit Mission. Jiraiya visits Tsunade and reports the rumors that Orochimaru has been killed by Sasuke. They share these rumors with Naruto and Sakura, who suspect that Sasuke is making moves against his brother, Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki. Naruto proposes that they try and locate Itachi so that they can, in turn, find Sasuke. Despite how unsuccessful previous attempts to capture Akatsuki members have been, Tsunade approves the formation of a combined 8-man squad to find Itachi. Jiraiya visits Tsunade later with the news that he's discovered the location of Akatsuki's leader, though he refuses to go into more detail until she meets him for drinks. While having sake, Jiraiya shares news of Amagakure's ongoing civil war, which the Akatsuki leader is rumored to be behind. Because Amagakure is in a delicate political situation, Jiraiya must infiltrate the village by himself to confirm before Konoha can take direct action. Tsunade feels guilty for always relying on him to do dangerous work like this and reflects on happier times before Orochimaru's apparent death and when he was still their friend. As Jiraiya prepares to leave, Tsunade instructs him to be sure to come back alive, fearing what his death might do to her. Later, Shizune senses that Tsunade is worried about Jiraiya and tries to reassure her that he'll be fine. Tsunade replies that he won't be back, which is a new tactic she's trying. She's betting on the one thing she doesn't want to have happen, relying on her bad luck to prevent her bet from coming true. Naruto Shippuden the movie, The Will of Fire. Hiroko, a former friend of the Sannin, declares the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Due to how he makes his announcement, the other villages come to believe that Konoha is aiding Hiroko's schemes, and so start amassing against Konoha. When Tsunade tries to defuse the situation, Kakashi confides in her that he met Hiroko many years ago, and was branded with a mind-controlling technique that will force him to go with Hiroko. Knowing that this will happen soon, and that Hiroko will at some point try to take his Sharingan, Kakashi asks Tsunade to place a seal in him that will activate his Mangekyo Sharingan when Hiroko tries to do so, thus killing him and preventing the war. Tsunade complies, and once Kakashi is gone, she declares him a missing nin to keep his plans a secret. She forbids anyone from going after him, but Naruto ends up ignoring her. Six Tails Unleashed. In the anime, Konoha receives reports of an attack on the Tsuchigumo clan, and as a consequence, their forbidden technique is at risk. Because the returning 8-man squad is closest to the Tsuchigumo clan's location, Tsunade sends Katsuyu to intercept them and give them their assignment to protect the Tsuchigumo. Pain's Assault. Fukasaku, a former teacher of Jiraiya, reports to Tsunade that Jiraiya died while investigating the Akatsuki leader, Pain. Tsunade summons Naruto to her office so that Fukasaku can also tell him the news, who they expect will have greater difficulty. Naruto is indeed upset and blames Tsunade for his death, saying that she should not have let him go. Sakura tries to stop him from storming out, but Tsunade lets him go. Tsunade makes investigating Pain's identity using the information Jiraiya gathered top priority. She has Shizune examine the animal path's body, she has Ibiki Morino interrogate the prisoner Jiraiya captured, she has Shikamaru Nara decipher the coded message Jiraiya left behind. When Shikamaru tries objecting to the assignment, Tsunade ignores him, leaves, and once she's alone, she cries for Jiraiya. Knowing that Pain will be coming for him, Naruto goes to Mount Myomboku to train with Fukasaku. The investigations into Pain's identity continue, but none are completed prior to Pain's assault on Konoha. Tsunade sends orders for Naruto to be recalled to Konoha, but she's stopped by the Konoha Council, who feel that Naruto is safest where he is. Tsunade becomes angry with both counselors and berates them for lacking even the barest faith in Naruto's ability to save himself. The counselors are affronted by how she handles them and leave, but tell her to do what she wants. Tsunade heads to the roof of the Hokage residence and summons Katsuyu, who she instructs to divide and attach to all of Konoha's villagers so that Tsunade can heal them remotely. As Katsuyu's divisions spread throughout the village, Tsunade starts to fully appreciate the extent of the damage that Pain's attack is doing. When she senses through Katsuyu that Kakashi has died, she destroys a nearby spire out of frustration. Pain's diva path eventually finds her. As her Anbu bodyguards move in to protect her, Tsunade recognizes the diva path as an orphan that Jiraiya once trained. The diva path asks Tsunade where Naruto is, which she refuses to reveal. The diva path blames Konoha's past action for the contemporary dire state of the world, and Tsunade's refusal to cooperate with Akatsuki for the attack on the village. Tsunade is unmoved, but Pain is able to find out where Naruto is through other means. Before leaving, the diva path states that it will show Konoha the pain that the rest of the world has known for too long. The diva path leaps into the air and Tsunade tries to follow. As it destroys Konoha with Shinra Tensei, Tsunade transfers all of her chakra to Katsuyu to use in keeping the villagers safe. When the dust clears, Tsunade finds the village gone. She confronts these 6 paths of pain and vows to personally defeat them. The Asura path attacks her, which Naruto, newly returned, destroys in order to save her. Naruto asks Tsunade to trust Pain's defeat to him, and has Gamakichi take Tsunade to Sakura. Having done all she can and with all her chakra gone, Tsunade's youthful transformation fades and she falls into a coma. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. After Tsunade regains consciousness many days later, she's immediately embraced by Shizune. As she eats to replenish her chakra reserve, Tsunade is told of all that's happened while she's been unconscious. Naruto's victory over Pain, Tobi of Akatsuki's declaration of a 4th Shinobi World War, the formation of the allied shinobi forces. Kakashi discusses these matters with him and also thanks her for waking up in time so that he would not need to make her replacement as Hokage. Once she's done eating, she convenes a war council to discuss Konoha's strategies for the upcoming war and any preparations that will need to be made. A few days later, Tsunade travels to Kumogakure to meet with the other heads of the alliance and discuss topics of broader importance. Chief among these is what to do with Naruto and Killer Bee, whose capture Tobi started the war for. The alliance's other leaders have already decided to send them into seclusion, which Tsunade strongly disagrees with, believing that they'd be invaluable on the battlefield. The 5th Kazekage quickly disagrees, reminding her that Naruto has the tendency to be reckless for his friends, which in turn would place him at too much risk. Knowing she was overruled, Tsunade reluctantly agrees that Naruto and Bee are sent to the Island Turtle. In the anime, after meeting with the other heads of the Alliance, she requested that Bee teach Naruto to achieve control over the Nine Tails in the event that they would have to be deployed, which A approved. As they move on to other matters, Tsunade takes particular interest in equipping the logistical support and medical division with enough supplies. Naruto the movie, Blood Prison. When Naruto is accused of trying to assassinate the 4th Raikage, Tsunade orders he be imprisoned in the Blood Prison despite his claims of innocence. Tsunade is fully aware that Naruto did nothing wrong, but needs to follow through in order to draw out a conspiracy rooted in the Blood Prison. Once the conspiracy is exposed, Tsunade leads Konoha's forces in rescuing Naruto from his wrongful imprisonment. Road to Ninja, Naruto the movie. The Tsunade of the Genjutsu world wears glasses, is flat-chested, and is fairly responsible, whereas the real Tsunade looks younger than her age, this Tsunade looks older than her age. Power. In the anime, Tsunade sends Team 7 to investigate the massacre of the Tonika village. When Team 7 reports Kabuto Yakashi's use of the impure world reincarnation, Tsunade sends them all available backup. Paradise life on a boat. In the anime, Tsunade sends Sakura to Benisu Island to collect medicinal herbs for the war effort. She later refuses Konohamaru Sarutobi's request to join the allied shinobi forces. 4th Shinobi World War Confrontation. Most of the Alliance's leaders head to the battlefield when the war begins, but Tsunade and the 4th Raikage remain at the Allied headquarters to discuss tactics, coordinate troop movements, and process new intel. On the first night of fighting, they receive reports that Naruto and Bee have escaped the Island Turtle. The Raikage takes Tsunade with him to head them off. She leaves behind one of Katsuyu's divisions in case she needs to be contacted about anything. Once they locate Naruto and Bee, the Raikage blocks their process and tries to convince them to return to the Island Turtle. Naruto implores Tsunade to let them pass, but she explains that she must do what's in the best interest of the entire allied shinobi forces. Naruto's continuing obstinance prompts the Raikage to decide to kill him so that Akatsuki can't capture him. Tsunade cannot allow this and steps in, observing that Naruto's new Nine Tails chakra mode indicates his unprecedented control over the Nine Tails, something that may never be replicated in future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The best course, she argues, is to let Naruto use his new power to try and win the war. The Raikage is not openly convinced by Tsunade's, Bee's, or Naruto's words and appears willing to fight, but when Naruto is finally able to get past him, the Raikage doesn't pursue. When Tsunade and the Raikage return to the headquarters, they're informed that the White Zetsu army is cultivated from the DNA of Hashirama Senju. Tsunade is upset by the continued use of her grandfather's abilities and what else Tobi might have used them for, but believes Naruto may be able to root out Zetsus that have infiltrated the allied forces. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. Naruto, using shadow clones, does indeed help defeat the Zetsu army, finding those that are disguised, defeating those that aren't, and helping capture any remaining reincarnated forces. The apparent victory is cut short by the sudden appearance of the reincarnated Madara Uchiha, who proceeds to decimate the 4th Division. Wishing to join the battle, Tsunade has Mabui transfer her to the site of Madara's battle with the 4th Division, using Creation Rebirth to heal the damage that the transfer does to her body. The Raikage joins her, and they arrive in time to save the 5th Kazekage and the 3rd Tsuchikage from Madara's attack. Tsunade heals them, and after being joined by the 5th Mizukage, the 5 Kage face off with Madara. Confident they can defeat him, they tell one of Naruto's shadow clones to entrust Madara to them, and then go defeat Tobi elsewhere. Tsunade initially takes a supplementary role during the battle, healing the other Kage's injuries and replenishing their chakra as needed. She is surprised when Madara is able to use her grandfather's wood release, which they eventually discover to be due to a cloned graft of Hashirama's face that has been implanted in Madara's body. Madara senses that Tsunade is descended from Hashirama and decides to kill her first because she is so much weaker than her ancestor. She acknowledges that she did not inherit all of Hashirama's natural gifts, but does have his will of fire, which drove her to create the Ninja Art Creation Rebirth, Strength of 100 technique. After activating the technique, she joins the other Kage in attacking him. Madara is unimpressed, but Tsunade is nevertheless able to punch through his body, giving the Kazekage a chance to try and seal him. Madara eludes capture and uses Susanoo's sword to stab Tsunade. Madara assumes she's dead, but Tsunade removes the sword from her body and attacks him with it, convincing him that maybe she did indeed inherit something from Hashirama. He in fact admits that all the Kage have posed him some challenge, but claims that it's only because they outnumber him 5-1. In order to make things fair, he creates 25 wood clones, 5 for each Kage to fight. The wood clones each use Susanoo and fight the Kage into the night. Despite these superior forces against them, the Kage are able to combine forces against the original Madara, impressing him enough to use Susanoo's complete body form. Before he can use it to destroy the Kage, the impure world reincarnation is released and Madara's soul starts returning to the Pure Land. Madara uses the remaining moments before his soul departs trying to finish off the Kage. Tsunade takes responsibility for blocking his attacks, expecting that her Creation Rebirth will heal the damage, but she runs out of chakra and is left at Madara's mercy. She is saved by Dan Kato's Spirit Transformation technique, his soul having also been released from the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade uses the little time that they have apologizing to him for abandoning his dreams for so many years after he died, but that she now tries to keep his dreams alive in her capacity as Hokage. He thanks her for continuing his dream, but tells her that the greatest service that she can do to him is to stay alive, as she herself is his dream. He kisses her forehead before vanishing and transfers all of his chakra to her. Though Tsunade is rejuvenated, Madara has used this time, removing the impure world reincarnation user's control over him, thus allowing him to stay. Now free to do what he wants, Madara decides he's lost interest in the Kage and states his intentions to go after Naruto. The Kage try and stop him and thus fulfill their promise to Naruto, but Madara defeats them all and leaves them near death. Tsunade, despite being bisected in the battle, is able to summon Katsuyu. She asks Katsuyu to bring the other Kage closer to her so she can try and save their lives. Tsunade is later found by Orochimaru, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Karin. Tsunade has almost used all of her chakra on the other Kage and now lacks the energy to even speak. After assuring Katsuyu that he wants to help, Orochimaru has Karin replenish Tsunade's chakra and has Suigetsu assist Katsuyu with putting Tsunade's halves back together. Tsunade reluctantly thanks Orochimaru when she's restored and notes a change in him. A change that might have saved Jiraiya if it had happened sooner. Orochimaru departs, leaving Tsunade to finish healing the Kage. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Once all the Kage are healed, the Kazekage transports them to where the allied forces are fighting. Along the way, Katsuyu informs them of what's been happening up until now. As they near the battlefield, a reincarnated Hashirama Senju contacts all of the allied powers. After briefly saying hello to Tsunade, Hashirama reveals the purpose of the God Tree recreation now looming over them, to cast the infinite Tsukiyomi. Much of the infantry is thrown into disarray from fear of what will happen, but when the Kage finally arrive, they rally their forces against the God Tree. Tsunade locates Sakura and teams up with her to summon a large segment of Katsuyu, which dissolves across the battlefield so Tsunade and Sakura can constantly rejuvenate everyone as they fight. Although they aren't able to cut down the God Tree, the allies are able to help Naruto defeat Tobi, real name Obito Uchiha. Naruto leaves to fight Madara, leaving the rest of the allied forces to fight another Zetsu. Tsunade lacks the chakra necessary to participate in the fight, much less continue performing medical ninjutsu. For this reason, when the Kazekage brings Naruto to her in need of emergency life support, Tsunade sends Sakura to help him. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Despite the allied forces' efforts, they are unable to stop Madara from casting the infinite Tsukiyomi, trapping the world in a dream. Tsunade dreams of a Konoha where Dan is Hokage, where Naoki and Jiraiya are still alive, and where Orochimaru never defected from the village. In the anime, while waiting to join Dan for a Kage summit, she reads a novel written by Jiraiya, titled Jiraiya Shinobi Handbook, The Tale of Naruto the Hero, despite her telling him that she had no interest in it earlier. In the novel, Konoha went through much less upheaval. The 4th Hokage and his wife survived the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, and the Uchiha clan downfall never happened. Naruto and Sasuke eventually released the Infinite Tsukiyomi, freeing Tsunade and the rest of the world, and thus ending the 4th Shinobi World War. Kakashi Hiden, Lightning in the Icy Sky. Kakashi is appointed the 6th Hokage after the 4th Shinobi World War ends. Yet a year after the war is over, he still has yet to officially accept the duties of the office. Tsunade continues to carry out all the responsibilities until he's ready, but also pressures Kakashi to make a decision. Kakashi requests that she wait until he completes his mission to guard the Tobishachimaru on its top-secret maiden voyage. The Tobishachimaru ends up being hijacked by the Ryuha Armament Alliance during its voyage, and the hijackers threaten to kill the passengers if Konoha doesn't release their leader, Garyo, from the blood prison in Kusagakure. They also stipulate that Naruto not be involved. After being informed that Kakashi is aboard the Tobishachimaru, Tsunade summons Konoha's available personnel with the exception of Naruto. While trying to plan what to do, Tsunade is contacted by the 3rd Tsuchikage, who informs her that the secret Tobishachimaru is visible from several countries, including its own Iwagakure. Although she assures him it is bound for Kusa, he warns her that he will need to destroy it if it threatens his village, which would complicate the relationship between Konoha and Iwa. Tsunade shares this threat with one of the hijackers, Ryo, but it does not deter him. Having few options left, Tsunade decides that the ship must be destroyed before Iwa is forced to intervene. She has Ino Yamanaka tell Kakashi to do what he can, but also warn him of her decision. She leads the assembled available Konoha ninja to the blood prison to be on hand in case the worst should happen. Kakashi ultimately crashes the Tobishachimaru just outside the blood prison, thus averting an incident with Iwa. However, several passengers died during the hijacking, and the entire incident has been an embarrassment to Konoha. Tsunade is outraged by these developments and orders Kaio, the highest-ranking hijacker to survive, taken into custody. Kakashi intervenes, asking that he be allowed to pass sentence on Kaio instead. Tsunade allows it on the condition that Kakashi make it his first act as 6th Hokage, which he agrees to. After the war, Tsunade studies the material that white Zetsu are made from, and from her research is able to create prosthetic arms for Naruto and Sasuke, though Sasuke declines his. The last, Naruto the movie. 2 years after the 4th Shinobi World War, Tsunade oversees the evacuation of the Land of Fire's citizens to a fallout shelter to escape the crashing moon. Naruto ultimately prevents the disaster, the announcement of which Tsunade happily listens to. Sakura Hiden, thoughts of love riding upon a spring breeze. Tsunade meets Sakura for drinks, partially to congratulate her for her recent work with the Konoha Hospital, but also to try and convince Sakura to take it easy as she's been working harder than she needs to. Sakura changes the subject by asking how to gain men's attention. When Tsunade can't offer her any specific advice, Sakura asks that Tsunade bet against her love life, hoping for Tsunade's bad luck to play in her favor. Sakura later meets with Tsunade for drinks again, where she shares rumors that someone with Sasuke Uchiha's appearance and chakra signature is conspiring against Konoha. The appearance is easily faked, but the chakra signature has Sakura stumped. She asks Tsunade if it would be possible to reproduce someone's chakra signature by gathering large amounts of skin and hair that naturally fall off. Tsunade deems the idea plausible. Sakura is reassured, and Tsunade tells her she's happy to help, but she reminds Sakura that she's retired and that she should try to figure out things for herself. Konoha Hiden, the perfect day for a wedding. Tsunade attends Naruto's marriage to Hinata Hyuga. Yamato runs around prior to the ceremony making final preparations, which Tsunade occasionally offers advice on. New era. In later years, Tsunade continued to stay close with Naruto, watching his growth as both a family man and the 7th Hokage. She also came to know Naruto's children, especially terrifying Boruto with her temper while scolding him. 12 years after Naruto's wedding, while a 5 Kage summit was being held in Konoha, Tsunade and the other retired Kage visit the 3rd Tsuchikage to, as Tsunade puts it, get drunk and complain about things. Mitsuki's disappearance arc. In the anime, when 2 Chunin gate guards were attacked by unknown assailants, the village was put on lockdown. Tsunade soon after returned from her trip to meet with Naruto about the events. She then joined him when Ino probed a guard's minds for answers, learning that Mitsuki had left willingly with the attackers. When Tsunade asked who the boy is, Naruto revealed that Mitsuki was in fact Orochimaru's son. Tsunade was furious that Naruto would permit an offspring of the man who killed the 3rd Hokage live in Konohagakure, let alone keep it a secret from her. Naruto rationalized this on the grounds that Orochimaru's conduct had changed from before and that his aid in investigating the Otsutsuki is invaluable. Despite this, noting the unpredictable nature of Orochimaru, the meeting ended with deeming the Oto-born boy as a threat. As the council and Hokage continued to talk about how to best deal with this, Tsunade concluded that it was a waste of time to discuss the merits of Naruto's decision to allow Mitsuki into the village, and they should focus instead on how to deal with the current situation. As Tsunade continued to keep word about Mitsuki quiet and the council from taking drastic actions, questions continued to build up on Mitsuki as Naruto and Shikamaru still felt the situation didn't make sense for Mitsuki to betray them. They began wondering if the enemy's goal was Mitsuki himself because of his unique background. They then received word that one of the guards was recovering and would soon awake to give them answers. When Shikadai contacted his father via phone, he revealed that Iwagakure was taken over as part of a plan by Onoki. Knowing that they couldn't act hastily, Kakashi and Tsunade were sent to meet with the other great villages to get their support on engaging this personal matter. Time Slip Arc. In the anime, when a grown-up Sasuke and Naruto's future son Boruto were sent back in time shortly after Sasuke's defection, the two bumped into Jiraiya and Naruto. After, Jiraiya framed the two for his discovered peeping, but Tsunade arrived and resolved the situation. Tsunade asked about Boruto and Sasuke's arrival, and Sasuke claimed that they were traveling performers who utilized ninjutsu during their performances. Still somewhat suspicious, Tsunade ordered Naruto and Jiraiya to guard Boruto and Sasuke, proclaiming that a recently defected genin, as well as Konoha still recovering from an assault during the Chunin exams, they needed to remain on their guard at all times. They couldn't afford to let strangers walk into their village. Later, Tsunade assigned all the Konoha genin to clean up the bathhouse to make up for the commotion Naruto and Jiraiya caused there. Days later, after Sasuke and Boruto completed their mission to defeat Urashiki Otsutsuki, Sasuke used his Sharingan to erase Tsunade's memories of the actions to protect the timeline. Kara Actuation. Later, after the defeat of Victor and the fall of his company, they learned that the Elder was in league with Kara. They were horrified to learn of Victor's attempt to recreate the God Tree. Tsunade asked if it was possible Victor was the head of Kara, which was noted to be unlikely. Following an investigation of the company, they realized Kara had spies through the world. In light of this news, the question of whether or not to close the gates to the village came up. Ao Arc. In the anime, Tsunade attended the memorial service for the fallen people of the 4th Shinobi World War. There, she gave a speech to honor those people and voice her condolences to the victims' families. Kawaki Arc. In the anime, Tsunade aided Shikamaru's coordination efforts in preparation for Ishiki's invasion. Abilities. Like other students of the 3rd Hokage, Tsunade is an exceptionally talented shinobi. Her skills became well known following the 2nd Shinobi World War when dubbed by Hanzo as a Sannin, alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Tsunade's skills are popularly held as the reason for Konoha's victory during that war, and in the years following became known as the world's strongest kunoichi. Despite being rusty, Tsunade's skills easily outclassed Kabuto Yakashi's when they battled, with him having to rely on using a military ration spill to continue battling, and use her fear of blood against her to gain the upper hand. Upon overcoming this, she fought Orochimaru one-on-one and defeated him near single-handedly. She would later go on to become Konoha's 5th Hokage and was responsible for saving countless villagers when pain decimated the village in Part 2. Even the likes of Madara Uchiha admit that Tsunade was worthy of being a Kage. Chakra and physical prowess. As a descendant of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Tsunade inherited their life force and physical energy, enabling her not only to battle the likes of Madara Uchiha for over half a day without exhaustion, but even survive being bisected and retain consciousness long enough to heal others before being healed herself. Her reserves of chakra are immense, enough to heal several thousand shinobi during the final battle with Obito Uchiha. She also has excellent control over her chakra. After the 2nd Shinobi World War, she started gradually storing her chakra into the strength of 100 seal on her forehead. When the seal is released, Tsunade has access to all the accumulated chakra, totaling a so-named 100 times her usual chakra levels. Although she normally uses this extra chakra to heal injuries or perform her other jutsu, she can also transfer the chakra to others, either to replenish or amplify their own. Tsunade teaches her student Sakura Haruno how to build up chakra in her fists and release it on contact with a target, causing severe damage. Tsunade presumably uses this ability herself, but it isn't always clear when, since she is very naturally strong, enough to lift Gamabunta's sword, and was noted by Hashirama to have possessed immense strength even when only a few years old. Her physical accomplishments, whatever the cause, include splitting the ground with only a finger, and breaking 6 of Jiraiya's ribs, both his arms, and rupturing several of his internal organs. She even broke through Susanoo in absolute defense with only a few hits. Tsunade believes that it's vital for a medical nin to avoid injury, as they cannot perform their duties if anything happens to them. To a certain extent, her unnatural strength helps her in this regard, as opponents may avoid getting near her so that she cannot strike them. At the same time though, Tsunade is regularly injured in combat, even going so far as to place herself in harm's way in order to protect her allies. This is all because Tsunade deems her creation rebirth ability a reasonable exception to the avoid injury tenet, as she can receive serious damage and still survive. Even without the creation rebirth, Tsunade's ability to endure injury is quite impressive, as she can survive several mortal stabs to the chest and remain able to perform jutsu after being bisected. Ninjutsu. Tsunade can summon segments of Katsuyu, a slug from the Shikotsu forest. In addition to fighting alongside Tsunade, Katsuyu can use her divisions as a form of long-distance communication or to move and shield Tsunade's injured allies. Should her allies be a distance away, she can send Katsuyu to their location. By linking with Katsuyu, Tsunade can monitor those that Katsuyu has attached to, remotely healing them and replenishing their chakra as needed. Tsunade's natures include lightning, fire, water, and earth, as well as yang and in the anime Yin release. She isn't seen directly using any of these natures in the series, although her body pathway derangement is suggested to use some amount of lightning chakra. She injects her chakra into an opponent, scrambling their body's electric signals so that commands to move their hand instead move their leg, and so on. In addition to her other skills, the anime shows Tsunade using some amount of space-time ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and barrier ninjutsu. Transformation technique. Despite being in her 50s, Tsunade's transformation technique makes her appear as if she were still in her 20s. She readily alters what age she appears to be in order to avoid her gambling debts. Tsunade's unique transformation seems to be permanent, as she can maintain this form without exerting any effort, even when injured or asleep. The transformation dispels when she runs out of chakra, reverting her to her natural appearance. Medical ninjutsu. Tsunade is hailed as the world's greatest medical nin, able to identify ailments at a glance and treat conditions that other medical nin deem impossible to cure. Her skills are enough that Orochimaru believed that she could reverse the necrosis-like effects of the dead demon-consuming seal. Amongst other things, she healed the psychological damage of Tsukiyomi, fixed the damage to Rock Lee's spine when he was deemed a helpless case, and counteracted the effects of the 3 colored pills with instructions from the Nara Clan Medical Encyclopedia. Her medical prowess was again demonstrated when she near instantly healed Shikamaru's severe chakra depletion after he came into contact with a root of the god tree, the chakra cloak surrounding him noticeably reacting to her treatment. Undoubtedly, the pinnacle of Tsunade's medical prowess is her creation rebirth, which draws on her vast chakra supplies to instantaneously heal any wounds she receives. Because it requires no hand seals to perform, she needs no conscious effort on her part once active, and can heal any damage no matter how severe, her chakra levels permitting. Orochimaru describes it as a form of immortality that even he is envious of. Despite how useful it is in battle, creation rebirth is a double-edged sword. The body's cells can only divide and be created a set amount of times. So whenever Tsunade uses the technique, she shortens her lifespan. Because of this, she only uses it in very desperate situations. Tsunade's skills extend beyond the typical medical ninjutsu. She earned fame during the Second Shinobi World War for being the only person able to make antidotes for the poisons of Tsunagakure's Chiyo. Similarly, she can make sleeping potions that are undetectable even to the most skilled ninja. She is knowledgeable enough to perform autopsies and examine damage on a cellular level. Following the Fourth Shinobi World War, she studies the material that the White Zetsu army is made of and learns how to make prosthetic limbs from it. In the anime, she researches Kabuto Yakashi's yin healing wound destruction and uses what she finds to raise the survival rate of Rock Lee's medical procedure. Due to her vast medical knowledge, Tsunade was primarily responsible for setting up the modern system of medical nin, though she exempts herself from many of the laws that govern them due to her creation rebirth. 6th Hokage. Kakashi Hatake is a shinobi of Konohagakure's Hatake clan. Famed as Kakashi of the Sharingan, he is one of Konoha's most talented ninja, regularly looked to for advice and leadership despite his personal dislike of responsibility. To his students on Team 7, Kakashi teaches the importance of teamwork, a lesson he received along with the Sharingan from his childhood friend Obito Uchiha. After the 4th Shinobi World War, Kakashi becomes Konoha's 6th Hokage. Early life. Because his mother died when he was very young, Kakashi was raised during his early years by his father Sakumo. Sakumo was famed throughout the shinobi world, having saved Konoha on at least one occasion. Kakashi, in particular, revered his father. During one of Sakumo's missions, after Kakashi was enrolled in Konoha's Ninja Academy, Sakumo made the decision to save the lives of his teammates rather than complete the assignment. The mission's failure had disastrous consequences for the Land of Fire, causing many in Konoha, including the teammates he saved, to vilify him for abandoning his duties. Disgraced, Sakumo committed suicide. Seeing what his father went through and determined not to make the same mistakes, Kakashi decided that following the shinobi rules must always take priority. In the academy, Kakashi earned top grades, earning him recognition as a prodigy and the best of his generation. Ultimately, he became very popular amongst his peers. With his talent soon being recognized, at age 5, Kakashi graduated from the academy at the top of his class in a single year. Upon becoming a genin, he and his classmates Rin, Nohara, and Obito were teamed together under the leadership of Minato Namikaze. In the anime, Minato gave the team a bell test at its formation, assigning the 3 to take the 2 bells he kept on his person. Minato often held back less against the prodigious Kakashi than with Rin and Obito, so they couldn't obtain any bells without teamwork. However, Kakashi realized this, only using Obito and Rin as means to an end to obtain the bells. Nonetheless, Minato passed them because they accomplished the goal of the test by working as a team. Minato did encourage them to improve their teamwork afterwards, a message that Obito and Rin took to heart but fell upon deaf ears with Kakashi. Team Minato would go on many missions during its career, but Kakashi's devotion to the rules often made him difficult to work with. Obito, already jealous of Kakashi's natural talent and popularity, was frequently at odds with him and this behavior. At age 6, Konoha officials allowed Kakashi to compete in the Chunin exams with his team, which he passed by defeating Might Guy and became a Chunin. 3rd Shinobi World War. Konoha eventually became embroiled in the 3rd Shinobi World War. As part of the war effort, Team Minato was assigned to destroy the Kanabi Bridge in Kusagakure in order to cut off Iwagakure's supply line. Minato was needed on the front lines at the time, leaving Kakashi, recently promoted to Jonin at age 12, in charge. Before embarking on the mission, Minato and Rin gave him presents to celebrate his promotion. Obito forgot to get him anything. Shortly after entering Kusa, they encountered an Iwa scout, Mahiru. Kakashi tried to eliminate him with his new jutsu, Chidori, but the attack speed left him vulnerable to counterattack, forcing Minato to step in, save Kakashi, and kill Mahiru himself. Before leaving them, Minato advised Kakashi to not use the Chidori again. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito continued further into Kusa. They were eventually found by Mahiru's teammates, Kako and Taiseki, who kidnapped Rin in order to find out about what their mission was. Obito immediately suggested that they rescue her, but Kakashi elected to abandon Rin, believing that it was more important to finish the mission before concerning themselves with her safety. Obito refused to go along with this and went off to save Rin by himself. Before he left, he told Kakashi that Sakumo had been a hero and that although it was bad to abandon one's mission, it was worse to abandon one's teammates. Kakashi began carrying out the mission alone, but ultimately decided that Obito was right and went to join him. He arrived in time to save Obito from Taiseki with his white light chakra saber, which he inherited from his father. Taiseki turned invisible and tried launching a sneak attack on Obito. Kakashi protected him, but his left eye was badly damaged in the process. In that moment, Obito awakened his Sharingan and used it to kill Taiseki. They then entered the cave where Rin was being held, drove off Kako, and released Rin from the genjutsu he had placed her under. Kako retaliated by forcing a cave-in, and Kakashi, due to his damaged eye, was struck in his blind spot and had difficulty avoiding the fallen rocks. Before he could be crushed by a large boulder, Obito pushed him out of the way, becoming trapped himself. Unable to get free and knowing his injuries were too serious to survive, Obito decided to make his last act, giving Kakashi the present he forgot to give him earlier, his Sharingan, to replace the eye Kakashi lost. After Rin transplanted Obito's Sharingan into him, Kakashi confronted Kako. His white light chakra saber was destroyed during the ensuing fight, but he succeeded in killing him with Chidori due to the Sharingan's heightened vision. Kakashi was finally able to handle its speed. He went back to where Obito and Rin were, but Iwa reinforcements soon arrived and started constricting the rubble. Obito asked Kakashi to take Rin away and keep her safe, which he did, leaving Obito behind. As the Iwa Nin started surrounding them, Kakashi attacked them for as long as he could, holding them off until Minato eventually tracked them down and finished off the rest. Minato assisted them with destroying the Kanabi Bridge, and then returned with them to Konoha to mourn Obito's death. Despite many from the Uchiha clan being against Kakashi wielding a Sharingan as he had no blood ties to them, Fugaku Uchiha, the Uchiha head, chose to honor Obito's dying actions and let Kakashi keep his gift. During a later mission, Rin was kidnapped by Kirigakure. Kakashi was eventually able to rescue her and started taking her back to Konoha. Along the way, Rin revealed that Kiri had sealed the Three Tails into her body with the intention to, once she inevitably lost control of it, have it unleashed on Konoha and destroy the village from within. In order to prevent this from happening, Rin begged Kakashi to kill her, but he refused, unwilling to break his promise to Obito to protect her and hoping to find some other solution. When Kiri Nin caught up with them and made false efforts to retrieve her, Kakashi fought them off with his renamed Chidori, the lightning cutter. During one of these attacks, Rin jumped in front of Kakashi's attack, dying by his hand so Konoha would be safe. The trauma of this caused his Sharingan to evolve into a Mangekyo Sharingan shortly before Kakashi passed out. He was later found by Konoha reinforcements, but none could explain the slaughter of all the Kiri forces. Anbu career. Because he'd lost two teammates in such a short time span, his role in Rin's death, and his failure to honor Obito's last request by protecting her, Kakashi began dropping into a depression. In the anime, many believe he killed Rin on purpose to prevent her from leaking information, earning him the nickname Friend Killer Kakashi. Many, especially those in Anbu, believed he would kill a comrade without hesitation if it was for the sake of completing the mission. He would also spend his days avoiding friends and former classmates, and at night he would be haunted by dreams of himself killing Rin again. Minato, the new Hokage, tried to help Kakashi emerge from the darkness he'd fallen into after Obito and Rin's deaths by assigning him to the Anbu. Kakashi did well in the Anbu, eventually becoming a captain and the leader of Team Ro. However, his successes were owed to his cold behavior and his ruthlessness in combat, signs that he was still upset by Rin's death. Minato therefore tried a different tactic, assigning Kakashi to protect his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, during her pregnancy. Kakashi carried out his duties faithfully, monitoring Kushina from the shadows whenever she left her home. During his time off, he would visit Rin's grave and Obito's engraving to tell him his regrets and how life was going without them. During the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, Kakashi and many of Konoha's other young ninja were prevented from helping defend the village, instead being confined within a barrier to keep them safe. Minato eventually saved the village from the Nine-Tails, but at the cost of his and Kushina's lives. After which, Danzo Shimura approached a grieving young Kakashi Hatake, noting that it was Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders for the children, even high-ranking ninja like Kakashi, to not help battle the Nine-Tails, ultimately preventing Kakashi from possibly saving his sensei and his wife. Convincing an emotional Kakashi that the third was not the best for the future of the village, Kakashi agreed to join Danzo's Root division and spy on the Hokage for him. During a mission, Kakashi encountered another Root member codenamed Kinoe, who was able to use Wood Release. Knowing that Wood Release was unique to the first Hokage, Kakashi broke into the Hokage residence to see what he could learn about this anomaly. The third caught him, but freely gave him the information he wanted. Konoha had tried to recreate the Wood Release powers in the past, but abandoned the project for killing too many test subjects. The third then mused that the Nine-Tails might have been defeated, and Minato saved had the research been successful. From this meeting with the third, it became clear to Kakashi that the third was not the ineffectual, passionless leader Danzo had made him out to be. Moreover, Danzo had not used Kinoe to try and stop the Nine-Tails attack. Realizing he had picked the wrong side, Kakashi told the third about Danzo's plans to assassinate him, and the following day personally lured out the assassins, of whom Kinoe was with. Kakashi easily defeated him, but chose to spare his life in the belief that he would become a valuable ally in the future. Kakashi attempted to resign from the Anbu afterwards for working against the Hokage, but the third insisted his service was invaluable and made Kakashi his right-hand man. From investigating a series of disappearances, Kakashi provided a lead, and it was discovered that Orochimaru was behind the Wood Release research that produced Kinoe. In the anime, Kakashi attacked Orochimaru when the third Hokage failed to apprehend him, but he was paralyzed by Orochimaru's killing intent and Orochimaru escaped. Kakashi followed him once he regained his composure, but he was captured by the Uburi clan, who were loyal to Orochimaru. Kinoe, their ally, convinced them to let him interrogate Kakashi. Once alone, he confided that Danzo was making his own plans against Orochimaru, and with help from Yukimi, helped Kakashi get free. Kakashi later planned to use Yukimi to capture Orochimaru, since she was of great importance to him. Later, Kakashi explained that Yukimi's blood could temporarily bestow Orochimaru with the Uburi clan's smoke transformation, allowing him to slip across the border. Overhearing that, Yukimi slipped away and returned to the cave. Orochimaru ultimately killed most of the Iburi clan before escaping yet again, but Kakashi, recognizing that Kinoe's relationship with Yukimi is much like his relationship with Rin was, helped keep her safe. Kakashi decided to leave and not report anything about the Iburi or Root's involvement. Kakashi continued to investigate Orochimaru over the following years, eventually locating one of his secret labs 3 years after the latter's defection. While there, he was attacked by Kinoe, who Danzo had sent to take his Sharingan. Kakashi tried to reason with him by stating that friendship should take higher priority than the mission. When Kinoe accused Kakashi of violating that creed by killing Rin, Kakashi, enraged, overpowered him in order to bring him before the third Hokage. Before they could leave, one of Orochimaru's snake experiments escaped its test tube and attacked the duo. As Kinoe was taken captive, Kakashi managed to slay the creature. While saving Kinoe, the creature's corpse began emitting a poisonous vapor which quickly infected Kakashi. Kinoe got Kakashi out safely and, having accepted Kakashi's words, gave Kakashi an antidote and chose to abandon his mission whilst leaving Kakashi a message about it. When Kakashi woke up, he knew Danzo would punish Kinoe for insubordination and asked the third for help. With the third's permission, Kakashi forced his way into Root headquarters and stopped Danzo from applying a cursed seal to Kinoe. As Root forces started to surround them, the third showed up to personally authorize Kakashi's actions, and further negotiated Kinoe's release from Root. Kakashi added Kinoe, now with the new codename Tenzo, to Team Ro. 2 years later, Itachi Uchiha was added to Team Ro. Kakashi and Itachi were at one point assigned to observe a meeting between Konoha and the Land of Woods. When the Land of Woods Pranja group tried to betray the Konoha forces, Kakashi and Itachi moved in and defeated them. Although Kakashi was impressed by Itachi's abilities, he warned him against his merciless approach and encouraged him on the importance of friends. Sometime later, Itachi asked Kakashi if dead friends' requests should be honored, which Kakashi said they should. Itachi was eventually promoted out of Team Ro and replaced by Yugao Uzuki. Shortly afterwards, Team Ro was sent to the Uchiha clan's compound with orders to pacify a brewing rebellion, only to find the entire clan dead. When news emerged that Itachi was responsible and that he had killed his best friend, Shisui Uchiha, in pursuit of power, Kakashi lamented his failure to have a better influence on Itachi. Because of what happened with Itachi, the third Hokage felt that individuals with kind hearts did not belong in the Anbu. He therefore thanked Kakashi for his years of service and relieved him of his duty, returning him to the standard forces. Over the years, he was placed in charge of several teams of Academy graduates, but none ever demonstrated the teamwork he considered to be so important. In the anime, he started worrying that his own methods were too harsh, but from seeing how his former underlings that he had previously failed prospered due to his teaching, his faith was reaffirmed. Prologue, Land of Waves. Kakashi is assigned as the leader of Team 7, comprised of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. The third Hokage explains that he is selected for the team in order to keep an eye on Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and in the anime to help Sasuke cope with life after the Uchiha clan downfall. During his first meeting with Team 7, Kakashi is unimpressed by them, finding them all to be too self-interested. He nevertheless gives them a bell test, as he has for all the previous teams he's been assigned, and tells them to take one of the 2 bells on his person. Naruto launches a first attack before the test officially begins. Kakashi stops him easily, but is nevertheless amused. Kakashi reads Icha Icha Paradise during the test, convinced that he won't need his full attention or both of his hands. Naruto and his shadow clones fail to take a bell, and Sakura, who focuses on looking for Sasuke, is defeated by one of Kakashi's genjutsu. Kakashi then goes and finds Sasuke, expecting the same outcome as Naruto and Sakura, but finds Sasuke was waiting for him. Kakashi is forced to go on the defense, and when Sasuke uses the Great Fireball technique, he must close his copy of Icha Icha, but still manages to defeat Sasuke. Kakashi gathers them together afterwards and tells them they've failed, explaining that had they worked together rather than individually, they might have succeeded in acquiring a bell. They convince him to give them another chance after lunch, but Kakashi demands that Naruto not be fed. He secretly watches them as they eat and sees Sasuke and Sakura give Naruto food against his instructions, needing Naruto in top form if they're going to get a bell. Kakashi feigns anger when he approaches them, but tells them that they passed the test for placing the team's well-being above the mission parameters. Team 7 completes a number of D-rank missions, which Naruto believes they're overqualified for. He complains to the third Hokage about this and is able to secure a C-rank mission, escorting Tazuna to the Land of Waves. Shortly after leaving Konoha, Kakashi notices that they're being pursued by the Demon Brothers. He pretends to be killed by one of the Demon Brothers' attacks so he can observe them, stepping in and neutralize them once Team 7 can't hold them off anymore. After restraining them, Kakashi confronts Tazuna on why the Demon Brothers were trying to kill him. Tazuna confesses that assassins have been hired to kill him so he can't build a bridge that will free the Land of Waves from the tyranny of Gato. Although this is an A-rank assignment that Team 7, being only Genin, are unqualified for, they decide to help Tazuna anyway because Tazuna confessed his country is too poor to afford an A-rank assignment. When they arrive in the Land of Waves, they are met by Zabuza Momochi, a former Kirinin. Recognizing how formidable Zabuza is, Kakashi uncovers his Sharingan and engages him, leaving his students in charge of protecting Tazuna. Kakashi initially does well against Zabuza, defeating Zabuza's water clones with his own. When Zabuza succeeds in trapping him in a water prison, Kakashi instructs Team 7 to leave him behind and escape with Tazuna. Naruto ignores him and with the help of Sasuke is able to release him. Kakashi thanks them and resumes his fight with Zabuza, copying his ninjutsu and using them against him. Just as he is about to finish off Zabuza, Zabuza is seemingly killed by a young hunter nin and his body is taken away. Team 7 continues on to Tazuna's home, but Kakashi must be carried, having exhausted himself due to overuse of the Sharingan. While recuperating, Kakashi starts to find Zabuza's death suspicious and worries that he might still be alive. In case this is true, he shows Team 7 the tree climbing practice in order to improve their chakra control, which will be useful if Zabuza does indeed return. After a week of rest, Kakashi has recovered and all of Team 7 has mastered the exercise. Naruto is tired from the training and is allowed to keep sleeping as they resume their bodyguarding of Tazuna. When they arrive at the bridge Tazuna is working on, they find Zabuza and Haku, the hunter nin from before, waiting for them. Haku traps Sasuke in his demonic mirroring ice crystals, which Zabuza blocks Kakashi from helping him escape from. Once Naruto arrives to lend Sasuke assistance, Kakashi engages Zabuza in combat. Having learned from his previous encounters, Zabuza coats the area in a thick mist so Kakashi can't use his Sharingan. Because of this, Kakashi sticks close to Tazuna, knowing Zabuza will come for him eventually. Zabuza does indeed attack, and Kakashi is badly injured by Zabuza's Kubikiri Bocho while defending Tazuna. While reeling from his wound, Kakashi senses Naruto using Nine-Tails chakra. Fearing that the seal containing the beast is weakening, Kakashi decides to finish the battle quickly. He summons his Ninken and has them track down his blood, which is still on Zabuza's Kubikiri Bocho. Once they locate him, they pin him down while Kakashi attacks with his lightning cutter. Just before he hits Zabuza, Haku steps in front of him and takes the attack instead. As his last act, Haku grabs Kakashi so he can't get away, allowing Zabuza, freed from the Ninken, to try and slice through him in order to get Kakashi. Kakashi pulls away, sets down Haku's body, and, angered by what's happened, proceeds to debilitate both of Zabuza's arms. Gato then arrives to kill them all, Zabuza included, with a horde of mercenaries. Zabuza kills Gato first, and Kakashi scares off the horde with his multiple shadow clone technique. Zabuza, dying from his injuries, asks Kakashi to place him next to Haku. Kakashi complies, and after he passes, buries them both. Their mission complete, Team 7 returns to Konoha, traveling by way of the great Naruto bridge that Tazuna finished building. Chunin exams. Team 7 resumes its series of uninteresting missions, but Kakashi is nevertheless pleased by their development. Despite their only recent graduation from the academy, he recommends that they enter the Chunin exams. He neglects to tell them that they must enter as a team, not wanting any of them, especially Sakura, to feel pressured to participate. He is therefore glad when they all independently decide to take the exams and wishes them luck. Several days after the exams start, Kakashi arrives to watch Team 7 in the preliminary fights. There, he is informed that Sasuke was attacked by Orochimaru during the exams and branded with a cursed seal of heaven. Kakashi warns Sasuke that he will be disqualified if he uses the cursed seal during his match. Sasuke avoids doing so, and Kakashi takes him away afterwards, applying the evil sealing method to prevent the cursed seal's use. After Sasuke passes out from the procedure, Orochimaru confronts Kakashi, explaining his plans to acquire Sasuke's Sharingan for himself. Kakashi readies his lightning cutter to defend Sasuke, but Orochimaru decides to leave, confident Sasuke will come to him willingly someday. Kakashi afterwards realizes he would have been killed had they fought. Kakashi takes Sasuke to the hospital to rest, places him under the guard of Anbu, and returns to watch the remaining preliminary matches, having promised Sasuke that he'd tell him all about the other combatants' abilities. After the preliminaries end, Kakashi returns to Sasuke to find all the Anbu dead, killed by Kabuto Yakushi. He tries to capture Kabuto in order to learn more about Orochimaru's plans for Sasuke, but Kabuto escapes. Kakashi is afterwards tracked down by Naruto, who asks Kakashi to help him train for the exam's final matches in a month. Having already decided to train Sasuke, Kakashi refers Naruto to Ebisu instead. In order to give Sasuke an alternative to the Cursed Seal's power, Kakashi spends a month teaching him the Chidori. Training runs long, and they end up arriving late for Sasuke's match against Gaara of Sunagakure. When Naruto tries to warn him about Gaara, Kakashi instructs him just to watch Sasuke's performance and is amused by how quickly Naruto's concern for Sasuke becomes jealousy of his abilities. Konoha Crush. The Chunin exams are interrupted by an invasion of Konoha, and most of those watching the finals are rendered unconscious by a genjutsu. Kakashi is among those who dispel it, and he starts fending off invading Otogakure forces. When he notices Sasuke going off on his own to fight Gaara, Kakashi locates Sakura and sends her, Naruto, and Shikamaru Nara after him to provide assistance. He summons Pakun to help them follow Sasuke. The fighting rages on until Kakashi and his fellow defenders eliminate all invaders in the area except for Kabuto and Baki, who opt to flee rather than continue fighting. Kakashi and the others then converge on the site where the third Hokage fought Orochimaru, but discover that he's died in battle. Kakashi attends the third's funeral a few days later. He arrives late, having visited the memorial stone beforehand to reflect on those he's lost. Search for Tsunade. Shortly after the funeral, Kakashi notices cloaked individuals traveling around Konoha. Suspicious, he follows them, but keeps up appearances that he is only meeting Sasuke for lunch. While waiting for Sasuke, he strikes up a conversation with Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, quietly alerting them to the men in cloaks. When Sasuke arrives and the cloaked men leave, Kakashi sends Asuma and Kurenai after them. However, Kakashi starts to become concerned, so he cancels lunch with Sasuke, not explaining the real reason, and joins Asuma and Kurenai. He arrives in time to save them from Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, respectively. Itachi advises Kisame to keep his distance from Kakashi, stating that his fight with Kakashi would take too long. He also states that his own fight with Kakashi wouldn't take any time at all. He immediately attacks, which Kakashi only barely blocks with a water formation wall. He then gets Kurenai away from Itachi's clone Great Explosion, and when he looks back at Itachi, catches a glimpse of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He orders Asuma and Kurenai to shut their eyes while he is attacked with Tsukiyomi, subjecting him to 3 days of torture in a matter of seconds. He is able to remain conscious to Kisame's surprise, and using information earlier provided to him by Jiraiya, guesses their purpose for being in Konoha. They are members of the Akatsuki after the Nine Tails within Naruto. Itachi orders Kisame to capture Kakashi to see what else he knows and to kill Asuma and Kurenai. Kisame is stopped by Might Guy and they retreat, at which point Kakashi passes out. Guy takes Kakashi back to his home and puts him to bed, where he remains comatose until Tsunade, the new Hokage, comes to Konoha and heals the damage to his mind. Sasuke Recovery Mission. Kakashi is not done recovering when he is given a mission assignment, a consequence of Konoha's lack of manpower following the failed invasion. Before leaving, he stops by the hospital where Sasuke has been staying after his own encounter with Itachi and finds Sasuke in the middle of combat with Naruto. As Sasuke is about to clash his Chidori with Naruto's Rasengan, Kakashi catches them both and flings them apart. Kakashi starts questioning Sasuke about his apparent intentions to kill Naruto, but Sasuke leaves rather than be lectured. Kakashi also notices Jiraiya nearby and, assuming Naruto learned the Rasengan from him, asks if that was a good idea. Jiraiya asks the same about teaching Sasuke the Chidori. Kakashi asks Jiraiya to speak with Naruto while he speaks with Sasuke. Before he goes, he assures Sakura that he'll set things right. Kakashi locates Sasuke and ties him to a tree in order to force him to listen to what he has to say. He starts by trying to discourage Sasuke from avenging the Uchiha clan, insisting that even if he's successful, it won't bring back those who are already dead. Sasuke retorts that Kakashi doesn't understand what he's going through and offers to kill the people most precious to Kakashi, only for Kakashi to reply that those very people are already dead. Sasuke is surprised and puts up less resistance, so Kakashi tells him that taking revenge for those that he's lost is not worth also losing those he still has, namely Naruto and Sakura. To that end, he encourages Sasuke to start using Chidori for its intended purpose, protecting friends rather than attacking them. He unties Sasuke and leaves for his mission, intending for what he said to sink in. When he returns, Tsunade informs him that Sasuke has defected to Orochimaru and that Naruto and a team of genin were sent after him. Upset with himself for not spending more time diffusing Sasuke's angst, Kakashi goes after him, fearful that he and Naruto may kill each other. He summons his Ninken to help him track Sasuke and Naruto, eventually finding the latter unconscious at the Valley of the End. Because it's raining, he can't find Sasuke's trail, and besides, Naruto needs medical attention. He takes him back to Konoha and releases him into the care of the medic corps. With Sasuke gone to Orochimaru, Naruto decides to start training with Jiraiya, and Sakura trains with Tsunade. Having no students to lead anymore, Kakashi resumes his prior mission schedule. Mizuki Tracking Mission. In the anime, Kakashi returns from mission in time to help round up escapees from the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. Cursed Warrior Extermination Mission. In the anime, Kakashi is sent to the land of birds as backup for Naruto, Tenten, and Neji Hyuga as they investigate the cursed warrior. He takes command of the team and eventually defeats Nagare and Hokushin with relative ease. Sunagakure Support Mission. In the anime, Kakashi is sent to spy on the Takumi village in order to investigate rumors of an uprising. There, he finds the entire village abandoned. He is later part of the reinforcements sent to Sunagakure to help deal with the 4 Celestial Symbols men, only to discover that Naruto's team already successfully completed the mission. In Naruto's footsteps, the Friends' Paths. In the anime, about 2 years after Naruto leaves Konoha to train with Jiraiya, another Chunin exam is held. Kakashi is sent to Amagakure to invite its ninja to participate, a mere pretext for him to investigate rumors surrounding the village. He is stopped at the village's entrance, but is able to arrange a meeting with Hanzo, who is actually Konin in disguise, and delivers the invitation. Although he appears to leave Ame afterwards, Kakashi sneaks back in to see what he can find out. It immediately becomes apparent to him that although Ame's ninja don't know the identity of the intruder, they are aware that someone has infiltrated the village. Kakashi decides to go back to Konoha rather than risk causing an incident. Kazekage Rescue Mission. Kakashi is the first person to greet Naruto when he returns from his 2.5 years of training with Jiraiya. Naruto gives him a copy of Icha Icha Tactics as a present, which Kakashi wastes no time starting to read. As Naruto goes off to see Sakura, Jiraiya warns Kakashi that Akatsuki will be making a move in the near future. After Naruto and Sakura have had a chance to catch up, Kakashi reforms Team 7 and gives them another bell test. Unlike last time, taking the bells from him is the real objective. Kakashi also decides to take the test seriously by uncovering his Sharingan and closing his copy of Icha Icha Tactics. As with last time, Naruto launches a first attack before the test officially begins, but this time it nearly succeeds. Kakashi is impressed by this and other signs of their improvement, but by nightfall they still haven't taken a bell. Tired of this, Naruto tries spoiling the ending of Icha Icha Tactics, forcing Kakashi to cover his ears so as to not hear it and shuts his eyes so as to not read Naruto's lips. This allows Naruto and Sakura to each take a bell. While Team 7 tries without success to find a mission to go on that Naruto won't complain about, word reaches Konoha that Akatsuki has kidnapped Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, and the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Team 7 is sent to Sunagakure to lend assistance in rescuing Gaara. When they arrive in Suna, Kakashi is attacked by Chiyo, who mistook him for his father, but her brother Ebizo cleared up the confusion before the attack could connect, to Kakashi's great relief at the close call. Team 7 gathers what intel they can on Gaara's kidnappers and leave to go after them. Chiyo volunteers to escort them since they aren't familiar with the country around Suna. While en route to an Akatsuki lair, they are confronted by Itachi Uchiha. While they fight him, Kakashi notices that something is off about Itachi, noticeably his lack of use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason for this is discovered after Naruto seemingly kills him with a Big Ball Rasengan. They were only fighting a doppelganger. Team 7 arrives at the Akatsuki lair shortly after Team Guy does, who are sent as backup by Tsunade. After Team Guy takes down the barrier over the entrance, Team 7 moves in and finds Gaara's body with his kidnappers, Deidara and Sasori. Deidara takes Gaara's body and flies off, which Naruto and Kakashi go after, leaving Sasori to Sakura and Chiyo. Naruto makes repeated failed attempts to rescue Gaara, prompting Kakashi to encourage patience while he prepares a new ability. Once he's ready, Kakashi uses Kamui on Deidara, but his aim is off and he succeeds only in removing one of Deidara's arms. This creates an opening for Naruto to take Gaara back, which Deidara responds to by creating a suicide bombing clone to cover his escape. Kakashi uses Kamui again to warp the explosion away. After they regroup with Chiyo and Sakura, Chiyo gives her life to revive Gaara. Team 7 and Guy attend her funeral in Sunagakure before returning home. Kakashi is unable to walk due to overusing his Mangekyo Sharingan, forcing Might Guy to carry him. Guy's choice of carrying Kakashi by piggyback deeply disturbs their students. Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance Mission. During her fight with Sasori, Sakura learned of an opportunity to possibly meet with Sasuke in a few days' time. Kakashi must remain in bed while he recovers and therefore cannot go. In his place, Team 7 is led by an Anbu codenamed Yamato, who Kakashi once knew as Tenzo. Before Team 7 sets out, Yamato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya meet with Kakashi to discuss Naruto's deteriorating control of the Nine Tails' power. Akatsuki Suppression Mission. Although Team 7 was able to meet Sasuke, he was too strong for them to capture and bring back to Konoha. Once Kakashi's done recuperating, he calls them before him and is introduced to Sai, who is effectively Sasuke's replacement on the team. They speak only briefly, but both approve of each other. Kakashi believes the best way to match Sasuke would be for Naruto to create a new jutsu. Before he can elaborate further, they are interrupted by the arrival of Asuma Sarutobi and the rest of Team 10. When their students leave to have dinner, Asuma lingers behind to discuss something with Kakashi, only to change his mind when Kurenai Yuhi comes looking for him. To help Naruto create a new jutsu, Kakashi first establishes what his nature is: wind. With that settled, Kakashi trains Naruto on how to learn to use the wind nature. Ordinarily, such training would take months or years, but Naruto, by training alongside hundreds of shadow clones, can do the same training in a mere fraction of the time. With Kakashi's instructions and training grounds created by Yamato, Naruto quickly masters how to use the wind nature. The next step is more difficult for him, combining that nature with the Rasengan. Because Kakashi and Minato Namikaze both failed to combine their natures with the Rasengan, Kakashi can't offer Naruto any tips and can only watch as he tries to develop something. When they receive news that Asuma died in battle with members of Akatsuki, they take a break to attend Asuma's funeral. Because he can be of no further assistance to Naruto, Kakashi leaves Yamato in charge of watching over him. Kakashi, meanwhile, volunteers to help Team 10 avenge Asuma. Shikamaru Nara, having previously come up with a plan, modifies it to take Kakashi's presence into consideration. Once they locate the Akatsuki members, Hidan and Kakazu, Kakashi hides until Kakazu is driven to use his Earth Spear, at which point Kakashi pierces him through the heart with his lightning cutter. Kakazu, who has more than one heart, fends Kakashi off and uses the elemental masks of his Earth Grudge Fear to put Team 10 on the defensive. Needing to separate Hidan and Kakazu if they're to have any chance of victory, Shikamaru takes a vial of Kakazu's blood that Kakashi secretly collected and leads Hidan away. Shikamaru is able to trick Hidan into using the blood to curse Kakazu, destroying the second of his hearts in time to stop him from stealing Kakashi's. Angered by the loss of 2 hearts, Kakazu prepares to kill Kakashi and Team 10. His attack is blocked by the combined efforts of Naruto and Yamato, who arrive with Sakura and Sai to lend assistance. Kakashi summons Pakun to lead Sakura and Sai to Shikamaru in case he needs help while everyone else prepares to attack Kakazu. Naruto, having finished his jutsu, volunteers to face Kakazu alone. His new wind-release Rasen Shuriken is temperamental, however, forcing Kakashi and Yamato to rescue him when it fails on its first use. It succeeds on the second time, destroying 2 of Kakazu's hearts and putting the last one on the brink of failure. Kakashi is deeply impressed by the Rasen Shuriken and tells Kakazu that the previous generation being surpassed by the next was perfectly natural. Kakashi then finished him off with a lightning cutter. Three Tails appearance. In the anime, Kakashi leads Team 8 on a mission to investigate one of Orochimaru's recently discovered bases. During their investigation, they're attacked by Guren, one of Orochimaru's subordinates, who traps them in her Jade Crystal Labyrinth technique. Team 7 eventually arrives to lend assistance and helps them escape, but while going after Guren, they come across the Three Tails. Kakashi requests additional assistance from Konoha, and once it arrives, they attempt to seal the Three Tails. Guren and her team interrupt them and the Three Tails gets away, but Guren's team is defeated. They are then recalled to Konoha with Anbu sent to seal the Three Tails in their place. Itachi Pursuit Mission. News reaches Konoha that Sasuke has killed Orochimaru. Realizing that this is a good opportunity to try once again to reunite with Sasuke, Kakashi combines Team 7 and 8 into an 8-man squad with their mission to either find Sasuke or his assumed target, Itachi. They split up and look for leads on either Uchiha, with Kakashi providing one or more of his Ninken to those without any particular tracking ability. None find anything until witnessing CO. They converge at its epicenter and can detect Sasuke's trail. Fated battle between brothers. As they near Sasuke's location, they're intercepted by Akatsuki member Tobi. They make repeated attempts to kill or capture him, but every attack passes through him without sign of damage. Zetsu eventually appears and reports to Tobi that Itachi has died in battle with Sasuke. No longer needing to distract the 8-man squad, Tobi disappears. Before he goes, Kakashi notices that he has a Sharingan. Kakashi scouts the area and notices Itachi's Amaterasu in the distance. They rush there, hoping to reach Sasuke before Tobi does, but they are too late and cannot rediscover his trail. Six Tails Unleashed. In the anime, Katsuyu meets with them as they return to Konoha to give them a new mission, helping the Tsuchigumo clan protect its forbidden technique. Kakashi sends Yamato with Team 7 to complete the mission while he returns to the village with Team 8. Pain's Assault. Back in Konoha, Kakashi is informed that Jiraiya has died while investigating the Akatsuki leader, Pain. He is present when the news is shared with Naruto, who was too distraught to be of assistance and needed some time alone. Before he died, Jiraiya sent a number of things to Konoha that would help them against Pain, including an encrypted message. Shikamaru is able to properly console and get Naruto to help him decode it, who realizes that the key to its decryption must be Icha tactics. Kakashi, having the only copy, is asked to read specific passages aloud, which makes him extremely uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the message is deciphered. Pain attacks Konoha soon afterwards. While some of the 6 paths of pain draw attention to themselves, others avoid conflict and try to learn the whereabouts of Naruto, who had gone to Mount Myoboku to train. Kakashi guesses this tactic and goes searching for one of the latter group. In doing so, he finds the Diva Path, and by confronting it, he is able to save Iruka Umino. Kakashi tries to corner the Diva Path so he can destroy it with his lightning cutter, but it repels him with Shinra Tensei. Pain, recognizing that Kakashi is a dangerous opponent, sends the Asura Path to help the Diva Path. Kakashi struggles against both due to the shared vision of their Rinnegan, but their clashing jutsu at least attracts reinforcements' attentions. Choza and Choji Akamichi cripple the Asura Path while they arrive. From careful observation of the Diva Path's abilities, Kakashi notices a brief cooldown period between its jutsu. To take advantage of this, Kakashi plants chains under it and has Choza and Choji attack it from opposite sides. When they're deflected by Shinra Tensei, they grab the chains and restrain him, giving Kakashi an opportunity to attack with his lightning cutter. Before he can land the blow, the Asura Path uses itself as a shield, giving the Diva Path time to counter. It defeats all of Kakashi's reinforcements and binds Kakashi in the rubble. Anticipating that Kakashi will interfere if allowed to live, the Diva Path propels a nail at his head to kill him and leaves. Kakashi, however, only pretends to be dead, warping away the nail at the last moment with Kamui. When Choji wakes up, Kakashi sends him to Tsunade to tell her everything they've learned about the Diva Path abilities. The still functioning Asura Path fires a missile at Choji in an attempt to stop him, forcing Kakashi to use Kamui again to warp away the missile. This depletes his chakra reserves and causes his death. After dying, Kakashi finds his father, Sakumo, waiting for him. He entreats Kakashi to tell him about his life, with which Kakashi complies. He concludes his story by saying that he understands the choices Sakumo made when he was alive, and he is proud to be his son. Just then, a light envelops Kakashi, a sign of his revival. Before Kakashi returns to the living plains, Sakumo thanks him for putting him at peace at long last, allowing him to continue to the afterlife. Kakashi wakes up, surprising those nearby. He is informed of what happened while he was dead, such as that Pain destroyed the village, and that Naruto, upon returning, defeated Pain. As Naruto returns to Konoha, Kakashi goes to meet him and carries him back, where his victory is celebrated by all the villagers. Past arc, the locus of Konoha. In the anime, a traveling musician visits Konoha as it starts rebuilding. Seeing the musician reminds Kakashi of Team 7's encounter with Hanare of the Jomei village. 5 Kage Summit. Naruto reflects on Sasuke with Kakashi and Sakura. While he does so, word reaches them that Danzo Shimura has become the new Hokage and that Danzo's first degree has been to allow Sasuke's disposal as a missing nin, something Tsunade had never permitted. Naruto insists on trying to reason with Danzo, which Kakashi warns him will not work. When this indeed fails, Naruto decides to talk with the 4th Raikage instead, who has made it his goal to personally kill Sasuke. Despite the travel limitations in place due to the approaching 5 Kage summit, Kakashi and Yamato agree to accompany him. Kakashi neutralizes the Anbu assigned to keep an eye on Naruto, and Yamato plants his transmission wood on Team Samui in order to follow them to the Raikage. When they find the Raikage in the Land of Iron, Kakashi, the only one amongst them that the Raikage recognizes, asks that Naruto be allowed to speak with him. The Raikage permits it, but even with his and Yamato's support, he refuses Naruto's request to forgive Sasuke's recent work with Akatsuki and leaves them. They stay at an inn nearby while deciding what to do, where Naruto is confronted by Tobi. Having expected him, Kakashi and Yamato attack and restrain him, though he points out that he can escape whenever he wants. Rather than do that, he tells him about Sasuke's motivations, to take vengeance on Konoha for forcing Itachi to kill the Uchiha clan. They doubt what he said regarding the Uchiha clan downfall, but Tobi is unconcerned, leaving once he's finished saying to Naruto what he wanted to. Afterwards, Kakashi encourages that the 3 of them keep what Tobi said between them, until they knew more, and if what Tobi said was true. Naruto decides the only course of action left is to speak with Sasuke himself. His attempt to locate Sasuke is interrupted by the arrival of Sai and Sakura, the latter of whom tells Naruto she loves him. Kakashi doubts that this is the real reason for coming all the way to the Land of Iron, which one of Sai's ink clones confirms after Sakura and her entourage leave. The rest of the Konoha 11 have decided that it's their responsibility as Sasuke's former friends to kill him before he sparks a war, a burden Sakura has taken for herself. Before they can go after her, they are met by Gaara and his bodyguards, who tell them about Sasuke's attack on the summit and Tobi's declaration of the 4th Shinobi World War. Gaara also shares the 5 Kage's request that Kakashi represent Konoha going forward. Owing to Danzo's behavior during the Kage summit, Naruto is overwhelmed by all the developments going on and passes out. Kakashi leaves Naruto with Yamato and has Sai's ink clone guide him to Sakura so he can stop her. The clone dissolves along the way, which it explains to be because Sakura knocked out the original Sai. Kakashi catches up with her in time to stop Sasuke from killing her with Chidori. Kakashi tells Sakura that she doesn't need to take responsibility for Sasuke, since he, as Sasuke's former teacher, is much more to blame for the team's growing rift and current dire situation. He asks Sasuke one more time to let go of his thirst for vengeance, but Sasuke laughs in his face, having been too corrupted by Tobi to be reasoned with any longer. As he prepares for battle, Kakashi remarks that he finally understands what the third Hokage went through with Orochimaru. Sasuke uses his Susanoo to fire an arrow at Kakashi, which he warps away with Kamui. Sasuke is enraged by this use of an Uchiha ability and threatens to make Kakashi suffer. When he does so, Sakura approaches from behind to kill him, but ultimately cannot, and Kakashi, tired from using Kamui, can't reach her in time to save her from Sasuke's retaliation. Sakura is saved by Naruto. Kakashi tells Naruto to take Sakura away. Naruto thinks that Kakashi is going to kill Sasuke. Naruto instead restrains Kakashi and fights Sasuke himself. From the clash of their Chidori and Rasengan, as well as the following conversation, Naruto and Sasuke decide to temporarily suspend hostilities until later when they, and only they, will face each other in battle. Kakashi agrees to these terms, but insists on being allowed to eliminate Tobi with Kamui when he comes to fetch Sasuke. Tobi stops him, telling him it won't work, and leaves with Sasuke. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. When they get back to Konoha, Kakashi meets with the Konoha Council and tells them all what had happened, including Danzo's death at Sasuke's hand. Because Konoha now needs another Hokage, Kakashi reluctantly agrees to be the appointment. He is brought before the Fire Daimyo, but before anything can be made official, they receive news that Tsunade has woken up from her coma, therefore rendering the proceedings unnecessary. He meets with Tsunade later and thanks her for waking up before he got stuck with any real responsibility. Power. In the anime, Kakashi is part of a force sent to Hacho village to help the rest of Team 7. Kakashi confronts Kabuto Yakashi, who gets away by distracting him with reincarnated ninja. Later, Kakashi meets with the village leader, Disonasu, who Kakashi recognizes as an old partner of Orochimaru. He trails Disonasu to a meeting with Kabuto, who is trying to resurrect the Ama no Hoko. A fight breaks out when Kabuto notices them, and at the conclusion of which Naruto defeats the nine-tailed Naruto clone. They are afterwards able to deactivate the Ama no Hoko, though Kabuto himself escapes once again. Paradise Life on a Boat. In the anime, as Konoha starts preparing for the looming war, Kiba Inuzuka asks Kakashi to train him. Kakashi provides his Ninken to Kiba in his place, believing that they'll be more useful to him. Later, Kakashi receives an apparent distress signal from Might Guy, who is escorting Naruto to the island Turtle. Kakashi rushes off to lend assistance, only to be told on arrival that the SOS was sent accidentally when Guy was struggling with seasickness. Unneeded, Kakashi returns to the village. 4th Shinobi World War Confrontation. Kakashi is appointed as commander of the Allied Shinobi Forces 3rd Division. In the anime, he requests that Guy be his second in command. The 3rd Division is mobilized ahead of the other divisions in order to be on hand for any eventuality. While seeking out Nakatsuki Force, they notice and head towards one of the surprise attack division's distress flares. The 3rd Division arrives in time to save them from the reincarnated Gari, Pakura, Haku, and Zabuza Momochi. Haku and Zabuza recognize Kakashi and Sakura, who is also in the 3rd Division, and ask how Naruto is doing. Kabuto, their summoner, ends their conversation short by suppressing their personalities, so Haku and Zabuza use their last moments to beg Kakashi to defeat them. Zabuza uses the hiding and miss technique to hide his and the others' movements, putting the 3rd Division on the defensive. Kakashi is able to analyze their attack strategy and formulate a response, but the other reincarnated members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist appear on the battlefield before Kakashi has a chance to put his plan into action. Despite mounting casualties, Kakashi sticks to his original plan. He sneaks up on Zabuza and attacks him with Lightning Cutter, intending to dispel the heavy mist. Like the last time they fought, Haku shields the attack and Zabuza cuts at Kakashi through Haku with his Kubikiri Bocho. Kakashi avoids injury and attacks with another Lightning Cutter, this time hitting Zabuza and also connecting Enzui Nara's shadow to his. With Zabuza immobilized and Haku damaged, both are bound by the sealing team. Kakashi, upset by how Zabuza and Haku were used for Akatsuki's purposes, takes up the Kubikiri Bocho and promises to live up to his reputation as the copier of 1,000 jutsu. With the mist gone, the swordsmen seemingly retreat. Kakashi takes this opportunity to allow his team to rest and recuperate. The next day, in the anime, Kakashi defeats Jinin Akebino, and later teams up with Guy to keep Jinpachi Munashi and Kushimaru Kurirare busy until they are also sealed. By the time he helps Sai seal Fuguki Suikazan, only 3 reincarnated shinobi remain. Part of the White Zetsu army then arrive to fight the 3rd Division, but they are met by one of Naruto's shadow clones, sent to lend assistance with defeating the remnants of Akatsuki's forces. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. Kakashi and Guy eventually leave the 3rd Division to join the original Naruto and Killer Bee in their fight with Tobi, arriving in time to stop Tobi from capturing Naruto. Seeing that Tobi has 6 reincarnated Jinchuriki, Kakashi theorizes that they each possess one of the 6 Paths techniques, just as the 6 Paths of Pain did. From fighting them, however, none of them use any of these 6 Paths techniques, leading Kakashi to believe that Tobi doesn't have the energy for it. Tobi can at least still use their Tailed Beast's powers, so he forces the 4 Tails and 6 Tails to enter Tailed Beast modes. Unable to do anything against such large opponents, Kakashi and Guy leave them to Naruto and Bee. After Naruto is able to free the 4 Tails from Tobi's control, Tobi forces the other Jinchuriki to enter Tailed Beast modes as well. As 5 Tailed Beast balls bear down on them, Kakashi considers trying to use Kamui. It ends up not being necessary, as Naruto, by entering his own Tailed Beast mode, deflects their attacks and subsequently frees them from Tobi. Tobi is forced to recall the Tailed Beasts into the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which he uses against Naruto, Bee, Kakashi, and Guy. Fighting continues on into the night, with neither side emerging victorious. When a light descends on the reincarnated Jinchuriki, a sign that the impure world reincarnation has been cancelled, Tobi takes drastic actions and prematurely initiates the 10 Tails revival. When they realize what Tobi's doing, Kakashi and the others focus on destroying the demonic statue before it can complete its metamorphosis into the 10 Tails. Tobi defends the demonic statue from all their attacks, and as ever, is himself seemingly impervious to damage, with everything passing through him. After an exchange of attacks, of which Kakashi blocks Tobi's with Kamui, Kakashi notices some slight damage to Tobi's mask. Having a theory about this, he has Guy and Naruto help him test it and is ultimately able to confirm. Attacks warped away with Kamui at the same moment that Tobi is impervious will damage Tobi, thereby suggesting a link between their abilities. Kakashi asks where Tobi acquired his Sharingan, to which he replies it was on the same mission to the Kanabi Bridge that Kakashi got his own. Kakashi is troubled by what this might mean, but doesn't overlook the important fact that they now have a way of fighting Tobi. Kakashi secretly uses Kamui on Naruto's shadow clones to send it to Kamui's dimension, which, when Tobi retreats there to escape the real Naruto's attack, attacks Tobi and destroys his mask. When they see his face, Guy and Kakashi recognize Tobi as Obito Uchiha. Kakashi is devastated to discover that the friend whose death he's mourned for over a decade is actually alive. Kakashi asks Obito why he never returned to Konoha, to which Obito replies it's because Kakashi allowed Rin Nohara to die. Obito assures Kakashi that he doesn't blame him for the world's flaws before attacking him with Fire Release Blast Wave Wild Dance. Obito is soon joined by a reincarnated Madara Uchiha, who decides to take Naruto's 9 Tails and Killer Bee's 8 Tails before the 10 Tails is revived. Kakashi, meanwhile, tries to question Obito more, who ignores him and instead uses his own Kamui on Kakashi. Kakashi figures out how to use Kamui to return, prompting Obito to try and kill him. Naruto blocks the attack and vows not to let his teammates die. Naruto's words remind Kakashi of the Obito he used to know, inspiring him to join the offensive again. After the 9 Tails replenishes his chakra, Kakashi lets Obito send him to Kamui's dimension, where he attacks Obito's body parts whenever they transport there to avoid Naruto's attacks. He then uses Kamui to return, only to witness the 10 Tails complete its revival. Obito and Madara attach themselves to the 10 Tails, focusing its destructive power against Kakashi and the others. Just as they're about to be killed, the combined allied shinobi forces arrive to help, deflecting the 10 Tails tailed beast ball. Sakura heals Kakashi before they join the allies' coordinated effort to restrain the 10 Tails, but it breaks free by transforming. Many die in the 10 Tails counterattack, but another coordinated assault successfully removes the 10 Tails from Madara and Obito's control. Now free to act on its own, the 10 Tails prepares to use Tenpenchi. Kakashi attempts to stop it with Kamui, but Obito intercepts him and takes him to Kamui's dimension. When they get there, Kakashi lunges at Obito with the lightning cutter, but stops short of actually killing him with it. When Obito accuses him of having a guilty conscience, Kakashi tries to explain the circumstances of Rin's death, but Obito is already aware that she chose to die. That fact alone convinces Obito that the world as is not worth protecting. Accepting that Obito's mind can't be changed, Kakashi attacks in order to protect the world that the Obito he used to know cared about. After a prolonged exchange, Kakashi pierces Obito's heart with a lightning-infused kunai. Obito escapes and Kakashi, similarly badly damaged, collapses. Birth of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. As Kakashi treats his wounds, he catches brief glimpses of what Obito sees due to their common Sharingan, his fight with Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi ponders Obito's persistence in trying to convince Naruto that his actions are justified, and concludes that Obito himself is not actually convinced that they are. He returns to the battle just after Obito's defeat, prepared to personally finish him off, but is stopped by a reincarnated Minato Namikaze. Having sensed the same misgivings on Obito that Kakashi did, Minato convinces Kakashi to try yet again to speak with him. Kakashi acknowledges that Rin's death is proof of a flawed system that may not be possible to fix, but he believes that Naruto should be at least given a chance to try since he still has friends to empower him. Obito decides to put the same faith in Naruto that Kakashi has, and in order to make up for all that he's done, prepares to use the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive everyone that has died. Because this will cost Obito his life, Kakashi tries to convince him to find another way to make amends. But Obito replies that he doesn't deserve such an easy solution. As he's performing the technique, however, Obito's body is taken over by Black Zetsu. Kakashi and Minato are confused by what's happened, so Obito explains that he's been forced to revive Madara instead. Black Zetsu then attempts to take Obito's Rinnegan, but the presence of Kakashi and Minato prevents it from safely doing so. It decides instead to fully take control of Obito's body so they can't attack it without damaging Obito too. As they wait, the demonic statue of the Outer Path is summoned by Madara from Obito's body. Kakashi tries to use Kamui on it, but succeeds only in removing its right arm. Obito briefly regains control for long enough to implore Kakashi to destroy his Rinnegan so Madara can't acquire that too. Just as Kakashi and Minato psych themselves up to do so, they are met by Gaara and Sakura, who are working to keep Naruto alive after Madara removed the Nine Tails from his body. Gaara asks Minato to seal his half of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto in order to save his life. Black Zetsu intercepts the transfer and takes the Nine Tails for itself. Madara, now the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, soon arrives to see what's taking Black Zetsu so long. Black Zetsu attempts to go to him, but Obito reasserts control over his body and forces it to stay. Obito decides that he will help save Naruto. He first steals fragments of Madara's chakra and then instructs Kakashi to send Naruto and Sakura to Kamui's dimension. He plans to go there to join Naruto, but his own Kamui is slow enough for Madara to stop him. Kakashi, by using Kamui on Obito at the same time that he uses it on himself, is able to accelerate the teleportation and allow him to get away. The attack that misses Obito nearly kills Kakashi, but he's saved by Guy. Aware of how few options they have, Guy decides to use the 8 Gates released formation over Kakashi's protests. Because Guy's time is limited, Kakashi, Minato, Gaara, and Rock Lee combine efforts to neutralize as many of Madara's truth-seeking balls as they can. Kakashi, carried by Gaara, warps away a part of a defensive wall Madara erects around himself. In the end, Guy badly injures Madara before he collapses, but fails to defeat him. Madara is stopped from finishing Guy off by Naruto's return, who Obito successfully saved. Naruto and Sasuke team up against Madara, putting him on the defensive and making him desperate for the Rinnegan in Obito's possession. Having no other options, Madara takes Kakashi's Sharingan and, upon implanting it in himself, uses Kamui to go after Obito. Sakura is teleported back shortly afterwards, Obito's attempt to save her. She prepares to treat Kakashi's eye, but Naruto steps in and uses his 6 Paths chakra to restore Kakashi's original eye. As they wait for Madara's inevitable return, Kakashi reminds them of their first lesson as Team 7, the importance of teamwork. Madara eventually returns, Black Zetsu using his control over Obito's body to teleport them back. Kakashi watches as his students attack Madara, but aren't able to stop him from casting the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. While the world around them falls to the Infinite Tsukiyomi, Sasuke uses his own Rinnegan to shield Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi from its effects. When they emerge, they find Madara has bound the world's population with God, nativity of a world of trees, and trapped them all within perpetual dreams. Madara confronts them and insists that he has ended all conflicts, and that only Team 7, as the only remaining opposition, would seek to renew the cycle of death that plagued the world for centuries. As he's talking, Madara is stabbed from behind by Black Zetsu, who transfers to him from Obito's body to convert him into Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu's true master. Kaguya, the origin of chakra, now has access to the chakra supplies of everyone trapped in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. She wants Team 7's chakra as well, so she transports them to one of Kaguya's dimensions, a sea of lava. Sasuke saves Naruto from falling in the lava. Kakashi grabs Sakura, ties himself to an unconscious Obito with a scroll, and pins Obito to a wall in order to do the same. The heat causes the scroll to burn up, but Naruto sends a shadow clone to catch them. Unable to continue, Kakashi only watches as Naruto and Sasuke fight Kaguya. Sakura and Obito, once he wakes up, lend support, but Kaguya keeps shifting dimensions in her attempt to defeat them. Kaguya eventually moves them into a dimension with powerful gravity, limiting Naruto and Sasuke's movements while she attacks them with all-killing ash bones. Prepared to give his life to lend what little assistance he can, Kakashi stands in front of Sasuke to take the attack while Obito does the same for Naruto. Although they are unified in their willingness to die, Obito decides it's too soon for Kakashi and uses Kamui on the attack bound for him, leaving Obito unable to save himself. Obito's body dissolves, but his spirit returns shortly afterwards and inhabits Kakashi. Obito feels that Kakashi will become the next Hokage and wishes to reward him by letting Kakashi use his 2 Mangekyo Sharingan. With his Mangekyo, Kakashi is able to manifest Susanoo. He first uses it to save Sakura from Kaguya, and then uses Kamui Shuriken to save Naruto and Sasuke. When Kaguya creates an expansive truth-seeking ball to finally kill them all, Kakashi, realizing that this is their last opportunity, forms a plan of attack. Kakashi pierces through her with Kamui Lightning Cutter, Naruto uses Shadow Clones to exhaust some of her countermeasures, and Kakashi uses Kamui on the rest. Sasuke moves closer to her in order to place a steal on her. Sakura punches her when she tries to escape. Kaguya is defeated, the tailed beasts are removed from her bodies, and she is trapped alongside Black Zetsu with 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei. The Sage of 6 Paths summons them all back from Kaguya's dimensions and congratulates them for their victory. As his spirit leaves Kakashi's body, Obito apologizes for everything he did when he was alive, but Kakashi states that he's glad they rekindled their friendship before the end. The Sage of 6 Paths explains how Naruto and Sasuke can end the Infinite Tsukiyomi, but Sasuke has one intention before that: killing the tailed beasts and the 5 Kage. Kakashi is dismayed, assuming Sasuke is still after revenge. Sasuke replies that he only wants to change the world for the better, making hard decisions like this so the world won't get embroiled in another war. Too exhausted to do anything himself, Kakashi stays behind with Sakura while Naruto and Sasuke leave to fight. The Sage of 6 Paths uses his last moments to talk with Kakashi, remarking that the centuries of hate may be on the verge of ending due to the love Naruto displays for everyone. The following day, Kakashi and Sakura locate Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End, where the sage's words have proven true. Naruto has convinced Sasuke to give up his intention. Sakura heals their injuries, and they proceed to end the Infinite Tsukiyomi, and in the end, the 4th Shinobi World War. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi attends the mass funeral for the casualties of the war. In the wake of the village recovering from the war, Kakashi succeeds Tsunade and becomes the 6th Hokage, although he is dismayed with the amount of paperwork. Soon after, in the anime, he offers Naruto the chance to become a Jonin at the cost of him spending 2 years studying. Blank period. In the anime, Kakashi and Tsunade stopped by the Konoha military police force from exposing the identities of everyone connected to Root in the aftermath of the group disbanding, in order to avoid suspicion among villagers thinking each other were former members. Kakashi Hiden, Lightning in the Icy Sky. Nearly a year after the war, Kakashi has yet to officially take on the duties of being Hokage, feeling he's unqualified, leaving Tsunade to continue managing Konoha's affairs. Kakashi later leaves for a mission in the Land of Waves. There, Kakashi oversees security for the Tobi Shachimaru's maiden voyage. As the ship prepares to take off, Kakashi spots someone sneaking aboard, discovering it to be Might Guy, who has always wanted to fly. Kakashi finds somewhere out of the way for them to ride out the trip. During the voyage, the Tobi Shachimaru is hijacked by the Ryuha Armament Alliance, who demand that Konoha release their leader, Gario, from the Blood Prison, vowing to kill the hostages and destroy the Tobi Shachimaru if their demands aren't met. Kakashi summons his Ninken to seek out the explosives planted around the ship and confronts the hijackers. Kaio remotely kills 2 hostages with ice, forcing Kakashi to surrender to prevent more from being killed. Guy soon appears to fight the leader of the hijackers, Ryo, keeping him busy so that Kakashi can free himself from his restraints without being noticed. Kakashi is prevented from helping Guy by the appearance of Kaio. Aware that the Armament Alliance was originally motivated by the death of Kaio's innocent son, Kakashi tries to point out that the Armament Alliance's actions now threaten the innocent passengers. Kaio is upset by Kakashi's observation and attacks with ice release, earthen consecutive chains of ice, creating a hole in the ship that starts sucking out Kakashi, Guy, and the passengers. Before he falls from the ship, Kakashi notices Kaio's mask has come off, who he recognizes as the woman he helped before. Kakashi, Guy, and the passengers are saved by Sai, who takes the others to safety, and Kakashi back to the Tobi Shachimaru. When Kakashi returns, Ryo is threatening to allow a sick child to die, believing it's a fair trade for the death of Kaio's son. Kakashi attempts to stop him, but is immediately bound by chains of ice that Kaio planted on him earlier. Kakashi reasons with Kaio and convinces her to let Sai take the child to a doctor. Kakashi is afterwards locked away. While breaking out, he concludes that the hijackers plan to turn the passengers into human bombs. Kakashi confronts Ryo about this, and Kaio, unaware that this was intended, is aghast. Kaio attacks Kakashi and removes the chains of ice so he can fight back, but he stops short of killing her when he realizes that's what she wants out of regret for her actions. The damaged Tobi Shachimaru starts rocking violently, flinging Ryo from the ship, and then rises into the air uncontrollably, threatening to suffocate everyone aboard. Kakashi and Kaio puncture the helium sacs, keeping the ship afloat, and Kaio attempts to control its descent with her ice. When she runs out of moisture with which to make ice, Kakashi leaps from the ship into a storm cloud, using purple electricity to produce rain. He is saved by the third Tsuchikage, who delivers him to the ground. Kakashi watches as the Konoha 11 recapture prisoners escaping during the Armament Alliance's breakout and feels that the generation will someday replace his own. Kakashi feels that he, as Hokage, would like to watch over things until they're ready. Konoha's ninjas search the crashed Tobi Shachimaru, treating the passengers and taking Kaio into custody. Tsunade threatens to have her executed since she is the highest ranking conspirator to survive the failed jailbreak, but Kakashi requests that he be allowed to pass sentence instead, what would be his first act as Hokage. Kaio will stay at the blood prison for the rest of her life, acting as warden by using her chains of ice on the prisoners. Both Tsunade and Kaio agree to these terms. With his status as Hokage and Naruto's testimony, Kakashi pardons Sasuke and releases him from prison. He and Sakura see Sasuke off as he leaves Konoha to wander the world, with Kakashi requesting him not to cause too much trouble. Shikamaru Hiden, a cloud drifting in silent darkness. The Shinobi Union that emerged after the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War created an unprecedented peace between the ninja villages. 2 years after the end of the war, that peace is threatened by the emergence of the Land of Silence. Kakashi sent Sai and a team of Anbu to the Land of Silence to investigate, but all go missing. The last communique suggests the Land of Silence's leader, Gengo, must be behind it all. In order to protect the Shinobi Union's interests, Gengo must be assassinated, a task Shikamaru Nara volunteers for. Kakashi assigns 2 Anbu, Ro and Soku, to assist Shikamaru on what is otherwise to be a top-secret mission. Naruto becomes concerned when Shikamaru fails to return from his mission and barges into Kakashi's office demanding an explanation. Kakashi attempts to maintain the mission's secrecy, but eventually relents, even allowing other Konoha personnel to go to the Land of Silence. Shikamaru is rescued, and when he returns to Konoha, Kakashi gives him a week off. The last, Naruto the movie. 2 years after the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kakashi attends a 5 Kage summit to discuss the imminent crashing of the moon. Shortly after he returns to Konoha, Hanabi Hyuga is kidnapped by Toneri Otsutsuki. Kakashi sends the Hanabi rescue team to save her. He also gives them a special clock that counts down to the moon's collision, asking that they stop it if Toneri is in any way connected. In the following days, meteors increasingly rain down on the world and the Kage decide that the moon must be destroyed. When Sasuke returns an injured Hisashi Hyuga to Konoha, Hisashi reports that Hanabi, and by extension her rescuers, are on the moon. Kakashi reports this to the other Kage, who decide to delay the moon's destruction in order to give Naruto and the others a chance to save them. Naruto ultimately succeeds, using the Nine Tails to carve a mission-complete message into the moon's surface. Sakura Hiden, thoughts of love riding upon a spring breeze. After separate attacks are made on Homura Mitokado and the Land of Fire's daimyo, Kakashi assigns Sai to intervene. Kakashi believes that Kido Sumaki might be somehow involved, so recommends that Sai focus on him. A few days later, Sakura returns from a visit to Sunagakure with rumors that Sasuke had been plotting against Konoha. Neither he nor Sakura believe it's really Sasuke, so he assigns Sakura and Ino Yamanaka to look into the lookalike. As the rumors start spreading, Kakashi attempts to contact Sasuke to ask if he knows anything, but his inquiries are not answered. Kakashi informs Sakura that the Raikage is contemplating a Kage summit on the rumors and the possibility of hunting down Sasuke. Sai eventually reports that his investigation is apparently the same as Sakura's, so Kakashi combines them into the Ino Saku Sai. Konoha Hiden, the perfect day for a wedding. Kakashi is invited to Naruto's marriage to Hinata Hyuga. He plans to go, but worries that Naruto and Hinata's friends might not be able to attend due to their mission assignments. He therefore gives everyone an assignment to bring a gift to the wedding, thereby ensuring that they will all be available. On the day of the wedding, Kakashi greets foreign guests such as Killer Bee and the 5th Kazekage. Sasuke Shinden, Book of Sunrise. Kakashi informs Naruto, Sakura, and Sai that more than 100 Kumo and Kiri shinobi have gone missing, and learns from Sakura that a few Konoha shinobi are missing as well. Sai informs Kakashi that he had been in contact with Sasuke, whom Kakashi had previously asked to lead the investigation into the disappearances due to that only his ocular powers can cancel genjutsu, and Kumo Gakure and Kiri Gakure had agreed to cooperate in the investigation. Kakashi surmises that a genjutsu user captured the missing shinobi and is using genjutsu on them to attack the hidden villages. The village is then attacked by intruders, and Kakashi orders his former students to join with Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino in order to help stop the intruders, whom he later learns are some of the missing shinobi. Once the shinobi are defeated and captured, Kakashi sends a message of the incident to Sasuke, who is traveling to the Land of Lightning and stops at a village in the Land of Hot Water. Sasuke, in turn, sends a letter about his suspicions about the Dark Thunder group being involved. Kakashi has Yamato meet with Sasuke to exchange intel on the situation. Kakashi receives a message from Sasuke that he captured the true culprits, Chino and Noaki in Yugakure. After Sasuke drops him off at another village, Kakashi arrives to meet with the two, but explains he received a good word from Sasuke about them. Rather than putting them in prison, he is offering them a chance to atone by working for Kumagakure and Kirigakure, which they accept. New Era. On the day of Naruto's Hokage inauguration, he fails to show up, having been knocked out earlier. With no time left to wait, Kakashi has Konohamaru Sarutobi impersonate Naruto so that the festivities can proceed as planned. Retired from active duty, Kakashi continued to assist in village matters and advise his successor. Academy Entrance Arc. In the anime, when learning about the mysterious attacks in the village, Kakashi begins investigating the incident and learns that it involves a root project. Upon reporting his findings to Naruto at the Hokage office, the two discuss the investigation with Shikamaru. Realizing the culprit planned to unleash Nue on the village now that it was nearing completion, Kakashi went in search of the rogue student. Arriving at Senju Park, Kakashi immediately severed the creature's tails, resulting in the spontaneous emergence of dozens of smaller tails, which it used to steal chakra from Sai's men. After saving them, Kakashi organized the team to hold off the creature. As Naruto arrives, Kakashi stops him from fighting, explaining that the creature's intention was to gather enough chakra to produce a powerful explosion to destroy the village. As the shinobi attempt to subdue the beast, it teleports away, much to Kakashi's surprise. Kakashi deduced that while this creature was a summoning, it uniquely existed normally in a separate dimension, leaving others unable to follow it. Konoha Shinden, Steam Ninja Scrolls. On the day of the Kage Summit in Konoha, Kakashi leaves for the Land of Hot Water with Guy and Mirai Sarutobi. Later, the group arrived in the Land of Hot Water. There they found annual festival/competition where a town was split between two beliefs on its origins, some believing that there is a cat spirit and others believed it to be a dog spirit. Mirai stopped the chaos by producing a fire release in unison with the genjutsu to form a cat-dog spirit, which told the townspeople to stop the feuding. When Guy believed the genjutsu to be a demon and attacked it, he accidentally knocked down the main wall that split the town, thereby convincing the villagers that it was a sign for them to truly come together. Afterwards, Kakashi applauded Mirai on combining the signature skills of her parents. During a stop at an inn, they met a young orphan named Tatsumi, who, despite having no money, was determined to visit all the hot springs in the land in memory of her late mother. At Mirai's request, it was agreed that the little girl could join them on their trip. Later, during the trip, Tatsumi and Mirai snuck off in the hopes of a nearby hot spring rumored to let people talk with loved ones from the past. Kakashi and Guy soon found them, learning that the rumored hot spring was a ruse conceived by remnants of the near-forgotten Jashin cult to restore their former glory and power. Kakashi, along with Guy and Mirai, swiftly defeated the fanatics. Later, it was revealed that Kakashi and Guy's vacation was in fact a cover for their working with the Land of Hot Water to uncover the truth behind the missing girls. Graduation Exams Arc. Offering his services as a proctor for the upcoming graduation exams, Kakashi disguised himself as Sukiya, a freelance reporter who interviewed various students to better understand their respective nature. After classes, Kakashi met up with Boruto, who helped him meet with the students. As Boruto was amazed that his classmates all had plans for the future, some as ninja and some decided to pursue goals outside ninja work, Kakashi noted that while the world had become in less need of ninja skills can prove valuable in other fields. He also noted that regardless, one must always decide on goals if they wish to grow as individuals. Later, talking to Iruka in his office, Iruka suggested that Kakashi not be too hard on the students come the final exams. Kakashi clarifies that even in peaceful times, they can't allow students with contemptuous attitudes to become shinobi, and as such will be as challenging as ever. During the practical test of the exams, the students were left awe-stricken that the 6th Hokage was to be their head proctor. It was explained that while Shino Aburame, Anko Mitarashi, and Konohamaru Sarutobi would be evaluating the students' respective performances in a 24-hour field combat, ultimately only one student could pass. That student would be the one who takes a single bell from Kakashi's hip. While others were annoyed by this, Kakashi insisted that they had already had enough shinobi in this era of peace. As the test began, many of the students began to scramble. Boruto soon found Kakashi and attacked hard, but the legendary ninja easily saw through his tactics. While admitting that Boruto was truly a genius well above the rest of his generation, he still lacked a very crucial aspect to deserve being a ninja, quickly pinning the Uzumaki down. Kakashi explained that a ninja with no resolve will only doom themselves, and that Boruto is solely responsible for his classmates becoming so lazy and carefree. To prove his point, he revealed himself as Tsukiya from earlier, showing how well he knows Boruto. As Boruto continued to struggle free from the sixth hold, his fellow classmates provided enough distraction for him to escape. Later, having listened to the nature of Kakashi's words, but also to the encouragement of his friends, Boruto conceived a plan to save the captured classmates and pass the test, realizing the true nature behind it. Boruto designed a group assault on Kakashi, but he quickly saw through the facade, easily repelling the entire class's group assault on him. However, this was a trick that drew Kakashi into a group string-light formation. Deeply impressed, Kakashi attempted to repel them with a lightning burst, but the students refused to let the technique be broken, even when knocked to the ground. Ultimately, time ran out before anyone could get the bell. Despite Boruto's plan failing, Kakashi passed everyone, cheerfully noting while they actually had zero chance of taking the bell, they succeeded in the true goal of the test: teamwork and loyalty. Naruto Shinden, Parent and Child Day. When Konohagakure began a new holiday, Parent and Child Day, Kakashi discovered that the constantly traveling Sasuke had returned to the village and was struggling to connect with his daughter. Realizing that Sasuke hardly knew anything about his daughter since he had been away for most of her life, Kakashi decided to help out using ideas from his Icha series. Soon realizing that these ideas were better suited for a romantic couple, as they only succeeded in further estranging Sasuke from his daughter and even making Sasuke more furious at Kakashi, the retired Hokage suggested asking Sakura for advice since she knows her family better. Versus Momoshiki arc. As investigations on Kaguya continued, it was discovered that her creation of the White Zetsu army was an extra precaution for a looming threat. Sometime after attending a village meeting with Naruto, Kakashi attends the finals for the Chunin exams in Konoha alongside Guy and Iruka. When the stadium is attacked by Kinshiki and Momoshiki Otsutsuki, Kakashi helps rescue spectators in the arena. Mitsuki's disappearance arc. In the anime, after the defeat of the attackers and Konohagakure's recovery from the attack, a Kage summit was held. Kakashi and the other retired Kage were in attendance to discuss the still looming threat of the Otsutsuki. The next morning, when two Chunin Gate guards were attacked by unknown assailants, the village was put on lockdown. Kakashi joined Naruto and his advisors when overseeing Ino probe one of the guards' minds for answers, learning that Mitsuki had left willingly with the attackers. When Naruto revealed to the others Mitsuki was in fact Orochimaru's son, much outrage followed from learning that Naruto would permit an offspring of the man who killed the third Hokage live in Konohagakure, let alone keep it a secret. Naruto rationalized this on the grounds that Orochimaru's conduct had changed from before and for his aid in investigating the Otsutsuki. Despite this, noting the unpredictable nature of Orochimaru, the meeting ended and deemed the Oto-born boy as a threat. As the council and Hokage continued to talk about how to best deal with this, Kakashi voiced his overall approval of Naruto's actions, noting that Naruto would never do anything he thought would bring danger to the village, and that the elders wouldn't even consider letting the boy in the village had they known the full story to begin with. Kara Actuation Arc. In the anime, Kakashi felt a bad air about him, worrying that things were going to get difficult for him. Kakashi's fears were soon realized when Boruto approached him for help. He got Ibiki Morino to transfer Shojoji from prison to a police facility to face off against Boruto. While Ibiki was concerned by this, Kakashi promised to take full responsibility. As Shojoji reminded Kakashi of the terms of their agreement, Kakashi swore to keep his word to reduce Shojoji's sentence, but that also meant that Shojoji would have to actually defeat Boruto. During the match, Shojoji's wind release Shield of the Wind count proved to be as powerful against Boruto's attacks as previously. This prompted Boruto to use his new Compression Rasengan. It was able to overpower Shojoji's defenses and swiftly defeat him. As Kakashi commended Boruto for coming up with the alternate plan to condense his Rasengan rather than expand it, Boruto collapsed as his long hours of training caught up to him, still impressing Kakashi with Boruto's capacities. Kakashi brought Boruto back to the hospital to recover. Upon his awakening, Kakashi applauded Boruto's accomplishments but warned him of the dangers of his new technique, noting that the Compression Rasengan comes with great recoil that can cause great strain on his arm. It is not a technique that Boruto should use often. Later, Victor, president of the Land of Valley's premier medical and research company, was defeated and revealed as a member of Kara. While Kakashi voiced his horror at Victor's attempt to recreate the God Tree, it was also revealed from an investigation that Victor's laboratory had scriptures relating to Shoujoji's intel, vague information of a vessel, and secret knowledge that should only be known by the 5 Kage. Realizing that Kara had spies throughout the world, the question of whether or not to close the gates to the village came up. Kakashi voiced his opinion that closing off from the outside world would stunt growth. Ao Arc. In the anime, Kakashi attended the memorial service for the fallen people of the 4th Shinobi World War. Kawaki Arc. In the anime, following Jigen's attack on the village, the archives were soon broken into and data was stolen. Kakashi began his own investigation. He soon found Team 10's Genin trying to find the culprit as well. Impressed by how quickly they had found the culprit's hideout, he decided to work with them. Soon they found the culprit, Koji Kashin, who had made an escape. As he snuck into the crowd, Kakashi realized that he went underground into the sewer. He decided to go alone after determining the foe was too dangerous for the Genin. Along the way, Shikadai informed Kakashi that the sewers have an opening at the Thunder Rail. Kakashi realized that the sewer and train were both a diversion for Koji's true objective. He arrived before Koji at another archive site which housed physical data on a scroll not yet digitized from before the 4th Shinobi World War. Kakashi fought Koji, who retreated. Later, Shikadai voiced his theory that the reason why Koji was able to slip past the sensing barrier unnoticed was because he was a former Konoha nin. Kakashi agreed that it would also explain why he was after the scroll. Later, Kakashi aided Shikamaru's coordination efforts in preparation for Ishiki's invasion. Personality. Since his early childhood, Kakashi was very independent and self-confident, at times even appearing arrogant and condescending. Despite that, Kakashi was very perceptive and intuitive, quickly realizing the situation for what it was. After his father's death, Kakashi became more stern, aloof, and cold towards others, following all the rules to the letter, chastising any who disobeyed them, and being willing to abandon his comrades to finish missions. As an adult, Kakashi typically has a relaxed and almost bored attitude, not prone to getting too worked up about anything or by anyone. Despite his increasingly growing reputation and prowess as a ninja, Kakashi has shown no signs of arrogance and is rather modest about his abilities. He is habitually tardy, showing up late when it suits him, using excuses that convince nobody, and later leaving for equally poor reasons. Though Kakashi wants others to believe this is how he always acts, he only does so for matters that aren't of particular importance. In truth, Kakashi is a rather solitary and matter-of-fact person. He is still just as apathetic as he was during his youth, often speaking bluntly about sensitive topics and occasionally ignoring his fellow classmates whenever he passed them by. He is alone for most of his spare time, spending hours visiting Rin Nohara's grave or the memorial stone where Obito Uchiha's name is engraved. He tells them about his life, recent events in Konoha, and others they knew, but mostly he shares his regrets that they could not be with him or that their deaths were his fault. In the anime, after Rin died, Kakashi went through a period of post-traumatic stress disorder, having nightmares about her death and growing depressed whenever others mentioned her. Over time, Kakashi comes to accept that Rin chose to die, so his guilt instead became more about his broken promise to Obito. This fact causes Obito's apparent death to weigh more heavily on him, compounding the regret he feels about what his personality was even hours before Obito seemingly died. Kakashi feels that had he cared more about teamwork and friendship in the same way that Obito did, Obito's death may have been avoided. Thinking it would ease his pain, Minato convinced Kakashi to join the Anbu. During his time in the Anbu, however, Kakashi gained a reputation for his cold-bloodedness. Obito's apparent death profoundly changed Kakashi. More particularly, he became committed to teamwork and always places teammates' well-being above the missions. He believes goals can be accomplished more efficiently together, asking for help whenever he needs it, providing help whenever it's requested of him, and praising allies when they deserve it. An abuse of one's teammates is the only thing that can make Kakashi cast aside his normally stoic demeanor, causing him to attack without mercy or his usual sense of sportsmanship. He expects his prospective students to demonstrate this same devotion to teamwork, which none until Team 7 were able to do, despite the high failure rate. Despite the high failure rate, the third Hokage agrees with Kakashi's choice to require it. Kakashi becomes fond of all of Team 7's members, even Sasuke Uchiha, to the point of blaming himself for Sasuke's criminal acts and the team's growing rift over it through Part 2. He holds out hope that Sasuke will correct his behavior, and for his patience, he is able to see Team 7 reunified when Part 2 ends. Might Guy has considered Kakashi his rival ever since they first met in the academy. Despite his father's warning that Guy might someday prove stronger than him, Kakashi didn't think much of Guy at the time. Guy took this as a challenge and began striving to earn Kakashi's approval so as to show that his perseverance could be just as good as Kakashi's natural genius. When Guy would suggest contests to test how their abilities compared, Kakashi would respond with indifference, only fueling Guy's desires to defeat his cool, hip, and trendy personality. At the start of Part 1, Kakashi's score is 50 wins and 49 losses, though even when Guy takes the lead, the score difference remains the same. Considering that their competitions range from eating contests to rock, paper, scissors, the score isn't truly representative of anything. Kakashi eventually comes to consider Guy one of his closest and most reliable friends, and by the end of the 4th Shinobi World War, he acknowledges that Guy has surpassed him. In the following years, during his role as Hokage, Kakashi continued to dutifully work to progress the village. At the same time, he still believes that even in times of peace, no one should become a ninja without appreciating the importance of it. When he first meets his students on Team 7, Kakashi claims to have many hobbies, none of which he chooses to share at the time. He is known to be an avid fan of the Icha Icha series of novels. He always has one of the books with him and he regularly reads it, even while talking to others. Naruto Uzumaki identifies Icha Icha as one of Kakashi's few weaknesses, which he's able to take advantage of during a bell test by threatening to spoil the ending of the newest book in the series, forcing Kakashi to shut his eyes and ears and thereby leave himself vulnerable. Although most people he knows are aware of how much he likes Icha Icha, Kakashi is seemingly uncomfortable sharing the books with others, to the point of growing embarrassed by the presumably adult content when he's forced to read passages aloud. One of the strongest ninja Konohagakure ever produced, Kakashi has earned recognition on sight by various high-level ninja. A prodigy, Kakashi showcased highly advanced skill from a young age, evidenced by his rapid rise through the ninja ranks. His prowess is said to rival an entire country. The S-rank members of Akatsuki acknowledge his might. He outmaneuvered Itachi Uchiha, albeit he couldn't use his Mangekyo Sharingan at the time, fought Kisame Hoshigaki and Kakuzu to a standstill, and was deemed a major threat by Pain. After Kaguya's defeat, Kakashi's combat prowess continued to increase despite the loss of his Sharingan, due to no longer needing to passively expend chakra because he could not deactivate it like an Uchiha. Against Koji Kashin, one of Kara's strongest inners, Kakashi was able to pressure the foe into retreating. In general, Kakashi is very versatile with advanced proficiency in countless areas, including mastery of all 3 main ninja skills. Naruto Uzumaki says Kakashi is smarter than Shikamaru Nara, has a better sense of smell than Kiba Inuzuka, is more adept with the Sharingan than Sasuke Uchiha, and has better taijutsu skill than Rock Lee, each of whom are well known for their high capacities in their respective areas. Kakashi's Genjutsu prowess is able to use basic techniques to major effect for intimidation and distraction. Kakashi's combat and tactical prowess are so revered that many foresaw his rise to Hokage status years before it happened. However, the Sage of Six Paths believed Kakashi's greatest strength is as a teacher, leader, and friend, all of which prove vital in Kage Otsutsuki's defeat. Chakra and physical prowess. Originally, by his own admission, Kakashi's chakra reserves were average. He could only use the lightning cutter 4 times or Kamui 3 times per day. At the same time, he makes up for it with superb control, requiring no more than the minimum required amount to perform his technique, even able to do so with a single hand. However, by part 2, Kakashi's reserves increased to a considerable size, shown when he used both techniques repeatedly during the final battle of the 4th Great Shinobi War, with only minor strain and exhaustion. In later years, his reserve allowed him to create and maintain 4 collective massive walls for a few days, and casually use his purple electricity numerous times. Kakashi's taijutsu can take various approaches in close combat. His time in the Anbu enables him to suddenly approach enemies from behind, unnoticed by even other Anbu. Also, his ongoing competitions with Might Guy make him just as comfortable attacking from the front, striking with blazing speed and debilitating precision to quickly defeat multiple enemies. Kakashi is able to open at least one of the 8 gates. He is strong enough to wield Kubikiri Bocho with one hand for extended periods of time unfazed, has reflexes sharp enough to block attacks he's unable to see, and has immense speed that allows him to perform hand seals at unreadable rates. Ninjutsu. Kakashi primarily relies on his great skill and knowledge of ninjutsu. Over the years, due in large part to his Sharingan, he gained a vast arsenal, reputed to have copied over 1,000 techniques, which led to his moniker as Copy Ninja Kakashi. With this arsenal, combined with years of experience, Kakashi can handle almost any situation in various ways. He is also well versed in Fuinjutsu, impressing Orochimaru. Kakashi has his own personal pack of Ninken, which he raised since they were puppies. In the anime, he is shown using them during the 3rd Shinobi World War. In the field, he can summon one or more of his Ninken to fetch things for him, restrain targets, or deliver messages. More commonly, he uses them for tracking, picking up trails, or seeking out targets he doesn't know where to look for. Nature Transformation. Kakashi can use all 5 basic nature transformations as well as the Yin release and Yang release. He can use water release without a nearby water source and is able to produce massive offensive and defensive structures. With earth release, he can move underground for sneak attacks or produce multiple intricate walls to defend himself or large areas from attack. Years after the 4th Shinobi World War, Kakashi learned to convert his earth release techniques into quartz. Improving the quality of his techniques in this way negates its weakness to lightning-based nature attacks by absorbing and dissipating opposing techniques. He is shown using fire release to launch a massive fireball. Kakashi's natural affinity is lightning release, which he can channel into weaponry to increase its cutting power. After failing to infuse the Rasengan with his lightning release, he instead created the Chidori, a collection of lightning chakra in the hand that can pierce most targets that it's thrust into. Once he famously split a bolt of lightning with his Chidori, earning the name Lightning Cutter. Other techniques of this nature include lightning hounds that he can manipulate to attack with, lightning clones that paralyze opponents on contact, and lightning cords that are even capable of cutting through tailed beast chakra arms. By his tenure as the 6th Hokage, he created a new signature technique, the lightning release, purple electricity, which allows him to release a surge of purple lightning to produce a variety of effects, attack from afar, augment his physical strikes, and release a burst from all around him. Sharingan. Kakashi received his Sharingan during the Third Shinobi World War from Obito Uchiha, a replacement for the left eye he'd lost shortly beforehand. The Sharingan became his most identifying feature in the years since, such that he is widely known as Kakashi of the Sharingan. With the Sharingan, Kakashi can accurately reproduce any movement he sees, his own physical skill permitting, take in a heightened amount of visual information, and perform the Sharingan's broad category of Genjutsu. Because he isn't an Uchiha, he can't activate the Sharingan and it rapidly drains his chakra whenever he uses it, leaving him bedridden after extended use. As such, he keeps the eye covered when he doesn't need it in order to prevent this. Despite his handicap, he is still noted to have impressive prowess wielding it, as noted by Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi loses his Sharingan during the 4th Shinobi World War to Madara Uchiha. When Obito died with both his Sharingan, his spirit briefly returned from the afterlife and inhabited Kakashi's body, during which he channeled both of his eyes' dojutsu power into Kakashi, granting full usage of their abilities. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi gained a Mangekyo Sharingan when Rin Nohara died. Its design appears as 3 triangles wrapping themselves around the pupil, similar to a pinwheel. He was able to maintain it over a decade, though he was steadily suffering its side effects with each use, such as bleeding eyes and deteriorating vision. With his left Mangekyo, Kakashi can use the long-range variant of Kamui, remotely forming a barrier around whatever he looks at to warp the target to Kamui's dimension. Eventually, he learns how to send himself to the dimension and to a new location from it. Kakashi initially had trouble aiming Kamui properly and hitting his targets. He improved to the point where he can use it on fast-moving projectiles. When he first starts using Kamui, it requires some amount of preparation and has a huge drain on his chakra each time it's performed. He also becomes able to perform it faster, enough that opponents may not even notice that he used it at all. After Kakashi loses his Sharingan, his body is temporarily inhabited by Obito's spirit, allowing him to use both of Obito's Mangekyo. In addition to the long-range Kamui he'd already had, he becomes able to use its short-range variant, allowing him to make his body intangible so attacks phase through him. By combining this ability with his Lightning Cutter, Kakashi can bypass all defenses and eliminate the possibility of being countered while attacking. Having a dual Mangekyo, Kakashi can manifest Susanoo, which has been honed into its complete body form. It can be used for flight, defending others with its large size, and even has the intangibility of Kamui extended into it. It can manifest either swords or shuriken to aid him in battle, the latter of which can produce Kamui's shuriken in order to warp away whatever they cut. In addition, Kakashi received some of the 6 Paths chakra, allowing him to use the Mangekyo Sharingan and its abilities for repeated and extended use with no effect on his health or eyesight. Intelligence. Part of Kakashi's usual approach to combat is to rely on the body replacement technique and clone techniques, thereby keeping himself out of harm's way while he observes an opponent and their abilities. Even when he doesn't use this system of misdirection and decoys, he remains alert to any unexplained or unexpected occurrences, coming up with theories for their causes when they arise and exploiting them if they prove true, which they usually do. Once he identifies an opponent's weakness, Kakashi can quickly formulate a plan to take advantage of it, efficiently utilizing each of his allies' unique skills to that purpose. Such plans, while often elaborate and unorthodox, are typically highly successful and very low risk, making Kakashi invaluable as a leader. He has also proven himself a very talented teacher, able to push his students' development by months, if not years, in just weeks through various innovative methods. 7th Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki is a shinobi of Konohagakure's Uzumaki clan. He became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails on the day of his birth, a fate that caused him to be shunned by most of Konoha throughout his childhood. After joining Team Kakashi, Naruto worked hard to gain the village's acknowledgement, all while chasing his dream to become Hokage. In the following years, through many hardships and ordeals, he became a capable ninja regarded as a hero both by the villagers and soon after the rest of the world, becoming known as the Hero of the Hidden Leaf. He soon proved to be one of the main factors in winning the 4th Shinobi World War, leading him to achieve his dream and become the village's 7th Hokage. Background. Naruto was born on the night of October 10th to Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the 2nd Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He was named after Naruto Musasabi, the protagonist of Jiraiya's first book, which made the Sannin his godfather. The third Hokage made special arrangements for Minato to preserve Kushina's seal containing the Nine Tails when she gave birth to Naruto in a remote location, escorted by midwives and Anbu. A masked man, Tobi, tracked down their location, however, and killed the midwives and Anbu, and captured Naruto, forcing Minato to quickly rescue him and teleport him to a safe house. With Minato gone, Tobi captured Kushina and released the Nine Tails from her, using it to devastate Konoha. Minato saved Kushina and left Naruto in her care before he went to protect the village, eventually defeating Tobi and freeing the Nine Tails from Tobi's control. Returning to Naruto and Kushina's location, Minato realized the only way to stop the Nine Tails was to seal it within Naruto, believing that his son would someday need the fox's power to defeat Tobi when he returned. Since the Nine Tails chakra was too immense to be sealed into an infant, Minato sacrificed his soul to split the fox's chakra in half, sealing the yin half within himself and the yang half within Naruto. After telling Naruto how much they loved him, Minato and Kushina succumbed to their wounds from protecting their son from the Nine Tails and passed away. Orphaned, not having any parents or anyone else to provide for him, Naruto received monthly income from the village in order to afford daily necessities. He grew up not knowing who his parents were, receiving only his mother's surname, as Hiruzen wanted to protect Naruto from his father's enemies. Minato's dying wish that Naruto be regarded as a hero was honored by very few who could put aside their pain and losses caused by the disaster, while the majority of Konoha, having no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding his birth, openly ostracized and resented Naruto for containing the beast that devastated the village and took so many lives. Some even viewed Naruto as the Nine Tails himself. Soon, the third Hokage forbade anyone from mentioning the Nine Tails, hoping that the younger generation would not blindly hate Naruto as their parents did. However, Naruto's peers emulated their parents' hatred of him, despite not knowing why. This social isolation caused Naruto to crave acknowledgement, which he would gain by pulling pranks. On the day of his enrollment in the Ninja Academy, Naruto first met Hinata Hyuga, who was being picked on by 3 bullies. Despite not knowing her, Naruto immediately came to her defense, but was outnumbered and knocked unconscious, and the bullies damaged his red scarf. When Naruto awoke, Hinata thanked him for helping her and returned his scarf to him, but he let her keep it. He was unaware that the girl's growing affections for him began from that moment onwards. In the academy, Naruto became a student of Iruka Umino, who acted as a surrogate older brother to keep him in line and help him work harder. Naruto also met his classmate Sasuke Uchiha and tried to befriend him since he was alone as well. Jealous of Sasuke's skills and popularity, however, he developed a one-sided rivalry in his pursuit to prove himself just as good as, if not better than, Sasuke, wishing that someday Sasuke would accept him as an equal. Naruto also grew close with the owner of Ramen Ichiraku, Teuchi, and his daughter, Ayame, being welcomed as their favorite customer. Prologue, Land of Waves. Failing once again to graduate from the academy, a disappointed Naruto is advised by one of his instructors, Mizuki, to steal the Scroll of Seals and learn a technique from it in order to graduate. As Naruto struggled to learn the Shadow Clone technique, Iruka Umino tracked him down and realized that Naruto was tricked by Mizuki into stealing the scroll. Mizuki attacked them and told Naruto about the Nine Tails sealed within him, claiming that Iruka hated him because of it. When Iruka risked his life to protect Naruto, however, he saw through Mizuki's lies and used the multiple Shadow Clone technique to defeat him, prompting Iruka to happily grant Naruto his graduation from the academy. Naruto would also later befriend Konohamaru Sarutobi, grandson of the third Hokage, and teach him several perverted or useful techniques. Naruto was eventually assigned to Team 7, partnered with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake. During their first meeting, Naruto shared his love of ramen, his hobbies, and his dream to become Hokage. To test their qualifications, Kakashi gave the team a bell test, stating that whichever of the 3 takes one of the 2 bells on his person will officially become Genin. Instead of hiding like Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto tried to take the bells from Kakashi by force, only to be easily defeated, hung upside down from a tree, and tied to a wooden post in an attempt to steal lunch. After Sakura and Sasuke fail as well, Kakashi explains that the goal of the test was to use teamwork to do together what none of them could do by themselves. He is persuaded to allow them to try again after lunch, but instructs Sasuke and Sakura not to feed Naruto. They feed him anyway, needing him in top form if they're to work together. Kakashi sees this and, because they care more about the team than listening to his instructions, allows them all to pass. After a series of uneventful D-rank missions, Naruto is able to secure a C-rank mission for Team 7, escorting Tazuna to the Land of Waves. Soon after leaving Konoha, they are attacked by the Demon Brothers. Naruto is paralyzed with fear, forcing Sasuke to step in to disarm them and protect Tazuna until Kakashi can capture them. Tazuna confesses that assassins have been hired to kill him, but he couldn't afford the bodyguard detail he needs. Although the mission is now A rank in nature, far beyond the skill of Genin, Team 7 decides to continue with it. Angered by Sasuke's taunting of him, Naruto cuts his hand to bleed out the poison he received earlier, vowing to never waver again. When they arrive in the Land of Waves and are confronted by Zabuza Momochi, Naruto is overwhelmed by the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza before he's knocked aside by Zabuza's water clone. Remembering his vow, Naruto regained his confidence and teamed up with Sasuke to free Kakashi from Zabuza's water prison. In the end, Zabuza is seemingly killed by Haku, allowing Team 7 to escort Tazuna back to his house. Kakashi finds Zabuza's death suspicious and decides to train the team in case he returns. He has them perform the tree climbing practice in order to improve their chakra control, which will help them against Zabuza. Naruto becomes frustrated after several failures and asks for advice from Sakura, who herself mastered it from the start. Now rapidly improving, Naruto competes with Sasuke to finish the training, each determined to outdo the other. One day, Naruto encounters Haku, albeit unaware of his true identity, and they each discuss their dreams and desire to protect those precious to them. After Haku leaves, Naruto finishes the training with Sasuke but is left exhausted, so Team 7 leaves him behind the next morning as they resume their escort duties. Naruto awakens and arrives to assist Team 7 in fighting Zabuza and Haku, but unaware of how Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals work, he joins Sasuke within the prison. Naruto cannot break free with his shadow clones, and Sasuke cannot melt the ice with his fire. As Haku moves in to kill Naruto, Sasuke uses his body as a shield to protect Naruto and seemingly dies. Enraged by Sasuke's apparent death, Naruto unwittingly accesses the Nine-Tails chakra for the first time, allowing him to destroy the ice mirrors and defeat Haku, breaking his mask. Realizing his opponent was the boy he met before, Naruto calms himself. He's asked by Haku to kill him, since he feels of no further use to Zabuza. Before Naruto can do so, Haku immediately stops him and goes off to save Zabuza from being killed by Kakashi, sacrificing his own life. When Zabuza refuses to appreciate this, Naruto angrily scolds him, stating that Haku gave up his life to save someone precious to him. Touched by his words, Zabuza, using Naruto's kunai, killed Gato and many of his henchmen before he himself dies. Sasuke soon awakens, and when their injuries heal, Team 7 leaves for home via Tazuna's newly constructed Great Naruto Bridge. Chunin Exams. Team 7 resumes its series of unremarkable missions. For their performance in the Land of Waves, however, Kakashi decides to enter them in the Chunin Exams taking place in Konoha, which greatly excites Naruto. Because they've only recently graduated from the academy, the three feel they must give strong showings to prove themselves. When they enter the exam hall, the team is met by Rock Lee, who challenges Sasuke to a fight. Naruto tries to attack Lee in jealousy, but is easily swept aside. The fight is interrupted by Might Guy, after which Naruto notes that the bandages around Lee's arms signify his arduous taijutsu training. During the exam's first stage, the participating genin are given a written test, the goal of which is to cheat without getting caught. Unaware of this, Naruto struggles to answer the questions, so Hinata Hyuga, who's seated beside him, offers to let him copy off her paper. Despite the temptation, Naruto declined Hinata's offer, claiming that he isn't the type to cheat and they might be disqualified if they're caught. Before the 10th question can be given, the genin are presented with the opportunity to forfeit. Naruto refuses to do so, declaring his refusal to give up and his goal to still become Hokage. His determination to face the 10th question despite the potential consequence inspires the rest of the genin to do the same, so they pass the first stage. It is later noted that he was the only one to hand in a blank sheet, though this did not prevent him from passing. For the second phase, teams enter the Forest of Death with the objective of obtaining a set of 2 scrolls, one of which they're given at the start. Naruto becomes separated from his team and is attacked and swallowed by a giant snake. He manages to kill it and regroups with his frightened teammates against Orochimaru. Angered by Sasuke's sudden cowardice and resignation, Naruto engages Orochimaru using the Nine-Tails chakra, defeats his giant snake, and taunts Sasuke before Orochimaru suppresses the Nine-Tails chakra, rendering Naruto unconscious. After he awakens, Team 7 continues its search for the second scroll, which they eventually gain by defeating Team Oboro, allowing them to pass the second stage. In the preliminary matches of the exam, Naruto is pitted against Kiba Inuzuka and his dog, Akamaru. Believing the match to be an easy victory, Kiba and Akamaru overwhelm Naruto with many high-speed attacks. So Naruto tricks Kiba into knocking Akamaru out of the fight by using the transformation technique, shocking all spectators. Naruto then disorients Kiba by farting in his face and defeats him with the Naruto Uzumaki combo, which he invented from watching Sasuke's lion combo. When Neji and Hinata's match begins, Naruto is enraged by Neji's ruthless tirade against Hinata and cheers Hinata on to defeat Neji. Although Hinata is defeated, Naruto wipes up her blood and vows to defeat Neji in the finals. During the month of training, Naruto first meets Jiraiya, who knocked out Ebisu, Naruto's original teacher, and trains under the Sannin to improve his chakra control. Recognizing Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Jiraiya removes the seal Orochimaru had placed on Naruto to ease his control and begins teaching him how to use the Nine-Tails power by summoning toads. To accelerate Naruto's slow progress, Jiraiya pushes him off a cliff, causing Naruto to enter his subconscious and meet the Nine-Tails. Working past his fear, he bravely demands chakra from it as rent for living in his body. The Nine-Tails complies, and Naruto summons Gamabunta, although he exhausts himself and ends up in the hospital, where he's visited by Shikamaru Nara. After talking, he and Naruto stop Gaara from killing Rock Lee in the next room and listen to Gaara's story of his childhood, which Naruto finds very similar to his own. Gaara prepares to kill them, but Might Guy intervenes and forces Gaara to retreat. On the day of the finals, Naruto meets Hinata at the third training ground and expresses his doubts about his upcoming match against Neji. Hinata reassures Naruto that he never gave up because he always had the strength to overcome his own failures, admiring him for it. Reinvigorated, Naruto thanks Hinata and tells her even though he first thought she was weird, he likes her now. Facing Neji in the first match of the finals, Naruto began by creating shadow clones to overwhelm Neji's with sheer numbers. Deeming Naruto a failure who could never defeat a genius like himself, Neji easily defeats Naruto's clones and seals his chakra with 8 trigrams 64 palms. Determined to prove Neji's ideals about fate wrong, Naruto tapped into the Nine-Tails chakra and revitalized Clash with Neji. When the smoke cleared, Neji emerges and Naruto lies defeated. This, however, was only a shadow clone, and the real Naruto burst from the ground beneath Neji, defeating him with an uppercut. Before he's declared the winner, Naruto tells Neji that creating clones was once his shortcoming, and that Neji needs to stop believing in inescapable fate. When Sasuke finally arrives for his match with Gaara, Naruto is envious of Sasuke's improvements, but is later put to sleep along with most of the audience, commencing the Konoha Crush. Konoha Crush. Sakura wakes up Naruto so they can pursue Sasuke, who is pursuing Gaara himself. They arrive in time for Naruto to kick Gaara away before he can kill Sasuke. Partially transformed into Shukaku, Gaara knocks Sakura unconscious and binds her to a tree, forcing Naruto to battle him, with little success. Naruto relates to Gaara's painful life as a Jinchuriki, but he's not willing to let anything happen to Sakura and Sasuke. Determined to protect his friends, Naruto creates an army of shadow clones to relentlessly batter Gaara, forcing him to fully transform into Shukaku, to which Naruto responds by summoning Gamabunta. Gaara puts himself to sleep to give control of his body to Shukaku, forcing Naruto and Gamabunta to figure out a way to end the jutsu. They do so by transforming into a giant fox, the Nine-Tails in the anime, to restrain Shukaku, allowing Naruto to awaken Gaara with a solid punch to the face. Shukaku's influence disappears, but Gaara regains control and traps Naruto with his sand. Naruto escapes by tapping into the Nine-Tails chakra and headbutts Gaara when he's close enough, destroying Shukaku's form. Exhausted from the fight, the two leap at each other for one final exchange, and Naruto punches Gaara, claiming victory. Naruto and Gaara fall to the ground, unable to move. Slowly crawling towards Gaara, Naruto explained that he also suffered a painful and lonely life, but was later saved by having friends. To that end, he will do anything to protect them, even if it means killing Gaara. Understanding Naruto's true strength, Gaara retreated with Kankuro and Temari, with a new outlook on life, while Naruto passes out from exhaustion and is returned to Konoha with Sasuke and a rescued Sakura. A few days later, Team 7 attends the 3rd Hokage's funeral. Search for Tsunade. Jiraiya is tasked with finding Tsunade, a candidate for 5th Hokage, and convinces Naruto to accompany him by promising to teach him a technique stronger than Sasuke's Chidori. Stopping at an inn in Shukuba town, Naruto was approached by Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki, who intend to capture the Nine-Tails. When Sasuke shows up and furiously attacks Itachi, Naruto gathers the Nine-Tails chakra to help Sasuke, but it's absorbed by Kisame's Samehada. Jiraiya soon arrives and drives off Itachi and Kisame, but Sasuke is left mentally and physically damaged by Itachi. Might Guy appears and takes Sasuke back to Konoha, but not before giving Naruto a spare green jumpsuit. To prepare for the next encounter with Akatsuki, Naruto begins learning the Rasengan, completing 2 of its 3 learning steps. Taking a break from training, Naruto and Jiraiya eventually found Tsunade and her assistant Shizune at a restaurant. When Tsunade refuses the offer to become Hokage and insults all who held the title, an angry Naruto challenged her to a fight and attacked her with an incomplete Rasengan, only to be easily defeated. Impressed by his progress, however, Tsunade makes a bet with Naruto. If he can master the Rasengan in a week, he gets the 1st Hokage's necklace. If not, she gets his wallet. Naruto agreed and spent the week trying to perfect the Rasengan, but has no success and collapses from exhaustion. Once he recovers, Naruto heads out with Jiraiya and Shizune to stop Tsunade from a meeting with Orochimaru. They arrive to see Tsunade, who never intended to aid Orochimaru, in the midst of battle with Kabuto Yakushi. When Tsunade is incapacitated, Naruto fights Kabuto in her place and eventually defeats him with a perfected Rasengan, which he formed by using a shadow clone. Naruto collapses almost immediately afterwards, his heart muscles torn by Kabuto, but Tsunade successfully manages to heal him, gives him the necklace he wins, and accepts the position of Hokage. After Orochimaru and Kabuto are defeated, Naruto and the others return to Konoha, Tsunade confidently believing Naruto would someday become a great Hokage. Naruto the movie, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow. The movie begins with a heroine previously unknown in the Naruto continuity, Princess Fune, Princess Gale in the US version. Fune's nemesis, Mao, challenged her group with an army of undead soldiers. His dark intentions seemed to prevail, that is, until Princess Fune and her cohorts, Shishimaru, Brit, and Sukayaku, unleashed the power of the seven-colored chakra upon him. They saved the day, and Naruto, watching from afar, couldn't have been more elated. As it turned out, Naruto was actually watching the scene in a movie, as was the rest of Team 7. However, the audience of the movie began to throw objects at the team for making so much noise whilst arguing with the cinema manager. As the team is forced to leave the theater without being able to see the ending, suddenly the actress who played Princess Fune, Yuki Fujikaze, passes by on horse, being chased by armored men on horses as well. As Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke manage to easily defeat the attackers, it turns out that they were actually stuntmen disguised as bodyguards, led by Yuki's manager, Sandayu Asama. As Kakashi comes to inform them of this misunderstanding, he reveals that he had sent them to watch it as preparation for the next mission, to escort Yuki while the crew made the next movie in the Land of Snow. As it turned out, Yuki was actually the princess of the Land of Snow, Koyuki Kazahana. The land had been taken over by her uncle, Doto Kazahana, and his three-man team of rogue ninja when she was a child. Doto wanted Yuki's crystal necklace in order to unlock the Land of Snow's treasure, which Yuki's father, the daimyo, had hidden before being assassinated. As many citizens doubted she had survived, apparently Kakashi was responsible for her rescue during the day of the revolt. Sandayu would eventually find her on stage one day and considered himself lucky to have become her manager. After the discussion, the director would decide that the filming would continue, intrigued by the idea of having a real princess play the princess in the movie. Eventually, Doto would arrive with his team and some ninja subordinates by train after melting the ice that covered the tracks to an old railway system. As Sandayu, who leads a group of 50 samurai, attempt to charge after them, the mortar-mounted compartments release huge waves of kunai, massacring the entire brigade. Sandayu, clinging onto life, passes away after telling Yuki not to cry for him. Suddenly, Doto's blimp manages to capture Yuki and flies away, but not before Naruto manages to cling on with the kunai attached to a rope. As the two are taken to his mansion, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura eventually regroup with them. After various battles between Team 7 and the Rogue Ninja, resulting in the death of all of the latter and Narare, Doto succeeded in obtaining Yuki's crystal necklace, only to discover that the treasure of the Land of Snow is a generator designed to melt the snow and thus bring spring to the snow country. After a confrontation with Sasuke and Naruto, Doto was then killed by Naruto with his Rasengan in a manner reminiscent of Princess Fune's defeat of Mao, involving Rainbow Chakra. With the Rogue Ninja all gone, Yuki decided to resume her position as the Princess of the Land of Snow, which would eventually become the Land of Spring after the technology behind the generator was perfected. Despite being a princess, Yuki intended to continue her role as an actress. At the very end of the movie, Naruto, who had desperately wanted an autograph from the actress, was given an envelope from Sasuke afterwards, who received shocked looks from the other members of Team 7, including Naruto himself. Inside the envelope was a signed photograph from Yuki. The picture was of a bandaged up and apparently unconscious Naruto in the hospital, who is receiving a tender kiss on the cheek from the actress. At the end of the credits, the crew that had made the Princess Fune movie said cut, and all cheered in unison. Land of Tea escort mission. With Konoha having a shortage of jonin due to Orochimaru's failed invasion, Tsunade was forced to use genin for more dangerous missions than normally allowed. Team 7, minus Kakashi who was assigned to another mission, was given the assignment of escorting a member of the Wasabi family through a dangerous annual race. Along the way, they met an arrogant teenager named Idate who openly showed his hatred towards ninja. Upon arriving in the Land of Tea and meeting the Wasabi family's leader, Jirocho, Team 7 was shocked to see Idate again, and learn he was the man they were assigned to escort. They encountered Aoi Rokosho, who betrayed Konoha to join Amegakure. After barely surviving Aoi's attack, Idate explained how after he was failed by Ibiki himself for the Chunin exams, Aoi tricked Idate into stealing a special scroll and the Sword of the Thunder God from the village. Being able to relate with Idate in both being taken advantage of and the need to have others recognize him, Naruto helped Idate regain his self-worth and continue the race. While managing to catch up in the race, Aoi appeared again and used the Thunder Sword to initially overpower Team 7. But thanks to Sasuke fighting Aoi and weakening his sword with his Chidori, Naruto was able to break it when they clashed and defeat Aoi with his Rasengan. With the danger overcome, Idate was free to continue and win the race for the Wasabi family. While returning to the village, Team 7 was escorted by Ibiki himself. Sasuke Recovery Mission. Naruto visits a recovering Sasuke at the hospital, but he's immediately challenged to a fight, to which Naruto eventually agrees. The fight escalates quickly, culminating with Naruto using Rasengan and Sasuke using Chidori. Kakashi arrives and deflects their attacks into opposing water towers before they can clash, Naruto unknowingly doing more damage than Sasuke. Distressed by Sasuke's behavior, Sakura informs Naruto of the cursed seal Sasuke received from Orochimaru, though Naruto assures Sakura that Sasuke would never abandon Konoha for power. Unfortunately, Sasuke does just that, and Naruto joins the Sasuke recovery team in order to bring him back. He promises a tearful Sakura to do so before he leaves. En route to Sasuke, the team encounters members of the Sound Four, each of which battles with a member of the recovery team, while Naruto engages Kimimaro. Overwhelmed by Kimimaro's taijutsu skills, Naruto is saved at the last minute by Rock Lee, who volunteers to fight Kimimaro, while Naruto heads after Sasuke. Naruto finally meets Sasuke at the Valley of the End. His pleas for Sasuke to come back to Konoha and warnings that Orochimaru will take his body fall on deaf ears. Naruto starts attacking him, ready to take him back to Konoha by force if necessary. Undeterred, Sasuke responds by tapping into his cursed seal and landing a series of heavy blows on Naruto. It becomes painfully clear to Naruto that Sasuke is fighting with an intent to kill, so Naruto utilizes the Nine Tails chakra to overpower Sasuke. Naruto says that Sasuke is like a brother to him, and that he'll do anything to protect that bond. Sasuke vows to sever that bond, but acknowledges Naruto as an equal by putting on his forehead protector. They continued trading blows, with Naruto eventually manifesting a fox-shaped cloak and Sasuke entering his cursed seal's second level. Naruto clashes his Rasengan with Sasuke's Chidori, and within the dome of resulting energy they trade final blows. Sasuke punches Naruto, and Naruto scratches Sasuke's forehead protector. When the energy dissipates, Naruto lies defeated, but Sasuke spares him and continues his way to Orochimaru, leaving his scratched forehead protector behind. Kakashi and Pakun arrive late, and failing to retrieve Sasuke, leave with Naruto. In the hospital, Naruto once again promises Sakura to bring Sasuke back one day. Soon after, Jiraiya arrived with an offer to train Naruto for preparation against Orochimaru and Akatsuki in 3 years, and to give up on Sasuke as he's no different from Orochimaru. Naruto accepts Jiraiya's training, but refuses to give up on Sasuke, satisfying Jiraiya. As in the manga, Naruto later departs with Jiraiya to begin his 2.5 years of training, after making a determined gesture at the 4th Hokage's statue. Naruto the Movie, Legend of the Stone of Gelel. The movie revolves mostly around a special mineral called the Gelel Stone, which has a strong and mysterious power. There was once a clan that could control the stone's powers, but they were destroyed because of the wars for the stone. A battle was taking place at night on a desolate seaside beach between Sunagakure ninja and soldiers wearing bulky suits of armor. Despite their best efforts, the sand ninja are slowly overwhelmed by the sheer strength of their mysterious opponents. The timely arrival of reinforcements, led by Kankuro and Gaara, turned the tide of battle, with Kankuro slicing apart a suit of armor with his puppet and Gaara dispatching a large number of enemies with his signature sand waterfall Imperial Funeral. However, when Gaara orders the Sand Nin to shine a flare at the retreating enemies, a large warship is revealed, with its own arsenal of heavy weapons, much to the Sand Shinobi's shock and curiosity of its appearance. The ship then opens fire with its guns, and Gaara's sand armor barely manages to protect his comrades as its artillery shells relentlessly pounded the beach. Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, and Sakura Haruno are on a mission to capture a lost pet ferret and deliver it to its village. Naruto comically refers to the creature as a cat for the remainder of the movie. But while on their way to return the animal, they're attacked by a mysterious man clothed in knight armor. He too is accompanied by the strange armored soldiers from before. The three fight him, but get separated when Naruto, the knight, and the pet ferret all fall off a cliff. Shikamaru and Sakura only realize afterwards what has happened and immediately go to look for them. Before they can, what appears to be an earthquake stops them in their tracks until they realize that it isn't an earthquake at all, but the movement of a giant mechanical moving structure. Sakura and Shikamaru split up to search for Naruto. Naruto wakes up to find himself bandaged, as well as right next to an equally wounded unknown man. They have been taken in by a very peaceful caravan of nomads that own a number of foreign animals, including ostriches and rhino. An old man goes on to inform Naruto that they are in fact the village that hired the Leaf Ninja to return their pet ferret, named Nerugui. The ferret also seems to have a great interest in the unknown man, much to the despair of the elder. While healing, the man seems to have a flashback dream that depicts what happened to him as a child. His home was invaded and destroyed while he hid, seemingly the only one left alive. He's almost found, but in the last moment he's spared and manages to live. Kahiko and his granddaughter Emina go on to explain to Naruto how their clan once originally had a country. but it was destroyed a very long time ago by some kind of disaster, and that Narugui is proof of it. They also tell him how Narugui is in fact older than the clan elder, having been looked after by the clan for generations. As Naruto looks for an explanation from Temujin, the knight only asks Naruto about his strange power that is actually his chakra. Temujin appears to not know what chakra is, even if he can wield a similar power. Temujin simply tells him that he's there to build a utopia, and then goes on to invite Naruto to join him. Naruto promptly refuses, only for the ostrich he's riding to run away on its own. Still looking for an explanation from Temujin, Naruto follows him as he sneaks away from the caravan. After risking his injuries to save one of the caravan's children from falling from a tree, Temujin claims that his debt has been repaid and continues to leave. Meanwhile, Shikamaru infiltrates the mechanical structure and finds what appears to be a lab with children in capsules. They're overlooked by a pair of women, Kamida and Ranka, with similar armor to what Temujin had been wearing, whom operate a machine that makes bulky soldiers from before. The two discuss the Gelel stone, something that Shikamaru has never heard of. He's almost caught, but manages to flee at the last moment. Naruto discovers that Temujin has gone missing and goes to head after him when Kahiko comes to him, saying how Narugui has disappeared again. As his mission was to deliver the pet to the village the group was headed to, he still has to complete it. The clan elder even goes as far as saying that he should have hired Sand Ninja instead. Even though he returned the ferret to its owners, Naruto still must go and find it again. Meanwhile, Sakura comes across an abandoned campfire and finds the caravan's trail. Naruto goes on to find Temujin again, who has Narugui with him. He comically tells him to hand over the cat. Temujin finally reveals his name, and they find themselves in front of the large vessel from before. They go inside, revealing the structure to be very advanced in technology, and a sort of European-like cathedral on the inside. There, Temujin introduces Naruto to his master, Haido. Dressed in what appears to be a bishop's robe, Haido goes on into detail about their goals, and again extends the invitation to join them. Naruto claims that he can't join them because he's going to be Hokage, but offers to spread the peace that they wish for. Narugui appears on Temujin's shoulder, instantly showing a dislike for Haido. Haido starts thinking when they mention a caravan. They move out when an overheard announcement tells them that the fleet that was sent to the Land of Wind has been annihilated. Temujin and Naruto head on to find the ship that had attacked the Sand Ninja, beached with all kinds of metal parts in the sand. Once they investigate the vessel, Naruto discovers Kankuro among a room filled with unconscious children amidst the rubble. Kankuro immediately attacks Temujin, explaining how the ship had been wiping out Land of Wind villages. Naruto demands an explanation, but all Temujin can reply is noble sacrifices for the greater good. Before they battle, they're interrupted by Kamida and Ranka, who Kankuro and Gaara take on. Kamida uses a kind of mind control that seems to be genjutsu. Meanwhile, Ranka transforms herself, causing her to have several gorilla-like traits, as well as large lightning attacks. After a hefty battle, Gaara manages to distinguish Ranka's lightning and kill her, but Kamida manages to flee by growing bat-like features, wings included. During the commotion, Naruto is separated from Temujin. The movie shifts to the caravan being attacked by one of Haido's followers known as Fugai. After destroying most of the wagons and killing most of the livestock, she questions Kahiko about where the Gelel stone is. Thankfully, who should step in but Shikamaru and Sakura, who claim to have seen her flare. They already managed to take out the soldiers. Fugai goes on to take on wolf-like traits and manages to escape. Shikamaru questions the elder about the Gelel stones, but he doesn't want to talk. They start to leave, saying that they need to find a friend. When Kahiko asks if their friend is Naruto, they find out that Naruto is with him. The elder goes on to ask the two for help. Through a series of flashbacks, we discover how Temujin met Haido after his village was destroyed. We also discover that Temujin actually has a Gelel stone inside of him, causing his eyes to appear the red color they are. After getting word that the caravan from before has information, Temujin returns to what is left of it only to be captured by Shikamaru. Naruto has managed to find Shikamaru and Sakura, and the three stay with the caravan people, who have managed to escape and are currently hiding in a cave. There, they question Temujin to find out what Haido wants with the Gelel stone. Kahiko claims that the stones only cause harm, but Temujin reveals that he has a stone inside of him. The elder goes on to question Temujin about a book and about their clan, confusing Temujin. He tells them that only members of the royal family of their clan could bind the stones with their bodies, Temujin being one of them. He then tells them that the royal family left and crossed the ocean, taking the Book of Gelel with them. Temujin hasn't come to a new land, in fact he has returned home. Kahiko tells them that he doesn't know of the stone's origin, but they do know it was a mineral that their clan was able to refine and use as they pleased. It was very powerful, so much so that an entire civilization was wiped out in a battle over it. Afterward, the few remaining clan members sealed it away in an attempt to keep it from happening again. The only reason they didn't destroy it was because the only ones who could were those of royal blood. Determined after the tale, Temujin tells them that he only wants to achieve his dream of a utopia. He manages to escape, he was free the whole time, and kidnaps Kahiko to make him lead him to the Gelel mines. They don't know where the mines are, but Narugui manages to lead them to it. Temujin and the Elder find the ruins and journey deep into them to find the entrance into the mines. The Leaf Ninja try to save Kahiko, only for Haido and his entourage to appear. Shikamaru tries to stop Haido to question him, only for Haido to claim he only wants peace, and that he's going to create a utopia. Shikamaru ironically states that they are doing the exact opposite. Naruto angrily asks him if he even cares about his fallen comrades, whom Haido only claims are noble sacrifices. Temujin grimly agrees. After Naruto tells him that dreams without friends are nothing, the Elder finally triggers a mechanism that seals him and Temujin into a passageway in the mines. Haido reveals that he possesses the Book of Gel-El before smashing Naruto into a wall like it was nothing and follows them. Kamida and Fugai attack, but Shikamaru and Sakura hold them off to allow Naruto to follow Haido. Temujin and Kahiko find themselves in the Chamber of Sealing and find a picture that appears to be one of despair. The Elder tries to reason with Temujin, but Temujin doesn't wish to hear it. Kahiko then reveals a knife. Meanwhile, Kamida toys with Shikamaru as she flies around. He is unable to get a lock on her shadow, but then he suddenly spots Kankuro on the far side of the ruins. As Fugai chases after Sakura, she is unable to lose her even after Sakura blinds her. Finding a crystal structure that creates echoes, Sakura uses herself as bait so Fugai will howl and triggers the crystals to collapse on top of her. Shikamaru fills the whole area with lines with explosives. Most of them are fake, just pieces of paper, so Kamida cannot fly about. Just as Kamida thinks she knows what he has in store, Kankuro suddenly launches one of his puppets to automatically trap and kill her. After wounding Temujin, the Elder has his blood on a dagger and he tries to pierce a seal on the door, only for Haido to interrupt. Just as Haido finds the mine's key, Nerogui tries to stop him. The ferret is killed by a barrier around him, and a Gel-El stone falls out of his mouth. Temujin stands in front of the Elder as Haido is about to kill him, Temujin claiming that there is no reason to kill him. Temujin suddenly has a bit of deja vu just as Naruto appears. Haido tells Temujin to kill the both of them, but Temujin has had enough and refuses. Haido then claims that he is useless, no different from his parents. Deja vu happens again, and Temujin finally realizes that Haido was the one who murdered his parents. Haido goes on to turn into his own kind of creature, then captures Temujin and extracts the Gel-El stone from him. The Elder begs Naruto to stop Haido. Naruto encourages Temujin to get up as he fights, even going so far as to use Rasengan. But Haido has managed to tap into the mine and heals all of his twisted limbs. Naruto still wishes for Temujin to help him, and just as Haido goes to finish them, the fake soldiers go and protect both of them. The souls of the children emerge as the soldiers are destroyed, and Temujin finally realizes his wrongdoings. Combining both Rasengan and the Gel-El stone, Temujin and Naruto manage to kill Haido, but in the process they accidentally destroy the key to the mine. The walls start to crumble around them as the mine spirals out of control. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Kankuro all manage to retrieve the children from the machines, only for the ruins to start collapsing. They cannot control it, but there is a way to destroy it. If Temujin puts his hand on the seal from before, he can summon a time-space continuum. Only royal blood can do it, and the one who does will end up sacrificing himself. Naruto tries to stop Temujin from doing it, for Temujin to knock him out. He says doing it is the only way to atone for what he's done. Temujin goes into the collapsing mine to the seal and activates it. All is quiet as Shikamaru, Sakura, Kankuro, and Gaara can only watch as everything in the void's way begins to be devoured. Naruto remembers Sasuke as he's faced with Temujin's death. As Temujin waits for his fate, suddenly he finds himself floating as a line of Naruto clones have clutched onto him. Sakura almost goes into the void herself to see where Naruto is. Only at the last moment, a burst of the Gel-El escapes, causing the landmass to start moving. When it finally stops, they find Kahiko, who claims that he feels even better than ever thanks to the Gel-El. He is even joyously reunited with a still-alive Nerogui. The wastelands have now turned into an oasis, as all the children awaken. Temujin awakens, realizing that he's still alive, with Naruto still clutching his arm. They find the picture of despair from before, and it wasn't one after all. In fact, it was one of hope. Later, they all gather at the ocean, where Temujin and the others all gather and prepare themselves to leave, back to the land that they came from. They're aware that it's one with lots of conflict, but Temujin wishes to help where he can. Temujin's eyes have now turned back to their original bright green, and much to the Elder's disappointment again, Nerogui has chosen to go with them as well. As they leave, Naruto stands on a cliff and shares a sign with Temujin, promising each other to never give up. Naruto the Movie, Guardians of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, and Rock Lee were assigned to a B-rank mission to protect the Prince of the Land of the Moon, Michiru, during his world trip. Other escorts had been hired, but had quit due to being treated poorly. The Land of the Moon is a very wealthy nation, so Michiru tended to buy whatever he wanted and had a very materialistic worldview. His son, Hikaru Suki, also acted much in the same manner, which irritated Naruto. On the dock of the ship, Naruto was eating a few bowls of ramen while Hikaru was playing on his Game Boy. Sakura leaves to do something. As Hikaru approaches Naruto, he snaps his chopsticks in half in Hikaru's presence. Hikaru carelessly proposes Naruto being his vassal. Naruto gets bewildered and cautious by this. Hikaru explains to Naruto that he'll give him anything he desires. Naruto refuses his offer because of enslavement. Hikaru keeps insisting that Naruto accepts, but Naruto gets annoyed and tells him to stop looking down on people and grow up. Hikaru gets disappointed in this and shoots a toy arrow at the back of his headband, causing Naruto to turn red and become terrifyingly enraged, nearly becoming one-tailed chakra in the process. Naruto, in a rage, snaps his suction cup arrow in half. Hikaru becomes frightened and attempts to flee, but Naruto grabs him, being fed up with his attitude, and explains that he doesn't care if he injures him, claims it'll be worth it, and punches Hikaru in the head, causing him to cry. Naruto informs him that he can't do things as freely as he thinks. Sakura then runs into Naruto for hitting a kid. Naruto is punched into the water. During the trip, the caravan stopped at a circus. When Hikaru took a liking to a rare saber-toothed tiger, Chamu, which was featured there, Michiru ended up purchasing not only it but the rest of the circus as well, placing it under the team's protection. Hikaru attempted to befriend the tiger but found that it disliked humans. He lost interest in the circus, and during the sea voyage when a storm hit, he appeared unconcerned about the animal's well-being, causing Naruto to become disgusted at his lack of value. Upset by Naruto's view of him, Hikaru went up to help Chamu get to safety, and Naruto saved both of them after they were washed overboard. The next day, Naruto, Sakura, and Lee became friends with Hikaru. After returning to the land of the moon, the team found that their country had been taken over by Shabadaba, one of the nobles and a former friend of Michiru. Having hired 3 powerful ninja to assist him, Shabadaba had disposed of the king and planned to do the same with Michiru and Hikaru, remaining heirs to the throne. He ordered the military forces to kill them all, but the team was able to escape with the help of some soldiers still loyal to the king. Escaping to a hidden cave, Michiru found that his father was still alive, but Sakura, although able to heal his petrified arm, was only able to keep him alive for a little while. The king revealed that he had suspected that something like this would happen, and that he'd arranged for the journey to keep Michiru out of harm's way. Before dying, the king told Michiru and Hikaru that people are truly important in life, not material goods. During an attempt to escape the country by boat, the 3 ninja hired by Shabadaba attacked, disabling Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Lee with reaction-dulling poison that slowed their reactions. The prince was captured, but the emergence of Naruto's fox chakra allowed him to repel the attacking ninja before the prince's son could be taken. At the castle, Shabadaba's reasons for taking over the country were revealed to be purely material, the same things Michiru had considered important, as he intended to use the nation's wealth for himself rather than the people. Michiru was disgusted by Shabadaba's attitude and realized the truth of what his father had said. Shabadaba decided to put him to death by a drawn-out hanging. He had Michiru balance on a board of wood not strong enough to support his weight while wearing a noose, ensuring that sooner or later he would fall and be hanged. With the help of the circus Michiru had purchased earlier, Kakashi's team made a rescue attempt with Hikaru and the rogue soldiers, infiltrating the palace by disguising themselves as members of the circus. One by one, Kakashi and his team fought individual battles. Kakashi fought the many soldiers in the courtyard, while each of the genin fought one of the ninja. Lee wielded a pair of nunchaku that had the ability to connect to other stabs hidden in his leg weights, creating weapons such as a long staff and a chain whip. After being defeated briefly, Naruto unleashed his fox chakra once again and blew Ishidate away. He killed his opponent, Kongo, using Reverse Lotus. Sakura was able to dispatch her poison and genjutsu using opponent, Karambana, by shattering a chandelier to locate her by watching where she moved, which subsequently killed her with one punch. It turned out Karambana had worn too much perfume, which helped Sakura locate her opponent while in a genjutsu for smelling the perfume. Naruto fought against Ishidate, the leader of the 3 ninja, while helping Hikaru reach his father. Hikaru shot an arrow, severing the rope around Michiru's neck, and Naruto's shadow clones caught the prince and his father. Ishidate was enraged and attempted to kill Naruto, but Shabadaba ordered him to deal with Michiru. Ishidate powers up his petrification glove to the fullest as Shabadaba continues to tell him which target to pick. Enraged by his constant bickering, Ishidate accidentally petrifies Shabadaba. In the penultimate scene, Naruto, his leg disabled by his opponent's strange petrification technique, rode on Michiru's shoulders to attack with his Rasengan, which then reflected the light of the moon in such a manner that it grew and took on a crescent shape, creating the Crescent Moon Rasengan. He hit Ishidate with this attack, sending him flying and destroying Shabadaba's stone remains, killing them both. After Ishidate's death, Michiru took the throne of the country and promised to rule as his father had done while starting on a diet, beginning weight training, and once the country settles down he was going to pick Hikaru's mama, Amayo. As Kakashi was immobilized due to overuse of the Sharingan, his team decided to take a vacation in the land of the moon while he recovered. 2 weeks later, Kakashi had regained his strength and the team departs as the saviors of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. King Michiru decides once again to try reconnecting with his wife, now knowing what he shouldn't do. Gutsy Master and Student, the Training. In the anime, shortly after leaving Konoha, Jiraiya and Naruto discuss the fact that Naruto will need to learn how to counter genjutsu if he hopes to be a match against Sasuke the next time they meet. Naruto practices with Gamariki to dispel genjutsu, but he struggles with it and his chakra keeps hitting Gamariki, who doesn't appreciate it. Naruto follows Jiraiya to the Genjutsu Tree Village to try a different approach, but they discover the village has been taken over by Kandachi. They free the villagers and then attack Kandachi, who Naruto eventually defeats with his newly created Big Ball Rasengan. As they leave afterwards, Jiraiya is pleased by how similar Naruto is to Minato Namikaze and hugs him, which Naruto is bothered by. In Naruto's footsteps, the friends' paths. 2 years into their training, Naruto's control of the Nine Tails chakra has improved significantly. Jiraiya tries to give him more access to the Nine Tails' power and uses Gerutora to weaken Naruto's 8 trigram sealing style. Seizing the opportunity, the Nine Tails mocked Naruto for his inability to save Sasuke, using Naruto's negative emotions to force him to enter a version 2 form with 4 tails. Not in control of his body, Naruto attacks Jiraiya and nearly kills him before he manages to suppress the Nine Tails. Naruto has no memory of what happened, and Jiraiya doesn't tell him, instead shifting Naruto's training to other pursuits, including keeping his anger in check so that the Nine Tails won't flare up again. Kazekage Rescue Mission. Naruto and Jiraiya return to Konoha after 2.5 years of training, where Naruto becomes surprised by Tsunade's newly formed statue on Hokage Rock. He greets his old friends afterwards. He gives Kakashi a copy of Icha Tactics as a gift, he catches up with Sakura, whom he's become taller than, he gets back into a competition of sexy techniques with Konohamaru Sarutobi, only to be violently reprimanded by Sakura. Kakashi reforms Team 7 with them and gives them another bell test, but unlike last time, taking the bells from him is the real objective. As with last time, Naruto launches a first attack before the test officially begins, but this time it nearly succeeds. Despite their improved abilities, Naruto and Sakura were still unable to get a bell through conventional means. And it was only by Naruto's threat to spoil the latest Icha novel that they distracted Kakashi long enough to take the bells. While Team 7 tries without success to find a mission to go on that Naruto won't complain about, word reaches Konoha that Akatsuki has kidnapped Gaara, the Kazekage. Team 7 is sent to Sunagakure to assist in rescuing Gaara. On their way to Suna, Naruto explains that Gaara was kidnapped because he's a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, just as Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Upon arrival in Suna, Naruto defends Kakashi from Chiyo's assault when she mistakes him for his father. Team 7 gathers what intel they can on Gaara's kidnappers and leave to go after them. Chiyo volunteers to escort them since they aren't familiar with the country around Suna. Naruto promises a recovering Kankuro to rescue Gaara before they leave. While en route to an Akatsuki lair, they're confronted by Itachi Uchiha, who traps Naruto in a genjutsu. Sakura and Chiyo release him, allowing Naruto to team up with Kakashi and defeat Itachi with a big ball Rasengan. The Itachi is discovered to be an imposter, so they continue on to the Akatsuki lair, meeting up with Team Guy, who takes down the barrier over the entrance so that Team 7 can get in. They find Gaara's body with his kidnappers, Deidara and Sasori. Deidara flies off with Gaara's body with Naruto and Kakashi in pursuit, leaving Sasori to Chiyo and Sakura. Naruto, enraged, makes repeated failed attempts to rescue Gaara before he's calmed by Kakashi, who uses his new Mangekyo Sharingan to distract Deidara with Kamui. Naruto retrieves Gaara's body, but seeing it drives him over the edge. He furiously attacks Deidara and beats him mercilessly into the ground. Discovering that it was a clay clone, Naruto slips into his two-tailed form in rage, but is returned to normal by Kakashi via the chakra-suppressing seal. Deidara escapes, while Naruto and Kakashi regroup with Sakura, Chiyo, and Team Guy. Sakura attempts to revive Gaara, but the removal of Shukaku has caused him to die. Naruto breaks down in tears and angrily lashes out at Chiyo, saying she had no right to make Gaara not only a Jinchuriki, but also lose his life because of it. As atonement, and with Naruto's aid, Chiyo sacrifices her life to revive Gaara. As the jutsu nears completion, Chiyo voices her faith in Naruto's ability to save Gaara and to become Hokage. Naruto greets Gaara when he awakens, and a few days later, Team 7 and Guy attend Chiyo's funeral in Suna. Before returning home, Naruto and Gaara shake hands, Gaara using his sand as a sign of their close relationship.
Naruto Shippuden, the movie. The opening scene of the movie shows Naruto fighting a monster only to be killed by it. The setting then went back to a few days prior, where a man named Yomi attacked a shrine to retrieve the spirit of Morio, a demon who attempted to destroy the world to create his 1,000-year kingdom. Since he was lacking a body, Yomi offered his as a temporary substitute until they could retrieve Morio's original one sealed in a different shrine. The only threat to Morio's plan was a priestess known as Shihoin, who could steal his spirit away once more. He raised a stone army from their slumber to attack the rest of the world while his 4 subordinates went to murder Shihoin. They were given special chakra creatures to enhance their strength. To deal with the threat, Konohagakure sent out many advanced teams to stall the stone army. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Neji Hyuga, and Rock Lee were sent to guard Shihoin, and deliver her to the shrine where Morio's body was sealed. They fended off her 4 would-be assassins who exhausted themselves in a failed attempt to kill Naruto. Shihoin told Naruto of his upcoming death. While initially skeptical, her assistant Taruho explained that Shihoin could see the future, and that all the events happening in her visions are 100% true. As they headed for the shrine, the group was ambushed once again by Yomi's 4 subordinates, and split into 2 teams. Lee killed his opponent by eating an alcoholic candy to get him into drunken fist, while Naruto was kept busy by his. Neji told Sakura to escape with Shihoin, unaware that his 2 opponents were actually just one man and a puppet to distract him and let the remaining ninja catch up with Sakura and Shihoin. Saruto was then shot with an anesthetic jutsu by the remaining ninja and Shihoin was killed. This turned out to be a ruse. The dead Shihoin was actually Taruho, who transformed himself into a copy of her to trick them into thinking that they had killed the real one. Shihoin explained that her power worked by allowing her spirit to jump back in time at the moment of her death, thereby allowing her to avoid it by having someone die in her place. Naruto insisted that he would not die and would likewise keep Shihoin safe. Thanks to Lee, Neji realized that the remaining 3 ninja must keep replenishing their chakra to battle effectively. Naruto was sent on ahead with Shihoin, while Sakura and Lee tricked their opponents into wasting their chakra on futile attacks. When they ran out of chakra and had to replenish it, Neji disabled the final ninja who was providing the chakra, leaving the other 2 powerless against Lee and Sakura. At the mountain temple where Morio's body was kept, Naruto and Shihoin found the stone army waiting. On the first attempt to get past the army, both Naruto and Shihoin fell off a cliff. Afterwards, Naruto came up with a plan and promised Shihoin that he would protect her. Naruto then held the army back using shadow clones while Shihoin headed inside the temple to begin the sealing ritual. Yomi was already inside. He had terracotta soldiers attack her before the light slashed and killed her. Yomi tricked Shihoin into beginning the technique with him inside the barrier, allowing Morio's spirit to reunite with his body. Eventually, Kakashi, Temari, and others came to the fight and destroyed the remaining army. After Naruto came to rescue her, she broke into tears saying that all the people who sacrificed their lives were a waste. Morio then burst free from Yomi's body to the air and Naruto started fighting him. Yomi died and his body fell into the lava. Swallowing down Morio's words about her mother's actions and Shihoin's power not letting him fuse into her, and about to see her prediction of his death come true, she used her power to shield Naruto from being stabbed, changing Naruto's fate. Intending to kill herself and Morio in order to protect him, Naruto stopped her seconds before her death, reminding her that he promised to protect her. After he inspired her to live, they let their chakras and emotions go, and used Naruto and Shihoin's Super Chakra Rasengan to finally destroy Morio, creating a volcano where the shrine used to be in the process. With Morio gone, Naruto asked Shihoin what she intended to do now. She replied that because Morio was a demon caused by the evil thoughts of men, it was possible that there could be another Morio someday. Because of this, she would pass her power on to other living priestesses that would suppress demons like Morio. Indirectly asking Naruto to father her child, she asked if Naruto would help her, much to everyone's shock. Misunderstanding what she said, Naruto happily agreed. Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance Mission. During her fight with Sasori, Sakura learned of an opportunity to meet with a spy in Orochimaru's ranks in a few days' time, hoping it will lead them to Sasuke. Kakashi is left bedridden from his fight with Deidara, so Yamato leads Team 7 as his replacement. Replacing Sasuke on the team is Sai, whom Naruto already encounters earlier and dislikes, declaring him an inferior version of Sasuke. Sai is happy for this distinction and proceeds to degrade Sasuke for defecting from Konoha, forcing Yamato to use his wood release to break up their fight. Naruto is constantly exasperated by Sai's lack of empathy and his ridicule of Sasuke, but resolves to work with Sai if it means saving Sasuke. Yamato disguises himself as Sasori and goes to the Tenchi Bridge to meet the spy, while Naruto, Sakura, and Sai hide nearby. The spy, Kabuto Yakashi, begins telling Yamato about Orochimaru's organization, but they're interrupted by the arrival of Orochimaru, who teams up with Kabuto to fight Yamato, having intended to kill Sasori. Team 7 comes to his aid, and Orochimaru, recognizing them, taunts Naruto about Sasuke. Naruto is enraged and strikes him, using his version 1 form to make his attacks more devastating. Naruto's rage intensifies as he submits to the Nine-Tails' influence. He destroys the Tenchi Bridge and eventually advances to his version 2 form while fighting Orochimaru. Naruto is soon forced back to the destroyed bridge, where, unable to tell friend from foe, he unknowingly attacks Sakura when she approaches him. Yamato restrains Naruto with his wood release and suppresses the Nine-Tails' influence, but its chakra leaves Naruto's body badly damaged. After Sakura heals him, Naruto wakes up unable to remember what happened, but is surprised by the devastated landscape. When they realize that Sai is missing, Yamato reports that he's joined with Orochimaru and Kabuto. On the way, Yamato secretly takes Naruto aside and tells him that he is the one who attacked Sakura. He encourages Naruto to use his own strength instead of the Nine-Tails in order to protect his loved ones. The team locates Sai, whom Yamato has placed a trace on, at Orochimaru's lair and capture him. Restrained, Sai asks why Naruto is determined to save him. Naruto replies that his bond with Sasuke is too precious to be broken and that he'll do anything to protect it. Intrigued, Sai switches sides, helping them capture Kabuto and then searching the base for Sasuke on Naruto's behalf. While he's gone, Yamato goes through his belongings and finds evidence that Sai has been assigned to assassinate Sasuke. When they find Sai, he explains that he truly does want to help retrieve Sasuke, and in fact has already found him. Naruto and Sakura are speechless to see Sasuke again. Sasuke reacts with indifference to them, but Naruto remarks that he can't become Hokage without saving his friend. To demonstrate that they mean nothing to him, Sasuke quickly neutralizes them all. As Naruto struggles to avoid the temptation of using the Nine Tails, Sasuke suddenly appears in Naruto's subconscious using his Sharingan and suppresses the Nine Tails. He then prepares to kill them, but is persuaded not to by Orochimaru and leaves without further comment. Naruto is upset at having failed once more to bring Sasuke home, but is reminded by Sakura that they need to become stronger, and Team 7 returns to Konoha.
Naruto Shippuden the movie, Bonds. A mysterious group of ninja from the Land of the Sky made a surprise attack on Konoha. This was because Konoha nearly destroyed the Land of the Sky during the Second Shinobi World War. The group began attacking Konoha and causing mass mayhem, with Sora Nin flying using a winged mechanical device and bombarding the village. A boy had come from a very long way to inform Konoha that his village had been attacked, and that he was looking for his sensei who was currently in Konoha, so that he could go back with him to heal the injured at the village. A three-man team consisting of Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata were sent to accompany the boy, Amaru, and Shino, his sensei, to help Amaru's village. The team traveled through a forest full of eerie beasts and poisonous animals via small rowing boats down a river. A Sora Nin scout suddenly appeared in the sky. Sakura, Hinata, and Shino hid by the riverside with Naruto and Amaru hiding underwater until the Sora Nin had passed. While underwater, Amaru dropped his scalpel, a present from his beloved sensei, and swam down to get it. As he tried to resurface, he became caught in the reeds. After freeing Amaru from the reeds and helping him back onto the boat, Naruto noticed that Amaru was in fact a she due to her breasts and corset. Naruto blushed before a poisonous piranha-like fish bit him and he fainted. Later on, Naruto woke up still blushing, partly because Amaru was sucking the poisonous blood out of a wound on his thigh, thus saving Naruto. Naruto asked if she was a she and suggested that Amaru had feelings for her sensei, which he was slapped for. Meanwhile, at Konoha, the Sora Nin retreated because they were out of chakra to continue flying, so Konoha sent another special team to search for their base. Sai approached the ships they were using as a base near a beach on one of his ink birds to attract their attention and to gauge their abilities, while Shikamaru and Kakashi hid behind some rocks near the shore, waiting for the fourth man of their team, Shino, to infiltrate and damage their base. At Orochimaru's lair, Orochimaru had become even more ill because the body transfer technique he used was close to its expiration. Kabuto was attending to him and told Sasuke that the Sora Nin were attacking Konoha, to which Sasuke replied that he didn't care. Orochimaru ordered Sasuke to capture and bring back to him a man who would be able to help him perfect his reincarnation technique. Naruto and company finally reached Amaru's village and found that the village had been badly attacked, with some parts now in ruins and with the inhabitants nowhere to be seen. Amaru ran around trying to find some villagers before she unknowingly triggered a trap, which sent a volley of kunai flying towards her. Her sensei Shino rushed to block the attack to protect her, but was hit in the process. Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata hurried to the scene, but it was too late, and Shino died of his fatal injuries. After Amaru came to her senses, they continued to look for villagers, with Sasuke now on his way to the village. Later on, Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata decided to search for villagers without Amaru. Eventually, Sakura met up with Naruto, who was looking at ruins in the distance. They went together to explore them and found themselves in front of an evil monster calling itself the Zero Tails, which identified itself as a version of a tailed beast that fed on the darkness of human souls, and had somehow taken over Amaru. Sakura proved to be no match for the beast and fell unconscious. The creature sensed that Naruto had a huge dark power inside of him, so it taunted Naruto and coaxed him to use that power by saying that he cannot save anyone without it. This made Naruto remember his failure in saving Sasuke and became emotionally unstable, which caused him to enter his initial Jinchuriki form, his three-tailed state, and finally his four-tailed state. After fighting with the monster for a while, a seal on Naruto given by Jiraiya came off and reminded him of how the tailed beast chakra hurt his friends, causing him to immediately turn back into normal. Naruto pleaded with Amaru to ignore the darkness in her heart, which finally resulted in the beast being defeated. Sakura woke up in Naruto's arms and slapped him to fill the awkward moment. They decided to split up, with Naruto continuing to search for villagers and Hinata and Sakura returning to Konoha to get help. Amaru, who was supposed to go with Sakura, stayed behind to help Naruto. They found some old ruins that Shino had mentioned earlier and entered them. Shino was inside unharmed and spoke of conquering the world with the power of darkness. Amaru, excited that her sensei was still alive, ran to hug him. Naruto noticed that something wasn't right, and Shino laughed mockingly at Amaru for trusting him. Shino explained that he had been researching the power of darkness for about 15 years and that he had finally found it in Konoha. He claimed that all he needed now was a secret scroll with the reincarnation technique written on it. He then transformed into a muscular, youthful form, and Naruto charged towards him only to be outmatched again and again, with Naruto becoming more and more injured. Shino, in his body revival form, tried to convince Naruto to use his Nine Tails chakra, with Amaru distraught and in tears whilst Shino and Naruto battled. Ever since she was small, she had had a strange illness, and no one liked her, fearing that they would be infected. Only Shino had dared to care for her and managed to cure her. Naruto told her not to throw her feelings away, while the evil Shino jeered at her. She finally admitted her love and feelings to her sensei, to which Shino merely laughed. Naruto attacked him and managed to land a hit, although it didn't seem to affect Shino.
Sasuke appeared suddenly, striking Shino with Chidori Senbon, which attacked his cells and forced him to revert back to his normal form. He then explained that Orochimaru needed help with a reincarnation technique to Shino, who gave Sasuke a scroll saying that it would be enough help. Shino then fled the scene with Sasuke pursuing him. Naruto told Amaru to go find the villagers while he went after Sasuke. He found Sasuke in a room and asked him what he was doing there, which Sasuke ignored. In the same room was a cocoon absorbing dark chakra. Shino had fused with the cocoon and attacked Naruto and Sasuke. All of their counterattacks proved useless as any chakra they used was absorbed by the cocoon and rendered harmless. Using tentacles as his arms, Shino grabbed hold of both of them and began draining their chakra. Sasuke activated the first level of his cursed seal, releasing its evil chakra, and Naruto, who had understood Sasuke's plan, turned into his initial Jinchuriki form and sent a large amount of chakra into the Zero Tails, and managed to break free with his shadow clones before using Tornado Rasengan. After escaping himself, Sasuke ascended to the second level of the Cursed Seal, before using Chidori Katana to cut the beast's power. The creature began rampaging after regaining control of itself, having now completely absorbed Shino. Amaru found Hinata and the villagers in a cell and managed to free them all before finding a flying lifeboat for them to escape in. Naruto rushed out of the ruins and ordered Amaru to go. She refused, but Sasuke then threw her into the boat by force. Naruto also forced Sasuke onto the lifeboat using a Rasengan, mouthing a few words to Sasuke as he fell before flying away using the wings from his cursed seal form. Remembering how Jiraiya had once said that Naruto had the willpower to never give up, he created a large amount of shadow clones and began destroying the ruins using the Guts Rasengan. Soon, the whole ruin had been destroyed with the Rasengan, leaving Naruto to fall down to the sea. Amaru saw Naruto from the boat and, grabbing a pair of Sora Nin wings, flew to catch him. Upon reaching him, she removed the wings to grab him and they fell together. Jiraiya suddenly appeared with Gamabunta and caught the two, saving them. Later on, Naruto woke up in Amaru's arms. Sasuke returned to Orochimaru and gave him the scroll, who then asked if something good had happened. Sasuke ignored the question, going off to train while remembering Naruto's parting whisper of, "I'll definitely bring you back to Konoha." Akatsuki Suppression Mission. Once Kakashi is done recuperating in the hospital, he assembles Naruto, Sakura, and Sai to discuss their failed mission to retrieve Sasuke. Kakashi believes that the best way to match Sasuke is for Naruto to create a new jutsu. As the training began, Naruto discovers that his nature is wind and learns to use the wind nature. Ordinarily, such training would take months or years, but Kakashi advises that Naruto, by training alongside hundreds of shadow clones, can do the same training in a mere fraction of the time. After some struggling, Naruto approaches Asuma, who is also a wind type, for advice. With Kakashi's instructions and the training grounds created by Yamato, Naruto quickly masters how to use the wind nature. The next step is more difficult for him, combining that nature with the Rasengan. Like Kakashi and Minato Namikaze before him, Naruto fails several times in trying to combine his nature with the Rasengan. His frustration evokes the Nine Tails chakra at times, which Yamato suppresses. With further advice from Kakashi, Naruto finds his solution using two shadow clones. One helps him form the Rasengan, and the other adds his wind nature. When they receive news that Asuma died in battle with members of the Akatsuki, they take a break to attend Asuma's funeral. Kakashi leaves Team Yamato in charge of overseeing Naruto's training so he could help Team 10 avenge Asuma. Having finished his jutsu, Naruto and Team Yamato went to provide assistance, arriving in time to save Kakashi and Team 10 from Kakuzu. Naruto engages Kakuzu alone with his newly created wind release Rasen Shuriken, though it dissipates on its first use and Naruto is rescued by Kakashi and Yamato. The technique succeeds on the second time, destroying two of Kakuzu's hearts and putting the last one on the brink of failure. Kakashi finishes off Kakuzu and they return to Konoha. The Rasen Shuriken injures Naruto's arms after use and he's forbidden to use the technique ever again. When they visit Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto has a hard time eating while his arm mends, so Sakura opts to help before the responsibility falls to Sai, then to Kakashi. As they leave afterwards, they are met by Konohamaru, who demonstrates his sexy girl-on-girl technique. Naruto approves, but Sakura is disgusted and violently reprimands him. Three Tails appearance. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto Yakushi along with Team Guren to take a young boy named Yukimaru to a lake. Tsunade finds the location of Orochimaru's hideout and sends Kakashi as temporary leader of Team 8 to locate it. Then Tsunade sends Yamato, Sai, and Sakura to help them along with Naruto, who meets them along the way. Team Kakashi and Kurenai follow Guren and discover that the thing they were after was the Three Tails. The guarding group is Yamato, Tenten, Kiba, and Lee, while the fighting group is Naruto, Kakashi, Sai, and Shino. Just when the sealing was almost complete, Yukimaru, angered by the apparent death of Guren, empowered the beast to break free of its restraints. The Three Tails went on a rampage, attacking everyone nearby and crushing Nurari, Kigiri, and Kiho. Its attempts to attack Yukimaru, however, had no effect. It was only through the use of the wind-release Toad Oil Flame Bullet that the beast was driven away. The sealing attempt was left to Anbu members, and the remaining Konoha ninja returned home. Tobi and Deidara confronted the beast. It was later sealed in the sealing statue. Naruto Shippuden the movie, The Will of Fire. The film concerns the potential outbreak of a fourth Shinobi World War when ninja with Kekkei Genkai abilities begin to disappear from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunagakure. Team Kakashi is sent on a mission to follow the tracks of the missing Kekkei Genkai wielding ninja, which leads them to Mount Shumisen, located between the land of Earth and Kusagakure. Sai, who is flying on his ink bird, is attacked by a bird which attacks with explosive tag-like feathers. Naruto, disobeying Kakashi's orders to continue with the mission, runs towards where Sai fell, saying he will not abandon Sai. There, chimera-like creatures attack them, which they defeat quickly, though Naruto is injured in the process. Back at Konoha, Kakashi gives a report on the mission to Tsunade, while worrying that the next ninja targeted will be him. Tsunade seems to not care so much, telling Kakashi to relax. At the hospital, Kakashi gives Naruto his bells, which they use for their first drill together, and tells him to fix them because he crushed them. Konoha Anbu are sent to Mount Shumisen by Tsunade to search the area for tracks of the missing Kekkei Genkai ninja. There, a mysterious ninja along with his followers absorb their chakra with his mysterious technique, using their earth nature affinity against them. That night, the same mysterious ninja, the mastermind and antagonist of the film, known as Hiroko, projects his image over the skies of the 5 great ninja villages, introducing himself as a shinobi of Konohagakure. He states that he has taken the Kekkei Genkai of the 4 missing ninja using the Chimera technique, and that he plans to gain the 5th and final Kekkei Genkai, which will make him immortal. By doing so, he declares the 4th Shinobi World War. Konohagakure is believed to be behind the incident, as by the way Hiroko introduced himself, it seems that Konoha is using or working with Hiroko. Rumors circulate that they're preparing a rebellion. With the other nations amassing troops at the Land of Fire's border, threatening invasion, the Fire Daimyo orders Tsunade to apprehend those who are responsible and prove Konoha's innocence. In the event of failure, the Land of Fire will be forced to destroy the village in order to preserve world peace. Tsunade is awaiting Gaara at a secret meeting place to discuss what shall be done. However, on the way there, Gaara and his Tsunagakure ninja are attacked by a bird-like creature which traps them in an avalanche. Meanwhile, Hiroko states that the Chimera technique alone can only absorb a maximum of 4 Kekkei Genkai, and that certain conditions, most importantly the light of an annular eclipse, which is 2 days away, is required for the absorption of the 5th and final Kekkei Genkai, which will make him immortal. That night, Hiroko appears before Kakashi in a dream, activating a puppet curse he had placed on him 10 years ago, planning to steal Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi asks Tsunade to allow him to go for the sake of the village. Before he leaves, Kakashi asks Tsunade to place a special seal on him, which will automatically activate Kamui when Hiroko attempts to absorb him. The same night, Shikamaru is visiting Asuma's grave while Kakashi is visiting Obito's. Kakashi asks Shikamaru to tell Naruto that he's leaving the village and not to follow him. As Kakashi lets Hiroko take over his body, Naruto sees him and chases him. Shikamaru stops him and tells him what Kakashi told him to say. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade orders the Konoha 11 to stay away from Kakashi, labeling him as a missing nin for the sake of the secret mission. After the others leave, Tsunade tells Shikamaru the truth, trusting that he will do what he needs to do as the leader. Meanwhile, Sakura comes back to rescue Naruto from the cell that Shikamaru put him in, and they leave the village to rescue Kakashi. The Konoha 11 are sent to retrieve them. The next day, Tsunagakure is lining up troops and weapons at the border of the Land of Fire, thinking that Konoha attacked Gaara, their Kazekage. When Naruto and Sakura follow Kakashi, the Konoha 11 meet with them and try to bring them back. Naruto reveals what Kakashi once told Team 7 during their bell test. It is true that in the world of ninja, those who break the rules and regulations are regarded as scum, but those who abandon their comrades are even worse than scum, which changes the minds of some members. However, the scene is interrupted by Ichi, who is sent by Hiroko to stop and or delay them using his chimera snakes. Team Guy stays behind to allow the others to pass through the first gate. Ni and her chimera Nindog stop them at the next gate, and Team 8 stays behind to delay her, while Naruto and Sakura and later Team Asuma pass. As Naruto, Sakura, and Team 10 reach the next gate, San appears riding the bird that fires exploding feathers. Team 10 is still following the original mission and tries to stop Naruto and Sakura. However, Sai appears on his ink bird, using a flash bomb to create a distraction, and takes Naruto and Sakura with him, leaving Team 10 behind to fight San. At this point, Rock Lee and Neji defeat Ichi using Front Lotus, 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven, while 10-10 distracts him, and Team 8 defeats Ni using secret technique Insect Sphere inside a trap that Shino built, while Kiba and Hinata delayed her. Team 10 gains an advantage over San, with Shikamaru binding him with his shadow and Ino using the mind-body switch technique to take over his mind to tell him that they're after Naruto, not Kakashi. They also ask him where Kakashi is headed. However, San breaks out of the mind-body switch technique. He then summons Ichi and Ni, uses the Chimera technique on them and himself, and the three become a huge Chimera, which seems to be a combination of all their respective Chimera beasts, possessing all of their abilities. Meanwhile, Gaara is thinking of what Jiraiya said while aiding in the recovery of Gaara and the Sunanin. He has told Gaara that he believes Kakashi or even Naruto will defeat Hiroko, and it's up to Gaara depending on whether he believes in Naruto's strength or not. As the war between Konoha and Suna is about to begin, with ground combat troops and heavy artillery from both sides facing each other, Jiraiya appears above Gamabunta and gives to Suna the proof that Gaara is still alive. At that moment, Gaara moves to where Naruto, Sakura, and Sai are headed and stops them. He says that Naruto's will is not what Kakashi wants, and Naruto begins to fight Gaara. Gaara states that Naruto is too idealistic and that he doesn't have the power to make his goals become true. However, Naruto strongly stays by the belief that as a fellow comrade, he cannot allow Kakashi to sacrifice himself. Naruto breaks through Gaara's shield of sand and punches him. The rest of the members of the Konoha 11 arrive to aid Team 10, and they bind the Chimera Beast with the help of Tenten by sending their chakra to the chains that were holding the beast. They ask Shikamaru to go and stop Naruto, Sai, and Sakura. Shikamaru meets Gaara, who tells him that he felt what Naruto feels in battle. Shikamaru continues on. Meanwhile, Naruto reaches the final gate and realizes that this is the place they came to on their past mission. Naruto goes to Kakashi and tries to stop him, but Kakashi walks on with no response. When Naruto grabs his arm, he sees the seal on his wrist, and Sai tells him what it is. Shikamaru, who has finally caught up to them, reveals that Tsunade placed the seal on him so that they may defeat Hiriko at the sacrifice of Kakashi. Kakashi passes through the final gate before the temple. As Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Shikamaru approach the temple, Naruto hears Hiriko's voice and questions why he did this, and Hiriko answers by telling his story. He claims to have been a former friend of the Sannin, but he was not a skilled shinobi like they were. He was developing the Chimera technique, a jutsu that would allow him to create a synthetic body by combining several separate ones. After the Third Shinobi World War, he was shocked when he saw Kakashi, not only because he had survived the battle, but because he had received the Sharingan, a Kekkei Genkai, from the original user, Obito Uchiha. This gave Hiriko the idea to steal Kekkei Genkai to become more powerful like the Sannin. However, the Hokage found out about his research and Hiriko was forced to flee. As Kakashi reaches the temple, Hiriko appears from the shadows of the temple and welcomes Kakashi. Seeing it as the only way to save Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai try to defeat Hiriko, although Shikamaru tries to stop them. Hiriko, using his 4 Kekkei Genkai, Storm Release, Dark Release, Steel Release, and Swift Release, defeats them with little effort. He then steps into the temple with Kakashi. Naruto stands up, deciding that he cannot give up. Shikamaru tries to stop him, saying that he must protect the unborn children of Konoha, the king. Naruto states that he'll protect them too, and that he loves Konoha for its shinobi, who will sacrifice themselves to save one another. However, deciding who will be sacrificed from the start isn't what Naruto wants, and Naruto believes that there is no future for the children if Konoha becomes a place like this. As Naruto walks away, Shikamaru sees Asuma in him, and protects him from surrounding barrier tags with his shadow sewing technique. He states that Naruto has inherited the will of fire, trusting the future of Konoha to him. Naruto enters the temple where Hiriko begins the absorption at the beginning of the eclipse. Suddenly, Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan activates, and the space inside the slime created by the Chimera technique begins to distort. Naruto, trying to save Kakashi, creates shadow clones and breaks into the slime with multiple Rasengans and pulls him out. Kakashi wakes up, asks Naruto why he's here with him, and then sighs that the plan failed. Hiriko is still alive, and he states that the eclipse hasn't ended yet, and releases a large amount of chakra, reducing the surrounding area to rubble. When Hiriko summons the Chimera Beast that the Konoha 11 were keeping restrained, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Sai fight the beast while Naruto and Kakashi face Hiriko. Shikamaru notes that Hiriko's weak spot is his chest, which is still hollow as it is the space that Hiriko wants to assimilate Kakashi into. As the Chimera Beast begins to gain an advantage over them, the other Konoha 11 arrive to help. Choji uses his multi-size technique to become a giant and attacks the beast, followed by Kiba and Akamaru's Fang-passing Fang, which destroys the beast's wings. Then, from the sky, Hinata and Neji appear and attack the beast with 8 trigrams 64 palms. Lee kicks it into a mountain and Tenten finishes it off with their twin rising dragons, covering its body with a large number of kunai with explosive tags attached and detonating them. Meanwhile, Hiriko is gaining an advantage over Naruto and Kakashi, easily absorbing their techniques, the Big Ball Rasengan and Lightning Cutter. Hiriko gives Naruto a taste of his own attack, Rasengan, and returns Kakashi his Lightning Cutter. As a last resort, Naruto forms the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken and carries the impact into Hiriko's chest. Hiriko tries to absorb and copy it, but cannot combine the high level of shape manipulation with the high level of nature transformation. As the Rasen Shuriken's impact occurs, the Chimera dies as Tenten makes her explosive tags explode. In his final moments, Hiriko in his original form asks Kakashi what he did wrong. Kakashi tells him that he used others to overcome his weakness and only tried to become perfect himself. Hiriko says that that's the way that strong ones think and that he did not have any comrades. Suddenly, Hiriko sees his old friends, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the third Hokage, and some others appear before his eyes, and they tell him that they were there for him. Kakashi tells him that if he had tried to bond with them, they would have helped him, and that he shouldn't have tried to do everything by himself. Hiriko then tells Kakashi that was what Kakashi had tried to do this time, abandoning his comrades. Kakashi said that he and Hiriko made the same mistake as they were both lost. Hiriko asks him if he has finally made a connection and dies. Kakashi looks over to see most of the gang cheering for Naruto. He then says that Naruto has long surpassed him. Gaara appears before the Sunanin army and tells them everything has been solved and to withdraw. Tsunade and Jiraiya talk about how they've been saved and that the kids are completely different than they were at their age. They end the conversation with the conclusion that they're getting old and a decision to leave the future in the hands of a young generation in which they can freely put their faith into. The movie ends at Mount Shumisen with Kakashi talking about Obito. He smiles at Naruto after seeing the similarities between the two. Naruto takes the smile as something creepy and random. The Konoha 11 surround them on various parts of the rocky ledge, each giving their input on Kakashi's sexual orientation upon seeing this. Kakashi hurriedly denies their assumptions, but not before Naruto panics and flees from him. Kakashi then chases after the fleeing Naruto, trying to explain that it's a misunderstanding. Itachi Pursuit Mission. News reaches Konoha that Sasuke has killed Orochimaru. Realizing that this is a good opportunity to try again to reunite with Sasuke, Kakashi combines Team 7 and 8 into an 8-man squad with the mission to either find Sasuke or his assumed target, Itachi. When they split up to search, Naruto, because he's a target of Akatsuki, is given a protective escort in the form of Hinata, Yamato, and Bull. Their group encounters Kabuto, who offers them intel on Akatsuki and its members, his thanks to Naruto inspiring him to overcome Orochimaru after absorbing his remains. Kabuto then escapes. Tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. After regrouping and Kiba Inuzuka detects Sasuke's trail, Naruto creates shadow clones to search the area faster, one of which encounters Itachi. Itachi repels Naruto's attacks and insists he only wants to talk. He asks Naruto what Sasuke means to him and what he will do if Sasuke ever moves against Konoha. Naruto replies that he's Sasuke's brother, a better brother than Itachi is, and that if Sasuke ever attacks the village, he will defend it without killing Sasuke. Itachi is happy with this answer and gives Naruto some assistance for this purpose, a special crow that he stores within Naruto's body. Itachi left and Naruto continued his search, eventually finding Sasuke. As they near Sasuke's location, they're intercepted by Tobi of Akatsuki, who prevents them from progressing and who is invulnerable to their attacks. Fated battle between brothers. As the group continually tries to attack Tobi, he dodges the attacks with ease. Naruto tries several times to attack him with his Rasengan, but without success. Tobi attempts to use a hidden jutsu to attack the teams, but fails at it. Eventually, Zetsu comes to tell him about Sasuke and Itachi's fight. Tobi leaves when he receives the news that Sasuke has killed Itachi, and Teams 7 and 8 try to reach Sasuke before he does. Unable to find where Tobi has taken Sasuke, they are forced to return to Konoha. Naruto Shippuden the movie, The Lost Tower. Yamato, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sai are assigned on a mission to capture Mukade, a missing nin. They all have chakra blades which are used to attack. They set out for the once glorious historic ruins of Roran, a city with once thousands of towers, and is located in the middle of the desert. After bypassing his puppets, they corner the missing nin. Mukade's goal is revealed to be to travel to the past and take over the 5 great shinobi countries with the power of the Ryumyaku, an ancient chakra flow hidden deep underground in Roran. He unleashes the power of the Ryumyaku, which is seen to have been sealed by Minato's flying thunder god kunai. A light envelops Naruto and Yamato, who were trying to stop Mukade. Sakura attempts to follow them into the light, but Sai stops her from getting sucked into the Ryumyaku by catching her on his inkbird while she cries out Naruto's name. Minato Namikaze, 20 years prior to the present, is now seen at Konoha, and Jiraiya shows Minato that he's completed the Rasengan. Then the young Shizune, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kakashi Hatake are seen waiting in a long line at the grand opening of Ramen Ichiraku. Hiruzen Sarutobi has heard of Anrokuzan's evil plans and sends Minato Namikaze, Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, and upon Minato's request, Kakashi Hatake to put an end to his plans. When Naruto awakens, he meets a mysterious young girl who immediately runs away upon seeing him. Naruto later comes in contact with a masked guy who rescues him from the puppet army. He tells Naruto that he too is a Konoha ninja, opening a part of his mask to show the Konoha sign in his head protector, and tells him to leave the city. Naruto agrees to do so. Nevertheless, when he's about to leave Roran, Naruto remembers what happened before he lost consciousness and decides to look for the others instead. Later, he realizes that there's a festival going on and spots the young girl he previously encountered, now realizing that she is the queen of Roran, Sara. When she greets the excited crowd who is calling for her joyously, someone pushes her back, causing her to fall. Naruto rescues her, and then they introduce themselves to each other after Sara mistakes him as a bad guy. Naruto asks whether there are people who are after her. The young queen immediately disagrees with it, saying that Naruto has seen for himself that the crowd was very happy to meet her. Later, Naruto meets Minato again in the queen's palace. Minato scolds him for not keeping his promise, but Naruto tells him that he has no choice and tells him what had happened to him. Seeing the circumstances, Minato and his team reveal themselves, and that time Naruto remarks that Minato looks a lot like the 4th Hokage. Shibi tells Naruto that it's impossible, as for now, the ruling Hokage is still the 3rd. But Choza disagrees, saying that as Naruto is from the future, it is possible that Minato really is the 4th. Minato simply replies that there's no point in making life less interesting by knowing things that they shouldn't. Minato then tells Naruto the condition at Roran, and tells him that he should be able to go back to his time after he defeats Mukade. After that, he gives Naruto his flying thunder god kunai, telling him that it's a specialized kunai that will allow him to transport to Naruto's place if he uses it. It's later revealed that Mukade traveled to the past 6 years before Naruto did, and that by this point he's changed his name to Anrokuzan and serves as the minister of Roran. Sara refused to believe that Anrokuzan is planning to overthrow her, but soon hesitates after Naruto points out the fact that there is indeed someone who is after her life. Sara, much annoyed, leaves the place. Minato tells Naruto to protect her as he continues on the mission. Naruto agrees. When Sarah is walking alone along the palace corridor, someone strikes her from behind and takes her into a dark room filled with a large group of people. They insist Sarah to return it, much to her confusion. Naruto enters the room to her aid, only to discover that the group is actually a group of women and children that they don't mean to hurt Sarah in the first place. Walking along the city, suddenly a child from the group says that Sarah is said to have been a puppet princess, only to be scolded by the leader of the group. Sarah then asks her about the rumor, to which she says that it's quite true. She then tells Sarah that most of the men in Roran were enlisted to work for the city by the queen's order, to which Sarah replies that she never gave such an order, and from her palace the people seem happy to see her. The leader then tells her that no one is actually happy. While staring at the crowd, who is calling for Sarah, the group realizes that a puppet has taken over Sarah's place and greets the crowd, much to her shock. Naruto notices that there's something wrong with the crowd and reveals that the joyful crowd are all puppets that are controlled by Ryumyaku's chakra, with a puppet of Sarah herself appearing on the balcony above. Sarah then realizes her minister's evil doing. She then promises that she would rescue the people used by him. Naruto and Sarah find the center of Anrokuzan's evil plan. They infiltrate the factory and find all the men who are chained and forced to work to produce puppets. Confronting Anrokuzan, Sarah orders him to release the people there, to which he laughs and says that Sarah is a puppet princess. He then confesses that he has killed Sarah's mother, Samaru, the previous queen, because she had seen through his plan and refused to work with him. Now, as Sarah is no use to him anymore, he's going to kill her and take over the world. Naruto tells Sarah that he will protect her. The puppet ninja force, which is under Anrokuzan's control, can attack using Ryumyaku's chakra and are able to throw kunai. Naruto is seen using his chakra knife to attack them. Later, Anrokuzan is seen to be a giant puppet, as he's able to use parts of the towers of Roran to repair himself from any attack, which is part of his regenerative technique with the power of the Ryumyaku. Shibi and Choza are not able to defeat him as he keeps regenerating himself. Shibi then passes a message to Naruto and Minato, who are guarding Sarah and the citizens, to go to the garden, which is the source of the Ryumyaku on account of Anrokuzan being unable to reach it because it's heavily defended. When battling Anrokuzan, Naruto uses Rasengan, much to Minato's shock. Naruto is easily defeated by Anrokuzan, and Minato comes to his rescue just before Anrokuzan deals the final blow. Minato then tells Naruto to follow the citizens while he is holding back Anrokuzan from reaching them. Naruto agrees, but then asks himself why he always follows Minato's orders. Meanwhile, Minato is able to locate Anrokuzan's weakness, but only finds that he cannot match the speed of his regeneration. Anrokuzan is able to get past him and aims to kill Sarah, who is planning to seal off the Ryumyaku for good. Minato then meets Naruto and tells him that he already figured out how to defeat Anrokuzan and he needs Naruto to perform a Sengan for him. When Naruto says he does not have enough chakra left, Minato tells him that he will lend him his chakra. Naruto says it's impossible, that the only people who are able to perform Rasengan are Jiraiya himself and the 4th Hokage. Minato smiles and tells Naruto that he is also able to perform Rasengan while effortlessly forming a Rasengan before Naruto. He then hands over his Rasengan to Naruto and forms another, forming a new Rasengan as he tells Naruto that similar chakra tend to synchronize with each other, enhancing their powers. Sarah seals off most of the Ryumyaku in time, making Anrokuzan unable to use his regenerative technique. Minato goes off and tells Naruto that this is the time to attack him. Naruto succeeds in hitting him. Anrokuzan says that this won't be over. As the floor crumbles, he falls down into a pool of the Ryumyaku. Sarah is still seen on the crumbling floor. Naruto manages to catch her, but falls in along with Minato. Yamato, who is now holding onto Kakashi, comes and uses his wood release to catch Naruto, Sarah, and Minato. Minato asks Naruto to give his kunai back to completely seal off the Ryumyaku. A bright blue light shines as Minato seals the Ryumyaku. Naruto and Yamato's bodies begin to glow. Minato says since Anrokuzan is dead, his spell wore off, which means that Naruto and Yamato will return to their time. When Yamato meets Minato, he bows to him and states that it's an honor to be able to meet him. Naruto is about to tell Yamato that Minato is the 4th Hokage, but is interrupted by Minato, who says that it's time to say farewell. In order to prevent history from changing, Minato says that it's best to erase everyone's memories. When Naruto asks Minato whether he has something to tell him, Minato replies that they're out of time. Naruto then begs him to tell him now because they may not have another chance. Minato says that he is sure that one day they would meet again, and at that time Naruto would know what he wants to say. Naruto begins to ask Minato if he can possibly be his father, but Minato interrupts him and tells him that if he ever had a son, he wishes that he would grow up into a ninja like Naruto. Sarah then tells Naruto that she'll never forget what Naruto taught her. While Naruto and Yamato begin to fade, Sarah smiles at Naruto and utters his name for the last time. In the present time, the Ryumyaku that was unleashed by Mukade fades away. Sakura is seen on Sai's Inkbird crying out Naruto's name. When the light fades, Naruto and Yamato appear, but as Minato had said, they have no memory of what happened to them. Outside the ruins, the team is approached by a young girl who resembles Sarah, who claims that she felt a disturbance in the Ryumyaku. The girl says that she's the daughter of the former queen of Roran, which was destroyed during the war. The girl bears a Konoha chakra blade and tells them that her mother received it from a hero in a dream. Naruto then notices that his own chakra blade is missing. As the girl and her people leave the ruins, Naruto claims that he has a feeling he saw her in a good dream. Sakura then grabs and pulls on Naruto's ear and yells at him for being a pervert. Six Tails Unleashed. Team Yamato are assigned by Tsunade to go and protect Hotaru on her way to Tsuchigumo village. When the team finds the fort, they saw Tanbi, who had been viciously attacked by the 4-man bandits. Sakura stays and heals Tanbi, while Naruto, Sai, and Yamato follow Utakata and Hotaru. Naruto catches up with Utakata and Hotaru, but Utakata attacks Naruto with some of his soap bubble ninjutsu. After Utakata learns they are not attackers, he entrusts the protection of Hotaru to them. When they reach the hidden village, Naruto leaves the village with a suspicious feeling because of the way that the villagers looked at Hotaru. Naruto and his team arrived and managed to loosen one of the water whips holding Utakata. Both parties began to fight, but the leader of the Kirigakure Anbu appeared and discussed the situation with Yamato. As the groups part ways, Hotaru begins hurting from an injury sustained during the earlier altercation. Utakata has Naruto collect medicinal herbs. When Naruto returns, he witnesses what was done to Hotaru's back, where her clan's kinjutsu was put. Utakata voices his absolute disdain for people who selfishly take advantage of people's loyalty, only to treat them as tools. When Tanbi insisted that no true master would do such horrific things without a way to undo them, Utakata wondered if the same was true for his master. Utakata resolved to find Tsurugi again to learn some answers about his late master. Hotaru initially refused the idea to destroy the kinjutsu, feeling that it would make her grandfather's efforts for nothing, but Utakata made her see that she couldn't restore their clan with such a destructive technique. While willing to accept this decision as a final act, she offered one other possible solution: to search for a man named Shiranami. It was then decided that Naruto would attempt to find the man in 2 days while preparations for removing the kinjutsu were made. When Naruto Uzumaki sought out Shiranami, the Magaki leader who believed the latter was an ally, the Magaki group ambushed Naruto and used the infinite embrace to drain his chakra. Angered at being deceived, Naruto unleashed the Nine Tails chakra and broke out of the infinite embrace. Afterwards, Naruto tracks Shiranami back to Hotaru's village, where it's discovered that Shiranami took control of the villagers with this technique. The villagers attacked Utakata and Naruto, and they were also confronted by the Magaki group. Just before things got worse, the rest of Team Yamato arrived while hunting for Hotaru. Yamato, Sai, and Sakura were fighting the villagers and the Magaki group, while Naruto and Utakata were trying to save Hotaru from Shiranami. In the end, Naruto and Utakata managed to save Hotaru, and Team Yamato parts ways with Hotaru and Utakata. Hotaru and Utakata decide to leave Hotaru's village and travel around while Utakata train Hotaru to make her stronger. Before they begin, Utakata decides that he wants to confront the Kirigakure Anbu unit and tells Hotaru to stay behind. He attempts to make contact but is unable to do so. He soon discovers the mask of one of the Anbu units that was left behind. After discovering the mask, he reaches the conclusion that the Kiri Anbu were killed, and Utakata is confronted by Akatsuki member Pain, who appears to be the one behind the attack. Pain tells him he's here to capture the Six Tails. Utakata puts up a fight, but in the end is captured by Akatsuki. Pain's assault. As Naruto contemplated his meeting with Itachi, he was called to the Hokage residence to hear some somber news. His master Jiraiya was killed by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Grief-stricken, Naruto blamed Tsunade and spent the day mourning his teacher's death, depressed that Jiraiya could not see him become Hokage. After being comforted by Iruka and Shikamaru, Naruto helped to decipher Jiraiya's dying message, and eventually they succeed. Understanding that Jiraiya has bought him time for his own fight with Pain, Naruto went to train with the Toads of Mount Myoboku to learn Senjutsu. Naruto trained to harmonize with nature, a process he sped up by using a limited number of shadow clones. He rapidly progressed through the training stages and attained a perfect Sage mode, which Jiraiya was unable to do. News of Pain's assault on Konoha reached them, and they began to mobilize for battle. As Naruto, Fukasaku, Gamaken, Gamahiro, Gamabunta, and Gamakichi were summoned to the center of Konoha, the group was confronted by the Six Paths of Pain, who had just destroyed the village. After destroying the Asura Path before it could attack Tsunade, Naruto told her to make sure everyone left the battle to him. After a brief skirmish with Animal Path, Naruto and the Toads defeated the Animal, Preda, and Human Paths before running out of Senjutsu Chakra. Naruto revealed that he had 2 shadow clones waiting back at Mount Myoboku to revitalize him with natural energy. Naruto went back on the offensive, dispatching the healed Preda and Naraka Path before the Diva Path regained its full power. Pain killed Fukasaku and used the opportunity to capture Naruto, pinning him to the ground. With Naruto restrained, Pain opened up his reasons for Akatsuki, their plan for the tailed beasts, and the peaceful world he wanted to create. Though Naruto rejected his notion that using a weapon to force peace, he could offer no alternative. Before Pain could depart with Naruto, he was attacked by Hinata Hyuga. Declaring her love for Naruto and vowing to protect him, she continued to fight against Pain before she was subdued and critically wounded. Believing Hinata had been killed, an enraged Naruto erupted into his six-tailed form. Resisting the first Hokage's necklace's attempts to quell the transformation and destroying it, the Nine Tails attacked Pain, forcing him out of the village to get close enough to his actual body to use Chibaku Tensei, trapping Naruto within the small satellite. The technique was not enough to stop the Nine Tails, however, as it simply progressed to 8-tailed form to force its way out of the satellite. Meanwhile, within his subconscious, Naruto was tempted by the Nine Tails to open its seal to save him from the pain of not having Pain's answer for peace. However, before Naruto could, Minato appeared, having left some chakra within the seal in case of an emergency to protect his son. Overjoyed at meeting his father, but angered that he would condemn him to a life as a Jinchuriki, Naruto listened to his father encouraging him, confident that he would find a way to break the cycle of hatred. After repairing the seal, Minato disappeared, and the newly inspired Naruto prepared to resume his battle with Pain. Confidence restored, Naruto was greatly relieved to learn that not only had Hinata survived, but nobody was injured during his rampage. After clever use of shadow clones, Naruto destroyed the Diva Path with a Rasengan, defeating the last of Pain's 6 paths. Using one of Pain's black receivers, Naruto followed the chakra signal to Nagato and Konin's position. Confronting Nagato, Naruto listened to Nagato's story that turned him into Pain, and came to understand why he made the actions he did. Despite not forgiving him, he told Nagato that he would not kill him, and he would instead try to create a better world that their teacher wished for. Moved by Naruto's determination to create a better world, Nagato decided to put his trust in Naruto and sacrifice his own life to revive all the people he had killed in Konoha. Naruto helped Konin retrieve Nagato and Yahiko's body for burial in Amagakure, and Konin left Naruto a bouquet of paper flowers, symbolizing their new alliance. Naruto then created a memorial for Jiraiya and left the flowers and a copy of the Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi by a rock with the kanji for teacher, Shi. While the exhausted Naruto walked back to the village, he was found by Kakashi, who carried him the rest of the way. Upon arrival, Naruto was greeted as a hero by the villagers, his dream of acknowledgement being realized at last. 5 Kage Summit. Sakura informs Naruto that Tsunade fell into a coma and there's nothing they can do to bring her out of it. While they talk, they are approached by Tazuna and Inari, who have come to help rebuild Konoha. They ask about Sasuke, which Naruto avoids going into detail about as so to spare them and Sakura a discussion about Sasuke's defection. After Tazuna and Inari leave, they receive news that Danzo Shimura has become the next Hokage and that he has ordered Sasuke to be killed as a traitor. Naruto and Sakura approach Sai to ask him how they can convince Danzo to change his mind, but Sai is unable to help. Omoi and Karui of Kumogakure overhear them talking about Sasuke and they ask for information about him, wishing to kill him for his role in Akatsuki's capture of Killer Bee. Naruto leads Omoi and Karui away to spare Sakura pain, but refuses to reveal anything about Sasuke. Instead, Naruto allows the Kumo Nin to vent their anger by beating him, to which Karui obliges until Sai stops her and the Kumo Nin retreat. Recovering later, Naruto asked Yamato and Kakashi to take him to the Land of Iron, so that he could ask the 4th Raikage to pardon Sasuke. Upon arrival, the Raikage rejected Naruto's request even with Kakashi and Yamato's assistance, and berated him for defending a criminal. Naruto went to a local inn to ponder his next course of action, but was soon confronted by Tobi, who wanted to understand Nagato's change of heart. Naruto ignored the question and demanded to know his plans about Sasuke. Tobi told him about the Sage of the Six Paths, the Uchiha clan, and the truth about the Uchiha clan downfall, all of which now drove Sasuke along a path of vengeance against Konoha and anyone else who would dare cross his path. Naruto insisted that he could still get through to Sasuke, but Tobi laughed and left, saying Naruto and Sasuke were fated to fight again. While Naruto was practicing his Sage Mode sensory abilities to locate Sasuke, he was interrupted by the arrival of Sakura, Rock Lee, Kiba, and Sai. Sakura attempted to dissuade Naruto in his attempts to bring Sasuke back to Konoha by falsely telling him that she loved him. However, Naruto knew she was lying and he rejected her confession and her proposal to abandon Sasuke, stating it had nothing to do with his promise to her. After Sakura's party left, Sai's ink clone revealed that the rest of the Konoha 11 had decided to kill Sasuke themselves to prevent another war, while Sakura planned to kill Sasuke herself at Sai's unintended insistence. Gaara, who attended the 5 Kage summit that Sasuke attacked, arrived and revealed Tobi's declaration of the 4th Shinobi World War, telling Naruto how they would be fighting Sasuke to protect Naruto, but he did advise Naruto to consider for himself what was the right thing to do. After hearing that most of his friends have turned against Sasuke, who now wanted to unleash his vengeance on just about everyone, Naruto hyperventilated and passed out. When he awoke, he was told by Yamato that Kakashi went to stop Sakura from dealing with Sasuke. Using a shadow clone as a decoy, Naruto escaped from the inn and followed Kakashi, arriving just in time to save Sakura from being killed by Sasuke. He tried once more to reason with Sasuke, sympathizing with his pain and acknowledging Itachi's sacrifice. However, Sasuke was unmoved and declared his resolve to destroy Konoha and sever the Uchiha's connection to the Shinobi world. Naruto then clashed his Rasengan with Sasuke's Chidori, realizing that everything in his life he could have easily gone down the same path as Sasuke. Despite his jealousy of him, he had come to like Sasuke and was glad to have met him. Undeterred, Sasuke gave Naruto 2 options, kill or be killed. Naruto chose neither. Tobi and Zetsu arrived and prepared to depart with Sasuke. Naruto resolved that if he and Sasuke were to battle again, they would kill each other. But he was willing to accept it as he would shoulder Sasuke's hatred alone. Sasuke vowed to kill Naruto first and left with Tobi and Zetsu, while Naruto and his teammates returned to Konoha with the captive Karin. Naruto explained the situation to his friends and asked to fight Sasuke alone, determined to get stronger for their upcoming battle.
Naruto the movie, Blood Prison. A discusses a box with Omoi, Karui, Samui, and Mabui, and suddenly gas covers the room, knocking everyone out. Then a hooded figure leaps out, attacking the sleeping Raikage, only for the figure to stop right before killing A. When A is seen above the figure dodges and is able to fight equally with A. In the battle, A is able to destroy the hood, revealing the hooded figure as Naruto Uzumaki. Taking advantage of A's shock, Naruto escapes. As Team Samui and Mabui wake up, A tells them to summon Killer B. In Konohagakure, Tsunade states that Naruto is wanted for attempting to assassinate the leader of Kumogakure, the Raikage, and killing Jonin from Kumogakure and Iwagakure, showing wanted posters of Naruto from Iwagakure and Kirigakure to Team Kakashi. Naruto and Sakura refuse the claims, but Tsunade states Naruto will be placed in the Hozuki Castle, a criminal containment facility also known as the Blood Prison in Kusagakure. Naruto attempts to escape, only for Yamato to encase him, and Tsunade takes away his forehead protector. When Naruto arrives at the Hozuki Castle, Mui, the head of the prison, quickly places the Fire Release Heavenly Prison on Naruto, sealing his chakra. Naruto learns this the hard way after using his shadow clones. Naruto quickly collapses from the pain caused by the seal. Naruto is later taken captive by Maroi, who is working for Mui. When Naruto is brought to a lab, Mui realizes that the Naruto taken was a clone. While the real Naruto was hiding, he used the chance to escape, but the pain from the seal made him pass out. After being caught, he was taken into solitary confinement. When in solitary confinement, he hears a mysterious voice saying that if he can defeat Mui, the seal will disappear. Naruto, then after being released, attacks Mui, but the seal causes Naruto to collapse and he's taken back into solitary confinement. During the fight, Mui questions Naruto's devotion to his home, wondering why he bothered being loyal. When Naruto is released, he is looked up to by the rest of the prisoners. Naruto later attempts to escape again by knocking out one of the guards and taking his clothes when his shadow clone fools everyone. As he's able to get to the edge of the island where Ryuzetsu tells him to stop, Naruto refuses to listen and he jumps into the whirlpool. He nearly drowns, but Ryuzetsu saves him. Naruto thought she was a boy, but later sees that she's a girl, and that it is her mission to kill Mui and stop the box of ultimate bliss. She reveals that Mui even sacrificed his son, Muku, to the box, and that Mui set Naruto up. She asks for Naruto's help to destroy the box. Naruto agreed, and the next day, Naruto challenges Mui again, but is defeated and taken to solitary confinement. When Naruto is confined, Ryuzetsu attempts to stab Mui, only to reveal that she attacked Maroi. Maroi forms an alliance with her, saying he's not really on Mui's side, and that he's just on the side that benefits him the most. When Naruto is asked to leave the punishment room, he uses a clone to gather some natural energy because he intends on using Sage Mode. Naruto and Ryuzetsu pretend to fight, engulfing the entire courtyard in the fight, while Maroi forces prisoners inside to fight as well, creating chaos. In the chaos, Maroi performs a technique in the sky while Naruto tries to find the box. Just before he's able to destroy the box, he is captured by Mui. Mui extracts some of Naruto's chakra, allowing the box to revive. Naruto is able to escape. Mui then reveals that his wish is to bring back his son. The box grants his wish, opening up and allowing a grown-up Muku to walk out. Muku then impaled Mui with his own hand and knocked out Kazan. Muku then transformed into Satori. When all chaos breaks out, Naruto enters Sage Mode and then tried to use the Big Ball Rasengan on the box of ultimate bliss to destroy it, but fails. Naruto is then engaged in combat with Satori, but fails because he's unable to touch Satori. He summons Gamabunta to combat Satori, but they can't attack him due to their moves being predicted beforehand. Eventually, Naruto runs out of Senjutsu, allowing the Satori to attack Naruto. This forced Gamabunta to defend him, causing Gamabunta to be defeated. Satori then attacks Naruto again, but he is saved by Killer B. Naruto is amazed that Killer B and all his friends have gathered here. As Naruto wonders why this is happening, Tsunade reveals that it was Naruto's mission to destroy the box and that no one believed that Naruto really committed any of the crimes. It was also revealed that Maroi was a friend of B's and he was the mysterious voice. Naruto decides to attain Sage Mode once more and tells Killer B and the others to distract Satori while he does this. Naruto is able to realize that Satori cannot read the minds of people, but he can read their fears, allowing Naruto to fight Satori evenly in Sage Mode. Naruto attempted to end the battle by creating a large Rasengan with 2 clones. However, Satori impales him with Ryuzetsu in the way. Naruto is able to wake Mui up, and he uses his shadow clones to hold Satori's wings, pushing Satori back and therefore allowing Mui to weaken it. Naruto uses this time to free himself and Ryuzetsu, and defeats Satori by firing a wind-release Rasen Shuriken, returning Satori back to normal. Muku kills both his father and himself, and apologizes to Ryuzetsu for not keeping his promise. The prisoners attempt to escape, but are stopped by Naruto's friends. After capturing all the prisoners, Sakura tries to heal a dying Naruto but has no success, until Ryuzetsu revives Naruto by using her Kekai Genkai with the cost of her life. In the aftermath, Mui and Ryuzetsu were shown to be buried next to each other. Naruto then ties Ryuzetsu's bandana around her gravestone, promising to cherish the life she returned to him, and re-quoting what she said about being a guiding light by protecting the things people cherish. Power.
The reborn Team Kakashi is sent out on a mission by Tsunade to a location known as The Hole to investigate an incident where Tonika Village's people had been killed. Elsewhere, Sakura and Naruto, who are at the Hole's water spring, encounter Kabuto Yakushi, who uses tiny, specially created snakes to create a clone of Hidan using his DNA and the water in the hole, which possesses special properties. Kabuto then reveals that he has reincarnated several shinobi. A fight ensues between the two sides as Yamato and Sai rejoin their teammates. As Team Kakashi continues to battle Kabuto, Hidan, and the reincarnated shinobi, Naruto gets swallowed by a giant snake created by Kabuto, but manages to escape using shadow clones, accidentally ingesting Kabuto's clone snakes in the process. When Naruto resurfaces, Kabuto retreats, using the reincarnated Deidara as a diversion, while revealing a village guard's corpse in the mouth of a snake. After the attack, Naruto and Sakura join up with Chizuru, Yamato, and Sai in going with the rest of the guards. While Yamato and Sai investigate Kabuto's motive for destroying the village, Sakura and Naruto follow Chizuru to Doku's house. Plagued by vivid images all day, Mina approaches Naruto and begins repeatedly saying, "Get out." Later, Disonasu visits their home, and to everyone's surprise, the Tonika village head is with him. However, Mina alerts everyone to the fact that there had been something strange about her grandfather, and it's revealed that he had been reincarnated. As a fight subsequently breaks out when Kabuto makes an appearance, Naruto begins writhing in pain. Rushing towards him, Mina once again begins shouting, "Get out!" eventually forcing the tiny snakes out of his body. The snakes then form a clone of Naruto in his four-tailed version 2 state. The nine-tailed Naruto clone tries to attack Doku and the orphans, when Might Guy and Rock Lee arrive to repel it. The rest of the Konoha 11 arrive. Team Asuma helps Sakura and Kakashi, and Team Kurenai helps Naruto. The beast grabs Naruto to absorb chakra, which the Nine-Tails gladly shares. Hinata tries to defend Naruto, but is sent flying. After the beast absorbs Naruto's chakra, it grows in size and starts to devastate the Hacho village, even firing a tailed beast ball in far away, missing Yamato, Sai, Deidara, and Hidan, who are fighting outside the village. Doku tries to save Naruto, who is still unconscious. While inside the underground hall in the Tonika village, Naruto, unconscious and strangled by snakes, meets the Nine-Tails again in his subconscious. While the Nine-Tails tries to control Naruto, Doku calls him, but gets shouted instead. Doku asks Naruto what burden a powerful person carries and made Naruto choose the reason why he desires to be powerful. Seeing flashbacks of his comrades of Konoha and also Sasuke, leading the seal inside Naruto to gain strength again. Doku gives Naruto his forehead protector, stating that he believes in him. While inside the hall, Kabuto, along with 2 reincarnated puppets, approaches with Disonasu, revealed to have engineered Tonika's destruction. Disonasu also praised Naruto about defeating Pain, the one who scarred him and left him powerless, before kicking the boy repeatedly. Disonasu prepares the summoning of the power by putting the remaining iron bars, while Naruto enters Sage Mode. Naruto faces off with the clone, while Deidara uses explosive clay to create a diversion and chase Naruto. While Naruto relentlessly attacked the clone, he learned that there is more than power. As Yamato restrained Disonasu, he activated the Seizuri, opening the area where Naruto faces the clone, draining the lake as an obelisk rises and creates a storm. Naruto tried to stop Disonasu from ascending the tower, only to face his clone after he absorbed some of the tower's power and transformed into a hydra-tailed fox monster. Absorbing the power within the Ama no Hoko, the nine-tailed Naruto clone mutated into a hydra-tailed version of the Nine-Tails whilst sending Disonasu to his death. Overpowered, Naruto almost gave in to the Nine-Tails' offer for power when Minato's voice urges the boy to control the tailed beast as Naruto is engulfed in a 6-tailed chakra cloak in the Nine-Tails' image. Over time, as he starts to lose against the clone, the Nine-Tails starts to take over Naruto's body and assumes a 7-tailed Jinchuriki state while Yamato tries to restrain it. By that time, Mina is able to get through to Naruto, regaining control as he assumed a new form to save Chizuru after telling Doku to go forward and stop the Ama no Hoko. As Doku realizes Mina's melody could stop the Seizuri, he attempts to recall the tune Mina hummed to change the sounds in the Seizuri to deactivate the tower. Naruto uses his new power to destroy his clone as the Ama no Hoko recedes into the ground. The children celebrate with Naruto. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. As Naruto was about to eat at Ichiraku, he was suddenly summoned back to Mount Myoboku by Fukasaku. He learned from the Great Toad Sage's fortune that he would meet an octopus and would battle a young man with powerful eyes. When Gerutora was summoned to give Naruto the key to the 8-trigram seal, Naruto knew he would need the Nine-Tails' power for the battles to come and accepted the key. Naruto was sent back to Ichiraku, where some of the villagers asked for his autograph. Naruto was unaware that the 5 Kage were planning to keep him from participating in the upcoming 4 Shinobi World War. For his safety, Tsunade gave Naruto an S-rank mission on a remote island in the Land of Lightning with Yamato, Might Guy, Aoba Yamashiro, and other Konoha nin as security. Once on the island, Naruto met Killer B, the Jinchuriki of 8 Tails, and requested to train under him after marveling at B's mastery of his tailed beast. B refused as he was on vacation, despite Naruto's best efforts to impress him. However, when Motoi heard Naruto bumped fists with B, he took Naruto to the Falls of Truth, where B trained to control the 8 Tails. Following Motoi's instructions, Naruto sat on the platform in front of the waterfall and closed his eyes to see his true self, Dark Naruto, who berated Naruto on how quickly the Konoha villagers changed their opinions of him and exclaimed that the 9 Tails liked him better. Inside his mind, Naruto fought his dark self, but found that they were evenly matched. Breaking out of the meditation, Naruto questions Motoi about B's history in order to learn about how to conquer his inner darkness. Naruto reminisced about how B and Gaara changed everyone's opinions about them and began to doubt if the Konoha villagers sincerely trusted him. After witnessing B save Motoi from a giant squid and resume their friendship, an inspired Naruto returned to the Falls of Truth and confronted Dark Naruto again. With Naruto now having faith in himself, Dark Naruto began to weaken as he asked for his reason for existing. Naruto answered by hugging him, accepted Dark Naruto as a part of him while thanking him for pushing him to become a better person. Dark Naruto finally relented and faded. B led Naruto and Yamato to a special room in the secret temple behind the waterfall, where Naruto was prepared to fight the 9 Tails for its chakra. Within his subconscious, Naruto unlocked the seal and engaged the 9 Tails in battle using Sage Mode. Though he appeared to have the upper hand and drain the 9 Tails chakra, the fox instantly planted its own hatred within its absorbed chakra, consuming Naruto. Just before Naruto was completely consumed, the spirit of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, appeared. Naruto believed that Kushina was the 9 Tails in disguise, earning a hit on the head and an immediate apology from her, who hoped that he did not inherit her short temper. Realizing Kushina was his mother, he tearfully hugged her, and the love-filled reunion purged the 9 Tails' hatred within his drained chakra. With renewed confidence from hearing the story of his parents, Naruto battled the 9 Tails once more. With his mother's assistance, Naruto successfully weakens the fox long enough to separate it from its chakra. Attaining the 9 Tails chakra mode, Naruto imprisons the emaciated and infuriated 9 Tails within a new, stronger seal, apologizing to it as it faded into darkness. Afterwards, Naruto learned from Kushina about his heritage, the truth behind the 9 Tails attack on Konoha, and how his parents gave their lives to protect him. Naruto told his mother that he could finally understand what a parent's love felt like, and that he didn't blame them for what happened, instead feeling glad to be their son. As she fades away, Kushina tearfully hugged Naruto, thanking him for letting her and Minato be his parents. In the real world, Naruto demonstrated his 9 Tails chakra mode to B and Yamato before sensing Kisame Hoshigaki of Akatsuki hidden inside his Samehada via his negative emotions. When Kisame attempted to escape, Naruto used his blinding speed to quickly smash him into the wall, though he gets his foot stuck. Yamato helps Naruto out while B pursues Kisame, and they regroup to see Kisame's defeat by Guy. Kisame is restrained for interrogation, though he breaks free of his confinements through sheer will and summons sharks inside a water prison to eat him alive. Shocked by Kisame's suicide, Naruto observes that even those in Akatsuki fight for their comrades. They examine the intel that Kisame was trying to send, which turns out to be booby-trapped. They are each caught in a water prison and are trapped alongside a shark. Another shark, meanwhile, is able to escape with Kisame's intel. After they escape, Naruto is tasked with evacuating the giant animals onto the island turtle's shell and logging the island's ecology as part of his official S-rank mission. He remains unaware that it's a ploy to keep him away from the war.
Road to Ninja, Naruto the movie. The movie starts with a flashback to the 9-tailed demon fox's attack, which then flashes forward to the present timeline where the 8 members of Akatsuki who are meant to be dead are actually alive and are battling the Konoha Shinobi, and this in turn unsettles Sakura. Shikamaru states that there's no point wondering why the dead are back alive, and quickly comes up with a counterplan, but Naruto quickly attacks Akatsuki head-on, forcing the rest of the Konoha 11 plus Sai, Kakashi, and Guy to attack. The battle continues until Naruto is caught by Kakuzu. Sai frees Naruto by cutting part of Kakuzu's arm off, causing the Akatsuki to retreat. Naruto and his friends return to the village, where most of Naruto's peers are congratulated by their families, all of whom promise to write a recommendation letter for the promotion to becoming a Jonin, although Sakura has a little fight with their family who embarrass her in front of the others. As Naruto returns home, he passes many families, making him reminisce about his mother and father, causing him to feel lonely. Later, while eating at Ichiraku Ramen, he meets with Iruka. He then asks Iruka for a letter of recommendation of his own, but Iruka refuses as Naruto is only a Genin and must become a Chunin and rise through the ranks just as Minato and all the other Jonin did. Naruto is saddened by his lonely lifestyle and so storms off, saying that no one seems to understand him, and also that he doesn't like the extra menma on his ramen, which adds to his present state of mind and causes him to feel lonely.
He meets Sakura, who had an argument with her family and also stormed out, grabbing Naruto's hand and telling him to go on a date with her. While Sakura complains about her family, Tobi appears in front of them, and after a small scuffle, he then activates the limited Tsukiyomi. Naruto and Sakura are absorbed in a flash of light, and later they find themselves still in the same park they were before, with no signs of a fight or Tobi. They run into their friends, including Sasuke, which surprises both Sakura and Naruto, but with different personalities, and to add to the confusion, no one knows who Tobi is. They realize they're in another world, where Sakura's father was the 4th Hokage who saved the village instead of Minato, and in this world, Naruto is named Menma instead. As Naruto and Sakura return home, Sakura is happy for the new freedom she has, while Naruto hurries home to his apartment hoping to see his parents, only to find he doesn't live there. Meanwhile, in the present, Tobi reveals that the dead Akatsuki members in the beginning were only Zetsu clones. In the Genjutsu world, a man in a mask meets Tobi and they agree to work together. Elsewhere, as Sakura is looking through her dresser, she finds a 4th Hokage coat that Naruto's father once wore in the present, causing her to once again realize that in this world, it was her father who was the Hokage. She then meets Sasuke, who gives her a flower and flirts with her. Naruto and Sakura meet in the morning to try and gather more information of their current world, although Sakura enjoys this world as she has more freedom and is well loved by the village thanks to her father's actions. Naruto, on the other hand, wants to return home as fast as possible. Naruto and Sakura meet Tsunade and Shizune, who tell them that a masked man attacked Kumogakure and killed their Jinchuriki, which Naruto and Sakura believe to have been Tobi. They then meet Naruto's parents, who are alive in this world. Minato says that Jiraiya died finding the Red Moon scroll that was said to help save the world. Tsunade lets Naruto and Sakura join Minato and Kushina on their mission while Kakashi and Guy return. Sakura is shocked at finding out who Naruto's parents are, while Naruto is angry that Tobi would dare to make copies of his dead parents, and he swears to break the Genjutsu. While Sakura is still enjoying her life, she wonders how Naruto is doing. While Naruto attempts to ignore his parents, he sees an album showing him how his life would have been if his parents had been alive. In the morning, Sakura notices that this world's Kakashi and Guy have switched personalities, with Kakashi showing more excitement and displaying a positive attitude, and Guy complaining about having to do 2 missions back to back with a tired, uninterested attitude, while Naruto isolates himself from his parents at every turn. They soon locate where Jiraiya hid the scroll, but as the group stops to rest, Naruto charges ahead until he's confronted by the appearance of Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Gamaken. They refuse to listen to Naruto and the group, who explain their reason for being there and attack them with an army of frogs. Naruto attempts to enter Sage Mode, but while trying to gather enough energy, Kushina interferes and tries to protect him from Gamabunta, but a shot of acid burns her leg. As a result, Naruto gets distracted and is unable to enter Sage Mode. Minato then saves both of them quickly and is able to get the scroll, dispelling the summoning technique. As Sakura heals Kushina, Naruto still attempts to brush off his parents, causing Minato to say no matter what Naruto does, they will always try to save him, as that's what they naturally tend to do as parents. Kushina then awakens and hugs Naruto, causing him to break down in tears and finally accept them as parents. They return to Konoha, where Tsunade locks the scroll in the village's safe until the night when a red moon will appear, when they can use the scroll to fulfill said prophecy. As Naruto and Sakura walk home together, Naruto quickly runs home saying that he has something to do, leaving Sakura alone. Sakura now finds her home too lonely and wonders if Naruto's always felt this way. As she walks downtown, she sees happy families, only making her more sad. She then realizes that this world's Sasuke is just a flirt, as she sees him flirting with a group of girls and decides that Naruto was right on his decision to quickly break the Genjutsu. As she walks to Naruto's home to try to find a way to break the Genjutsu, she sees how happy Naruto is and wonders if they really should leave. Sakura later meets Naruto and asks him if he wants to stay. Although he denies it, he later thinks to himself that he truly does not want to leave. At that moment, an explosion occurs at the Hokage's office, where the masked man from earlier asks for the scroll they brought back. He overpowers Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade, and then Naruto and Sakura arrive. They realize that this was the man Tsunade was talking about, and that he knows Tobi. He overpowers Naruto and Sakura and kidnaps Sakura in exchange for the scroll. He then uses Great Spiraling Ring, destroying a large part of Konoha, and then leaves. As Naruto decides to save Sakura, but Minato and Kushina try to prevent him in fear of him dying, showing that the 2 parents in this world are different from Naruto's real parents. He takes one of Minato's kunai and the scroll, leaving with Sakura's father's Hokage coat. Sakura is tied up and meets Tobi, who is a ghost, saying that they're in an old training ground that Minato and Jiraiya used. Naruto arrives but is attacked by the other masked man asking for the scroll. Naruto is unable to fight properly as his stomach acts up. The masked man then takes the time to summon the 9 masked beasts, and is about to kill Naruto when the Akatsuki arrives and saves him. This Akatsuki was hired by Tsunade to help Naruto, and they deal with the masked beasts while Naruto attacks the masked man. Itachi saves Sakura, and Tobi decides to escape instead. The Akatsuki defeats the masked beasts that turn into 9 fox kits, while Naruto chases the masked man into the training grounds. They then fight. Naruto uses Sage Mode and uses the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken to counter the masked man's Great Spiraling Ring. It ends in a draw, but the attack destroys the masked man's mask, showing that he is Menma, this world's Naruto. Menma informs Naruto that the pulsating inside his stomach must be Kurama's reaction to the Black Nine Tails within Menma. Menma then called back the defeated masked beasts and summoned Kurama's counterpart, the Black Nine Tails. Naruto was unable to attack while the Akatsuki retreat, taking Sakura with them. Not wanting to be manipulated by the Sharingan again, Kurama takes a truce with Naruto to work together, allowing him to summon Kurama out of his body. In the battle, Naruto is barely able to win, but Tobi reveals that this was his plan, to have Naruto and Menma fight, as doing so would have the two foxes fight and weaken Kurama. As he possessed Menma, Kurama warned Naruto if he looked into Menma's Sharingan, it would be all over, for Tobi planned to extract Kurama out of Naruto the same way he extracted it from Kushina 16 years ago. As Menma overpowers Naruto, the latter tries to use the scroll when he notices the moon has turned red, but Menma cuts the scroll, causing Naruto to look into Menma's eyes. Naruto's memories are erased, but Sakura rescues him before Kurama is extracted from him. Naruto, in an amnesiac stupor, stares at the destroyed Red Moon Scroll, which brings back memories of his training to learn the Rasengan with Jiraiya, and how his father was the one who invented the technique. Naruto is able to break free of the Genjutsu just in time to save Sakura, and then defeats Tobi the same way his father did, breaking the limited Tsukiyomi. Tobi, using his ghost body, attacks again until Minato and Kushina arrive. Tobi decides to give up and exits the Genjutsu world just as Naruto and Sakura are enveloped in a bright light, preparing to return to their world as well. But beforehand, Naruto thanks Minato and Kushina, who quickly go to assist Menma, who is returning to his original state as their son. Naruto and Sakura return to their world, where Naruto's Hokage coat breaks down since it is only part of the Genjutsu world and not real. Naruto and Sakura tell Tsunade and Kakashi of what transpired, and they set out more guard patrols since Tobi was easily able to enter further in the village than they imagined. Shizune also brings up the topic of the letters of recommendation from the beginning of the movie, to which Tsunade replies that she has no intention of promoting any of Naruto's friends to Jonin. As they both return home, Naruto watches Sakura as she meets her parents, happily hugging them. He approaches her, asking her out on a date, but Sakura tells him that they just came back from the longest date ever, much to Naruto's shock. As Naruto goes home, he sees Iruka in his house, waiting to apologize to him. Afterwards, Naruto happily jumps roof to roof through the village while quoting that the road of the ninja is one who endures. After the credits, the sign in Ichiraku Ramen where it says Menma is changed. Fourth Shinobi World War. Confrontation. Naruto returned to the Falls of Truth with B to start practicing his Nine Tails chakra mode, specifically learning about how to use tailed beast balls. Since the tailed beast balls couldn't be made without Nine Tails cooperation, Naruto tried to create the tailed beast Rasengan as a workaround. While struggling to balance the jutsu's composition, he sensed a distant source of the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto left the Falls of Truth to investigate and was met by a contingent of Konoha nin, amongst them Iruka Umino. Iruka tried to convince him to go back to his training, but Naruto bypassed them and, from entering Sage Mode, sensed the ongoing 4th Shinobi World War. Naruto became angry that they would try to keep the war a secret from him, and they wouldn't let him help. Iruka apologized, yet still made an effort to restrain him. Naruto escaped and found a self-repairing barrier, preventing him from leaving by himself. B, at Iruka's request, decided to join him, and together they broke through the barrier. Shortly after, the Nine Tails pulled Naruto into his subconscious, berating him for squandering its chakra and calling him naive to think he could stop the war by himself. When the Nine Tails failed once again to tempt Naruto with power, the fox went off to claim that his attempt to put an end to hatred was futile, using his history with Sasuke as proof. Naruto responded by pinning the fox down, refuting that it was the only one who was being naive, and confidently exclaiming that he would find a way to deal with Sasuke and end the war. Before he leaves, Naruto also promises to resolve the Nine Tails' own hatred someday, unnerving the fox. On their way to the battlefield, Naruto and B were met by the 4th Raikage and Tsunade, both intent on stopping the Jinchuriki. B tried to convince the Raikage to let them go, and when that failed, Naruto tried to get around them, but the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode was too fast for that. The Raikage became increasingly aggressive in his determination to stop Naruto and B from joining the war effort, going so far as to threaten to kill Naruto if it would keep Akatsuki from capturing the Nine Tails. First B and then Tsunade joined Naruto in arguing to allow them to fight, which the Raikage relented to once Naruto dodges his maximum speed. On Tsunade's orders, Shikaku Nara contacted Naruto and informed him about Akatsuki's White Zetsu army and the accompanying impure world reincarnations. Naruto and B soon afterwards encountered a squad of seeming allied forces, but with his Nine Tails chakra mode ability, it allowed him to detect them as disguised Zetsu. He quickly defeated them and sent shadow clones to various other battlefields to lend assistance. Naruto and B soon ran into the reincarnated Itachi Uchiha and Nagato. They greeted Naruto and briefly caught up on what had happened since their deaths, but were quickly forced to attack by their summoner, Kabuto Yakashi. Nagato advised Naruto and B on how to counter this jutsu, while Itachi, between his own attacks, recalled the crow that he planted in Naruto during their last meeting. Itachi activated the Koro Amatsukami of the Crow's Mangekyo Sharingan to release himself from Kabuto's influence. Itachi joined Naruto and B in fighting Nagato, first by neutralizing the Rinnegan summoning, and then saving them from being killed by Nagato. Nagato, his personality now suppressed, tried capturing them with Chibaku Tensei, which the three combined efforts to destroy. While Nagato was distracted by their attack, Itachi sealed him with Susanoo. His personality restored, Nagato used his last moments to apologize and put his faith in Naruto. Afterwards, Itachi destroyed the crow, its Kodoama Tsukame too valuable to let fall into the wrong hands. He left to find Kabuto so he could end the impure world reincarnation, but not before telling Naruto to let his friends support him and leaving Sasuke's reform to him. A shadow clone arrived at the site of the 4th Division's battle with various reincarnated Kage. Naruto was able to land a sneak attack on Mu, allowing the 3rd Tsuchikage to seal him before he could say anything. The Tsuchikage went to help Gaara fight the 2nd Mizukage, leaving Naruto and the 3rd Raikage along with the other members of the 4th Division. Like the 4th Raikage, the 3rd was very fast, easily dodging most attacks. The few attacks that did land had almost no effect. His body's natural defense was too high, and the Raikage's offenses allowed him to break through every attempt to contain him. When Naruto noticed that the Raikage had a scar from his fight with the 8 Tails years earlier, he contacted it via B to ask how the Raikage received the scar. Upon hearing the 8 Tails answer, Naruto surmises that the scar was self-inflicted, confirming it as he manipulates the 3rd into piercing his own body. The 3rd is sealed, and Naruto regroups with the Tsuchikage and Gaara, who had already defeated the 2nd Mizukage. As Naruto and B continued onwards, Naruto's shadow clones started arriving at various locations. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. Shadow clones arrived at all the remaining battlefields, securing impure world reincarnations, weeding out the Zetsu that had infiltrated the Alliance's ranks, and defeating any other remaining Zetsu. Victory seemed near when the Censor Division detected a new threat near the 4th Division, Mu, who split himself before his sealing, and the reincarnated Madara Uchiha. Shocked by this revelation, they all wondered who the masked man Tobi really was. Madara gave them little time to discuss it and attacked them immediately. He cut swaths through the 4th Division's ranks and used his Rinnegan to avoid the clones, the Tsuchikages, and Gaara's counterattack. Wishing to eliminate them all at once, Madara dropped a meteorite on them. While the survivors regrouped, Madara tried to summon the Nine Tails. Although it failed, the fox sensed the attempt and offered some chakra to help fight Madara, preferring Naruto over the Uchiha. The Shadow Clone used the Nine Tails chakra to counter Madara's nativity of a world of trees with big balls spiraling serial zone spheres, though the extended fighting left the clone exhausted afterwards. Madara moved in to capture it, but was parried by the arrival of Tsunade, the 4th Raikage, and the 5th Mizukage. The 5 Kage vowed to deal with Madara themselves and asked that Naruto should instead focus on defeating Tobi. The clone dispersed just as the real Naruto converged on Tobi. Naruto and B clashed with Tobi's reincarnated Jinchuriki, styled like a 6 Paths of Pain. During the fighting, Naruto referenced another Madara and asked who Tobi really was. Realizing his lie was exposed, Tobi refused to accept any particular identity, believing it to be irrelevant. Naruto was not satisfied with this answer and vowed to break Tobi's mask. B entered Tailed Beast mode to clear the surrounding forest that was giving him and Naruto a disadvantage against the reincarnated Jinchuriki. He then tried to seal the Jinchuriki, but Tobi had them enter version 2 forms to escape at the last second. The increased strength of the Jinchuriki caused difficulties for Naruto and B. Tobi, taking advantage of the situation, nearly captured Naruto, but was blocked by the arrival of Kakashi and Guy. Their arrival balanced out the two sides, so Tobi had the 4 Tails and 6 Tails enter Tailed Beast modes as well. The 4 Tails captured Naruto in his mouth, allowing it to communicate with him. The 4 Tails, introducing itself with the name of Son Goku, was angered to be controlled by Tobi, but it doubted Naruto would be any better since humans had always sought to control it and its fellow tailed beasts. Naruto insisted he was different, and Son Goku, touched by his desire to help it, told him how to release it from Tobi's control. Naruto managed to break out of its mouth, locate the black receiver, and remove it. Son Goku thanked Naruto for his help, but explained that it couldn't actually be saved, as it was still bound to the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Before it was pulled back into the demonic statue, Son Goku gave some of its chakra to Naruto and wished him luck. Tobi, having lost the use of one tailed beast, forced the others to enter tailed beast mode so the battle could be brought to an end. The Nine Tails remarked that Naruto couldn't possibly win without its help. Naruto stated that he was not up for taking its chakra by force at the moment, and that he would figure something out. However, Naruto's earlier determination to help Son Goku moved the Nine Tails, reminding it of the many selfless things Naruto had done during his life and the perseverance he always displayed. The Nine Tails no longer wanted to oppose Naruto and instead offered to join him as a partner, asking only that Naruto call it by its name, Kurama. Naruto entered his own Tailed Beast mode and went to save Kakashi and Guy, deflecting the other 5 beasts' Tailed Beast Balls. The Kurama avatar fought the beasts in close combat, forcing them to combine their Tailed Beast Balls into one against it. Kurama countered theirs with a single one of its own Tailed Beast Balls, and Naruto then used the avatar's tails to grab and remove the beast's black receivers. From the contact, Naruto was able to interface with the other beasts, who introduced themselves and, like Son Goku, gave him portions of their chakra. Toby recalled the beasts back into the demonic statue and, though irritated, remained confident in his eventual victory as he faced off with Naruto, Bee, Kakashi, and Guy. By the time night fell, however, Toby was still unable to defeat them. A light eventually descended on the reincarnated Jinchuriki that Bee had kept restrained, allowing them to return to the afterlife and signaling that Itachi had finally defeated Kabuto. With his options running out, Toby deposited the Benihisago and the Kohaku no Johei, which contained portions of Kurama's chakra, into the demonic statue, which, combined with a fragment of the Eight Tails, Gyuki's chakra he had acquired previously, was enough to start the revival of the Ten Tails. Naruto, Bee, Kakashi, and Guy started focusing on destroying it, but were constantly stopped by Toby and his peculiar teleportation and intangibility abilities. From the fighting, however, Kakashi noticed that Toby's abilities were seemingly linked to his own Kamui. To take advantage of this, Kakashi had one of Naruto's shadow clones attack Toby, and just as the clone was about to be destroyed by one of Toby's attacks, Kakashi used Kamui on it without Toby noticing. Naruto then attacked with a tailed beast ball, which Toby escaped by retreating to Kamui's dimension. He found the clone waiting for him there, and it destroyed his mask with a Rasengan. When they saw his face, Guy and Kakashi recognized Toby as their childhood friend, Obito Uchiha, whom they'd long thought dead. Obito declined to explain his actions to them and instead attacked, which attracted Madara, who escaped the release of the impure world reincarnation to their location. Seeing Madara, Naruto asked what happened to the Kage, to which the elder Uchiha replied that they were in bad condition when he left them. From that, and the conversation he overheard between Madara and Obito, particularly their manipulation of Nagato, Naruto attacked in a rage. Madara reflected him and then tried to capture him and Bee so that the Ten Tails could be revived in its complete form. Naruto split his attention. He and Bee fighting Madara's Wood Dragon with their tailed beast modes, and one of his shadow clones trying to help Kakashi get over the revelation that Obito was alive. Obito tried to convince Naruto of the futility of resistance. Naruto insisted that protecting his comrades was always worthwhile, no matter how hopeless things may seem. His words brought Kakashi out of his slump, enabling him to start fighting Obito on his own, and energized Guy, who created an opening for Naruto and Bee to attack the demonic statue with a combined tailed beast ball. The attack came too late, however, and the Ten Tails was revived. Naruto, Bee, Kakashi, and Guy regrouped and coordinated an attack, but the Ten Tails was too powerful, and Madara and Obito, once they linked themselves to it, were able to deploy its powers effectively. Just before they could kill Naruto and the others, the combined remaining allied shinobi forces arrived to help. Shikaku Nara, communicating to all of them from the Alliance's headquarters, staged an offensive to restrain the Ten Tails. Although it failed, it was effective enough that Madara and Obito had the Ten Tails destroy the distant headquarters, killing Shikaku and everyone else stationed there. The allies made individual attacks against the Ten Tails, but none had any effect. At the same time, the Ten Tails started raining wooden skewers all over the battlefield, killing many. When one was about to hit Naruto, Hinata shielded him with her body, and Neji shielded her with his own. Dying, Neji collapsed on Naruto's shoulder, asking him to be more careful in the future, since many lives, Hinata's particularly, now depend on his. With his last breath, he thanked Naruto for calling him a genius all those years ago. Naruto was deeply distraught by Neji's death, which Obito tried to use as an example of the needless death that the resistance caused, and that could be solved in the new world he wanted to create. Hinata brought Naruto back to his senses by reminding him of all the people who had given their lives to protect him and whose memories he could be insulting if he had given up now. As Naruto thanked her, he took her hand and coated her with some of Kurama's chakra. Naruto shared Kurama's chakra throughout the allied forces, increasing their strength and protecting them from harm. They all maneuvered into a formation that Shikaku was able to communicate to them before he died, and then, taking the form of a bird in memory of Neji, successfully removed the Ten Tails from Obito and Madara's control. Forced to fend for themselves, Obito sought out Naruto, criticizing him for wasting his energy protecting others. Naruto replied that protecting them actually gave him strength, motivating everyone within earshot. They then sensed the Ten Tails was about to attack, which Kakashi tried to stop with Kamui. Obito intercepted him and they teleported away, leaving the others to endure the Ten Tails Tenpenchi. Kurama's chakra protected everyone, but it faded in the aftermath. Naruto was left quite beaten up, requiring Sakura to heal him. When the Ten Tails attacked with another tailed beast ball, the allies mustered what little defense they could. Before it could reach them, however, the tailed beast ball was suddenly teleported away and Naruto's reincarnated father, Minato Namikaze, appeared at Naruto's side. The first, second, and third Hokage arrived soon afterward, and, along with Minato, erected a barrier around the Ten Tails to confine it. Sasuke arrived shortly after too, at whose request the previous Hokage were reincarnated by Orochimaru, and who now opposed Obito and Madara. Their fellow Rookie 9 had set aside their differences with Sasuke for the time being, and joined forces in launching an attack against the Ten Tails. On Sai's advice, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all summoned their signature animals, Naruto calling on Gamakichi, in order to focus directly on the Ten Tails itself. Naruto and Sasuke successfully damaged the Ten Tails' arm with a combined Scorch Release, Halo Hurricane Jet Black Arrow Style 0, but it merely removed its arm to prevent the flames of Sasuke's Amaterasu from spreading. Before they could attack again, Obito returned, landing on top of the Ten Tails' head and seemingly about to use the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to restore Madara to life. While everybody focused on stopping Obito, Naruto couldn't help but notice the hand sails he was using were different than what Nagato used. Minato tried to cut Obito down, but discovered that it was too late as he sealed the Ten Tails into his body, becoming its Jinchuriki. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Obito used his new power to destroy the barrier, forcing the Hokage to put the energy they were using towards the barrier to the fight instead. Because they had immortal bodies, they launched the first attack so the others could learn what they could about Obito's new abilities, but they were quickly defeated. Naruto and Sasuke engaged him as well, but were nearly killed, saved only by Naruto using his chakra arms to link to Minato so he could teleport them to safety. Just as before, Naruto and Sasuke combined their attacks, having Minato and the second Hokage coordinate teleport so the attack could connect. Obito's truth-seeking balls dissipated much of the attack, and the damage he did incur was quickly regenerated. From the development and some of the previous exchanges, Minato concluded that Obito was able to neutralize ninjutsu. Gamakichi, wanting to make some final contribution to the fight before he was forced to return to Mount Myoboku, attacked with his starch syrup gun. Minato took this opportunity to try and reason with Obito, reminding him of his former dream to become Hokage. Obito berated the title and those who had held it, as he had surpassed them. Naruto was insulted not only because this was a slight against his father, but also because he hadn't abandoned his dream of being Hokage like Obito did. The second Hokage teleported him to Obito and he attacked with a Rasengan, which successfully damaged Obito. Naruto noticed that Gamakichi's attack wasn't neutralized and realized that he was vulnerable to Senjutsu. With a weakness discovered, Obito trapped the alliance in a barrier and began charging multiple-tailed beast balls that he would use to wipe away everyone within its confines. Minato noted that he wouldn't be able to teleport them all away in time, so Naruto came up with a different approach. He linked his chakra with Minato and remotely restored the alliance's chakra cloaks, networking everyone in with Minato's flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to teleport everyone out of the barrier. Minato did so and was afterwards very proud of his son, saying he wished they had more time to talk. Naruto replied that it was not necessary since he already met his mother and that she explained everything. Naruto and Minato each entered Tailed Beast modes, with Naruto merging his with Sage mode in order to imbue their shared Rasengan with Senjutsu. The second teleported them to Obito and they attacked, but he blocked it with his truth-seeking balls. To move ahead with his plans, Obito created a replica of the God Tree, the first step in performing the Infinite Tsukiyomi. The tree started absorbing chakra from those nearby until they die, a fate that Naruto nearly succumbed to until he was saved by the third Hokage. Obito pointed to the growing number of casualties as further evidence that Naruto should stop resisting, an argument that Naruto was increasingly having trouble ignoring. Sasuke, unmoved by Obito's words, used Susanoo to hack through the tree and then mocked Naruto for giving up. Naruto was reminded of his desire not to lose Sasuke or anyone else for that matter and, reinvigorated, joined Sasuke in the offensive. Although their Senjutsu enhanced Tailed Beast mode and Susanoo could compete with Obito, they were individually unable to defeat him. Obito continued trying to convince Naruto to stop, but he ignored him. Sasuke then coded his Susanoo around Naruto's Tailed Beast mode, granting the Kurama avatar a sword and armor. Sensing that it was the final exchange, Obito created a sword and shield out of his own truth-seeking balls. Naruto created a Rasengan in each of the Kurama avatar's tails, which his friends from Konoha guided in a coordinated assault to Obito's shield, destroying it. As soon as Naruto and Sasuke sliced through Obito with their sword, the tailed beasts then began to emerge from the Uchiha's body, giving Naruto and the combined allied shinobi forces the opportunity to pull them out. The tug of war for the tailed beasts linked Naruto's consciousness with Obito's. Naruto reminded Obito of his earlier claim that he was nobody and set out to prove to him that he was Obito Uchiha, specifically the Obito Uchiha that Kakashi used to know. Naruto pointed out their similarities, how both were orphans, and that because of that they wanted to be Hokage. Obito agreed that they were similar, but that was the reason that he was trying so hard to convince Naruto that he was right, and insisted that the world he wanted to create was a better one because his vision of the future was clear, whereas the future of the current world was ambiguous. Naruto argued that was the point, and that uncertainty, when faced with comrades, was worthwhile, and offered Obito his hand so they might see what happened together. The allies successfully removed the tailed beasts from Obito and he fell to the ground, defeated. Minato and Kakashi insisted that Obito be left to them while Naruto and the rest of the alliance should focus on Madara. They did so, joining forces with the first Hokage against him, but right before he could seal them, Madara put one final failsafe into effect. He had Black Zetsu force Obito to revive him. Madara quickly neutralized the first, fended off Naruto, Sasuke, and Sai, and then went after the free-tailed beasts. Naruto entered tailed beast mode and assisted them with fighting him off. They were initially successful, but when Madara reacquired one of his Rinnegan, he easily defeated them with Limbo, Border Jail, sealing them all back into the demonic statue, including B's Gyuki and Naruto's Kurama. The removal of Kurama from his body caused Naruto to pass out and placed his life in immediate danger. His Uzumaki heritage prevented him from dying instantly, but he required constant medical attention from Sakura in order to keep him alive. On the advice of Kurama right before it was extracted, Gaara took Naruto to Minato so that Minato's portion of Kurama's chakra could be sealed into him, saving him. Kakashi sent Naruto and Sakura to Kamui's dimension so that she could continue performing life support without interruption. Obito soon arrived to help her, having overcome both Black Zetsu and Madara in order to acquire Minato's half of Kurama and give it to Naruto as his form of penance. While on the border of life and death, Naruto was met by the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He explained his past conflicts with his mother, Kage Otsutsuki, and the conflicts that emerged between his sons, Asura and Indra. His sons' conflict had continued through the centuries, with their chakra reincarnated every generation in new individuals to fight anew. Naruto was the current reincarnation of Asura, while Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra. Naruto was not greatly surprised, having sensed something like that when he met Sasuke during the Five Kage Summit. Because of Madara's aims for the world, Hagoromo asked if he and Sasuke could join forces to stop him, a task he was only encouraged by from the tailed beast's positive words concerning Naruto. He gave Naruto the Six Paths Yang power, half his chakra, and the Six Paths Sage mode to help him in his goal. When Naruto woke up, he had Obito send him back to the real world. There, he stopped Madara from killing Might Guy and used Hagoromo's power to stabilize Guy's life force from using the 8 Gates released formation. Surprised by Naruto's sudden increase in power, Madara was hit by Naruto's Sage Art Lava Release Rasen Shuriken, which was fueled by Son Goku's chakra and instantly cut down the giant tree Obito created earlier. When Sasuke arrived, Naruto entered Six Paths Sage mode and they started overwhelming Madara. Realizing his window was closing, Madara went after Kakashi and took his Mangekyo Sharingan, using it to follow Obito. Sasuke appeared shortly afterwards, sent by Obito so Madara wouldn't kill her. She could do nothing about Kakashi's eye, so Naruto used Hagoromo's power to restore the one he lost years earlier. Madara soon returned, having both his Rinnegan and Black Zetsu in control of Obito's body. Naruto and Sasuke immediately resumed their attack, but Madara had an easier time with them. He rose into the sky, raining Chibaku Tensei on them to keep them busy while he projected the infinite Tsukiyomi on the world. While Naruto destroyed the remaining satellite-like constructs, Sasuke shielded him, Sakura, and Kakashi with Susanoo from the infinite Tsukiyomi's gaze. He let them out once the illusion was finished casting, and they emerged to find themselves alone, with the rest of the world being wrapped into Madara's god, nativity of a world of trees. As Madara confronted them and started explaining how he had saved the world, he was stabbed in the back by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu then transferred to Madara's body from Obito's and forced him to absorb the world's chakra, converting him into a woman that Naruto and Sasuke recognized as Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Kaguya detected that Naruto and Sasuke, as the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, and also that her son Hagoromo had given them the power to defeat her. Not wanting to further the damage to the world that their fighting would cause, she shifted them all to one of her dimensions, placing them above a sea of lava. Sasuke summoned his hawk, Garuda, to save himself and Naruto, but ignored Naruto's pleas to save Sakura, Kakashi, and Obito too, since only he and Naruto were vital to the fight. Kakashi was able to briefly stop their fall, but the heat burned up the scroll he used to save them, and it was only Naruto's sudden discovery that he was able to levitate that saved them from the lava. He left a shadow clone to hold on to them and then engaged Kaguya, creating an opening for Sasuke to attack. Sasuke's attack failed, and Naruto must save him from the lava. With their attacks ineffective and the environment such a hazard, Naruto and Sasuke discussed what to do. Kaguya appeared behind them and paralyzed them, binding them with Black Zetsu while she started absorbing their chakra. Black Zetsu took the opportunity to expand on the history earlier given by Hagoromo, painting Kaguya as the victim of her sons, Hagoromo and Hamura. Black Zetsu had for centuries been manipulating others towards the outcome of reviving her, and only then had it finally succeeded. It encouraged them to bask in the embrace of their oblivion, but Naruto refused, breaking himself free with Sasuke. Needing to take drastic action, Naruto used his ultimate jutsu, Sexy Reverse Harem Technique. Kaguya was so distracted that she was nearly sealed, but she recomposed herself in time to shift dimensions again, freezing Naruto and Sasuke in place. Because Naruto and Sasuke were only a threat to her when together, Kaguya sent Sasuke to a different dimension while she focused on Naruto. While Kaguya manipulated the ice dimension against him, his shadow clone explained to Kakashi, Sakura, and the now awake Obito that his and Sasuke's powers were both necessary to defeat her. Obito offered to use his Kamui to try and explore Kaguya's dimensions to find Sasuke. To give Obito an opening, Naruto used Naruto Region Combo to overwhelm Kaguya, forcing her to retreat to another dimension to get her bearings. When she did so, Obito infiltrated the dimension Kaguya went to with Sakura and the Shadow Clone. The Shadow Clone faced her so she wouldn't notice them while they looked for Sasuke. Kaguya returned to the ice dimension and resumed her fight with the army of Naruto's clones. This kept her preoccupied until Obito returned with Sasuke. Increasingly frustrated, Kaguya shifted them to another dimension with powerful gravity to immobilize Naruto and Sasuke while she attacked with her all-killing ash bones. Kakashi and Obito used themselves to shield the attack, with Obito then using Kamui to protect Kakashi, leaving Obito unable to defend himself. Naruto tried to heal the damage to his body, but even Hagoromo's power couldn't save him. While Sasuke fought Kaguya, Obito thanked Naruto for reminding him of who he was and made him promise to become Hokage for both their sakes. Naruto agreed, and Obito's body crumbled. Black Zetsu ridiculed Obito for living an insignificant life and dying an insignificant death. Enraged, Naruto severed Kaguya's arm, in the sleeve of which Black Zetsu had been hiding, and then pinned it to the ground with his truth-seeking balls. Naruto and his shadow clones attacked Kaguya with Sage Art, Super Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. On impact, the tailed beast's chakra within her began reacting and Kaguya started losing control of her form. She was able to reconfigure herself and prepared an expansive truth-seeking ball to destroy them. Kakashi interfered using Susanoo, a last gift from Obito, to make an opening for Naruto and Sasuke. She tried to escape, but Sakura punched her to keep her in place, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to trigger 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. The tailed beasts were removed from her, Madara was spat out, and she was entombed in her own dimension. Not wanting Black Zetsu to scheme for her release again, Naruto made a point to trap it with her, but not before telling it that a spoiled brat like it has no right to compare itself with the men and women who truly shaped shinobi history. Team 7 wondered how they would return to their world. Sensing their need, Hagoromo combined the efforts of the dead Kage to summon them, the tailed beasts, and Madara back. Hagoromo thanked them for saving the world, as did the tailed beasts for saving them. Naruto happily greeted his original Kurama, asking if it missed him, to which the flustered fox denied. After Madara died from his ordeal, Naruto met with Minato, who as day broke, wished him a happy 17th birthday. As Hagoromo returned Minato's and the souls of the other dead Kage to the Pure Land, Minato voiced his pride in Naruto and promised to tell Kushina everything about him. The other Kage also gave words of parting, which Naruto tearfully accepted. With all threats gone, Hagoromo explained that the Infinite Tsukiyomi would be released if Naruto and Sasuke combined their chakra. Sasuke agreed to this, but first he wanted to kill the Kage and destroy the tailed beasts, believing both were inhibitive to world peace. When he was unwilling to back down from his threat, the tailed beasts moved in to stop Sasuke, but he captured each in their own Chibaku Tensei. Hagoromo recognized that as a continuation of Indra's feud with Asura, but lacked time and power to do anything about it. Sakura tried to reason with Sasuke, but he knocked her out and left. Naruto followed after him, promising to Hagoromo that he would bring him around finally and end the centuries-long feud. Naruto and Sasuke end up at the Valley of the End, where they fought years ago. Sasuke stated his willingness to bear the world's burdens by himself and live independently of the past, neither of which Naruto believed were possible, or at least wise. He tells Sasuke it's impossible to do everything alone like he plans to, pointing to the missteps Itachi made and their own successful teamwork against Kaguya. Sasuke replies that he only wants to remake a better world, one where he can, like Itachi before, be solely responsible for the difficult decisions that must be made so nobody else needs to. This is what he believes a true Hokage to be. Naruto insists he will be Hokage, not Sasuke, because Sasuke is still going against what Itachi wanted from him, and they start fighting. After a brief exchange of blows reminiscent of their fight years ago, Naruto and Sasuke started trading punches with their tailed beast mode and Susanoo respectively. Sasuke chastised Naruto for not attacking him with an intent to kill, but Naruto, like last time, was unwilling to do so, not wishing for either of them to go without the other. Naruto then clashed his tailed beast ball with Sasuke's Susanoo-supported Chidori, producing a large explosion that does noticeable but not debilitating damage to their respective avatars. Each therefore powered up their avatars, Sasuke by channeling the captured tailed beasts into a Susanoo, and Naruto by merging his avatar with the avatars of 2 shadow clones. The two met attacks once again, creating a gigantic explosion that stripped away their avatars and left them with too little chakra to use practically. They instead resorted to taijutsu, kicking and punching each other into the night. As the two neared exhaustion, Kurama mustered enough chakra for Naruto to make one last attack, but Sasuke absorbed it. Having expected this, Naruto delivered a solid punch, finally irritating Sasuke over the endless repetition of their fight. Kurama gave the last of its chakra to Naruto, who used it to make a Rasengan to counter Sasuke's Chidori. Both woke up later to find that much of the Valley of the End had been destroyed, and that they had each lost an arm, and that neither could move. Sasuke reflected that Naruto had been a constant obstacle to his goals, but that he was also the only person who had never given up on him. Naruto's usual response that they were friends didn't convince Sasuke, since it obviously went beyond, so Naruto elaborated that he experienced pain if he didn't have Sasuke. Sasuke was awed, knowing full well that Naruto had experienced various misfortunes in his life, smiled through all of them, and yet would suffer without Sasuke. When they woke up the next day, Sasuke admitted defeat for the first time in his life, as he came to accept that Naruto was just as vital to him as he was to Naruto. Kakashi and Sakura eventually tracked them down, and Sakura healed them, though she couldn't do anything about their missing arms. Once they were able to walk, they returned to where the allied shinobi forces were all trapped, dispelled the infinite Tsukiyomi according to Hagoromo's instructions, and Sasuke released the tailed beasts. With the war over, Naruto returns to the village, where he attends a mass funeral for participants of the war. In the anime, while recovering from his injuries, Gaara and Ei approach Naruto and thank him for his effort during the war. Shikamaru later brings Naruto to the academy and meet with Iruka and Kakashi, who are considering on promoting Naruto as a Jonin. However, because he never got to retake the Chunin exams, Naruto has to complete 2 years worth of studies, much to his dismay. However, Naruto is cheered up as Iruka offers to help him. Blank period. Months after the war, Sasuke was pardoned for his crimes on the good word of Naruto and Kakashi, who had been selected to become the 6th Hokage. Just before Sasuke left Konoha to wander the world, he was met by Naruto, who returned to him his forehead protector. Kakashi Hiden, lightning in the icy sky. Nearly a year after the end of the 4th Shinobi World War, Naruto and Sai were sent to the Land of Waves to capture Garyo, leader of the Ryuha Armament Alliance. Once they located the Alliance's hideout, Naruto launched an assault with multiple shadow clones. Although he was still missing an arm, he had learned how to perform one-handed hand seals. He easily dealt with most of the Alliance's members, but was briefly stalled by the ice release of Garyo's bodyguard. Naruto distracted the bodyguard with a shadow clone for long enough to apprehend Garyo. At some point within the next 2 months, Naruto received a prosthetic arm to replace the one he lost during the war. While eating at Ramen Ichiraku one day, he saw Kakashi walking by and asked him when he would officially take on the responsibilities of Hokage. He tried to convince Kakashi by listing the many shortcomings of Tsunade, unaware that she was standing right behind him. She angrily knocked Naruto unconscious. Kakashi finally accepted the Hokage position shortly after the mission involving the Ryuha Armament Alliance and the Blood Prison. Shikamaru Hiden, a cloud drifting in silent darkness. Naruto ran into Shikamaru early one morning, and they discussed their heavy workloads for the Shinobi Union. Since Naruto's assignments were given to him by Shikamaru, he took the opportunity to complain. Shikamaru explained that Naruto, a prime candidate for an eventual Hokage position, needed to get used to it. Naruto later discussed what Shikamaru had said with Sakura, having sensed that there was something Shikamaru was keeping from him. Sakura reminded Naruto of all the work Shikamaru did to prepare Naruto for becoming Hokage, and that it likely had something to do with that. Naruto was aware of all that Shikamaru did on his behalf, but wondered if it was worth Shikamaru's trouble. A few days later, Naruto was approached by Temari, who was worried about Shikamaru's recent behavior, and now asked where he was. Naruto didn't know, and was troubled to find that neither did Choji or Ino. He finally asked Kakashi, who admitted under pressure that Shikamaru was on a secret assignment to the Land of Silence. Naruto joined Temari's team of Suna ninja to go to the Land of Silence to provide assistance to Shikamaru. They interrogated the locals upon arrival and learned that Shikamaru had been captured by the Enlightened Ones. They attacked the prison where Shikamaru was being held and successfully freed him, enabling him to complete his mission by taking the country's leader, Gengo, into custody. Afterwards, Naruto demanded that Shikamaru never keep anything from him again. Otherwise, their future Hokage-advisor relationship would be very problematic. Shikamaru agreed and apologized. While Shikamaru returned to Konoha, Naruto and several under Konoha and Suna shinobi remain in the Land of Silence to help the country recover from Gengo's control.
The last, Naruto the movie. The film starts off with the explanation of Kaguya Otsutsuki consuming the chakra fruit, the birth of the Ten Tails, the Sage of Six Paths stopping the beast and creating the tailed beasts. It then moves over to the battles between Asura Otsutsuki and Indra Otsutsuki, Tamadara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, and the ending conflict between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Before enrolling in the academy, a young Hinata Hyuga is seen being bullied by boys over her Byakugan, calling her a monster, which causes her to cry. Naruto shows up and tells him to back off, proclaiming he'll be the future Hokage. However, the boys outnumber him and easily beat him up and tear his red scarf. Hinata thanks Naruto for his efforts, and Naruto lets her keep the scarf since it's ruined, unaware that this was when the young girl's affections began for him. Sometime later at the academy, Iruka Umino tells his students to write down the name of the person they would want to be with if the world was to end that day. Though Naruto tries to act tough towards Sakura Haruno, she ignores him for Sasuke.
While Hinata is unsure whose name to write, she sees Naruto making a paper plane with his paper, which leads him to be scolded by Iruka. Naruto goes on to state that he has no friends or family, and that the world isn't going to end. Seeing this, Hinata happily writes Naruto's name on her paper. In the present time, 2 years after the Fourth Shinobi World War, Hiyashi Hyuga, accompanied by 2 subordinates, met with Toneri Otsutsuki outside Konohagakure. Asking for an answer to his earlier proposition, and stating the fate of the Hyuga clan depends on Hiyashi's answer, he declined Toneri's offer. Engaging in combat, Hisashi is overwhelmed by his puppet army and trapped in a cave. In Konoha, Naruto is invited to teach Academy students taijutsu, much to the joy of the young boys. This lesson is interrupted by a crowd of young girls that greatly admire Naruto, much to his confusion. Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru spot this, noticing how popular he's gotten since the war. He has since then received various gifts from Konoha villagers and abroad from young women smitten with him as hero of the world. Later, Konohamaru meets with Naruto and wishes to take him to his late grandfather's old storage shed, claiming that there's something for him. Elsewhere in Konoha, Hinata knits a red scarf in remembrance of the one Naruto used to wear back in the academy, so she can give it to Naruto at the Rinne festival as a personal gift of love when she confesses her love for him. She is later found by Sakura, who encourages her to give him the gift and win his heart. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage, 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake, 5th Kazekage Gaara, 5th Mizukage Meitarumi, 4th Raikage A, and 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki have an emergency meeting in regards to the threat of the moon, which is revealed to be falling out of orbit and onto the Earth. They deduce that if nothing is done soon, the moon will break apart and crash into the Earth and kill all life on the planet. At night, Hinata finishes her gift for Naruto and attempts to give it to him, but her shyness stops her from doing so. Hanabi Hyuga playfully encourages her to give it to him while warning her sister that there are various girls after him now as well. She meets Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Choji at Ramen Ichiraku. Just as she sits down to eat, 3 Kunoichi show up and start being affectionate towards Naruto. After seeing this, Hinata decides to leave, to which Sakura tells Naruto to walk her home. However, he doesn't understand why he has to, given her powerful abilities. Sakura catches up to Hinata, telling her that Naruto is very dense about love due to not having anyone in his life express it for him, and assures Hinata she'll be able to win him over if she's confident enough. Meanwhile, various puppets secretly invade Konoha and raid the Hyuga estate, kidnapping Hanabi in the process. On the outskirts of the village, Sai paints a portrait and spots one of Hanabi's captors flying overhead and follows behind. After a quick chase, Sai was taken down by a blast. Back in Konoha, in front of Naruto's home, Hinata practices her confession but is interrupted by Naruto's arrival. After noticing a scarf around Naruto's neck, Hinata's stomach growls. This notions Naruto to invite Hinata to eat ramen in his apartment, but runs off embarrassed much to his confusion. As Hinata sits on a park swing, she begins to cry, saying she's happy for him and thinking that she's lost her chance to be with him. Just then, Toneri appears before Hinata, claiming that he came for her. She is rendered unconscious by Toneri, who affirms the strength of her chakra of Hamura as Naruto shows up and gives chase. Naruto is able to save her from her kidnapper, but the scarf she knitted is ripped as a result of her chakra being distorted. Toneri leaves a message that the end of mankind is approaching and he will return for Hinata. As he leaves, Naruto and Hinata witness a meteor crash outside the village. With Hanabi captured by Toneri, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Sai, and Shikamaru are deployed by Kakashi to go and rescue her. To accommodate for the mission, Shikamaru is given a special clock only held by the 5 Kage, which apparently counts down the time till doomsday. As the group follow Toneri's trail, courtesy of Sai, Hinata finds Hanabi's kunai and puts it in her bag, where Naruto sees the ripped scarf. They eventually find a cave with a secret path towards Toneri's location. Hinata is unable to use her Byakugan due to the lake distorting her vision for an unknown reason. Naruto proceeds to make sure his scarf is not wet, proclaiming it to be special to him, leading Sakura to state that it can't be that important, and Hinata feels upset. Sai realizes that the water is incapable of making them wet. They then dive into the lake, only to discover it's a genjutsu set by Toneri. They are all trapped in their own memories from the past, as Naruto recalls his fight with Kiba Inuzuka in the Chunin exams. Hinata's scarf begins to wrap around Naruto and her memories flood into his, causing him to remember her fight with Pain, her confession of love to him, her writing his name on her paper in the academy, and Hinata and Sakura's talk about giving him the scarf. Naruto is left utterly bewildered by how much she's loved him for so long. Before it can sink in, Sakura dispels the genjutsu placed on everyone. As they descend further, Hinata is found by Toneri, who calls her the Byakugan princess and announces his desire for them to be married. Hinata refuses, demanding the safe return of her sister. Toneri then reveals that he's taken her sister's Byakugan, and if Hinata agrees to his proposal, he will spare both Hinata and Hanabi's lives, and eventually return Hanabi's Byakugan. While Sakura, Sai, and Shikamaru fight against the Gatekeeper of the Spring, Naruto comes back to protect Hinata and fights Toneri only for the two to realize Toneri is a puppet. The Toneri puppet explains he will return in person to hear Hinata's answer. Now knowing Toneri is targeting Hinata, Naruto proclaims he will not let Hinata out of his sight, now having realized his own romantic feelings for her as well. With this, Hinata notices Naruto isn't wearing his scarf anymore. The team arrives outside the cave, seeing an artificial sun inside the moon. They make their way to an abandoned shinobi village of the Otsutsuki clan. At some point, Toneri takes Hanabi's Byakugan, which he remarks is incredibly pure after he implants them in his own empty eye sockets, awakening the Tenseigan sealed by Hamada's descendants over the last millennium. He tells his guards he will go after Hinata, but not until his eyes are adjusted. As Naruto and Hinata spend more time with each other, she remains humorously oblivious to his love for her. As Hinata runs into a spiderweb, she screams, having Naruto rush to her, and he picks the web out of her hair, making her blush. Hinata asks why Naruto took off his scarf, to which Naruto states he feels fine without it. Naruto then falls down some stairs and hurts his back. With Naruto unable to reach his bruised spot, Hinata proceeds to rub ointment on his back, which leaves Naruto rather pleased. As they search the ruins, Shikamaru realizes Toneri's plan, and that he is the orchestrator of the falling moon. With Hinata's arrival, a monument of the clan awakens for her, revealing a puppet which calls her the Byakugan Princess and shows her a version of Hamada. Hamada awakens her latent Hamada chakra, transfers his own, and orders her to stop Toneri, as only she can destroy the Tenseigan, as she is the Byakugan Princess, and that Toneri, a member of the Otsutsuki's branch house, has misinterpreted his celestial decree. When Hinata awakens, she tells the others what she saw was nothing. Later that night, Naruto follows Hinata to a pond, seeing her knit away at the scarf. Naruto consoles her when Hinata thinks she's a horrible big sister since she just knits a scarf rather than spending more energy to find her sister. Naruto disagrees, recounting the amount of time and energy she's been putting into finding Hanabi. When Hinata thanks him for his reassuring kindness, a flustered Naruto accidentally reveals his newfound feelings for her, leaving her greatly shocked. However, the tender moment is interrupted by Toneri's arrival. This time Hinata freely goes with Toneri after giving the refurbished scarf to Naruto. Before having his chakra drained by Toneri, Naruto chased after him and Hinata, only to be shocked by Hinata not denying Toneri's statement that they would soon be married. The resulting explosion of Naruto's vast chakra destroys a massive part of the moon, and shreds Hinata's scarf yet again, leaving her heartbroken as Toneri's assault on Naruto, forcing him to put her into a slumber. Back on Earth, the various hidden villages defend themselves against the crashing meteorites as they protect civilians all over from Toneri's genocidal assault. As Rock Lee and others fail to completely destroy a huge meteor, Sasuke arrives and saves Konoha from certain doom, revealing he rescued Hiashi. Sasuke then declares he'll defend Konoha since Naruto is away and gives the Konoha ninja a much needed break. Elsewhere, as Naruto is being healed by Sakura, she notes his injuries are quite serious. Naruto mutters Hinata's name, and Sakura notes that he's finally realized his feelings for her. Back on the moon at Toneri's palace, Toneri marvels at Hinata's beauty as she sleeps. Wanting to know more about her, he reads her mind only to find that she's only thinking about Naruto, much to his confusion and jealousy. When she awakens, she finds her sisters safe, but even while in her comatose state, Hanabi grabs Hinata, silently begging for help. Toneri arrives and gives Hinata a vast army of puppet maids to do her bidding and gives her a tour of his palace. Here, Toneri tells her about his clan and how they would use the Tenseigan against their enemies, this case being mankind who use chakra as a weapon, and thus intends to wipe them out as per Hamada's celestial decree. After showing Hinata the mausoleum of Hamada and having dinner, Toneri requests Hinata to make him a scarf like she made Naruto, and orders her to never question his plans to destroy Earth again. Later, upon seeing a floating island in front of his castle, Toneri explains that it's a temple of Hamada, and it comes nearby his castle once a year during the Rinne festival. He later takes her to the floating temple after Hinata asks that she personally pay homage, stating that Hamada must be happy for her offer. Hinata realizes that she couldn't find the Tenseigan somewhere in the moon, but finds a hidden location with her Byakugan. While Toneri rests from his inability to control the Tenseigan, Hinata attempts to destroy the Tenseigan altar as per Hamada's request, only to be stopped by Toneri. Angered by her lies and betrayals, Toneri destroys her scarf in a jealous rage, proclaiming he knew full well she made it for Naruto. He then brainwashes Hinata by placing his green chakra sphere within her body, so that she will still go through with getting married. Meanwhile, following a 3-day recovery process, Naruto awakens and becomes depressed about Hinata's choice, leading Shikamaru and Sai to scold and make fun of him in hopes of reigniting his drive, only to fail. Shikamaru then takes Naruto to Sakura, revealing that she was severely weakened due to saving his life in hopes that she can restore his fighting spirit, something he admits Sai and himself are nowhere near capable of. Sakura talks with Naruto and helps him realize that Hinata truly loves him, stating she noted the feelings he had for herself were just another way to compete with Sasuke, but Naruto's feelings for Hinata are far more genuine and deeper than they were for herself, and Hinata's love for Naruto is far more genuine. With newfound strength, Naruto leads the charge into Toneri's moonbase. Naruto's team invades the palace and split up, Sai and Sakura going to rescue Hanabi while Shikamaru and Naruto go after Hinata. As Shikamaru holds off Toneri's puppets, Naruto arrives just in time to stop Toneri from kissing Hinata, angering Toneri, who leads her to the Room of Rebirth. To humiliate Naruto, Toneri forces the brainwashed Hinata to attack him, but he manages to remove the orb in her body. After Toneri pulls Hinata towards himself, he tries to put another green orb in her body, but his latest Tenseigan pulsation allows Hinata to escape from Toneri, and after apologizing to him, she leads Naruto to the energy vessel. With their combined efforts, they are able to destroy the vessel, revealing numerous Byakugan sealed inside, which stops the moon from plummeting to the earth. After regrouping with everyone, Sakura presents Hinata with the remnants of her scarf, to which Naruto reveals he knows it was for him after seeing her memories. Despite being ruined, Naruto happily takes it, which leaves Hinata on the brink of tears of joy. Just then, Shikamaru notices the Doomsday Clock has begun again for some reason. Back on Earth, A and Killer B use a massive chakra cannon to destroy the meteors headed for Earth, and upon learning of the moon still approaching, intend to use the cannon to destroy the moon. Kakashi is then told by Hiashi that he is certain that Toneri took his daughters to the moon. After observing Kurama battling on the moon, Hiyashi's theory is confirmed. Despite now being informed that Naruto and his team are on the moon, A wishes to destroy the moon regardless. The other Kage are against this, angry that A once again has a weapon of mass destruction secretly hidden away, and order him to wait an hour as they feel Naruto can stop the moon given his actions during the previous war. Meanwhile, at the destroyed energy vessel, a furious Toneri manages to unlock the Tenseigan, allowing him to continue his view of the celestial decree. Toneri then summons a giant golem that battles Kurama as he unlocks the Tenseigan chakra mode. He captures Hinata, throwing her in a cage so she can watch him kill Naruto, who he has grown to despise. As a huge duel then ensues, Toneri reveals his newfound power to slice the moon in half. Near the end of the fight, Naruto grasps the last remaining shred of the scarf Hinata had made for him and seemingly redirects and channels his chakra shroud into the scrap in his right fist and delivers a devastating punch, which is enough to depower Toneri and pin him against a wall. With his defeat, Kurama uses this chance to destroy the golem with a tailed beast ball and allows Hinata to retrieve Hanabi's Byakugan. Despite his defeat, Toneri refuses to give up and summons all the Byakugan eyes around him to grant him power to kill Naruto by draining his chakra. But Hinata stops him from absorbing his chakra anymore. With Toneri unable to maintain his form and being about to burn in the sun, Naruto saves him. With the hour up, A prepares to fire the cannon, but B refuses to kill Naruto and the others, much to A's frustration. Luckily, Kurama writes on the moon a mission complete symbol, much to the fox's annoyance as he admits his penmanship is terrible, signifying everyone is safe and the disaster was averted. A global declaration is made that Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Sai have saved the planet from extinction. It's revealed that before returning to Earth and saving Toneri, that Hinata took Toneri to the site of Hamura's soul and the truth is revealed to him. Seeing this, Toneri apologizes for his actions and chooses to stay on the moon to atone for his sins and promises that the moon will never approach Earth again, despite Hinata and Naruto offering him a place on Earth. Later, Hinata asks Naruto about his scarf he was using earlier, to which he reveals it was knitted by his late mother for him before he was born, which is why he was so protective of it, leaving Hinata relieved and embarrassed by her actions. As they all head home on Hanabi's request, Naruto proclaims to Hinata he wants to spend the rest of his life with her, which moves her to tears. As they leave through the portal, a glimpse of their future lives together is shown, and is followed by them seeing past versions of themselves, with Naruto's past selves wearing the red scarf she knitted, all while running out of the cave hand in hand as the portal falls apart. Hinata falls but is caught by Naruto, who tells her not to let go, to which she happily states she never wants to, and they then fly out of the cave, leaving the others behind at the exit. While floating in the sky with the moon behind them, they lean in and share their first kiss. The movie ends with a series of flash forwards of Naruto and Hinata's wedding. It further flash forwards to them having a peaceful morning with their two children, Boruto Uzumaki and Himawari Uzumaki, who playfully order their father to play with them, instigating the happy family into a snowball fight. Sakura Hiden, thoughts of love riding upon a spring breeze. When Naruto and Hinata were out on a date in Konoha, they ran into Sakura. Sensing that Sakura was overworking herself, they invited her to join them, but she declined. One day, while Naruto was teaching a class of academy students how to spar, he noticed Sakura, who was wandering around Konoha feeling distressed. Sensing that she needed a distraction, Naruto insisted that she help him, which took her mind off recent events. As thanks, Sakura informed Naruto of something she had avoided telling him. There were rumors that Sasuke was trying to destroy Konoha. She didn't believe the rumors were true, but nobody had been able to get in touch with Sasuke to confirm. Naruto pointed out that Sasuke must not be worried by these rumors, otherwise he would respond to the messages he'd been sent. Sakura thought this was a good point and was put at ease. When Naruto and Hinata later learned that Sakura had been captured by Kido Sumiki, they joined with Kakashi in going to rescue her. On finding her, however, they discovered she had already defeated Kido. They congratulated her on her victory. Konoha Hiden, the perfect day for a wedding. Naruto and Hinata decided to get married and invited their friends and family. Because his parents were dead, Naruto asked Iruka to attend as his father, which Iruka happily agreed to. On the day of the wedding, though, Naruto kept his real father in his thoughts, looking upon Minato's face on the Hokage rock with admiration as he and Hinata were about to walk down the aisle. New era. Shortly after their wedding, Naruto and Hinata had a son, and 2 years later they had a daughter. During the years, Naruto was constantly busy, leading to him never taking the Chunin exams. Despite being a genin, Naruto was selected to succeed Kakashi and become the 7th Hokage. On the day of his inauguration, Boruto accidentally destroyed Himawari's toy, leading to Naruto stepping in to defend his son from Himawari's gentle fist strike, but he ended up taking the blow instead, rendering him unconscious. He ended up missing his own inauguration, forcing Konohamaru to impersonate him during the ceremony. As Hokage, he hosted a Kage summit in Konoha in which Sasuke and Sakura attended alongside the 4 Kage and their bodyguards. During the meeting, Sasuke reported that a threat greater than Kaguya might exist somewhere, which Naruto and the other Kage decided to keep the information between themselves to avoid causing any panic. Academy Entrance Arc. In the anime, Naruto partakes in the entrance ceremony at the academy, which leads him to being mortified after Boruto arrives and damages Hokage Rock. After the incident, Naruto learns from the Kaminarimon Company president that Boruto is having a positive impact on his son, leading to Naruto smiling. Later, as a mysterious presence continues to cause people in the village to randomly attack the citizens, Naruto decides to begin an investigation, which uncovers that victims are having their chakras severely drained to the point of hospitalization. In the anime, as the mysterious attacks begin to happen more throughout the village, Naruto's efforts to uncover the truth begin to exhaust him, and being insisted by Shikamaru to go home and rest. Upon arriving, he learns that Boruto was acting very strange recently. Once confronting his son about his new attitude, Boruto insisted that he had finally manifested his Byakugan, leading them to talk to Hiyashi. Upon arriving at his household, Hiyashi, like Naruto, had doubts that Boruto had awakened the Byakugan. Deciding to test Boruto, Hanabi faces Boruto, which concluded that Boruto hadn't manifested the dojutsu. Afterwards, Naruto talked with Hiyashi about his grandchildren. After assigning Sai to investigate the attacks in the village, he returned home late and confided in Hinata about his ineptitude in interacting with his children, believing it to stem from his growing up without parents. Sometime later, Naruto saved civilians at the Konoha purification plant. As Boruto decided to check on his hospitalized friends, realizing that his son was conducting his own investigation on the attacks, Naruto dragged Boruto to the surgery room, showing his son what was becoming of the victims of prolonged rampages. While hoping to sway Boruto into staying out of this matter, it only strengthened Boruto's resolve. Shino then appeared, encouraging Naruto to have faith in his son as the teacher himself was recently saved by Boruto's efforts. While still weary, Naruto decided to trust Shino's judgment. While having dinner with his family in Mitsuki, Naruto abruptly departs to handle a matter involving strange chakra spreading across Konoha. Soon after, Sai discovered that the culprit behind these attacks was Sumire Kake. Naruto learned from Kakashi that Sumire's intention was to unleash the Gozu Tenno on the village. Later, when Sai found Sumire, she unleashed the Nue. Naruto soon joined the unit to fend off the creature, but Kakashi warned Naruto not to get too close, having realized that the endgame of this creature was to amass enough chakra to produce a powerful enough explosion to destroy the village. While the barrier team worked to keep the creature at bay, it suddenly teleported away. As Naruto attempted to find the creature with Sage Mode, Kakashi deduced that the creature worked differently than normal summonings, existing naturally in its own separate dimension. Upon Sumire turning herself in, Sai and Shikamaru notify him that it's due to Boruto appealing to her genuine love of her friends in the academy, making Naruto relieved that he decided to admit her in the first place. Later, he informs Boruto that while he must look to the welfare of the entire village and does not have absolute say, he promises to help Sumire. Ultimately, it was decided to pardon her and let her return to the academy. Later, Naruto sent a clone to meet up with Sasuke, giving him the research on the Gozu Tenno. Sasuke quickly deduced that this was an attempt from Danzo to recreate Kaguya's technique. Before Sasuke departs, he asks Naruto to apologize to Sakura for his continued absence, leading to Naruto feeling responsible for it. Sarada Uchiha Arc. In the anime, when Himawari became sick due to a fever, Naruto hurried home worried about her, in which Boruto pointed out that his Hokage cloak is inside out. When Naruto and Boruto began fighting over what Himawari should eat, Hinata became angry and kicked them both out of the house due to them being noisy. Naruto then invited Boruto to eat with him at Ramen Ichiraku to try to bond with him, in which he accepted. As they ate, Naruto told his son all the precious memories he had in the shop, such as being acknowledged by Iruka, hanging out with Team 7, and going on his first date with Hinata. On the day of the 5 Kage summit in Konoha, Moegi and Ura notify Naruto that Boruto had vandalized the Hokage rock. Before Boruto could do any more damage, Naruto catches and stops him. Afterwards, he gives his son a lecture about how the whole village is his family. The ordeal leads Naruto to arriving late to one Kage meeting, which he apologizes for. As Boruto's graduation exam from the academy was approaching, Naruto used a shadow clone to help him train. Meanwhile, the real Naruto received a report from Sasuke about a boy with a Sharingan. After he consulted with Kakashi about it, Naruto decided to accompany Sasuke to a meeting with Orochimaru, leaving behind a shadow clone to manage Konoha in his absence. He made a point to leave the village before Boruto could come see him off, though he asked Shikamaru to apologize to Boruto on his behalf. While on his way to the rendezvous point, Naruto sensed that he was being followed by Sarada Uchiha and Chocho Akimichi. He initially tried to ignore them, but eventually decided it would be better to confront them than to let them continue coming after him. When he arrived to speak with them, however, he found them being attacked by the same boy from Sasuke's report. Although he was pleased they were able to hold their own against their attacker, Naruto decided to get personally involved when he saw the boy had a Mangekyo Sharingan. The boy could do nothing against Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra mode, so he fled with a creature's space-time ninjutsu. Because the boy was apparently after Sarada, Naruto allowed them to come with him so he could keep them safe. While having lunch, Naruto told Sarada about what her father was like growing up, and informed both Sarada and Chocho in what ways they take after their parents. Sarada was not only interested to hear about Sasuke, but also found that she got along quite well with Naruto. As they got close to where they were supposed to meet up with Sasuke, Sarada used the bathroom as an excuse to sneak away from Naruto and Chocho so that she could see him first. Naruto followed, and on arrival was reprimanded by Sasuke for bringing children with him. Sarada explained that she came without permission as she wanted to know if Sakura was her real mother. Sasuke ignored the question, which only upset her and caused her to storm out. Naruto tried to comfort her, but his assurances that Sasuke meant well did not improve her mood. Before he could continue, he sensed the boy's return and defended Sarada as the boy and his father, Shin Uchiha, attack. Sasuke assisted in fighting off Shin and his son, but Shin was able to manipulate Sasuke's sword and used it to stab Naruto. Naruto continued attacking Shin despite his injury, though he tried to use being impaled by the sword to win sympathy. Kurama ridiculed Naruto for allowing himself to be stabbed at all, but assured him that it wouldn't kill him. Sakura suddenly arrived to lend assistance and landed a fatal blow on Shin, forcing Shin to escape and took Sakura with him. Unable to detect where Shin had taken Sakura, they continued to Orochimaru's lair. Orochimaru informed them that Shin was an old experiment of his that he had since lost control of. Naruto noticed Sarada sneaking off with Suigetsu during Orochimaru's explanation and followed them, listening in as Suigetsu ran a DNA test that suggested Sarada's real mother was actually Karin. Not knowing what the truth was, Naruto was upset first with Sasuke for the secret he had seemingly been keeping, but also with Suigetsu for being involved. He approached Sarada to discuss it with her, but she lashed out at him, believing he had been a knowing participant in the lie that Sakura was her mother. When she tried to insist that having no blood relation to Sakura meant they weren't family, Naruto took a firm stance. He wasn't related to most of Konoha's villagers, yet he still considered them his family because they were important to him. In the same way, Sakura and Sarada were family because they were important to each other. Sarada realized how much she loved Sakura and decided she wanted to help rescue her. She reunited with the others and they head out for Shin's hideout. Using Sasuke's Rinnegan, they were able to reach where Shin took Sakura, only to find Sakura faring fine on her own fighting him. With the numbers growing against him, Shin called his sons, actually his clones, to assist, but they turned against him and killed him because he always mistreated them. The clones then turned their attention to Naruto and the others, which Naruto engaged with his own shadow clones. Because they were only children, he frightened them into surrendering by manifesting Kurama. After learning that Sakura indeed was her biological mother, Sarada reconciled with her parents, much to Naruto's happiness. Then they all returned to Konoha, with Shin's clones being delivered to the Konoha orphanage. School Trip Arc. In the anime, to improve relationships with other villages and symbolically show the warring era was over, Naruto set up an official class trip for the academy to go to Kirigakure. Working out the details with Chojuro, he also got a tour guide for the class. Graduation Exams Arc. In the anime, as academy classes began preparing for their graduation exams, the various students were interviewed about their future goals alongside a parent. Naruto, however, was unable to join his son as he was busy discussing matters with Orochimaru about his research on Danzo's old experiments. As Orochimaru delivered promising results to aid Sasuke in his own investigations, while Shikamaru voiced his still limited trust in Orochimaru, Naruto was more relaxed about Orochimaru roaming the village. On Boruto's first day as a genin, Naruto managed to get some time to have breakfast with his family and see Boruto off to be assigned to his team. After Boruto left, Shikamaru went to Naruto's house to collect him and inform him of his various duties for the day. Later on, Naruto was in a field, testing a number of Shinobi's skills in barrier ninjutsu to better protect the village with Mirai Sarutobi as his escort for the day. When Boruto and his teammates came to him, he was thinking that they want to change teams, but was pleasantly surprised when they instead wanted their team denomination to be changed to Team 7. Genin Mission Arc. In the anime, as the recently promoted Genin began to prepare for their first missions, Naruto prepared to present them as it was customary. While Boruto was bragging about how easy it will be, Naruto sternly warned him not to be so cocky. He presented Team 7 with a D-rank mission to aid the Green Banks village who were being attacked by bandits for their crops. Naruto stressed that the team should show teamwork to complete the mission. Byakuya Gang Arc. In the anime, when the Byakuya Gang began conducting heists throughout Konoha, their act of distributing their stolen wealth to the poor began gaining much support from many of the villagers, leading to a protest breaking out after the group fooled the villagers into believing the Kaminariman Company was corrupt. After Shinobi determined the leaders of the protest were being manipulated by Genjutsu and freed them, Naruto and his clones appeared before the crowds and began quelling them with his speech. Straight after, Naruto headed towards the Land of Fire's border where he apprehended Gekko, who had used the riots as a distraction to steal the magnum opus from the Ninjutsu Research Center. Naruto Shinden, Parent and Child Day. After announcing Parent and Child Day, Shikamaru took care of Naruto's paperwork, allowing him to spend time with Himawari. Despite being sleep-deprived, Naruto accepted his daughter's wish and began searching for a Kurama doll with her. After being joined by Kiba during their unsuccessful search, he bought Himawari a Shukaku doll, to which she enjoyed. Later, with Himawari going to bed with Hinata, Naruto approached Boruto and apologized for not having spent any time during the holiday with his son. He gave Boruto a custom shuriken as a present, and the two decided to spend the remainder of the evening training together. Boruto, Naruto the movie. In the ruins of Kage Otsutsuki's palace, Sasuke Uchiha is battling a mysterious shinobi after recovering a scroll that Kaguya had hidden away many centuries ago. After Sasuke narrowly avoids a powerful attack using Ame no Chejikara, another shinobi with a similar appearance reveals himself, having watched the battle from afar, intrigued by Sasuke's possession of the Rinnegan. During a mission to capture a panda/bear, Boruto Uzumaki shows off his newly mastered shadow clone technique and declares the animal as a panda, but Sarada Uchiha argues it is a bear. Because they're childhood friends and rivals, and that she is always watching him, Boruto feels the need to look good in front of Sarada. Boruto gets in Sarada's way as she moves to capture the panda/bear, and he uses shadow clones to subdue the panda/bear, and Sarada is angry at Boruto for getting in her way. Mitsuki tells her to leave everything to Boruto because as the son of the 7th Hokage and the grandson of the 4th Hokage, Boruto might become the next Hokage, causing Sarada to angrily reply she will be Hokage. Konohamaru shows off his kote and captures the bear with the shadow imitation technique, and then shows it to the kids and creates a Rasengan, which leaves them in awe, but it veers off course and accidentally destroys a local farm. When they report to Naruto Uzumaki, who insists that Boruto address him as 7th rather than Dad in his office, Boruto insists the mission was so easy he could have done it on his own, and Naruto lectures him on the importance of teamwork. This angers Boruto, who instead argues on how his father focuses more on Hokage duties than their family. Boruto warns Naruto to be at Himawari's birthday party or else he will never forgive him. Katasuke comes into the office to ask for Naruto's permission to use the kote in the Chunin exams, but Naruto refuses on the ground that the instrument defeats the purpose of the exams, which is nurturing new ninja. After the scientist leaves, Boruto tells Naruto this is not the lame era Naruto grew up in before storming out of the office. Boruto visits Katasuke to get new software for his video games, and the scientist asks him if he's planning on entering the Chunin exams, to which Boruto says no. However, Boruto is surprised when Katasuke tells him that the Hokage will be in attendance for the exams. Boruto later meets up with Shikadai Nara and Inojin Yamanaka to play video games before he is joined by Sarada and Mitsuki, who inform him that Konohamaru sent them to give him his application to the Chunin exams. Boruto says he doesn't plan to participate, and Mitsuki says they need a 3-man team or else they can't apply. When Boruto replies he doesn't care, Sarada becomes angry and tells him that her dream is to become Hokage, and he is keeping her from getting closer to her dream. Boruto retorts that he doesn't plan to participate in the exams because he doesn't want to be Hokage, and tells Sarada that if she plans to be Hokage, she better be alone for the rest of her life or else it'll cause great problems to the people around her. Inojin asks Boruto to help him, and Shikadai beat the boss in their game, and Boruto gives him his data to make the game easier. But this only upsets them that Boruto is cheating and they leave, which confuses him. Realizing that Boruto is just upset at his father for spending less time with him, Sarada tries to cheer him up by suggesting that they enter the exams to show off their amazing skills and impress Naruto. Remembering that Naruto will be watching the exams, Boruto agrees. When asked by Boruto if her father will come watch her enter in the exams, Sarada says she doubts it. While talking about Sarada's father, Mitsuki comments that his parents told him only Sasuke can fight evenly against Naruto. Before they can ask Mitsuki about his parentage, Hinata and Himawari arrive to pick Boruto up to prepare for Himawari's birthday party. When Boruto learns that Naruto sent a shadow clone as a stand-in for Himawari's birthday party, Boruto lashes out at his mother as she tries to tell him that Naruto's job as Hokage is very difficult, but is important for the village. Boruto further retorts that Naruto must have been lucky to have experienced the joy of having no parents, which upsets Hinata, and she tells him that unlike Naruto, Boruto does have a father here. Boruto, however, replies that it's not about him, but Himawari before walking away. He goes to Naruto's study and finds his father's old tattered jacket, and after declaring it to be uncool, he throws it out of the window in a fit of rage. Thinking Naruto is at the front door, Boruto is ready to punch him before he sees that it's Sasuke instead, who has returned to Konoha to warn Naruto of the threat he encountered in another dimension. Hinata informs Sasuke that Naruto is still at the office and he turns to leave, while Boruto realizes that Sasuke is his father's rival and he starts to admire him. Sasuke finds Naruto's old jacket in the middle of the street after Boruto threw it out the window. Having taken the jacket with him, Sasuke meets with Naruto in his office, returning the jacket and discussing a scroll he obtained from Kaguya's abandoned castle, but needs help deciphering because not even his Rinnegan can help. Sasuke says he met Boruto and the boy has turned out to be just like Naruto, who insists that Boruto reminds him of how Sasuke was like when he was younger. However, Naruto retracts that by saying Boruto is not like either of them because he has never had to work hard as a ninja and the pristine condition of his clothes serve as an example. They then make a bet on whether the nature of a shinobi has changed in regards to Boruto, to which Sasuke says it hasn't and Naruto says it has. After leaving Naruto's office and on his way home to see his family, Sasuke is attacked by Boruto, whom he easily defeats by getting behind the boy and tripping him. Boruto asks Uncle Sasuke to take him as a student because there is someone he wants to defeat. Unimpressed, Sasuke asks Boruto if he can perform the Rasengan, to which Boruto says no, and Sasuke tells Boruto that he can't be a student if he doesn't know how to use the technique. Boruto then goes to Konohamaru in the middle of the night to ask him to teach him how to perform the Rasengan, and Konohamaru agrees due to his belief that it would be an honor. Boruto, however, is dismayed to start the training with a water balloon and then a rubber ball, but after Konohamaru tells him the hard work his grandfather went through to create and perfect the Rasengan, Boruto goes through several days of training, unaware that Sarada is watching him the whole time. Finally, Boruto is able to perform the Rasengan and shows it to Sasuke, who notes that his is much smaller compared to his many predecessors. Boruto interprets this as Sasuke being disappointed and in frustration throws the tiny Rasengan at a tree and it disappears halfway from impact, which Sasuke watches with interest before he runs off. Sarada, who had been watching from afar, approaches her father and tries to encourage him to accept Boruto. As Sarada speaks on Boruto's behalf, Sasuke says he never said Boruto failed and he was going to accept Boruto as his student, which makes Sarada very happy. Sasuke looks back at the tree and silently notes a divot in it that was caused by Boruto's Rasengan. Boruto goes to Katasuke, who comforts him as Boruto explains that training didn't produce any results. Katasuke gives him a kote which he says can create a Rasengan, and Boruto accepts it without hesitation and doesn't tell Naruto or Sasuke, knowing they'll disapprove. The next day, Boruto creates a standard-sized Rasengan and shows it to Sasuke, who notices the kote on Boruto's forearm. Knowing Boruto is using an instrument, Sasuke voiced his suspicions about Boruto being able to create a larger Rasengan in one day. Boruto replies his talent is nothing like Naruto's, and Sasuke says he was hoping that wasn't the case before he starts to walk away. This angered Boruto, and he reminded Sasuke of their deal of becoming a student if he learned the Rasengan, and Sasuke agreed to take him on as a student. As part of their training, Sasuke starts teaching Shuriken Jutsu to Boruto. While taking a break and sitting by a bonfire one night, Boruto asks Sasuke to tell him about Naruto. Sasuke described Naruto as a stubborn loser who went around ranting he would be Hokage, but Boruto says he wants to know about Naruto's weaknesses. Sasuke tells him that Naruto was full of weaknesses and a good-for-nothing, but he overcame them in order to become the Hokage he is now, and Boruto needs to know who Naruto was back then, rather than who he is now. On the first day of the Chunin exams, as Sarada prepares to meet with her team, she comments to her mother Sakura that she is in higher spirit since her father came home after so long. Sakura blushes and is embarrassed, and Sarada says she can see these things from her mother before taking off. Sakura then insists that Sarada is the happiest. Sarada meets with Boruto, who tells her that he plans to learn about Naruto's weaknesses through his training with Sasuke so he can defeat his father. Sarada scolds him that they need to become Chunin before they can face against Naruto, and they're joined by Mitsuki as they show off their applications for the exams. In Kumogakure, Momoshiki and Kinshiki extract chakra from Gyuki and attack him with his own tailed beast ball before throwing Killer Bee into a ravine and leave him to die. Deciding that this was not enough chakra to satisfy their needs, Momoshiki and Kinshiki begin making their journey towards Konohagakure. After the two foes left, Killer Bee managed to swim to the surface with the aid of Gyuki. For the first test, the Genin teams are required to answer a true or false question, on the 5th volume of a novel series about ninja strategies. Knowing Sarada read the series, Boruto asks her if she knows the answer, but she says she was unaware of a 5th volume. Sarada asks Boruto what her father would likely pick, and when Boruto picks false, Sarada picks true because she wants to take a different path than her father. As they first proceed with the test, they are at first led to believe that they answered incorrectly when they find themselves falling down a pit with a lake of ink at the bottom. Sarada uses a wire attached to her kunai to keep her and Boruto from falling in the ink, while Mitsuki grabs Sarada's hand. Boruto notices a second lake of ink in the false section, leading everyone to deduce that anyone who falls in the ink is disqualified, regardless of them getting the question right. They pass the first round. Upon hearing this, Naruto reacted calmly, but Shikamaru pressed him to reach out to Boruto. Boruto is unsure whether to use his kote because it is deemed a form of cheating and he doesn't want to disappoint everyone. But when he receives a congratulations from Naruto via email after winning the first round, Boruto gets agitated that Naruto didn't at least send a shadow clone. Back to his training with Sasuke, Boruto struggles with Shuriken Jutsu and complains to Sasuke that it's Sarada's specialty due to her being Sasuke's daughter and an Uchiha. Sasuke creates multiple shadow clones and explains it's Naruto's specialty, but hard work makes it possible for others to learn it. In the second round, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki and the other competitors are to fight each other and compete for flags. Boruto and his team split up, with Boruto staying behind to protect their flag, and Sarada and Mitsuki going to steal other teams' flags. Boruto faces another Genin team who nearly overpower him with the multiple shadow clone technique, and is seemingly about to get his flag. In desperation to win his father's recognition, Boruto uses his kote to use water release and then lightning release, defeating his opponents. He radios for Sarada to finish it, and Sarada uses her Sharingan to see through a genjutsu the team placed on their flag and was able to retrieve it, winning the second round. Sarada scolds Boruto about him not being happy, but then she gets in front of his face and comments his eyes are bluer than Naruto's, causing him to blush and get embarrassed when Mitsuki comes between them. Naruto, who had been nervous about the outcome of the second round, was overjoyed upon learning from Shikamaru that Boruto passed. Sasuke visits Naruto and asks if the scroll is deciphered, and Naruto says it won't be long. Naruto then says he heard from Konohamaru that Sasuke is training Boruto, and Naruto hints his sadness at not being able to train his own son, but says Sasuke was right about the nature of a shinobi never changing. Sasuke agrees and leaves. Later that day, after returning home, Boruto is surprised to see his father come into his room, but is then happy and touched when his father personally congratulates him and voices his pride in him. Naruto initiates a fist bump, but Boruto simply smiles to avoid his father seeing his kote, and after Naruto leaves, Boruto gets overly excited that his father is proud of him. In the third round, Boruto fights Yoroi, but defeats him with his shuriken and the aid of his kote. Sarada easily defeats her opponent and gets embarrassed when her mother proudly cheers for her from the audience. Naruto sits with his wife and daughter rather with the other Kage when his son is matched against Shigadai. Boruto seemingly wins after Shigadai surrenders due to being trapped by Boruto's multiple shadow clone technique, but Naruto senses something is wrong, and after asking Hinata to use her Byakugan, he deduces that Boruto used a kote to cheat. Meanwhile, the scroll is deciphered and Sasuke quickly goes to warn Naruto. Disappointed that his son has been cheating, Naruto confronts Boruto, deems Shigadai the winner, and disqualifies Boruto by taking away his forehead protector, and tells Boruto that he will lecture him when he gets home. Enraged, Boruto lashes out at Naruto for when does he have time to lecture him, and Boruto blames Naruto for everything that's happened. Soon after, the two shinobi that Sasuke fought appear and proceed to attack the arena, which creates chaos. Naruto tries to get Boruto to safety but is knocked out of the arena by Momoshiki. Sasuke saves Sarada from falling debris and is attacked by Kinshiki. Boruto tries to attack Momoshiki with his kote, but all of his attacks end up getting absorbed through Momoshiki's Rinnegan, leaving him scared and defenseless. Naruto grabs his son as Shikamaru tries to restrain the two enemies, but fails as Momoshiki absorbs his power. Naruto and Sasuke team up to protect their children, and Sasuke informs Naruto that they can't use their jutsu on the two, and Naruto realizes he is their target. After introducing themselves, Momoshiki and Kinshiki explain they intend to retrieve Kaguya's scattered chakra and cultivate it into a new Cinnabar Panacea, which will grant them eternal youth and supernatural phenomena. Sasuke deduces the scroll foretold the arrival of the two, and Kaguya was forming a new White Zetsu army to fight against them, revealing that they are a threat greater than Kaguya that Sasuke has been searching for. Momoshiki and Kinshiki also intend to capture Naruto with the intent of extracting Kurama and using his chakra for their own use. Momoshiki creates a tailed beast ball that is amplified by the jutsu he collected and is about to attack everyone with it. Sarada is fearful of Momoshiki's monstrous strength and falls to her knees, prompting Boruto to create a shadow clone to protect her. Naruto and Sasuke combine Susanoo and Kurama in order to shield themselves from the attack, but Naruto asks Sasuke to take care of Boruto and Sarada. Sasuke guards the children while Naruto tries to stop the attack. Although Naruto stops the attack, he is ultimately captured. Before he disappears, Naruto gives his son a warm smile and Boruto shouts out to his father before he falls unconscious. When Boruto wakes up in the hospital, he finds his mother being healed by Sakura after she tried to save his father. Feeling guilty for how badly he treated his father, Boruto goes into Naruto's office, finds his father's old jacket, and puts it on. Boruto calls himself uncool and Sasuke comes in agreeing. Sasuke tells him that everyone at the exam scorned him and that he got his headband taken away from him and he is no longer a ninja. He also comments that if it had not been for his sister who adores him and his mother who worries about him, Boruto would be in the same situation as Naruto has been in the past. Boruto asks how his father was able to do what he did, and Sasuke tells him he can ask Naruto later because he can sense Naruto's chakra, meaning Naruto is still alive and Sasuke intends to rescue him. Boruto asks Sasuke why he would bother with someone like him, and Sasuke replies Boruto is a strong shinobi with the potential to surpass Naruto, and further elaborates that Boruto is not only his best disciple, but a bigger loser than Naruto because Boruto hates to lose. Sensing that Naruto is in another dimension, Sasuke activates his Rinnegan to teleport himself to Naruto's location and rescue him. The four Kage ally with Sasuke in the mission to rescue Naruto, and Sasuke lets Boruto go with them. Hinata refused to let Boruto go out of fear for his safety, but when Boruto put on Sasuke's scratched forehead protector, she remembered how Naruto was like when he was younger, and she decides to trust him and asks him to take care of his father. Naruto is bound by the Otsutsuki pair who tried to extract Kurama's chakra from him, but Momoshiki complains that it's taking so long. Naruto replies that ninja don't like taking things easy, and they look up to see the other Kage charging at them. The four Kage engage in battle against Kinshiki and Momoshiki while Sasuke and Boruto rescue Naruto, who asks about Boruto and why he's wearing the jacket, and Sasuke says many things happened but Boruto has become a shinobi. Naruto apologized to Boruto for not being there for him, but Boruto says it was alright and he just wanted to hear stories about him. Knowing their ninjutsu would be absorbed by Momoshiki, everyone decides to fight him with taijutsu. Kurotsuchi and Chojuro initially captured Kinshiki with Sasuke's help, and then he fought Momoshiki with Gaara and Darui. Seeing Sasuke fight Momoshiki, Kinshiki broke free and unleashed a destructive blast around him to throw everyone off, although it left him injured. To everyone's horror, Momoshiki turns Kinshiki into a chakra fruit and swallows him, which increases his strength and makes him undergo a drastic physical change. Sasuke and Naruto team up to fight against him and manage to overpower Momoshiki for a short time with taijutsu before Naruto is briefly imprisoned by boulders and Sasuke is severely burned by Momoshiki's lava chakra. Naruto comes to Sasuke's aid with his tailed beast mode and becomes enraged at seeing his friend so badly hurt, but is relieved to find that he's okay and can still fight after being healed by Kurama's chakra. They manage to gain the upper hand when Naruto combines Kurama with Sasuke's Susanoo, which increases Kurama's chakra, and they cut Momoshiki's magma creature in half. However, after Momoshiki is defeated, Katasuke uses his device on Momoshiki in an attempt to finish him off, but Momoshiki absorbs all of his attacks and restores his strength. Momoshiki captures the other Kage in a shadow jutsu and binds Naruto to attempt to extract Kurama once again, but intends to kill the other Kage. Sasuke protects Boruto from Momoshiki's attacks and tells Boruto to use the Vanishing Rasengan. Boruto doubts that it will actually work, but Sasuke encourages him to trust his master. Boruto launches his Rasengan at Momoshiki, who is knocked down from the impact, and frees Naruto and the Kage. In an effort to finish Momoshiki off once and for all, Naruto lends his chakra to Boruto while Sasuke distracts Momoshiki long enough for Boruto to create a giant Rasengan. Boruto uses a shadow clone to ambush Momoshiki and take out his Rinnegan before Boruto launches his attack on Momoshiki and destroys him, with his right arm severely burned as a result. After the battle, Naruto and Sasuke sit by each other and Sasuke declares he won their bet, to which Naruto agrees. From this experience, Boruto and Naruto reconcile their differences. After the battle, Boruto posed for a photograph with Naruto, Sasuke, and the four other Kage. One morning, Hinata is knitting Boruto's jacket, but Boruto tells her it looks fine the way it is, and reminds Naruto they need to leave. After leaving home, Boruto and Naruto fist bumped and asked the other to do their best as they left for a mission and for work respectively. For his role in defeating Momoshiki, Boruto has become a hero and received lots of attention, although Sarada remained angry at him for cheating despite Boruto's many apologies to her. Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Konohamaru are sent on a mission to capture a bear that is running loose in the village. When asked by Sarada if he now wanted to be Hokage, Boruto tells her that he doesn't want to be Hokage and he will protect her if she becomes Hokage, causing her to blush deeply. Boruto further says he wants to be a shinobi like Sasuke, and he will follow his own ninja way, as Sarada stares at him in amazement and blushing at him. Noticing from afar, Sasuke and Sakura, both smiling, watch the children. Konohamaru is chased by a wild bear, and Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki jump from the Hokage monument and into the air as Boruto prepares to launch a Rasengan. After successfully defeating the wild bear, Boruto asks Mitsuki who his parents are. Mitsuki replies that he is the son of Orochimaru. Shocked, Sarada asks if Orochimaru is his mother or father, to which Mitsuki says it doesn't matter, and Boruto angrily demands to know who Orochimaru is, who is watching them from a building above. Chocho Arc. In the anime, when the two lead actors of a popular TV drama received a death threat, Naruto assigned Team 7 and Team 10 to protect them. Mitsuki's Disappearance Arc. In the anime, when two guards were attacked by unknown assailants, the village was put on lockdown. Naruto and his advisors then oversaw Ino probe Uo's mind for answers, learning that Mitsuki had left willingly with the attackers. When Naruto revealed to the others Mitsuki was in fact Orochimaru's son, much outrage followed, prompting Naruto to give his rationale on why he accepted Mitsuki into Konoha. Later, Naruto was informed that Boruto and Sarada left the village to find Mitsuki, leading to him dispatching Team 10 to retrieve the pair. When Naruto learned that the attackers were en route to the land of Earth, he contacted Kurotsuchi, who promised to investigate the matter herself and return the Konoha genin pursuing Mitsuki. While discussing Mitsuki's apparent betrayal, Konohamaru insisted he'd be the one to bring his student back, which Naruto reluctantly agreed to. Naruto later attempted to contact Kurotsuchi, but was told she wasn't available, leading to him becoming suspicious something was happening in Iwagakure. Later, Naruto's fears were proven correct when Shikadai contacted his father via phone, revealing that Iwagakure was taken over as part of a plan by Onoki. Knowing they couldn't act hastily, Naruto talks with the other officials and decides he would join Shikamaru in meeting with the other daimyo to get their support on engaging this personal matter. In getting approval, Naruto and an escort moved out and allowed his son's peers to come with him. Upon arriving at the village, Naruto applauded Konohamaru's work during Iwa's internal struggle. Naruto stayed in the village and attended Onoki's funeral, prompting him to say the Tsuchikage left behind a grand legacy and lesson about perseverance. After returning to the village, while personally applauding Boruto and Sarada for loyally supporting Mitsuki, whose own efforts were revealed to have saved Iwa, he was still reluctantly forced to strip the Team 7 genin of their shinobi status as punishment for deserting the village. Later, Kurotsuchi's gratitude and recommendation convinced Naruto to reinstate them. Konohamaru's love arc. In the anime, due to Konohamaru spying on Asaki, a complaint was filed against him, prompting Naruto to place him under house arrest. One-Tail Escort Arc. In the anime, after Sai delivered a sealed shukaku in a tea kettle to Naruto as a result of Gaara being unable to protect it in the Land of Wind from Urashiki Otsutsuki, Shukaku explained that it only made it to Konoha due to Boruto acting as a decoy against their pursuer. Informing Shikamaru that he was going to the scene, Sasuke approached the pair and told them that it wasn't necessary, as Sasuke had earlier protected Boruto and forced Urashiki to retreat. 3 days later, Naruto and Gaara discussed the incident in his office. Afterwards, Naruto had a shadow clone see the Kazekage off at the Thunder Rail station. Sometime later, Naruto brought Shukaku to his house, until an official safe house had been decided on. Later on that evening, Naruto had a telepathic meeting with some of the other tailed beasts to discuss how to handle being targeted. As a result of guarding Shukaku, Naruto got to spend time with his family before escorting Shukaku to its safe house. Time Slip Arc. In the anime, Naruto was notified that Urashiki was on the move again, being even more indiscriminate in his stealing of chakra. While pleased that all of the 5 great shinobi nations were on alert and willing to share all intel, Shikamaru voiced his concern about Mirai's sudden disappearance and also wondered what their enemy's true goal was for gathering chakra. Later, Naruto decided to have the genin test new surveillance equipment designed to follow their location. During the test, Urashiki was spotted in the area. This prompted most of the Konoha nin in the village to engage, while Shikamaru stayed in the Hokage office to help protect Naruto. Urashiki managed to get hold of a device that allowed him to travel into the past, prompting Sasuke and Boruto to be sent back alongside him to the time period shortly after Sasuke's defection. A teenage Naruto and Jiraiya encounter the pair, who were disguising their identities and their occupations as traveling performers. As they were foreigners, Tsunade has Naruto and Jiraiya look over them. Spending time with Boruto, Naruto was intrigued by the things he was told and allowed him to sleep at his apartment. The day after cleaning up a bathhouse together, Urashiki targeted Naruto. Failing at extracting Kurama's chakra, Urashiki instead captured him and trapped Boruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya in a rock prison before retreating. Using a cave as a hideout, Urashiki forced Naruto's seal to emerge and used his chakra in an attempt to forcibly extract Kurama's chakra from within Naruto. Urashiki's actions caused Kurama's chakra to leak out, forcing Naruto to undergo his version 1 transformation. Arriving to rescue Naruto, Boruto attempted to reason with his father, but Naruto had since completely lost his common sense and attacked Boruto. Jiraiya managed to subdue the Nine-Tails chakra with a seal, and Sasuke forced Urashiki to retreat. Afterwards, Jiraiya offered to train Naruto and Boruto to prepare them for Urashiki. The following day, Naruto began working with Boruto to synchronize their chakra to create a new cooperation jutsu under Jiraiya's guidance. After Boruto left to clear his head, Sasuke approached Naruto with food from Jiraiya and told Naruto about how a friend struggled for years to help him after he lost his way, but he never gave up until finally succeeding, which renewed Naruto's conviction. Continuing his training the next day, the pair was approached by Sakura, who had found Sasuke's note from the future and questioned why Sasuke's name was on it before shortly leaving with an answer. Naruto and Boruto resumed their training, which ultimately left them exhausted. They were approached again by Urashiki, who subdued the pair. Jiraiya and Sasuke joined the fight. Deciding the foe's newest technique was too dangerous, Sasuke tackled himself and Urashiki over the ledge and into a river to let his allies escape. While tending to Jiraiya's wounds, the group tried to figure out how to deal with Urashiki. Boruto realized that in the fight, the blood splattered on Urashiki was drying much faster than Boruto's. After engaging the foe again to test a theory, they concluded that Urashiki's technique lets him warp into the past by several seconds, giving him a pseudo-clairvoyance from his experiences. Urashiki attacked the Konoha Nin again, where Jiraiya contained everyone in his summoning, Toad Mouthbind, during which Naruto unleashed a continuous barrage of clones on Urashiki. While he easily countered the assault with his technique, Urashiki inadvertently poisoned himself from the acidic vapors of the Great Toad's belly far sooner than the Konoha Nin due to his repeated time warp. Once Jiraiya released the summoning, Naruto and Boruto then proceeded to knock out Urashiki with a Rasengan assault. Enraged, Urashiki awoke and consumed all his accumulated chakra and his eyes, leading to him undergoing a transformation that strengthened him. Jiraiya and the two Genin were quickly overwhelmed by Urashiki's continued assaults, even with the aid of the returning Sasuke. Urashiki deliberately held back on Naruto, hoping to anger him enough to unleash the Nine-Tails chakra. His efforts ultimately succeed when Jiraiya took a hit that was intended for Naruto, triggering the transformation. Boruto, however, managed to reach Naruto, and together they were able to perfect their new collaboration technique. With the combined effort of Jiraiya and Sasuke, the two kids were able to plow through Urashiki's final attack and obliterate him. After the battle, both Naruto and Boruto lose consciousness due to their exhaustion. Days after Naruto and Boruto recovered at the Konoha hospital, he was upset to hear that Boruto and Sasuke would be leaving now that their mission was complete. Before they left, Naruto gave Boruto a gift. Sasuke used his Sharingan to erase everyone's memories of the events to preserve the timeline. On seeing the Sharingan, Naruto had what appeared to be a brief moment of recognizing Sasuke before losing consciousness. Upon their return, Naruto was approached by Sasuke, who explained the recent situation he and Boruto had. Naruto was amazed at such a tale. Later, while visiting Jiraiya's grave to pay his respects, he was approached by Boruto, who decided to share with Naruto the gift of a special ramen given to him by his past self. Sometime later, Sumire was officially transferred to the Scientific Ninja Weapons team. Naruto reached out to the Land of Iron and requested an exchange student to take Sumire's spot on Team 15. Shikamaru was concerned about his experimental move of mixing Shinobi with Samurai, but Naruto insisted it would help close the gap between the two. Later, Naruto attended his father-in-law's birthday, impressed by Boruto getting past his aversion to mushy feelings to suggest a regular family photo. Mujina Bandits Arc. In the anime, Naruto set up a mission for Team 7 to infiltrate Hozuki Castle to verify the information about the Mujina bandits offered by Kokuri in exchange for protection. After losing contact with Mujo, the prison warden who is working with Konohagakure, Naruto sent Sai and a team to investigate. Ultimately, they succeeded in returning Kokuri to the village to question him about the Mujina bandits before letting the man go free. At the Hokage building, Naruto hosted a Kage summit, during which the Kage bickered about topics concerning Konoha, leading to Kurotsuchi demanding Konoha disclose all of its confidential information as village's proof to peace by the next summit, and said Iwagakure would leave the 5 Great Shinobi Country Alliance if they didn't. Afterwards, the summit ended. Naruto was then told by Shikamaru that the reason why Kurotsuchi was acting the way she was because she was being pressured by the Earth Daimyo to invade the Land of Flowers for the crops they had to offer, and expressed sadness that Kurotsuchi didn't tell them, as he believed that the Shinobi Union would have definitely aided her when it came to food scarcity and other issues and the potential of another war, remembering the casualties of the last war and not wanting to use and introduce the next generation to the horrors of war. Naruto found hope, however, when Shikamaru said they could negotiate with her so the invasion wouldn't happen. Unfortunately, in the next Kage summit, Naruto's revelation of Kurotsuchi's true intentions only caused Darui to angrily threaten to kill Kurotsuchi, and to make things worse, Naruto and Sasuke's strength were being used as a boon for Kurotsuchi's cause, as they had the power to take over the continent, and the imbalance in strength between Konoha and the other villages was thus immense. Despite Naruto's attempts to ensure Konoha would not try to take over the world, Shikamaru responded by paralyzing and threatening to crush Kurotsuchi's neck, much to Naruto's horror and fury. Quickly, Naruto used his chakra to break free of Shikamaru's shadow and angrily put Shikamaru in place before attempting to plead for peace, but he could not sway Kurotsuchi or Darui, who made it clear they would go to war if the invasion were to occur. Furious about the outcome, Naruto angrily confronted Shikamaru when they walked home and was rebuffed by his friend, who told him to think with his head and start responding harshly enough. Several months after the Hozuki Castle mission, Naruto discussed Katasuke being under mind control with Sai and Ibiki, and had them continue their investigation while Shikamaru handled Katasuke. Afterwards, Mirai Sarutobi informed Naruto and Team Konohamaru successfully captured the Mujina bandits, much to his joy. As Shoujoji was discussed, Naruto told everyone they had to hurry up and handle the missing Nin. Shikamaru then informed Naruto of his upcoming meeting with the Fire Daimyo, Ikkyu Madoka, which Naruto had forgotten was later during the day, during which he discussed financial matters with Ikkyu. Kara Actuation Arc. Later in the anime, Team 25 and Sasuke were sent to investigate the information extracted from the captured Shoujoji about Kara's existence in Amagakure. Upon their return, they learned that Kara had long ago abandoned their facility there and were performing biological experiments. They also learned that they were in fact civilians who sympathized with Kara and its goals. Naruto was concerned to learn that Amagakure was in shambles, as it had yet had to make any recovery since the 4th Shinobi World War. He was determined to help out the village. Naruto learned that Victor, the president of the Land of Valley's premier medical and research company, was a member of Kara who somehow obtained a sample of the first Hokage's cells. Naruto was greatly concerned that Team 7 was defeated by 2 inners. Upon seeing Boruto in treatment, he was certain that Boruto would be fine. Afterwards, Naruto discussed with his advisors on the next move. Shikamaru offered to use his connections in the Land of Valleys to get permission to investigate Victor's company. 3 days later, it was approved for Naruto to send Mugino and Konohamaru to stealthily investigate. Later, Naruto sent Team 10 on a joint mission with Team Shinki to retrieve Urashiki's puppet. He later listened to Shikadai's report on the mission, which greatly concerned and disturbed him. After Boruto recovered from his new training, Naruto gave his son permission to return to the Land of Valleys to return the wedding ring of their recent client's husband to her. Following the defeat of Victor and his amoral experiments, Naruto received a report on the events. Upon Konohamaru and Mugino's return, Konoha leadership discussed how to handle Kara. Having learned influential figures like Victor were associated with the organization and finding evidence in their investigation that Kara had spies all around. While many considered closing off the gates to Konohagakure to stop the flow of information, Naruto was torn on this, valuing the new peace between the village and the rest of the world. After talking to various officials in the village and witnessing Boruto and his friends work on an experiment to improve wireless communications, Naruto decided not to close the gates as it would deter cooperation with the outside world, instead deciding to reinforce security. Sasuke Retsuden, the Uchiha Descendants, and the Heavenly Stardust. At some point, Naruto started suffering from an illness as a result of being Jinchuriki, and was suffering damage to his chakra pathway system that would eventually strip him of his ability to use chakra altogether. To prevent this, Sasuke took on a mission to the land of Ridaku to find the polar particles that the Sage of Six Paths once used to cure himself of the very same illness. Naruto himself doesn't make a direct appearance, but it is hinted the condition has impaired Naruto's ability to perform his duties, as Shikamaru was exhausted from having taken on Naruto's workload. Naruto has expressed his wish that the children do not know about his condition. Ao Arc. In the anime, Naruto attends the memorial service for the fallen people of the 4th Shinobi World War. Later, Naruto joins his son in a sparring match at the training hall to test out Katasuke's new invention that was fitted on his arm. During the match, Naruto defends himself from Boruto and uses the invention to absorb his son's techniques before defeating him with a single kick. Afterwards, at the Hokage's office, Naruto informs Boruto of the technology he used against him, which angered Boruto. Before Naruto could explain himself, Sasuke arrives and interrupts their conversation, calming Boruto down by pointing out the need for them with the coming danger of enemies like the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto also admitted to knowing about Boruto's mark on his right palm, which was another reason Naruto approved of the development of this advanced weaponry. While Boruto still insisted that they should rely solely on ninjutsu like in the Chunin exams, Naruto noted that the Chunin exams were to test one's growth as a ninja, where now they are in a battle for survival. Katasuke then arrived to retrieve his prototype, to which Naruto assigned Team Konohamaru a C-rank mission to escort the lead scientist back to the lab in Ryuben City. While Boruto stormed off in a huff, Naruto asked his Genin teammates to watch over him should anything happen with his mark. As Konohamaru failed to report from his mission, Naruto contacted Boruto's team at the Scientific Ninja Weapon Team's lab, who were nearest to Konohamaru's last reported location. He instructed them to search the area, but be careful and not recklessly engage any foes. While Shikamaru reminded him that Team Konohamaru were all very capable for their age, Naruto insisted that he was more concerned about the possibility of them running into the organization Kara, as Konohamaru's mission was to investigate a mysterious airship. Kawaki Arc. When Konohamaru and Mugino went missing while on a mission to investigate a state-of-the-art crashed blimp, Naruto assigned Boruto and his team to find them, as they were closest to their last known location. When Team Konohamaru returned to Konoha with Kawaki, Naruto decided he was most suitable to monitor Kawaki, and held a Kage summit to discuss the situation. Following the Kage agreeing with Naruto, he took the boy to his house, during which he foiled Kawaki's attempts at fleeing. There, Kawaki attempting to escape, but Naruto intimidated him into submission. His escape attempt resulted in Himawari's vase being destroyed. Naruto intervened when Boruto and Kawaki began fighting, and later overheard Kawaki speaking of his hardship as a result of his kama. Afterwards, Naruto took Kawaki to Yamanaka Flowers to pick a new vase, where he hugged Kawaki after he had a panic attack. Sometime later, Naruto and Boruto sparred. He defeated his son, even while Boruto used his kama. Naruto offered for Kawaki to try sparring with Boruto next time, but Kawaki declined as he couldn't use chakra, prompting Naruto to insist that all can learn to do so, and that having strong rivals will help one in accomplishing great things. Later, Boruto decided to take Kawaki's offer of learning what he knows about their kama. Deciding to do so through sparring, the two children quickly activated their respective marks. While Boruto kept up in hand-to-hand combat, Kawaki's usage of his method put Boruto on the defensive. Kawaki then launched a blast at Naruto with the intent of him absorbing it like previously, only for Boruto to instead damage his hand. Naruto called off the match and told the two to perform the Seal of Reconciliation. The event made their marks react and caused Boruto's hand to instantly heal. Before pushing the subject, Naruto was alerted of an intruder. Naruto told his son to take Himawari away while he stayed with Kawaki, certain that the intruder was after him. His assumption proved correct as they were quickly met by Delta. She demanded Naruto hand over Kawaki to her, and Kawaki confirmed her identity as an inner from Kara. Naruto instructed Boruto to protect Himawari and Kawaki to protect himself. Fighting her, Naruto initially outperformed her with taijutsu, but she began making use of her shinobi wear to launch sneak attacks and absorb his Rasengan. Naruto entered his six-path sage mode, but Delta was eventually able to stab him and pin him down. He tried to discern her motives for wanting Kawaki, but she saw through his deception and noticed he was already healing, considering Naruto to be a monster as well. While Naruto was continually forced to hold back in fear of the spectators' safety, he continued to gradually wear down his foe, leading Delta to use her eye beams against Naruto to combat his regenerative ability. Eventually, Delta targets Himawari, leading Naruto to blocking the attack with his body, but is uninjured as Kawaki sacrificed his right arm to block the attack. Enraged at her tactics and unable to get information about who Jigen was from her, the two resume their fight. Naruto deduces that there was a limit to how much chakra her eyes can absorb, prompting him to overpower and defeat Delta with his super ultra big ball Rasengan. Defeated, Delta's body self-destructed, forcing Naruto to flee the vicinity with the children. Later, when bringing Kawaki to Katasuke to repair Kawaki's arm, the scientist informed him that the technology in Kawaki's body was too advanced for him to handle. Finding an alternative solution, Naruto gave Kawaki one of his prosthetic arms and channeled some of his chakra into Kawaki to make it work. Shocked at how sincere Naruto was at being nice, Kawaki asked to learn ninjutsu, which Naruto agreed to and began training him. Quite a while after Delta's defeat, while Naruto and Kawaki were at his house, he notices Kawaki in distress, resulting in his kama creating a portal which Jigen emerged from. Wanting to take his son back, Naruto attempted to attack, but was repelled away and impaled by chakra-draining rods. Activating his chakra mode, Naruto kicks Jigen away from Kawaki. Jigen then proceeded to activate his kama. Fearing for the Hokage's safety, with Jigen's power entirely above Delta's and capable of either killing or severely injuring Naruto, Kawaki stepped in and submitted, agreeing to go back willingly with Jigen if he spared Naruto. While Jigen agreed to the terms, Naruto refused to comply. Jigen responded by teleporting himself and Naruto to another dimension. As Jigen attempted to strand Naruto there, he was attacked and stopped by Sasuke. Being away from Konoha and free to fight with all their power, the pair engaged in battle with Jigen, leading Sasuke to deducing their opponent's fighting style involved shrinking himself and his rods. Pressuring Jigen, the Kara member tapped into his kama and grew a horn. Upon seeing Jigen's development, Sasuke revealed how he resembled an unknown Otsutsuki member, and that Jigen had ties with a juvenile Ten-Tails. As Sasuke also revealed that Jigen's goal was to drain the entire planet of all its chakra, the two shinobi decided to fight with their full power. Despite their strong avatar forms and teamwork, Jigen plowed through their defenses. As he swiftly wore down and pummeled his foes, he restrained the pair with rods and decided to keep Naruto alive because of Kurama in him while killing Sasuke due to his Rinnegan space-time ninjutsu. Accepting the truth, Naruto had his clones hold off Jigen while he convinced Sasuke to escape despite his friend's protests. Jigen revealed he was after Boruto Uzumaki for his kama and sealed Naruto into a giant pot, which he shrunk, leaving Naruto trapped within the foreign dimension. Afterwards, Boro stood guard over the pot, during which Boruto and Kawaki used their kama to transport Naruto's unconscious body out before killing the Kara member. Returning to Konoha, they were all taken to the hospital for treatment. As Naruto made a quick recovery, he was impressed to hear of the Genin's work, and joked that rebellious Genin seemed to still be a thing. The group was informed by Ino of Shikadai being taken hostage by Amado. Though he wished to speak to Shikamaru, he was glad to learn of Naruto's rescue and revealed he wished to defect to Konoha, offering intel on Kara, Jigen, their Ten Tails, and the Otsutsuki. After Naruto gave his word as Hokage not to go back on the deal provided his intel was good, Amado began explaining all he knew. He revealed how the Otsutsuki have since before recorded history been traveling from planet to planet, harvesting each's chakra for the sake of evolving itself while destroying the planet in the process, using the Ten Tails to do so. He revealed that Jigen himself was turned into an Otsutsuki from being branded by his Kama of Ishiki. Amado also revealed to have sabotaged the blimp to free Kawaki and likewise ensured that Sasuke would get the intel of Ishiki. Amado's glasses began beeping. His glasses were taken off, revealing a holographic projection of Jigen talking with his accomplice, Koji Kashin, who intended to kill Jigen. As Naruto was intrigued by Koji's techniques and battle tactics, Amado insisted that Naruto accept his request to officially join Konohagakure with full amnesty and protection in order to hear more of his secrets, to which Naruto agreed. Amado carried on his explanation, sharing what he knew of Jigen, the Otsutsuki, and Kama. He stressed how a full rebirth of the Otsutsuki must be avoided, and claimed he'd teach them how to kill an Otsutsuki. When Jigen's death triggered Ishiki's resurrection in his body, Amado explained this also erased Kawaki's Kama to avoid duplicates, leading Shikamaru to realize that without any remaining Kama, Ishiki was vulnerable to a permanent death. After Amado was officially made a citizen of Konohagakure, made aware of his rights and limitations, he warned them of Ishiki's immediate focus on rebranding Kawaki. He advised Naruto against taking the fight to Ishiki and stressed that he had to protect Kawaki against being rebranded. Naruto took his advice and ordered a civilian evacuation, as Ishiki would seek Kawaki in Konoha. Naruto was against Boruto staying to fight him, but were interrupted by alert of Ishiki's arrival. Naruto ordered Boruto to join the evacuation as he went to confront Ishiki. Ishiki was surprised to see Naruto had escaped, but demanded Kawaki. When Naruto refused, Ishiki began shrinking various targets in the village to destroy it. Naruto activated his six-path Sage mode, but Ishiki easily overpowered him. Sasuke soon joined the fight, leveling the battlefield. He then launched his sword at Ishiki. As Ishiki attempted to shrink it, it was revealed to be Boruto transformed. As Naruto was horrified by his son's arrival, Boruto activated his Kama, transporting himself and Ishiki to another dimension. Naruto and Sasuke followed through the latter's Rinnegan. As the Konoha Nin faced down Ishiki, he decided the best way to get Kawaki was to present Sasuke and Naruto's corpses to the village. The fight quickly resumed, with Naruto and Sasuke's teamwork managing to push Ishiki on the defense as he began shrinking all their attacks. However, Ishiki demonstrated a new technique, manifesting and manipulating massive black cubes that separated the duo. Realizing he was running out of options, Kurama asked Naruto if he was really willing to sacrifice himself to stop Ishiki. Naruto confirmed it, and Kurama offered a last-ditch strategy that would have a high risk in Naruto's death. Accepting his duties as Hokage, Naruto faced Ishiki and took on a new form of Baryon mode. Kurama explained to Naruto that the form is like nuclear fusion, consuming all their respective energy, and that he must be careful not to make any unnecessary movements or thoughts. The new form baffled everyone with its sheer power. Naruto quickly began overwhelming Ishiki, constantly countering and dodging the foe's various assaults. Soon after, the strain of Baryon mode began catching up as Naruto began to tire. Kurama noted this form gradually drains away all life forces, including Naruto's. However, it would also drain Ishiki's with each contact, meaning they would just have to keep pressuring Ishiki until his already diminished lifespan ran out. As Ishiki began getting desperate, he took advantage of Naruto's chakra connection to Kawaki through the latter's prosthetic arm. From this, he teleported Kawaki to them with the goal of rebranding Kawaki before his time ran out. As Kawaki tried to escape Ishiki, he opted to use Kawaki's love for Naruto against him, assaulting the downed Hokage. Despite Naruto's insistence that Kawaki forget about him, Kawaki ultimately showed himself and attacked using the ninjutsu Naruto taught him. Ishiki easily negated it and branded Kawaki again, only for it to be revealed as a shadow clone. Finally, Ishiki's time ran out and he crumbled to dust. Sasuke then asked Naruto about his new power, but before he could answer, Boruto, being controlled by Momoshiki, suddenly stabbed Sasuke's left eye. Naruto attempted to help fighting Momoshiki but collapsed, feeling heavy as lead, and passed out. Inside his subconscious, Naruto had a final conversation with Kurama. He told the Kitsune that he had no ill will to Kurama despite the loss of his parents. As Naruto was prepared to die and voiced his concerns for the village, Kurama revealed that Naruto would awake soon and be fine, as it was Kurama's life that was gambled from using Baryon mode. Kurama assured Naruto that it never actually lied to Naruto, but knew the Hokage wouldn't risk Kurama's own life, so he hid the truth. As Kurama's life began to fade, it warned Naruto that he would lose all access to Kurama's chakra and abilities, meaning he would have to be more careful from now on. Naruto desperately reached out for Kurama before waking up to see Boruto, Sasuke, and Kawaki standing over him. With Sasuke's Rinnegan and Kawaki's Kama gone, it was up to Boruto to use his mark to bring everyone back with aid from Kawaki. Upon returning to the village, Naruto was relieved. In the anime, shortly after returning, Naruto was examined by Sakura and Katasuke for any remaining traces of Kurama's essence and capacities. The tests found nothing, confirming that Kurama's death would considerably drop Naruto's abilities and fighting potential. Naruto admitted that Kurama's power had felt like cheating, and despite the void left behind, he chose not to wallow on it, believing that Kurama would make fun of him over it. In the anime, Naruto received confirmation that Boruto's Kama was accelerating, and decided to inform Boruto himself. He vowed to do everything in his power to save Boruto. When Kawaki returned his prosthetic hand, Naruto offered to make him a genin. Chunin Re-Examination Arc. In the anime, following Ishiki's attack, Naruto requested Shikamaru to reorganize the Chunin exam that Momoshiki interrupted. In an interview, he explained that it was intended to boost morale and promote more capable Chunin. The night after the first exam, Naruto visited Boruto, who was struggling as he embarrassed himself during the last exam. Naruto expressed confidence in his abilities and told him to do as he normally did. He acted as a proctor during the second portion of the exams, evaluating the genin's abilities. At the end of it, he explained that those who advanced to the final round would participate in one-on-one fights. Code Arc. Later, Naruto and Shikamaru decided to indefinitely take Boruto off active duty while deciding on how to deal with his Kama, helping him pass time with various interviews from the media about his victory over Ishiki. After Amato finished restoring Kawaki's arm, he talked to Naruto about the remaining Kara threats. Amato explained that once all the active inners are gone, the various outers will cease to function. He also noted that the Ten-Tails Seed of Kara must be dealt with quickly to protect the planet, and has likely been moved since Ishiki's defeat. But fortunately, there are methods for space-time traveling besides ninjutsu. Finally, Amato explained the looming danger of the last inner, Code. Despite proving incompatible with the Kama as a vessel, he survived the process to be imbued with its power. Also, despite his modifications granting him might that far exceeded Jigen's, Code's fanatical devotion to Ishiki let him avoid being disposed of, even agreeing to limiters being placed on him by Amato. As such, Code would inevitably seek out and kill all who were responsible for Ishiki's death. Hearing such a threat, Naruto requested Shikamaru to set up a Kage summit. Naruto participated in a video conference with the other Kage, reviewing the intel they had on Code, his goals, and how to prevent them. He confessed to not fully trusting Amato, but was willing to continue collaborating with him on account of his contributions so far. The issue of Ishiki taking over Boruto was brought up, and Naruto swore to handle it as Hokage should the need arise. He later approached Amato to deal with Boruto's Kama. Amato sympathized with him, having been a father himself years ago, and provided him with pills he developed as a means to defeat Jigen. As the Byakugan originates with the Otsutsuki, he theorized that weakening it might interfere with the Kama's progress. Amato also warned him that this would be a stopgap measure and warned him not to let his wife and daughter near it. As Boruto was given the pills and explained the nature of them, Naruto was horrified at how recklessly Boruto decided to take them. Boruto insisted that he already came to terms with how his life was at risk, so he was willing to take any help available. Flash forward. In the wake of Konoha's destruction 4 years after the Otsutsuki attack on the village, Kawaki tells Boruto he will send him to where he sent the 7th Hokage. Did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.